Makaz is just jumping across, doesn't want to die to that all peer. It's on Night2 now to get the timing, and he lines them up, rolls a strike. It's a 4K spray down, and nobody's ready for it.
Out, but so many targets. And he's gonna try and expertly navigate it. He's spreading the needle. How is he doing this? That's 3, could be 4, and that shot down. BETBOOM sound.
We had a very streaky start, but now it's tough to separate them. Zorta's going to find another opening to try,
And that actually surprises him a little bit, but they're giving Zorta consistent pot shots. Smoke broken, and Zorta will even find that on a Robbo as well while he was in the midst of strafing away work from Zorta, and that is the Zorta I know and love. He has just aced them. Looking at the right direction. Oh, and the Pandas have just walked past him. And now Krabeni can walk up behind him for a second round consecutive. This was 9 Pandas by round, but it is suited 2-player shot out of apartment. Krabeni makes quick work of that.
You're still going there.
What if a couple of these players get 2 players on the court? Symmetry already doubles down, and now you don't know Jugs is here. Oh, Symmetry gets another thumb on. It was a 2v4. 9 Pandas choose to walk into the wrong site. NAVI Jr. say that this A site.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you!
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
Onto the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are ready for another day. It is grand final days here at YaLLa Compass. I'm excited. We've got 2 semifinals and a grand final, so we don't really know who's going to be there yet, but it will be a long and exciting day of Counter-Strike. Amanda's with me is Vince, and Vince, how are you feeling on this fine day?
I am feeling a little bit under the weather, Anders, but I'm really looking forward to these games. I think it's going to cure my illness. I think we're good to go here, bro.
I think I've had that happen before with Counter-Strike. Like, you know, you start the day and you're like, oh, you feel a bit, you know, it's a bit weird. And then, you know, slowly you just ramp up into it. So, you know, I feel you. I started my day playing a bit of matchmaking and it made me angry. So I'm in a good mood too. You know, let's go. That's how I react to deathmatch. So it is what it is. But here we go. Look at this. We had the quarterfinals yesterday, and it was ENCE that made their way through, actually in quite a convincing fashion. 9 Pandas didn't really show up, so BETBOOM and ENCE going to be the first semifinal today, and then Dynamo ECLOT taking down Nexus, and that actually still is a bit surprising to me, but they played really well. They looked super sharp. Unfortunately for them, they're going to be looking at the harder side of the bracket, I think, with NAVI Jr. It'll be a very, very tough second semifinal down there, but either way, I hope we have really, really good games. I think one of those semifinals, the Navi Junior one, could be a little bit more one-sided. I reckon the grand finals, no matter what, is going to be really, really sick. So I think we're in luck no matter what here. I think we're going to have a fine day of CS coming at you. And there's a lot on the line. It's $300,000 prize pool for most of these teams, except for BETBOOM. They're not at the major. It's so important to make this work. It's really consequential. At this moment in Counter-Strike, you can't take anything for granted. Any kind of prize pool you can get, any VRS future points or anything like that, it just all counts in the end. You really don't know how much you're going to be missing at the end of a season. And if you fall short, well, then that's just bad luck for everybody. So I think this is going to be quite the game. And this first one, well, I don't know. What do you think? You've just watched both these teams at the MRQ, haven't you, Vince?
Yes, I have. Very different kind of performances. BETBOOM definitely looked the better of the two teams at the MRQs, that's for sure. This team looks like it is the real deal. Like, honestly, when Boomich moved here, I wasn't entirely sure as the pieces kind of fell into place. Obviously, we'll be talking about the individuals pretty soon, but you have Exile in that team as well. Here we go, we can see them now. So Exile, previously of like Cloud9, etc. And I think it's safe to say that he's had a bit of a dip in his career. At one point, he was kind of touted as one of the best riflers on the planet, one of the most kind of scariest and most exciting upcoming riflers, and then he kind of fell off quite a bit. We're starting to see a resurgence, but it's not just him. You got Magnajez, you got Zorti as well. Those are kind of like the trio that I'm looking at in terms of firepower. Siren's more of a role player, and then obviously Boomich is the IGL. Although I will say, as IGLs go, the guy can still frag. He can still take up a second AWP. He can still have a ton of impact. So top to bottom, this is a very talented squad of good players, and Boomich's calling has been on point lately.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a huge fan of Boomich. I think he's got this very elusive in-game leading style that's just, you know, you can feel it. You know when it's a Boomich team that's playing somehow. And you're right, he is such a weird X factor himself because he can do a little bit of everything, but he's also one of these in-game leaders that will sometimes sacrifice himself, you know, paving the path with a crazy MP9 or a MAC-10 or whatever it is. He's kind of well known for it. And it does make it very hard to play against. It makes him a hard person to predict, both in terms of the tactics, but also just him. So I think this team is super sick, and I've been saying for a while in the world of online Counter-Strike, I feel like this team should have better results, and I'm glad to see that that's finally being the case, because I really think they can go a lot deeper. Now, on the ENCE side of things, there is, in a sense, so much to be excited about here. It's just the consistency is the big problem. The ENCE that we saw yesterday against 9 Pandas, with especially the Finnish sniper Poddy showing up and hitting almost every single shot, was super sick. And when that works, this team is absolutely deadly. There are times when that's not the case, and I mean, we said it yesterday, they're going to have to show up with the same strength that they did yesterday. If they can, though, I absolutely think this could be a really interesting game, and they might even have a chance to win it, ENCE, to be honest. So I'm just really hoping to see the same version of this team.
Yeah, this is a weird comparison because VP are playing at a much higher level more consistently, but I get the same kind of vibes with ENCE as I do VP, where it's like, I know they're capable of going on paper, like individually speaking, they've got some super talented players, but they've never really consistently performed at a level that's made me a believer. Does that make sense? Yesterday we saw they look great. Like you said, Poddy was phenomenal. SDY's been really good. Natu had a couple of great maps, especially Anubis. And so, as you can see in the head-to-head here, the battle of the two AWPers, when you look at the raw stats, pretty evenly keeled, actually. In some stats, it goes slightly in Zorti's favor, and others is in Poddy's favor. But I think what you get in the difference is when Poddy arrives on the... I honestly feel like he has more than Zorti does when he's playing at that high level. But Zorti is consistently churning out like 7 or 8 out of 10 performances, where Poddy's either like 9 or 10, or he's 1 and 2, and there's no real in-between with him. So that, for me, is the concern coming into this game. If we see the same answers yesterday, Anders, this is going to be a fantastic game, I think. It's going to be really close. But if ENCE don't show up, as we saw at the MRQs at times, then it's going to be a bloodbath, I think. And that's kind of my concern coming into this game.
With you, and I'm sure ENCE knows. Didn't see no talking to Glaive. Yes, it seemed like he really disagreed that sometimes, you know, things. He did say that they had some unfortunate circumstances around the MRQ and everything else. So what exactly it's about, but I'm all been without, and they're in a better place mentally at the moment. That'd be nice to see if we can. But yeah, at the moment, part of the player I'm going to be watching for year out if he's going to have a consistent performance. Because without that, there is definitely a tougher space. There's just no doubt about it.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
Yeah, and I mean, unfortunately, still for a team like ENCE, right, that AWP is such a critical role, and also because it's not 100% clear if they have a real superstar in this team. So, you know, NA2 might be one of them. SDY has been playing pretty good, but we're not talking about the kind of, you know, like they don't have a Monacy or an Eco or somebody like that. And maybe that could be fine. I mean, maybe you don't need to, but the issue is that without that, you do need some kind of other power in here, right? You need another way to make it work. And consistency across the board is going to be that other power where if you can have NA2 and SDY and Poddy all showing up, you know, consistently, that might make a big difference. That might actually work out for them in the long run. We're going to find out in a couple of seconds whether or not that is the case. But before we get there, I think we have a Veto coming up. So we're going to get a chance to see what the battleground will look like here between the two teams. I don't know, do you have any strong preferences for maps you'd like to see in this one, Vince? Do you have any opinions?
I think, yeah, Inferno Dust 2 are the obvious bans. It's the insta-ban actually for both teams, Inferno, and then Dust 2 is a very poor map statistically with 12% win rate for BETBOOM, which is kind of surprising when you have Zorti on the team and Boomich, who are both capable AWPers. Nuke first pick doesn't really surprise me. I mean, ENCE are a solid team on this one. Both teams, I think, will want to float Anubis, so it could be a third map. It depends on how much BETBOOM have looked at some of these results and kind of got scared or not, considering that ENCE looked so good. But let's have a look here, Anders. I mean, it could be one of several maps, honestly. They have very shared map pool.
I feel like Anubis as a design map would be kind of interesting, just because what we said about ENCE, and you mentioned it yesterday too, and it's definitely true, right? They're really strong on it, so there is a potential carrot at the end of the stick, or whatever you want to say, for ENCE to try and get there. Quite cool to see that that's going to be the deciding map, but yeah, I'm not sad about this at all. Nuke as well getting picked up. We know that, you know, historically, somebody like Lave, when it comes to the IGLing side of it, like that's a map that he's going to feel comfortable calling really on both sides. So nice lineup. I really hope we get to see all three maps, because I think this could be a bit of a banging game. Do you lean somewhere at the beginning? Like I think we've outlined what needs to happen for ENCE to have a real chance. I mean, would you trust in that if you had to make a bit of a prediction here?
Man, I want to, right? Because Glave's such a legendary IGL. He's such a nice dude as well. And so, like, of course, I'm always going to hope that he does well. But at the same time, I can't fight the feeling of ENCE is so up and down, like we spoke about before, that I just can't believe that we're going to have that same level of performance. And also, I mean, no disrespect to 9 Pandas, but BETBOOM are a couple levels above them. So I'm not even sure that they, like, if players are teeing off, like we said, like Poddy, if he can get away with some of the stuff he was doing yesterday against, like, Zorti, Magnajez, Axel, etc. So I'm probably going to go with BETBOOM here. I also think that Nuke is a must-win map for ENCE. BETBOOM are very good on Mirage, which is second up, 71% win rate, but also the teams they're beating, they had a lot of success with it against, like, Fnatic, for example, back at the MRQ. So, personally, I think either ENCE win Nuke, or this could be a 2-0 to kick things off. If it goes to Anubis, bro, that's a coin flip. I want Anubis in my life as a third map decider between these two teams. It's going to be super fun.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned just now is maybe worth just dwelling on for a second, right? Poddy was one of the players that actually, you know, allowed ENCE to have such a great start, and it's great because the rest of the team kind of, you know, backed him up after a while, but having one player carry that much at the beginning, I mean, if that doesn't happen here, who knows what's liable to happen? I'm a bit concerned about that, and I probably would go on the side of BETBOOM as well if I was forced to make a choice, but I'm with you. Third map would be really, really exciting if we get onto Anubis. Well, we're going to start on Nuke, as you guys can tell. It'll be BETBOOM on that CT side and ENCE on the T side. So once again, big welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the semifinals at YaLLa Compass Spring 2025. And we're going to have a long day of Counter-Strike ahead of us, starting with the pistol round here. And already a bit of headway being made out in the yard. We're seeing that P250 making the cross. They're flashing their way around. They really want to speed this up and actually just making a deep run for it while the rest of them are running down below. So very hard right now for BETBOOM to make a good rotation. They know that there's a T down here, but what a headshot. Sorte clips Glaive, shoots him out of the sky, and suddenly it's a 4 versus 4, but the pressure's going to continue here.
Axel locking it down as well, and that's going to force ENCE away. Paying for this real estate with blood as the time being. Poddy, Naitu, and Kaspersky still alive, and they have managed to strut their way down onto the ramp, spotting a couple of pixels, but need to still execute off it. It was such an important kill. If it goes the way of Naitu, it opens up business, but instead, it just totally crushed them. So BETBOOM kicked things off, and it's a pretty solid pistol round, all things considered. 2 kills for Axel, 2 kills for Magnajez, so 2 of those big players activating early.
That's really impressive. I actually think if you put yourself in the mind space of BETBOOM in that round, it's very hard to figure out what's going to happen. You've got one player rushing towards hell. You've got the other 4 going down below. If you miss the rotation even a little bit, one of the T's could have snuck in behind enemy lines. It could have been a bit of a disaster, but it does make it easier when you're hitting these kind of shots, especially, like, you know, the first USP shot. It slows down the ENCE team a bit, but I like the idea for ENCE. I think you can see how it would be kind of hard to call the CT side once you lose track of the T side in the yard, but they did a fine job. Sortie looked like he's disconnected, so we might have a bit of a chance to, you know, catch our breath early on here, and just enjoy the fact that BETBOOM off to a decent start.
Yeah, and I guess we can kind of explore Nuke a little bit more between these two teams, seeing as we do have a bit of downtime, and we were kind of talking about a lot of different facets at the same time. The problem for BETBOOM for me on Nuke is, although they have won the map twice so far in this very tournament, 13-10 against Metisport and Nexus, which, you know, they're solid results. For the most part, they're playing against teams that you'd expect them to win against, and they're having struggles. Like losing to Apogee, for example, who, to be fair, have been pretty good lately and definitely turned a lot of heads. Spirit Academy is another one. 9 Pandas is another one. And some of these losses are like 13-6, 13-7, 13-4s. So this, for me, is a bit of a vulnerability, a bit of a weakness in their map pool. Yet to be seen, though, if they filled in those gaps or not. And that man on your screen, Boomich, like doing his work to try and really improve this map. But that's why I feel like, for multiple reasons, ENCE need to make sure that they capitalize on their choice here and they actually get some success. Because going through to Mirage, yes, we did see them win yesterday, convincingly against 9 Pandas, but I can't overstate how good BETBOOM are on Mirage. They're a really solid Mirage team, so I think this map has that extra sort of layer of pressure to it. Yeah,
I don't really disagree. And I mean, for ENCE right now, it's nice to see that they're all, you know, grouped up here. They've got probably a little bit more cohesion in that sense. NKJ behind them, obviously an enormous amount of experience in the coaching side of things too. So hopefully it all kind of comes together to make for a strong case here on Nuke. I don't disagree that for the second map, BETBOOM are definitely going to be the favorite team. So I'm curious if it'll play out for ENCE here. They will not really have a chance to do much without the bomb plant, so going to be straight back into it. Good to see that we could get Sortie back on the server without too much of a delay. Of course, in this environment, sometimes players will disconnect a little bit. We saw it yesterday. I think Shalfie was having quite a few problems there on the 9 Panda side, so a bit unfortunate. But yeah, this should be an easier cleanup. There is, I think, you know, one upgraded pistol here on the T side, so not too much danger.
Yeah, it should be pretty straightforward. Also, A1S is in long-range positioning, so should be getting the upper hand. Magnajez slightly off. It's not an easy kill by any stretch, though. Just a small pixel of the head protruding up, but does snatch the life away of the Pole. Kaspersky had some big moments yesterday, but so far has been silenced from the A1S. Spray from Exile is good, but needs some help. Maybe not. Maybe he can just do it all alone, but he's about to get pivoted in from the side, and there is Sortie, lending a helping hand and bodyguarding his teammate. So a 2-0, but more importantly than that, no casualties. BETBOOM's economy building nicely.
Such a small thing, right? But you look at Exile staying alive with 14 health on the back of that box, just knowing that his teammate was going to be there, or at least trusting that would happen. Look at how he's isolating himself from that fight for the longest time. You know, these are the small little details that if you accumulate enough of them over a half, they really make a difference. You know, if he dies, he has to rebuy the rifle and the armor and everything else. You know, losing one player in that last round wouldn't have been such a big deal for BETBOOM, but if you can avoid it, then, you know, more power to you in that sense. It'll be a third round. We've got some good weapons being brought out now from the ENCE side. I am seeing a couple of Galils, and there are basically 2 people without helmets on that CT side. So normally it's not a big deal if the CTs don't have any helmets because they're up against AKs, so we kind of agree that it's probably fine not to buy a helmet. But in some cases, it can absolutely backfire, and it's always hilarious when that happens. Yard flashed in for it there. Magno just not really seeing anyone. But I like the idea anyway. Try and see if you can catch somebody off guard. They have a little bit of utility still left on the BETBOOM side, and on the ENCE side as well. They're just waiting things out here towards the lobby. The bomb is going to be brought back in, so curious if we are going to be seeing some sort of crunch through Mini as well, because Kaspersky's in a position here where he could just drop down and try and take the fight as the rest of them are pushing Squeak and Hut.
Yeah, he has that quick rotation if the call comes through, but they also need to over pressure elsewhere on the map here so that he can activate in. And that's kind of what Glaive has gone for. He sacrificed himself for the greater good, as he so often does. but unfortunately, it is entirely backfired. Good trades back and forth, but it still favors BETBOOM as Natu tries to get the bomb down using that Molotov and the momentary advantage he has to get it in successfully and now one-on-one. And he knows that Zorti is up in heaven. He saw the trajectory of the grenade, but even though Zorti on 22 HP still snatches and snuffs out the life of Natu, and BETBOOM do get their third round, it is way closer. It could have gone either way, but the 3-0 is theirs.
Wow. I mean, the entry work kind of... It was there for ENCE, right? They had a couple of kills coming through Mini. It was really great work for Kaspersky. I'm really confused, because I think you're right. He should have known somehow that Sorty was up there, but it looked like Natu was doubting himself, and that's one of those moments where you almost wonder, is he getting comms from somewhere else? Is somebody saying, you know, he might be out already, or he's relocated, or whatever it was? Because it didn't seem like he was putting himself in a nice position to actually take that fight, or he wasn't trusting it enough, and ultimately gets shut down. Nice headshot, though, coming in from Sorte as well. It's BETBOOM barely surviving the round, but that is a massive round to be winning. Tech-9s are coming out. Mac 10 on Kaspersky here. We'll see if ENCE can put some speed behind this one and find some sort of cracking entry, because this is already looking a bit scary. Axile's picked up the AUG. Actually, so is Siren. Double AUG. I can't remember the last time I've seen that, Vince. That's interesting.
Like 2020, 2021 maybe, when the AUG meta was fully in play, yeah. You sometimes see like Carrigan picking it up on Dust 2 and Long.
Yeah.
A couple of players now picking it up on Train. It makes sense for those longer ranges. But yeah, I agree. 2 of them is... That's a bit of an odd one, isn't it? A bit of a head scratch, and we'll see if they get punished for it.
How cool would it be if we actually got to see the AUG a bit more in sort of regular Counter-Strike? Because you're right, there are a couple of players that we associate with it, and otherwise, for a lot of people, it's just sort of a bit of a gimmick weapon, but maybe there's something that we don't know about. I mean, the Krieg was the same way for a really long time until people realized it was sick, and then they had to nerf it, so...
Yeah, I remember Nico was just super stubborn as well. He's like, I'll never use that trash, and then he did, and then it got nerfed. just get wrecked.
Valve was just waiting for it. Just give it another week, see if he can't pick it up. MP9 back here. Oh, the grenade's actually pretty well timed. He's aware that someone could be coming out or up on the high ground, but the flashes are immaculate, and they are going to shut it down. The Magno just here, out in the open, not really afraid to take the fight. And look at the mechanics on him. Probably could have had that third one, to be honest, but didn't work out that way. They're going to get an AK picked up, and they will save the other AUG. So, all right, they lose one of them. It's a pretty expensive round, and honestly, for ENCE, it's a round that's probably good enough in terms of the kills that you can... You know, you can build a story into this one. You're going to be saying to yourselves, okay, listen, it was close enough that if we win some of these rounds now, they're going to run out of money pretty quickly, and we'll be right back in the half. So it's obviously not a good start for ENCE. There's no way that we can, you know, we can't lie that much. But I think there's probably a way to get back here.
And I think we've seen sort of glimpses, as you mentioned, the mechanical skill of Magnajez is just so good, like with precision. They did make it through 3-1 in the MRQs. Their only loss was to Namiga. Some notable wins against Saw in particular. So a team that is definitely hitting that right form at the perfect time. And I think they can do some damage, you know, at the Major, genuinely, in that Stage 1 bracket.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you can underrate these guys. Like, genuinely, if they show up and they're feeling it, they can get some serious wins. Night2, though, is going to open up the round.
4-on-5 to begin with. Obviously incredibly valuable to have some of those opening kills here, especially when you're starting to fall behind a bit. Yeah, the depth of the economy there on the CT side is not that much, so... Opportunity. They actually did rebuy into the second AUG. Yeah, that's very interesting to see. And they've got Boomich on the AWP, so... Picked up a sort of... Very curious. Now, for a while, they didn't have a real AWPer on BETBOOM, and it was just Boomich doing it, which was kind of interesting. Natu back at it again, though. We'll drop the AWP one more time. And Kaspersky's making his way to the high ground. They're going to discover that there's really nobody on that A-bomb site. So it could essentially already be a safe call here for BETBOOM. I'm not sure if it's worth doing much of anything. Just kind of save the rifles, because they're not going to have much to work with. Magnoges sticks around. I thought maybe he was just going to dive down the vent and escape. I feel like... It was probably never worth fighting for that 5-on-3. They must have known that they had no position to win any of these fights afterwards. So, curious to see them sticking around, but it'll be ENCE on the board now. And some of the work they put into the previous rounds paying off now, in the sense that the money is going to be very light on BETBOOM.
Exactly. They've been chipping away and chipping away. Even though the first 2 rounds were very clinical and pretty straightforward, there was that round that came down to the Night2 1v1 clutch against Zorti, which he ended up losing out to. with still 4 casualties, and although they can hold on to one of these rifles, there's going to be nade damage thrown in, charging them out. Now, ENCE need to be careful as well, because it's not as if their money is ideal either. They've lost a lot out of this, but they have weakened Siren off enough that the bomb will finish off the rest. So, just the one surviving player in exile, and that should be good enough for BETBOOM. And yeah, just to go back to your point about Boomich, it was back in Cloud9 where he was playing with Exile as well, where like for this, they had this really weird like roster where Hobbit was AWPing for a while, and then Boomich was AWPing, and there was always like this question mark, like, are they actually going to get a primary AWP or not? And then obviously at the start of this year, Boomich and Exile joined BETBOOM instead, and Zorti's been here since 2023, so it was just a really nice match. So well done by BETBOOM though to get this roster in play, but and showing us that the signs of life, man, they're not going to get completely steamrolled in this game.
Super important. A little bit of a potential move on top of the hut here. Mac 10 is making his way down, but Glaive is going to be so tempting. One good flashbang in, and he might have an opportunity. Doesn't know necessarily that Sortie is actually covering this line, so the flash would have to go pretty deep in the garage too for him not to get shot in the back. And so far, he's just happy to stick around and wait. His teammates have made his way down, so I guess if he can hold this position for a long time, it's going to be all right. They'll lose Kaspersky, and Poddy will get a shot in return. Not that bad. 4 versus 4 still. Glaive making the jump down finally, but unfortunately it wasn't deep enough inside of the smoke. Sortie is going to catch that kill. Okay, the Frenchman. He's got the AK out. Going to land the shot against the sniper at range. That's pretty sick. 3 versus 3, and about 45 seconds left, and now they're backing up towards the garage again. They have got the bomb picked up here, so I like this play, but it's very risky when you're this low on time. It could easily backfire.
Yeah, you're going to have to pick up the pace sooner rather than later, just shy of 30 seconds. And I believe the player in heaven, Exile, did just catch a glimmer of a player down in garage. So that is vital info. They still haven't moved in. Hence, you've got to start pressing forward. You don't have the luxury of time or the information that Siren is here. And you can hear him. You can see him just calling to his teammates, shouting to his teammates that they're pushing the site. And Exile with the AUG with a triple spray, showing us why maybe we should think about picking it up ourselves. He has sprayed to the AK, but it's a 5-1 score to BETBOOM.
I mean, great work with the AUG, obviously, and kind of a close round in some sense, but what I really appreciate, what I love about this round is the fact that Siren just stays put. I know it's a bit, you know, he didn't get any kills for it, but you wouldn't believe how often you see, even at high-level play, somebody wants to take a bit of a peek. When there's only 9 seconds left, they're running in there. Just staying alive is just so valuable, but they have to run back and check him. Whereas if he swings really early in that fight and dies, then for ENCE, it's a free pass to just cover the high ground and not worry about the bomb site itself. And maybe they do get the bomb plant and actually end up, with the chance to fight in the after plant. So I love the fact that Siren is just, he understands the mission and just stay alive, just don't die no matter what, or at least make them push all the way in there and waste another 2 or 3 seconds, which they don't have. And as a result, they can't really have any kind of a reasonable fight afterwards. So close ground nonetheless in terms of how many people are alive on BETBOOM. So the story sort of continues here, but for ENCE, it's hard to keep the dream alive. Every time they're going to be saying to themselves, listen, they have no money. If we win 1 round, then we essentially win 2, and we're right back in the game. Like, I guarantee that's what ENCE are telling themselves every time. And while that story, it's true, and it's nice to hold on to, at some point, you still feel like, yes, but at the same time, it's also 5-1. And this first half is slipping a little bit out of their fingers. So if they want to really make something off this low economy on BETBOOM, it has to be now.
Because it has been a slow start on a few players like Glaive is 0-6, some Young 1-5. It feels like it needs to be sooner rather than later. We saw them flub their opportunity last round, but Glaive is going to get on the scoreboard. Exile, his victim, with the Mac 10. And that opens up business on ramp if they should choose to go for it. Just making sure that they toss in a bit of utility there to allow them to clear out the close angles. You never know if it's a double stack. Now Poddy with that AK hasn't had many opportunities with the AWP because of the back and forth economy. Very capable rifler. Here is the problem that ENCE have had, though. We've seen it a couple of times. We've even discussed it. They start to get quite slow and quite downtrodden. The timing on that reload, though, could not have been worse. And ENCE will capitalize.
I was imagining stuff like, why is he reloading there? That just seems absolutely wild. Maybe it was just pure timing, but it felt like he could have done that in a much safer manner. kind of surprising. But yeah, this is exactly what they wanted. ENCE, they're going to pick up the round. They don't even lose that many players at the end. And unfortunately for BETBOOM, it's not a good look for them here. Boomich on 2 kills as well, but like you pointed out, I mean, the fact that SDY... Glaive, I'm less worried about him not... I mean, it's obviously great that he can get a couple of kills in this one, but SDY at 1-6, that's got to change. They do need him. He is one of the core players on this team when it comes to the frags. There's no way to deny that, so they can't have him lingering around down at the bottom of the scoreboard. Kaspersky's going to get the opening here, taking out McNotice, and so far so good. Pistols through the smoke, but no reason to really get panicked. Just leave it alone. Yeah, just don't even try it. I would just let it go. Stay as a group. Don't give them any AKs here. A little bit of discipline here on ENCE can go a long way.
It's like you highlighted, though. Effectively a 2-for-1 round, and ENCE are making the most of that. As only Exile and Zorti remain. I say only Exile. He's 10 frags and Zorti on 7. They're not far from having the entirety of ENCE covered by themselves, especially as Exile's just connected with the 5-7, down to 37 HP, but this can still be a sting. I mean, keep in mind, there's multiple players here that are a little bit low on finances. Sure, a couple are pretty solid and healthy at 3,000 plus. And there is a shank to Zorti. Oh, no. Oh, okay, ENCE, okay. I respect it, you know? Why not? You're 5-2 down, but get the knife out.
Yeah, a bit of comedy, you know, a bit of relief for the people. I do think it goes a long way. Exile. He's got the AK and hoping he carried into the next round, obviously. But yeah, 5-3. Again, if we just kind of, you know, if you just join the stream now and you just refresh the browser and you're tuning in, and you see this is you know, a 5-3 scoreline with, you know, ENCE got a bit of an economy, you know, BETBOOM just not quite enough money to really make it work here. You might think, oh, this is a totally open game. It's only because it was this kind of a weird start for ENCE, but there is definitely a way to still have something going for you. Look at it. NKJ, excited in the background there. We got some staff watching as well. All right, everyone in the ENCE camp, they're pretty excited. I like that. And A2 carrying a lot of the charge early on. 8 kills, I mean, Kaspersky on 7. If they can add SDY to this trio at the moment, then this will be a totally different team at the moment. Like you said as well, the party hasn't even had the money to buy the AWP yet. There's a lot of pieces that haven't been put into play yet for the ENCE side. Maybe they can. Nice flashbang to run through, though, and they will lose SDY. He's having a real tough morning, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, he is. Kaspersky, though, is loving life. 11 frags, hot off the back of a knife kill. Put that stiletto straight in the back of Zorti. And Exile feeling worse for wear. It is going to be a 5-4 scoreline. Padding the stats a little bit, 14 HP, so Kaspersky just wants to sit back and wait. But I agree with you, man. Like, Nighty seems like the kind of player that starts a lot of games quick. Yesterday on Anubis, he had like a 3k in the pistol and a 4k in the second round, I want to say, like 7 frags. And he really built a solid foundation that ENCE made the most of and kind of carried them through that first half. So he is a guy that typically starts really strong. A lot of early impact. That's great news. Like, how many times, especially with French players, by the way, over the years, when you think of all these French rosters, were they historically like a team that started super slow and didn't really get rolling until a map had already like kind of finished? So to have a Frenchman in your team that's actually just popping off and going huge in the early stages, hell yeah.
Yeah, I think he's still a little bit underrated in A2, but we'll see. The world is going to open their eyes at some point. Wow, this is crazy. Kaspersky coming up with a couple of great headshots, and Exile trying to see if he can recover the round, and he will. The rifle work really working out for him. It's going to be a double kill on that M4, and somehow they've recovered the round a bit. Now, Poddy's going to make his way down, I think, the vent to try and plant the bomb. Going to make sure that nobody follows him, and Kaspersky... he's up here hoping to catch a rotation. It's actually a really sick idea. It'd be very hard to read for Exile or anybody else. Oh, they're coming back up the vent again. That's potentially risky, but so far so good. ENCE playing a bit of a mind game here, and honestly, it looks like they're on top of things. Exile is going to walk straight through the smoke, and oh, you can't see that coming. He should have been dead. Exile, what a risky play. Now he's got the Molotov out. He's trapped in the hut and almost panic firing that one. Very good work for Kaspersky, but in all truth, that could have been BETBOOM winning the round almost then and there.
Yeah, no doubt. Maybe Zorti can pick up the slack here. They'll know one of these players is low at least. They can see him frantically looking for information, spins around. Looks like he's got super high sensitivity, but obviously works for him. HE down from the heavens. I think he knows where both players are, but that really is only a small fraction of the problems he's facing off against, because one of those contingents, the low and weakened Poddy, is wrapped around into the squeaky door. Molotov down, and no defuse kit equals his demise. But I agree with you, Anders. There was a minute left on the clock where he tried to deny the bomb plant, and it's like, I kind of understand the thought process, but the downside is, if there's like 5-10 seconds left, you just win the round off that risk. With a minute to go, you leave your teammate in a horrible position.
True.
And maybe he was just feeling himself, because he's the only reason they were even still in the round in the first place. We can see here as he dies, there's 54 seconds left. Zorti with no kit and no grenades really didn't do him any favors.
Yeah, that was a really rough for Sorty to do anything with. And look at the turnaround. Look at what's happened as a result. Now it's a 5 versus 5 and or a 5-on-5 scoreline here, and we'll see if they can do anything in the ramp room, trying to push their way through. It's Sorty to go down early on. Magno just burns a lie of the glaive. Elsewhere on the map, it's just Axel here with the 5-7. Interesting position to stick around in. You can see how hard it is to control these angles for him. Gonna give it a shot. Natu flashed in on the side, and Axel, ooh, he's been spotted as well. They're going to call it out. I like it. You said it earlier. Axel at one point considered probably a top 5 rifler in the world, and there's really good reason why. If you missed that era of CSGO, which I guess it's been a minute now, you've got something to look forward to, because Axel has actually been slowly recovering his form, and there's a long way to recover it all the way, but you can get a sense of how sick he could be. Going to get the kill on Poddy here. Actually coming back with the 5-7 even after being discovered, which is a bit cheeky. 3 versus 3 now, and 50 seconds on the clock. And for ENCE, this is a must-win round. These are the easier rounds that you fought really hard for to get, and if you give them back, it's a disaster. Glaive goes down to Boomich, and what have we got? SDY and Natu, and again, SDY's had such a hard time getting anything done in this game so far.
Yeah, still kind of been stalled, and that's what makes this such an impressive combat, because without one of their most tenured and experienced players, Siren though with a 5-7, a lot of damage also inflicted. This would be a great moment for SDY to show us why we expect so much of him. Smoke down, not ideal though, forces him out into the open, only 10 seconds on the clock, and they're circling him like a couple of hungry sharks. And although SDY maybe best Spoomich, it's Axel from the back that takes him down, and BETBOOM regain the lead, around with 5-7s and deagles.
So rough, isn't it? It's really good work, though. BETBOOM just clear on the mechanics. You could see the 5-7 coming in a couple of times here. Siren getting another kill for it. Yeah, such a sick pistol. We all know it. We keep saying it. It probably is a little bit overpowered. And yet every time you see it, it's a bit of a delight, isn't it? But yeah, for ENCE, so much hard work to get into such an advantageous position, and you end up slipping up just a little bit. It's not bad. The 5 rounds in the first half, ENCE can recover it. They're in the game. It's not like they've just lost the map now, but it's just a sour feeling when you know that you could have at least had 6 and might have even had a good shot here to get 7 on the board. It's Kaspersky getting 1. Unfortunately, they're going to lose Natu right afterwards. Boomich catching him, trying to get down the vent. And we're in a 4 versus 4. With the bomb trying to make its way down towards the site really early on. I don't know what Boomich is doing, but he's going to get shot in the back. Molotov to stop the rotation. Siren runs right through, and that's going to hear the singe on the other side there. Siren gets caught. A lot of mistakes, I think, being made in this round, unfortunately, for BETBOOM. Leaves Sorte on his own, but absolutely no chance to win this one.
No, this feels like it's pretty much a done deal for the half, and it will finish all tied up, 6-6. Zorti is being smothered, restricted, flashed, blinded, and perforated by bullets. 46 HP separating him and his demise, and Glaive will put him down. He was at one stage 0-6, now 5-8. And I agree with you. You know, you said it's not really about him getting frags. We saw him sacrifice himself multiple times for Kaspersky to drive off those main drops. He ends the half on 16 kills, by the way. So Glaive showing that it's not all about the kills. It's about the impact, it's about the misdirection. There's a lot of different facets to Counter-Strike. 6-6 for the score, though. I think ENCE will be pretty happy, considering at one point this was a 4-0 score in favor of BETBOOM.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's a very good turnaround, and it's an easy story for ENCE to tell themselves going forward too, right? You're going to be saying, hey, listen, bad start, great recovery. We're ready for the second half more than they are. And now they're escaping. They've left. Okay, well, that's great. It's just you and I, Vince, I suppose.
Oh, Kaspersky sat there like, "Where, guys? Where's the team gone?"
Hello,
He's talking to himself.
we do still have more work to do. Okay, you guys stick around. Listen, I appreciate it. It's like a half work day kind of guy. You know, you just go for lunch and then you just don't come back to work. It's actually a bit underrated. You could do it more than you guys recognize. You know, I used to do it like when I went to a technical school, I think it's called in Denmark, where you learn to do like coding and basic stuff like that. It's a real long time ago. Went to lunch. I just went home. I was like, I can't be here anymore. I'm leaving.
A similar thing happened when one of my first jobs I had. I worked in a local city council, and this is how old we are, Anders. We used to have like actual physical filing cabinets, you know, with like actual documents.
Yeah.
Things called paper, I hear it was called. Some ancient Greek stuff. And because they would give me so much and I'd finish it early, I'd just go to sleep in there for like 3 hours. It was brilliant.
Sick. I love it.
Just easy work.
Listen, you know, finding ways to cheat at work is one of the great pleasures of life. You know, it's kind of an underrated thing. It really is. Should be done more. I think one of the jobs I had, I did install World of Warcraft on like a virtual machine, and then I just kept it, booted up in the background. So every once in a while I'll be like, listen, let me just go and let me play a bit of World of Warcraft, and then we'll get back to the work in a second.
Based.
I'm sure that's got to happen all the
based.
time, you know.
That's so based, man. Which expansion are we talking, or are we talking classic?
Oh, you would have been Burning Crusades, I think, wouldn't it? I think it would have been a little bit later on.
Classic, bro.
Yeah.
Sick.
Good times. Those were the times, weren't they? But yeah. And unfortunately, we have video cameras right in the office, so we actually know when they're skipping out on work. There's no excuse, you know. We've got the banged rights here, unfortunately. So we're going to send a letter to the ENCE, administration. We know not to. We'll send them a message later on and say, I don't know if you know this, but your guys, they're only playing half the game. What's up with that?
Yeah, we're so happy with that half that he just said, you know what, peace. I'm going to go celebrate.
And we're out. Maybe SDY needed like a stern talking to. They're like, listen, buddy, this isn't good enough. We're just gonna need more from you. And like, I mean, to be honest, he has been playing so well in general that it has been surprising to see him not step up more than he currently is. So hopefully that'll be more of a feature of the second half. They can bring him back into action. Because I think that they're gonna need him, right? They're not gonna be able to, I think, defeat BETBOOM without him doing a lot better.
Mate, is that just a random cactus behind Zorti, by the way?
Yeah.
I just caught that. He's just a cactus, because why not?
He's like that minimalist lifestyle. Just no paintings, no nothing. Just one cactus just to kind of, as a statement, but you never need to water it or anything. I can appreciate that.
The thing is, if he gets tilted and, flies backwards, he could end up just stabbing himself. That feels like a hazard, like a work hazard. And anyway, we're live again. Hence now on the CT side.
I wonder what kind of, maybe it's one of the fun cacti that you eat it and exciting things happen. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe there's a hidden reason there. Regardless, maybe if he stabs himself with it, he'll get superpowers, like a weird kind of like cacti man. Is that a thing instead of Spider-Man?
What would his superpower be? Like firing like spikes at people or something?
Yeah, little quills or something like that. Or he never has to drink anything. He can just stay hydrated. That's his superpower. Always hydrated. Anyway, Kaspersky coming in with some sick dually action. 3 kills as they were occupied looking elsewhere. Siren trying to recover the round here, but how could you realistically do that? You could see a really good job on ENCE as well. Ducking down, avoiding the fight. Not because they're scared, but because they're smart. And I think that's you want to see this. You can see it Glaive as well. Why take the fight? It's not worth it. It's a 2 versus 5. If you fight them and give them the opportunity, then there is a way back into the round for BETBOOM. But if you do what they did here, which is very, very relaxed, then there's never going to be a chance back. So really good stuff here. Siren out in the yard. Down to the last 4 bullets. Going to get a chance for some more battles here, but eventually ENCE should close this one out.
Yes, sir. Loved the way that they popped up. And they also, I believe, sent a player towards main, making a lot of noise running around, which is what drew away the crosshairs of the 3 players that Kaspersky was able to devour and gobble up to get those frags. So very well played by ENCE. And I think we're seeing more signs as these maps continue on that Glaive has clearly got a lot of ideas, as you'd expect from an IGL of his kind of experience and his veterancy. But yeah, you could see that they were looking through the smoke, maybe anticipating a player was going to push them from the side, and none of them were looking at Secret. Now that's definitely an oversight, definitely a mistake. But Kaspersky's aim's still really on point.
Yeah, but I think it's worth criticizing. You're right. That's something you don't want to see that many people, and nobody is fully ready for it, or they didn't have the utility either. It's a pistol round, but you know, still, if you're going to leave that open, you've got to be aware that it could be disastrous. 7-6 now. Flash is coming through. Glaive calling it out already. The MP9, great position for it. It's going to be Kaspersky getting most of the kills because he's having kind of a sick game at the moment. A triple for him, 22 overall. Really nicely done for the Polish lad.
That's wild. Like, especially with MR12, it feels like we don't really hit 30s in regulation that much anymore.
Yeah.
But he's on track. It feels like 25 kills is basically 30 at this point. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it, though, does it? But, like, he's on point right now. Like, he could actually just drop a 30 bomb. He's been playing phenomenally well. A huge piece, an X factor as to why they got back into this. It was 4-0 at one point. It was 5-1 then, also to BETBOOM.
Yeah.
So this last sort of 10 rounds has been incredibly one-sided.
Yeah, you're right. We do need a better way to do the 30 bomb. That was the hallmark for when you were having a sick game in MR15. But you're right, at MR12, it obviously can't be this. I mean, we could still just leave it at 30 and it just would somehow be even sicker. But it's just so rare that it does feel like we're missing out a bit. Potty taking down MagnoJest and actually realizing there's nobody else out in the yard either. That's an insane amount of tactical information to rotate around with. You could see SDY trying to get the incendiary down. Unfortunately, he's just a second too late, so they are going to push in front of it. And I'm shocked to see him coming back for this fight. I don't really want him to do that. He's going to take Axile down, so maybe I'm wrong and it's worth it, but it seems like a big risk. Potty goes down. SDY will get another one in return. Still a 2 versus 3, and ENCE. Okay, there we go. Natu taking care of things, and they actually will be pushing in. But that push from the ramp, I think they could have done with the rest of the team from Dark when they were still alive up there, and it probably would have worked even better. So, yeah, good round for ENCE. No, I'm not getting too critical, I hope, but there was a chance there that they could have given some more real estate back to BETBOOM, I think.
The thing is, though, that was ENCE's effective bonus buy. Like, they had a bunch of MP9s. That was a full rifle round on BETBOOM, so I think ENCE will be very happy. They've got an AK in play. Sure, Glaive is still on a MP9, but it's a half buy coming up here. So ENCE are in a commanding position. They're looking like they are going to take us to Mirage at a 1-0 up, which we were both kind of in agreement with. Really needed to happen. Even though I had a good map yesterday on Mirage, Kaspersky continues to twist the knife. He's done it quite literally in this game, and now with the AK, but MagnoJest is going to keep them honest. What? Kaspersky, he's just so full of confidence, so full of adrenaline, pushing by himself and nailing everybody, has control over the bomb. Spray is good for another kill, and now it allows the rest of it to get in position. This round basically just over.
What do you do, Vince, when you're up against somebody who just refuses to lose? He just won't give them anything. 26 kills. What an absolute sicko. I think. Oh, see, Axel looks dejected. He's like, "Oh my god."
I think I figured out why SDY just left, because he's like, "Yeah, Kaspersky's good. He doesn't need us. One-man army right now. I can just go chill. I can just take a drink and watch the game actually from somewhere else."
Oh,
understandable.
They were going to do the run boost. That would have been cool. They could have got up on the high ground there, but failed unfortunately. It's all good. ENCE now commanding lead for them. 4 rounds. They've got the economy under control. Everything seems to be working, and Kaspersky just relentlessly murdering them wherever he goes. This time, Siren, the unfortunate victim, and again, he's pushed up in front, so he's putting a lot of pressure on BETBOOM to just kind of move forward with a lot of pace here. You have to do something on the T side. You've lost all the map control, so just pushing down here is the only option. Unfortunately, ENCE know that as well. They're already making the rotation to try and get here. MagnoJest in the observation room, and he's going to get at least a little bit of damage in there. Potty and SDY fighting their way back, and it somehow turned into a 2 versus 2, and there's a lot of time left, so a winnable round for BETBOOM. And honestly, if they want a chance to get back into this game, they really need this round.
Yeah, they do really desperately require this. 2 players are weakened, but Potty feeling a little bit worse. 25. They did tickle the bomb, draw out the shot. Oh, Kaspersky, the way he's playing, you kind of anticipate him to get that kill. May seem harsh, and all of the wall bangs not far off, no kills forthcoming, and therefore it seems like they have agreed, Anders. They have agreed this round was of the utmost importance, and they will close it out. It's at great cost to 3 players, but they keep themselves in this game.
Huge, absolutely huge. BETBOOM coming away with something, and that's in spite of, again, the fact that they were almost herded down. This kill from Kaspersky is what forces them down to the B bomb side, and I guess from ENCE's point of view, it sort of feels like if they just stuck around towards the ramp there, they would have had a good chance to just lock BETBOOM in. But I think they were hoping for a timing fight in the window, and I can't really blame them too much. It just didn't work out this time, unfortunately. Nice round from BETBOOM, absolutely necessary here. Could see the economy was otherwise going to be way too low for them, and probably ENCE would have been up to 12 rounds. So not at all bad. It's going to be one more buy coming out from the ENCE side of things, and they will have the AWP on party. We've seen, not the same level as yesterday, but again, it's also tricky because Kaspersky's just, he's essentially devouring so many kills that there aren't maybe too many left for party to do a lot of work. So, but now he's on the CT side. It could be a bit different. That yard and the ramp control, it could be sick to see him get back to something like yesterday.
Bro, coming into this round, Kaspersky has 9 multi-kill rounds. That is... Gee. There's 11 in total for BETBOOM, to put that in perspective and context. Guy is just having a life game right now. This is insane. They have lost body, though. You highlighted that he's got the AWP, and can he have that same impact we saw on Anubis in particular yesterday? Well, the answer for this round is a resounding no. And if BETBOOM were to pick this up, then they're in the fast track to bringing us back to an even keel. Like, it could get super close at a 10-9 kind of score. So Kaspersky, once again, trying to feed the hot hand, but he's going to get caught in the side. He has no idea about Siren's presence. And there is definitely a case of getting a little bit too ahead of yourself. You've had a great game, but he felt compelled to try and make a play, and it's entirely backfired.
That's probably always going to be a line that's almost impossible to find, right? Because when you're playing that well, you also, you want to really strike when the iron is hot, right? You want to keep going as much as you can, and at some point you're going to find that limit where now it is officially too much, and they figured it out, and they're kind of, you're going to get punished for it. But until you actually find that, it's almost like if you don't do it, you're also letting your team down. This was definitely, you're absolutely right. Like, they knew that he was going to do that, and they were so ready for it. Glaive trying to be real sneaky, but kind of just way ahead of it. Good work, and obviously round going to be won. It already is here from BETBOOM. A2 and SDY already in a save mode, just going to be walking away from this one. They don't have a lot of money left either on the CT side, so to be honest, I mean, this game just opened up quite a bit again. Nuke has really delivered. This is really cool because, I mean, for those of you who were here yesterday, some of the quarterfinal maps yesterday that we saw, unfortunately, were pretty one-sided. We really only had one good game towards the end there on Ancient, which was, admittedly, was a really sick game with overtime and everything, and that was cool to see. But this one, I think we're starting up really well here at the semifinals with BETBOOM. I'd say with a legitimate chance to get it back and actually win Nuke now if they can keep this going.
Yeah, both teams showing up to the server. I was a bit concerned for ENCE to kick things off. Zorti, though, with a lovely shot onto Naitu, which is going to really make that weakened economy break realistically. SDY trying to hide in the smoke to keep himself alive. They have the right ideas. Boomich comes around, preemptively spraying in the angles, but SDY will punish him. And he's slowly but surely kind of churned his way up to a 13-11. Had a very rough first half. They're now making a real go of it. But I'm kind of curious to see what they're going to go for into this one, because it's going to be 1M4 and basically pistols. Maybe some kind of lobby crunch and outside play. No HGs, though. Typically, we'll see that 2 or 3 players pick up a HG if they're going to rush outside. So it could be a lobby crunch coming up.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. They definitely can work. Even with much less weaponry, all it takes is one strong opening shot, and it can all unravel. Siren, though, in a really strong position here. Could see he's checking it, and they are well aware. They've got so many people here, so they might have been thinking the same thing you did, Vince, which is there is a chance. It's on the forecast for a potential lobby crunch. And they'll slow it down, try and take a bit of a look, and right now, ENCE are just nervously waiting. SDY, he's got that M4 in hand, but there's nobody for him to fight outside. He is looking for it. They're just not giving him any real opportunities at the moment. There might be one on the silo, so Maybe he could. That would probably be the way to really get into this round, if SDY could find a couple of shots out there, but it's Sorte, I think, who's up on the silo looking for him. So we'll see. So far, nobody coming his way. They do have Molotovs as well. They have one Molotov. So if they wanted to clear this position, they definitely can.
I think Ence going to be happy with how this round started, though. Like, I was going to say, if SDY can find a timing and like shut down a player or two, then it was definitely in their wheelhouse. But instead, with 35 seconds, Zorti's starting to open up his account for 2 more frags. And it seems as if these pistols will not get too much success, if any at all. Siren positioning up in the lobby, watching for the rotations, and would have heard one player jump up onto the ladder at very least. And now a second player coming through right next to him. This Knight has no idea. He is going to be a dead man. And Kaspersky has had a phenomenal map with the Deagle. Oh, surely not 2 knives in the same map. Like, come on now. Okay. I guess the only thing that saves Zorti from that is that he jumped up onto a different angle. And so Kaspersky just guaranteed the Deagle frag. But 10-9 the score. This is getting real close.
Yeah, I think we're right back into this one. And a big reason why, it seems at the moment, is the fact that Sorte is hitting some nice shots with the AWP. Might not be the most spectacular flicks, but he's pretty consistent in getting kills like these. And that's all you need sometimes. Just, you know, a couple of nice frags coming out with the AWP. And under some pressure all of a sudden here. And with the economy, you can see they're lacking some of the utility. They got the MP9 on Glaive. I don't really hate it, but on the utility front, it could be a bit of an issue. Some speed being put into the A-bomb site now as they're rushing it down. And with the flashes from Sorte going through the ceiling, it's a huge double opening coming through. And ENCE, they're going to be saving right away. It's not a question. You can't fight this, so that's a quick round.
Love the call, knowing that ENCE were just off the back of buying and maybe missing out on a couple of key grenades here or there, mixing up the pace and catching them off guard. And the issue for me here is, it often is the case, is when one player is having an amazing performance individually, but nobody else is really showing up. What happens if that guy begins to get a little bit quiet? What happens if BETBOOM in particular are able to shut him down? This is something that Astralis historically were great at themselves. When they used to play against the likes of Simple, they had the perfect ways of closing him down, not allowing him to really get started in games, like choking him out, like making it really constrictive for him. And so if BETBOOM can kind of funnel their way into just getting rid of Kaspersky early on the round, or forcing him into like these weird retakes, then who else from ENCE is realistically posing a threat right now? Like, you got a couple players that are doing okay, but most of the heavy lifting here has been on one man's shoulders, and he can't do it all by himself.
Yeah, that is always going to be the weakness of having one player that's popping off like that. And we saw for ENCE yesterday, that was potty, at least for some of it. But the upside to that was, all it really did was it paved the way for more players to join him behind potty. So it wasn't just him alone. He kind of, you know, managed to drag more people with him. I guess SDY is on a bit of a recovery mode at the moment. He seems to be slowly improving, but yeah, you can sense the potential weakness here. Timeout called. ENCE want a chance to discuss exactly what's going on at the moment, but yeah, they're in a bit of a rough state. Tied up game, the money looking a bit all over the place, and BETBOOM waking up a little bit more. And honestly, I think that's kind of nice to see as well. They had such a good lead in the first half, and to see them kind of slip up a little bit and let ENCE back into the game, that could have been a sign for worry as well. But mentally, they look like they're right back on track, and I don't know, might even be favored to win. Just looking at the money here for the ENCE side, that's something that should worry you. Running straight down, Magno just wants the opening fight here. It's going to be SDY on the other side. He gets the first one and just running to try and escape. They're really hunting for him. And somehow he gets to live. Glaive is here with the USP, but honestly, that's not bad work. He's done some damage to Axile as well, and it'll slow down BETBOOM. Nice move from SDY.
It seems like such a small thing, Anders, but how many times do you see a player get a kill and then stay there and be like, screw it, I'm getting 2 or 3. They die a 1-for-1, and it instantly puts the pressure on the rest of the CTs. Like, the fact that SDY had the clarity and chaos to get the 1 kill, couple of bullets, land on a second player, and then back out and try and bait them into that vent player that had rotated down. That's the difference between a guy of his kind of composure and your average pro player. I know it seems like such a basic thing, but so many players fall into that trap.
Yeah, I think it's definitely true. Guy that I work with for Skybox There's a former Source IGL called Gravity, Danish guy. He said one of his defining characteristics when he's looking at new players and, you know, their skill is basically looking for if they can figure out when not to fight. And I think that's like a nice way to encapsulate that whole idea, because it is just so critical. Sometimes, yeah, it's great to take all the fights, but knowing when to disconnect from them is so important. And definitely SDY getting a chance to fight again now. Unfortunately, they're going to be losing Glaive and Natu down in the site below. BETBOOM really taking their time. After that initial engagement, they slowed the game right down. They didn't want to rush into anything crazy, and it's actually worked out for them. Looks like they've had a chance to really compose themselves. It's going to be Axal taking down Kaspersky. And for Poddy and SDY, the best call here is absolutely to save the weapons. But doesn't change the fact that SDY still bought them a chance to get into the game by winning that early fight and staying alive. So yeah, everything we said still pretty much holds true here. It's going to be BETBOOM, though, up at 11 rounds. So getting much closer to a victory. And like we said, because Mirage is the second map, this is a really terrifying idea for ENCE. If they lose this map, they might not get to Anubis at all.
Right, yeah. Mirage is... It's a pretty scary map. BETBOOM very comfortable, very solid on it. And in that last round, you could even forgive SDY if he stood his ground and tried to get as many kills as possible, because it's a round where they don't have that many primary weapons. They had an open 2M4s. I think Glaive was on like a USP. Other players on like a 5.7 or a Deagle or something like that. So you could even say like, okay, if you feel like you can get that early impact, you can get a couple of kills, maybe even 3, then that's the kind of comeback mechanism that maybe ENCE can exploit, but again, just backs off, and it's all about the bigger picture. It's what I really love about watching SDY. He's such an intelligent player. You can see his decision-making as it's happening, and more often than not, it makes perfect sense. BETBOOM, though, after looking kind of dead and buried, I remember you vividly saying, Anders, at 10-6, they have to win this round or they're screwed.
Yeah.
Since then, they've won the last 5 in a row, and now have the lead once more.
I think that's such a... It's such a great quality to have as a team, that you could be, you know, 4 rounds down, you win 1 critical round, and it revitalizes everything, and they're right back on track. Everybody knows what to do. That's such a good sign for the future, because there are going to be games when you end up, you know, 4 or 5 rounds behind, and you have to make a bit of a comeback, and having the strength to do it makes all the difference. Magnet is going to be going down. It's Kaspersky finding his 29th kill, just 1 away from the 30. It's going to be a nice little flick here for Poddy up on top of the high ground. And Kaspersky swings back in for it. It's a lot of bullets, but he'll get the job done. Axal dies, and Sorte is not long after going to hit the dirt. It's nobody even going down. A lot of damage there onto 3 of the players for ENCE, but they actually all survived. Now 11-11 tied up. This game, it's really delivering now. There's money on BETBOOM. Overtime is definitely on the cards right now if we can keep this going. But Kaspersky, I mean, he had a little bit more in him. We said, like, what if he runs out of energy? Well, he's got some more left in the tank, Vince.
He's on 30 kills of 130 ADR. And we're moving into the very end of the map. I mean, this is an absurd stat line by anyone's standards. Zaiwu, Nico, Monesi would be delighted with this kind of a performance. It's such a ridiculous game from Kaspersky, and it's kind of telling and almost sad that his team is still 11-11. This is the kind of score you'd expect to see somebody like basically 13-7 win. Instead, though, the shutdown nearly in the back, but the smoke is in the eyes. SDY still gets his man alongside Naitu, and BETBOOM, they're struggling. 2 players down already, trying to make moves around and ramp, but Poddy's missed. You can see NK's reaction says it all. Hands on his head. He had to land it, and that's now put them in a really awkward position.
It absolutely has, but you know what? He's actually buying a lot of time. I think he knows he's probably going to die here, and look at it. Natu gets the kill on Axal just because Poddy refuses to die. What a frustrating scenario there for BETBOOM. They know he's back there. They know that he's definitely dead, and he knows it as well, but somehow he just refuses. He just doesn't have the courtesy to actually go and die, and as a result, he lives through it somehow. And now it's a 2 versus 3, and Poddy still being there. That's so crazy. But the bomb is planted anyway. BETBOOM suddenly with a chance to maybe revitalize the round here. The gun barrel is showing. Easy kill for Siren to take down Poddy. It's going to be a bit of a return. The Frenchman's dropped Siren, and now it's all on Sorte. He's got no chance. Doesn't get the angle right. He assumes he's going to go for a bit of a swing, but he was still waiting for him. So, ENCE, they pick up the round. It's 12-11, and it's a really, really fine job for them.
I think NKJ just lost like 5 years of his life after watching Poddy miss that shot. It forced rotations out, which allowed them to get onto the side. Nicely attempted by Siren, but there's just too many bodies to contend with. And so ENCE will have map points. I believe a bye will be forthcoming, though, so it's not going to be an easy final round. Of course, there's always going to be a bye coming, but I mean with AKs and Poddy's frustrated at himself there, I think.
Nato got 4 kills in that round as well. Really, really cool. 12 to 11. And, alright, no AWP in play on the T side, but otherwise, looks like they're going to be in a decent position to do something here. They need the round for overtime, and no reason to think they can't do it. Pushing real close here. Glaive going to set it up, look for somebody on the other side. Siren ducked down behind the wall. Poddy's going to disengage from the ramp position. Realizes they're already pushed up. What a nice find. Siren drops Kaspersky of all players. That's the super weapon dead and gone. And now he's trapped in the corner. SDY will take him down. But Glaive actually walking in. This could be a sick timing, but somehow Sorte is ready for it. I thought Glaive at least had a chance there to get 1, maybe even 2. And now they're a man down, and overtime is looking very likely all of a sudden.
55 seconds. Well, though Sorte is low, yeah, they have so many forward positions. Poddy's going to try and get aggressive. Does land the flick. So Boomich sent packing. I just love NKJ's reactions, man. Like, he's just so into the game, of course. And now Naitu, 4 kills in the last round, but nothing in this. SDY has been entirely avoided, entirely bypassed. And BETBOOM should have the easy plant downstairs. Can SDY pick up this 1v3?
I was about to say, Boomer just got 6 kills in regulation. That's not a lot to work with, but I guess just like with Glaive, maybe it just doesn't matter. It's up to the rest of them to make this one work. 1 versus 3, and Axal is there to catch him already. We're going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen, and what a great way to do it as well. Fantastic work for BETBOOM. They really were quite far behind at 10-6 at one point, and then they managed to bring their way back. Fantastic work for Axal with 20 kills in regulation, Sorte with 17. It's a real team effort coming in. And a round like this one with Siren, even if it's a 1-for-1 trade on him, it's a lot of space to take up for the CT side. They're really going to be nervous about a round like that one. So, yeah, here we go. It's a semifinals as well. I think we deserve something like this, especially with some of the quarterfinal games yesterday. So I'm here for it.
No doubt, but the players will know it's going to be a very long day.
True.
Because, of course, they have to wait for the next best of 3 to finish, and then they'll be in the grand finals. So they, of course, want to get this one done as fast as possible. Not expend too much mental energy into this game. And like you say, going into OT, I mean, it's great for us, great for the neutrals. Not so much for the players. Kaspersky, though, is going to kick off OT as he left off in regulation. Is up to 31 kills. Shot misses from Poddy. Is struggling a little bit in this game. The Kaspersky is keeping them interested on the rooftop as he's burning alive. Axal puts him out of his misery. And now SDY gets aggressive, finds Axal when he has a Molotov out.
You need to take that risk, unfortunately, there. Axal not ready for it, but very nicely done for SDY. They were in a 4-on-3 for just a couple of seconds, and if you don't make a proactive play, then BETBOOM have a chance to cool down the round, and we've already seen that when the round slows down, BETBOOM are really good at making some of these decisions. Out in the yard, though, no smokes to cross, and Nato, big opportunity for him to actually pick up that kill, but he's stuck around, and Sorte comes back in to blow him out of the sky. It's going to be SDY and Poddy now. No, none of them down below. So the bomb, very likely to get planted here. ENCE, what a tough position. How do you retake this? One of them with the AWP? Almost got to wonder if Poddy can't find a better weapon to go for the retake.
The only saving grace is they haven't actually planted the bomb yet, so this could effectively get down into a 2v2 momentarily when they do go in for it. SDY not firing off any shots. It's going to be a shooting gallery. He's denied the bomb plant. No, he hasn't. It just went down the nick of time. I thought he'd done it. Siren still has a chance. They don't know his position. It stands to reason. Maybe control room, maybe double doors. He may get the drop on one of these two. They need to start making moves over onto the site. SDY is giving them a real chance, a real opportunity. But Siren, who has been pretty solid over the duration of this map, one of the top fragging players on BETBOOM, is locked behind the door. But Poddy, he's had his struggles. Flash comes through, takes the shot, but Siren just has to waste the time on the clock right now. Oh, goes back in with a kick. It's going to be incredibly close. I'm not sure Poddy has this one, though. Oh, just a matter of milliseconds away, and Siren seals the deal.
That is a bitter loss for ENCE after that huge double kill. Like you said, very nearly denying the bomb plant altogether. They probably thought they had that one 2 versus 1. Look at SDY here. From such a miserable start for him to being able to pull it back and actually performing at a really high level. It's sick individually for him. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough tools either. If they had a smoke or anything like that, they could have put so much more pressure on that last player on the T side, and they just didn't quite have it. NKJ a little bit frustrated, and you can totally understand why. It's close. It's real close here. But BETBOOM winning the first round in overtime. And, yeah, deep breath here. Timeout been called. Of course, you get another one in overtime. It's one of the things that sort of gets refreshed. So, hopefully, we can see ENCE finding a way back into this one. Because it's been a bit of a struggle. Like I said, 10-6 at one point. And now we're up to 13-12 in favor of BETBOOM. It's been a very nice recovery for them.
It's been a real roller coaster. Because BETBOOM have had vast leads and then vast deficits. But all that matters is how you finish the map off. They have the advantage, super close. I know some people will be questioning why SDY didn't shut down the bomb planter first and then the secondary player, because of course if he kills the bomb planter and then dies himself, it puts his teammate in a really bad spot in a 1v2 deficit. So he was playing the numbers, just didn't quite work out in the end.
SDY looking to take some aggressive fight here. Very unfortunate that he doesn't get the kill on Magno. That looked like it was a easy pickup. Smoke obstructing his crosshair, maybe just a little bit, but still. Got plenty of time left. Glaive on the one side, Siren on the other, and they're actually crunching the lobby behind. So for Siren, it's probably just a question of trying to get this kill on Glaive. He's surely going to be traded out one way or another. Body gets one, and there we go. Glaive, a little bit quicker on the trigger this time. Back into a 4 versus 4. And the bomb being freighted towards that mini position. Kaspersky just sat out in the middle of the bomb site, hoping to catch somebody off guard.
No flashes on the peak. 1 for 1. Bit of team damage done as well from Nighty. I'm not sure where that came from, but 3-play-3 with 40 seconds left. Molotov down, looking to try and push onto the site as soon as possible. SDY is going to have his work cut out for him. If he goes into heaven, there is a player up there. That could be the key jewel in this game, and it has gone in favor of SDY. That now opens up their opportunities to go for this 2v2 retake.
Flash to set it up, but unfortunately he can't even get into the bomb site itself. Shut down by Sawtooth, who's really come alive in this game. 20 kills for him, and now they're going to just peek before he even gets a chance to touch it there. They actually call his bluff. They say, we just don't think Glaive has what it takes to be able to fight this one. Nice timing, nice round. It's BETBOOM with 2 in overtime here. I do like the play from Kaspersky, to be honest. He can hear them pushing out the high ground behind him, so he knows that he's surrounded. And I think he's basically gambling that they're not going to be ready when they come in from mini for somebody to just be sat right there. Which, to be fair, is kind of unlikely. If he could have got the double kill, it would have really changed the round, but this time it was just the 1. And they're in a little bit of trouble. I'm getting nervous now once again, Vince, because it seems like it's getting a bit out of control.
It is, but to try and settle your nerves a little bit here, Anders, in regulation, you have to keep in mind that ENCE, even though it was a 6-6, they were 4-0 down and 5-1 down on their side. They won the vast majority of those rifle rounds. So even if BETBOOM do get a clean sweep here, I'm not going to ENCE out because their regulation T-half was looking pretty damn good. That being said, though, have they cooled down since that point? Have BETBOOM maybe made some adjustments? We're not entirely sure, but I will say that I think ENCE's T-side was looking pretty damn good. So I'm not ready to give up on them just yet, but I do agree there are definitely some alarm bells ringing.
Body towards the ramp. Hopefully ENCE can win at least one of these rounds. On the CT side, it would be a nice position to move forward in. A bit worrying if you lose all 3 in the first half of overtime. It's SDY again. Look at the comeback for him. He's up to 22 kills. Given how it started for him, it's such a sick individual recovery. Bubic going to be going down. Unfortunately, he's still been struggling quite a bit. Both him and Glaive, the 2 captains, on 8 kills at the moment. And they'll lose SDY. BETBOOM could see with the damage on the Axile already. They're not really favorites to win this one. A man down, and with Axile being close to death as well, they shouldn't have a chance here, but you never really know. They've been finding ways, BETBOOM, I feel like, to make these rounds dangerous, even when it seems like ENCE have a bit of an upper hand, so Chance maybe. AWP, that flick, if it would have connected, who knows? But Poddy's lucky to stay alive. Sorte's going to keep trying to work this angle. In about 40 seconds, he's going to try and see if he can collapse with the rest of the team coming through that HUD position. Poddy snuck around. Okay, Sorte, he could have never seen that coming.
Well, he even tapped the window open to try and bait as if he got into the lockers, but Poddy was there. So if anything, it just kind of summed up his demise. A nice attempt in the end for BETBOOM, but ENCE make sure they don't get clean swept in the first half of OT. And yeah, I mean, SDY kind of proving that, you know, form is temporary, but class is permanent. Something that Exile is also trying to prove to himself. Back in his Gambit days, of course, he was playing alongside some incredible talent. Obviously, the likes of Shiro. The two of those were kind of terrorizing the online sort of COVID time of Counter-Strike, if you remember back a few years ago. Yeah. So he had a bit of a dip, as we mentioned, and now he's trying to get back up to there again. He had a really good performance at the Shanghai Major, which now, of course, is a little while ago. So turning a few heads. Either way, into the second half of OT we move. ENCE on the T side. Not looking for anything too aggressive on A, but SDY is pushing outside already. We're going to try and blow open the smoke wall, but SDY a different angle. The Magnachess is dealt accordingly.
Oh, I like it. Natu's going to be taking out Boomich, who must be frustrated if nothing else. Just the lack of ability to get a couple of more kills. You just know when you're this close to winning the first map here. A couple of kills for your captain could go a really long way. He's got one in this one before he just get traded out. So 4 versus 3. And they are making their way down. The entire ENCE team taking over the lower part of the map here. Finally, Exile started this shot. We're back with the double AUG and the AWP. So scopes on all the guns left here for BETBOOM. Unfortunately, it won't help out Exile. He's going to be traded, and Glaive with a nice headshot. They just cleaned it up. They only lose one player, and ENCE tying up the game 14-14. You already said it. Maybe I shouldn't have been so worried at the start of the overtime here. ENCE look like they are recovering pretty nicely once again.
Yeah, that's always the thing, though, isn't it? It's like you can get a lot of success at the start of the game, but as players kind of warm up, as they start hitting their peak levels, it doesn't necessarily guarantee continued success. So from an ENCE perspective, you're very happy with how this round started off. As you highlighted, it was pretty one-sided in the end. Kaspersky continuing to just get kills. But what I'm also happy to see is that it's not just SDY that stepped up his level. Nightio has as well. He's actually having a lot more impact now. Even if he's not getting frags necessarily, he's impacting the game in other ways with his flashes, with damage that he's inflicted, and he's drawing away players. Sorte, I thought for a second, may have an opportunity, but the smoke has just replenished itself, and so he sees nothing on the cross.
It's close. I think that shot went right past his head, SDY, but you'll get to live. Exile, not sure if anyone could have made his way down. He's a little bit paranoid down here, but doesn't seem like anyone is immediately nearby. They've lost track of where some of those T's are. Glaive towards the lobby. And just the calm before the storm here. 50 seconds left. Natu's taking a bit of damage, but one good opening fight. It will be a brilliant one. They're going to trade their way forward. 2 for 1 with Sorte and Exile going down. That's about as good as you could have hoped for here for ENCE. And what can you do right now if you're BETBOOM? How do you even get close to getting into a retake position?
That's the question that will be scarring them right now. Bouncing around the back of their minds. That's giving them a chance. The door back in. It's just got a little bit sweeter. Boomich sprays down onto SDY. Glaive was completely out of position. It's now a lot more pressure down on Poddy and Kaspersky. The latter of which has been landing nothing but headshots, but it will go the way of BETBOOM.
Oh dear.
You're asking, how can they possibly do it? That's how Anders.
That, I would say, unfortunately, that's one of those rounds that, I say it all the time, you're going to be laying awake at night thinking about this one. ENCE with every chance to get the job done. Very smooth take of the bomb site here. 2 for 1 trade. You get a quick bomb plant. And BETBOOM is so far away by the time that bomb goes down. It's not like they had a lot of time left, but the kills are happening way too quick here. This is exactly where you want to see ENCE fight a little bit less, but obviously with the bomb being planted in that position, they felt like at that ramp setup, they just had to do something. They didn't feel like they could fall further back. So, unfortunate. Now suddenly BETBOOM with an opportunity to take away the map. They just need one more round here. There's a gap in the smoke, and Could see Magno just is thinking about it. Somehow Glaive is the one to come out on top in spite of the fact that he was running into that fight. So good job. The captain still got a little bit left in him. 11 kills so far. ENCE gunning for double OT.
You fancy their chances, especially a player advantage. The way their T sides have been looking, that last one really was, as you said, like a bit of a nightmare scenario. Yeah, the perfect way to just shut that clean out of your mind to take this one and to get a fresh start in second OT. It has slowed down the pace. I like this too. They're not getting overzealous. They're not pushing in. Kaspersky, a player that you want realistically to be in the mix, in amongst all of the action. And that's why Siren caught in 2 different positions, not sure where to look. He's been punished accordingly. And I'll bet Boom have to rely on Boomich, who's had a bit of a rough game. 1 kill, probably not good enough. 3v2. Can they get 2 consecutive retakes in play here on BETBOOM? Otherwise, it's second OT.
Oh, you could see the panic there in the smoke. They're just not feeling comfortable. Deep grenade as well to make matters worse. They have another one, Kaspersky, and some flashes as well. Again, BETBOOM shouldn't be allowed to break through, and that was true of the last one. For ENCE, this time it looks like it will actually hold. Sorte's on the other side, and there's no... They don't even have to fight him. Just leave him alone out here. There's no chance he can actually run onto the side any longer. Nice attempt at a bit of a wall bang. I appreciate that. But this round is done. Double OT locked in here for ENCE. And to be honest, it could have been the victory for them if they won that last round. But I guess double OT will have to do for now. And you already said it, Vince, but it's even more true now. This is shaping up to potentially being a very long day. With a grand final later on, and the fact that one of these 2 teams is definitely going to be playing in it, and it's only map number 1 here at the first semi-final. Oh, they're digging an interesting potential grave for themselves. I'm excited.
Especially if ENCE end up taking Nuke, I very much expect BETBOOM to nail Mirage, and then Anubis is our 3rd map, and I genuinely think that's going to be a super close game as well. Siren, so tilted he nearly threw his headset on the ground. We've all been there, dude. We've all been there. But you have to recollect your thoughts because it's second OT. He has had a good game, typically a player that you don't look at. I was mentioning before in the pre-game segment, it's this deadly trio of BETBOOM, Exile, Zorte, and of course, Magnajez. But Siren has really been keeping up the pace himself. He's got a couple of very impactful doubles and triples and even clutches. So don't write him off either.
Failed smoke in the yard, I think. They managed to double smoke this position. Okay, they're going to use another one, but that just means it's not exactly ideal for ENCE. I guess it'll have to do for now. SDY sneaking across now. Looks like he might try and just play towards the garage, or he's going to fall back a little bit further on. For a minute there, thought he might try and take a bit of a dive in. It's not something that ENCE have done an enormous amount. There are some teams that are really big fans of smoking the yard and then pushing through the smoke as well. All right, just as I say it, they actually are going to flash their way through, so pretty interesting stuff here. A lot of pressure on that AWP. And Kaspersky's going to get the kill. Glaive taking down Magnajez, who wanted to try and help out. They wanted to try and see if they could find a way to save Sorte in the back. 5 versus 3. And Siren, he's got to be aware that there could be people pushing up behind him eventually. Axel trying to close that gap. Kaspersky goes down, and you know what? There's 30 seconds left. Once again, BETBOOM. They should never be winning this round, but there is actually a chance for it here. Boomich in position. Here's the steps everywhere, and he's going to be pushing in front. This could be absolutely sick. Boomich has been missing from this game, but now he's ready. Picks up the first one, and actually stops that bomb from getting planted. We're down to 12 seconds, and ENCE in panic mode now. They're not sure where to stand. Glaive, you need that bomb plant. 7 seconds left, and shot in the back. Boomich, they've waited for him all game long, but he stepped it up, and he saved this round for his team.
You can see immediately the impact that Boomich getting that kill, the jump scare onto Poddy. Glaive was planting the bomb. It was going down in his hands, and then instantly he has to jump off, get stuck on the ramp side of B. As you said, 7 seconds left on the clock, and Boomich single-handedly just snatches that round away from the jaws of defeat. Gives them the advantage again, but they've got to build off this. We've seen BETBOOM having a lot of early success, and they kind of fade away in this OT. So is that going to be another situation that ENCE are going to rue come the end of this map, thinking, what if?
I think that's always one of the more painful things when you're playing, you know, best of threes with a lot of OTs. You end up having so many rounds like that you can you can recall and think, man, if only. And BETBOOM have certainly had their share of rounds like that too, but pushing in towards the hut, it's Kaspersky going down. The flashbangs and the Molotovs didn't work to put any pressure on here. It's still going to somehow work out. I can't believe they're getting the kills after that initial hut hold. Actually, it's been working so well. Natu and Glaive pushing their way through, and suddenly it's just Axile trying to see if he gets some speed behind this one, flashing his way through. Incendiary goes up as well. He's got the Orc back out now and ready for the push, but Glaive, he's found himself maybe inspired by Boomich on the other side, saying, you know what, alright, if the IGLs are going to add to this, I might as well do some work myself.
A bit surprising that he ran on his right-hand side from that Molotov rather than the left side, but hey, he stuck the landing. Instantly took the head off of Axile, who probably wasn't expecting that repeak. However, once again, ENCE on their T side getting some success. Man, I mean, I don't even know what you do in terms of, you know, strat calling at this stage. I feel like you've gone through the entire playbook. This is just like pure instinct taking over now for both IGLs of players. SDY, though, has already cooked himself down into secret. Axile's in an awkward angle, may get one, but unlikely to get more than that, so ramp should fall.
AWP showing up here. Sorte giving it all just to try and hold it. Gonna get traded out. You've got to wonder if that's worth it or not. Natu is still going to be going down, and Magno just catching Glaive, who was trying to play around that smoke out in the yard. It leaves SDY. Super tough position. Don't know how you end up winning this one. There's a minute on the clock, so that's one thing that he's got going for him. It might be the only thing. The bomb is down below on towards the ramp. Maybe the other advantage here is just that they don't know exactly where he is, but I mean, how much of an advantage is it when you're alone with now 50 seconds? I feel like SDY, not much of an opportunity here to actually get the kills.
It's going to sting even more as well, Anders, because this is a flubbed round. SDY got down secret. They killed Axile in ramp. It is a perfect start for a protocol classic B hit. You're wrapping on two separate areas of the map. You can congregate and move together and get that one planted. And then they just run into Zorti and the crossfire set up from Axile, and everything comes unraveled. Everything comes undone. So SDY hasn't even been spotted in secret, by the way. So it's not as if they can fully gamble or stack on that if they're in BETBOOM's perspective. Magnajez with the comfortable kill. Now, this is where it gets a little bit scary for ENCE, because their CT side has looked like it's got some pretty big exploitations within it. I'm a bit concerned now, Anders. You know, I'm now feeling nervous. Comfort me, man. Tell me something that's going to get me relaxed again.
I mean, it's gonna be. I'm gonna bring up Kaspersky. You know, he's had a. You know, he's sick in regulation. You know, maybe the first overtime he was, you know, taking a bit of a break, but I think, you know, they'll bring him back now for the CT side. Hopefully, at least that's what I'm gonna be looking for. He's got 38 kills, by the way, Vince. So why the hell not? Call his number once again. See if he can bring you across the finish line. But you are right though. CT side has looked a bit shaky at times. BETBOOM. What could they do now? We just need to get another 2 rounds here. It's Kaspersky pushing through, and we recognize that push from regulation, and so do BETBOOM. They were ready for that kind of play. He did it, and to great success, but eventually it was figured out. Boomich going to go down to Poddy as they try and see if they can push towards that ramp position. He's going to blow open the windows here, and actually BETBOOM have slowed it down, which I think is something that they've done successfully a lot of times. They're really good at slowing down these rounds, and it seems like they're winning a lot of them just by communication and giving ENCE, you know, a little time to sweat here.
I like this call. Keeping Siren in the ramp so they can maintain control of it. And they can almost use this as like a centerpiece of the map to rotate round, either to try and get into heaven or outside from ramp, or go down on the B side. And this is going to funnel ENCE into awkward, uncomfortable positions. You can see SDY needs to just clear out lockers and keep this heaven control alive. Now, the thing here for BETBOOM, though, is it's all well and good having these 4 positions. What do you do with it? You've got 30 seconds. You still need to execute onto a site and commit.
They're so sure that someone was going to show up ramp, and when that doesn't happen, all they've really done is waste an enormous amount of time. Ooh, I wonder if they've overcooked this one. Down to 17 seconds. And they're making their way back towards the A-bomb site, trying to see if they can find any kind of an opening here. And they will. Magna just gets one. The trade should be in for Exile. Glaive, I mean, it's a good job to get the one kill there, but still, the bomb is going to be planted here. And BETBOOM, that's almost such a, you know, nonchalant way of winning the round. Like, oh, we're just going to waste all of the time and then just walk onto the A site and get the 2-for-1 trade we needed. SDY and Poddy, how do you recover this one? You kind of need to do something here. You've got the money in the bank, so you might as well give it a shot. But Siren will clip SDY at the top of heaven there. And Poddy, you could see him sliding away. Knows that AWP is not going to be retaken a 1 versus 3. So BETBOOM up to 18.
Oof. Obviously, money not really a problem in these OT rounds. 16k start money, but still no survivors. Yeah, I guess it just goes to show how confident they are on Boomich and his leadership, right? Like,
yeah.
I think a lot of players would get antsy. They'd get a little bit nervy, a bit fidgety. They want to push out and make something happen. But no, they're all listening. They're all rallying behind their IGL, and why not? He's just given them 2 chances to win the map events and put themselves in a glorious position in the semi-finals.
Yeah, this is pretty powerful. Glaive will line them up. It was nearly a team kill there. As they did want to put a lot of pressure on. They would have been ready on the hut as well, or on Mini there, so it would have been pretty sick if they actually could have made their way out. Squeak. Boomich trying to salvage the deal here. Takes down SDY, but look at the panic in the yard. For BETBOOM, they're fighting at way too many angles at once. Poddy's gonna disengage, and that is definitely the right move here. Even if it felt like BETBOOM maybe were at a breaking point out there, they could have got shut down a couple of different ways, but still. It's a 4 versus 3. Now, say this, Vince. We've seen them lose rounds like these before, ENCE. They can't afford to do that anymore. They're going to lose the map if they do, so focus here. They've got the men advantage. They've got the utility, the weapons, and everything else. It's such a good position.
Yeah, whereas they have lost rounds like this, I feel like this is going to be one of the hardest to win for BETBOOM. They have no smokes or incendiaries to go onto the site with, and their positions are known. They got an AWP for Zorti. Yes, he can get it done. In these kind of close-knit angles, it's so difficult to get impact with the AWP. Like, you're really relying more on a catastrophic error or series of errors from ENCE to even get close to getting back into this one. And they're just being chipped away from the HE. Kaspersky does die, but a lot of damage inflicted. Less than 30 between the last 2 BETBOOM players. Glaive peeking a little bit too early. Flashes himself, but it's allowed Boomich the opportunity to scamper downstairs. Fakes as if it's going to be a B plant. That would have been heard from Nightsu, but he's not biting down. He's not giving this one up. Tries again. It's not happening for BETBOOM. Boomich frustrated, but ENCE have his number.
Oh, you could feel it. I like the idea. You're absolutely right. You could tell that he's hoping to sell that a little bit harder. Yeah, unfortunate start, and some nice grenades. You had pointed it out as well. Kaspersky did a lot of damage before he managed to take this peek, and obviously he peeked at the perfect time. Sortie with the nade in his hand, so just a couple of weird timings. SDY is... I don't know what he's doing.
What was that? That was almost like a sarcastic cheer.
I think it was. I'm just doing a bit of a pantomime with no reason. Fine.
Oh, man.
18-17. We're out in the yard once again. Grenade is going to be a little bit too early or too late, depending on your taste, as they've already made their way down towards that lower position, and it's Magna just... What a headshot! Glaive goes down below, and Sortie's going to be picking up Poddy outside. This is a cracking beginning. BETBOOM now 3 kills away from making this work, and look at Magna just... He's just controlling the rotation. He's saying, nope, you're not going to be allowed down this vent. I'm going to call in for the bomb, and it's going to be very tough from here on out. SDY, he's been playing pretty good. A slow start, but they need him to go nuclear in this 3v5.
Especially as Kaspersky, down on 52 HP, may not get an opportunity to really force his way into this round. While I say that, they're starting to rotate to run the A main side. He spots them darting across in his crosshair. It's only a 1-for-1, unfortunately, and it's harsh to say, but that probably isn't good enough. He realistically needs to get 2 or 3 from that position, because that will be a plant coming through in a 4-on-2. It looks like this may be the end of the map finally in second OT.
Once again for BETBOOM. Their ability down and make really rational choices. They dodged the double stack down below and went for the one player that was already low on health. It's such great moves. Grenades are coming in here to try and unsettle the T's on the other side, but I don't think it's going to make a big difference here. How do you even get out? Shooting him in the back. It's Siren to line up a double kill, and it's BETBOOM to pick up the opening map of the semifinals after a really long struggle. But the issue is it was ENCE that picked the map, and that means second map is going to be on Mirage, which we all know BETBOOM is going to be reasonably strong on. So there could be some trouble here in the ENCE camp, no question about it. For BETBOOM, I mean, there's so much cool stuff to talk about. It was a very, very good game for them.
Yes, it was. And it was kind of a team effort. I mean, you look across the ENCE, very lopsided. Obviously, Kaspersky, we've said multiple times how prolific he was there. I mean, he finishes the game with 12 multi-kills, 9 entry frags, just like the top of the scoreboard in every single possible metric, finishes with over 100 ADR. But it was basically him. Sure, we had moments from SDY, we had moments from Naitu. Poddy was eerily quiet, though. You know, we were hyping him up after yesterday, especially on that Anubis performance. But he was missing a lot of shots here. He just didn't feel comfortable. He didn't seem comfortable on the server. And whereas on the other side of things, I really do want to give a shout out to Siren, because as I said, he's more of a role player, not necessarily one of the players that is going to be the flashiest or get the most kills or have the most impact. He normally goes under the radar, but he had a really good game here, man. Like, involved in a ton of the action, loads of 2v2, 3v3s, and he finishes top of the scoreboard with the ADR on 83.
This is a great scoreboard to look at to show you that not everything is about kills, because if you match the sort of four of the players here towards the other 4, you're going to get almost the same kills, right? 17 on Boomich and Glaive and all the rest of it. Like, the only real standout player is Kaspersky on 40 kills, but somehow that just isn't enough. Even if you have one player who's playing really, really well, the consistency across BETBOOM and having Siren and Sorte and Axile, the trio there, all playing well, is going to make a massive difference at the end. So really interesting stuff, and a game that at the end of it, it's gonna take a lot of energy out of both teams. We'll see if they can recover and do a bit of a better job in the second map here. ENCE, their tournament lives are on the line. If they want a grand final spot, they need to really step it up. It's going to be happening after the break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel are still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Okay, now we're going to play a game called Guess the Player. So you need to try and guess who this is.
Okay. Huh?
What?
Bro, but this is me also. I know. This is me.
It's you?
Yeah.
Okay.
This was easy actually.
Yeah, for you, for sure.
For me, yeah, bro. I hope next one is you.
Good job. Let's see what the next one is.
Bro, I have no clue. Maybe it's me.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's you.
No, it's me, I think.
Okay, now we cooked.
No, yeah, you guys have done a really good job here. This is very impressive. We're prepping, of course, for the YaLLa Campus Grand Finals, and I have a chance to chat to SDY and Kaspersky from ENCE. So much on the go right now. YaLLa Campus, MRQs, so much online Counter-Strike. SDY, how are you handling the schedule right now?
Yeah, it's a bit tough, but it's never been easy. I don't remember a single time in my life that was easy to qualify for major or play online tournaments. It's always hard, so we're kinda used to it.
Kaspersky, how's the team coping with all of these events and balancing, obviously, making sure you can compete, doing all of your VOD reviews and preparing for the next day, and then getting some sleep?
I think we're doing good, like our coaching staff making schedule for us so we can have time for everything, to rest, to eat between games and this stuff. And we're not tired or something like this.
So does the organization do a lot to take care of you, Kaspersky, and make sure you can handle all of this? That's always good. What is it like playing under the ENCE banner, SDY?
Obviously, it's legendary organization, and it's always some extra pressure on you. But the extra pressure is what we like, because it's when you shine under an extra pressure. And if you're a good player, you will show it. If you're not, it happens next time.
I like that attitude. In terms of the team as it stands right now, obviously you're an international roster, all from different parts of Europe. Does that make it easier or more difficult when you have to play together, SDY?
Yeah, I can say that for us it's probably easier because we have a lot of personalities that can work together, because we have a part in everyone that are friendly to each other, and no one is doing stuff that can make other uncomfortable, things like that.
Are you currently competing from ENCE's headquarters? I'm presuming, are you all together, or are you all still playing from your own homes, Kaspersky?
We are right now on bootcamp in ENCE in Helsinki.
What's it like being all together?
I mean, it's for sure easier to play when we're like next to each other. We can like spend our time together, and it's for sure easier. Like, it's better for us to play. We're getting more hyped and this stuff. Like, if we play against him who is not on bootcamp, it's for sure advantage for us.
That makes sense. So now, SDY, talking about YaLLa Campus, have you had a chance, because I know how busy it's been, I know that you're currently playing in the MRQs, have you had a chance to look at the group you're going to be playing in for YaLLa?
Yeah, as you said, it's a bit tough right now with the schedule, so I have no clue, not gonna lie. But as I know, some teams are changed by others, like swapped. So no matter what, we will do our best, I guess.
Okay, so you have no idea. Are there any names, though, in the back of your mind that you may know are competing at YaLLa SDY that you think are teams that you're keeping your eye on? Nope.
Not right now, not right now.
I love this, that you are so focused in on the major qualifiers. I get that. You haven't even had a chance to look. We'll probably do some predictions with you down the line. So you are going to have to focus in on those teams.
Yeah.
But my final question to you is, obviously you play under Glaive, who is a legendary IGL, multiple major winner. What sort of advice has he given the team this year, Kaspersky, to prepare you not only for qualifying for the major, but obviously understanding the whole new VRS system and trying to qualify for LAN events?
I mean, he just like, I don't think we care about this too much, like about this VRS and stuff. We made it to MRQ like last second because we won best of ones, and we knew we're gonna make it to MRQ. Now it's time to make it to major, and we are focused on this.
I can add something that Glaive is really good at putting your mind in the right direction. He's like to team be focused on what they need to do on the server in the exact round, and the best that IGL can do. Focus you on your game.
prioritizes just jumping across, doesn't want to die to that all Pierce on Night U now to get the timing, and he lines them up, rolls a strike. It's a 4K spray down, and nobody's ready for it. Out, but so many targets. And he's gonna try and expertly navigate it. He's spreading the needle. How is he doing this? That's 3, could be 4, and that shot down. BETBOOM south.
We had a very streaky start, but now it's tough to separate them. Zorta's going to find another opening
Try, and that actually surprises him a little bit, but they're giving Zorta consistent pot shots. Smoke broken, and Zorta will even find that on a Robbo as well while he was in the midst of strafing away. Work from Zorta, and that is the Zorta I know and love. He has just aced them.
Looking at the right direction. Oh, and the Pandas have just walked past him. And now Kraveni can walk up behind him for a second round consecutive. This was 9 Pandas by round, but it's his certainty to play a shot out of apartment. The Kraveni makes quick work of that.
They're still going there.
What if a couple of these players get 2 players on the court? Symmetry already doubles down, and now you don't know Jugs is here. Oh, Symmetry gets another come on. It was a 2v4. 9 Pandas choose to walk into the wrong site. Navi Jr. say that this ace.
We're back once semi-final here at YaLLa Campus Spring 2025, and we've got ENCE up against BETBOOM. And honestly, it was a bit of a fiery beginning with overtime being played, even double OT on that opening map, which was picked by ENCE. It was on Nuke, and unfortunately, they just didn't find a way to pull it through. Definitely, there was an opportunity there. They could have won it themselves, Vince, but it didn't go their way. And now we're on to Mirage as the second map.
Yeah, and it's the fact that they had so many chances as well. Like, I'm thinking of those post plants on B. I'm thinking of the amount of times they had like a player or 2 advantage. I think it's going to be a really difficult map to come back from and reset mentally. But we also know that there were some pieces of that map that just didn't really feel like they were landing, like Poddy, for example. Yeah. I think if he can get activated on the server, he could be a difference maker. He could be what gets this into a potential third map. But I've got to say, this now heavily is in favor of BETBOOM. I think before we both were going in the favor of BETBOOM to win the series, to make the grand finals. I think a lot of people would have agreed with that. Now they're 1-0 up and they're moving to Mirage. I think the percentage chance has just escalated quite considerably now.
Yeah, it's hard to structure an argument that doesn't prove otherwise, right? We need Kaspersky to keep on that same form. We probably need Poddy show up, and even if SDY started or like kind of badly, he ended really strongly, but now that has to continue, right? So it's a whole sort of factor of things that have to keep going, which is never really easy. I mean, Kaspersky's performance on Nuke was outrageous, and repeating that across another map, that's pretty rare to be able to do that. So there's a lot of things that could be talking against ENCE in that sense too, but you know, I don't want to count them out. I really think they showed a lot, and the fact is, the ENCE that was you know, around like a month ago, I think would have been destroyed by BETBOOM in a much more comprehensive fashion. So it's pretty impressive that they are playing as well as they are, to be honest. It just was barely not enough. It's so frustrating to think about how close they got to actually taking that first map. great lead at one point, like a 10-6 lead. Everything was working out fine for them in regulation, and then suddenly BETBOOM just managed to get their way back. And honestly, on the T side especially, I think it's worth repeating because we might see something similar here. When BETBOOM get into these, 4v3s or 3v3s, they slow it down, they have a big conversation, and then they make up their minds afterwards. And that was a fantastic recipe for them to win those T side rounds.
Yeah, I think you've put that very well, honestly. I think realistically, we have two IGLs here that are both excellent at mid-round calling and excellent at having certain ideas going into each round at the beginning of rounds as well. And we're seeing this really cool game of cat and mouse where they're trying to anti-strat one another in real time, trying to figure out like where the exploiting sort of weaknesses are going to come in. And my concern, though, is that on Mirage, BETBOOM have such strong protocols on both CT and T side that it's going to be difficult without a couple of players really popping off to get the job done here. My concern as well, Anders, is Kaspersky's just had an amazing series. Like, that first map was great. I completely agree with you. It's hard to disagree. Do we really think he's going to do the same here on the second map, though? I think it's so unlikely.
Gonna find an answer to that, hopefully right now. I doubt it, but I'd love to be wrong. We're seeing already the push down here with the dualies, and it's Natu. He wanted to get something done there, but Siren catches him out and puts him in the ground. Poddy's already taking a bit of a goosh somewhere. He's down to 12 health. Bomb being picked up back in T-spawn right now. But again, BETBOOM, with that kind of an opening, they can afford to slow it down and recommit. They've got the smokes. If they wanted to go for an A execute, they can block off CT spawn and maybe that jungle or top connector position. So they've got a lot of utility to work with into, for this round.
They do. Kaspersky's waiting for the flashbang, though, but it has given his position away. And with BETBOOM having 4 players in ramp and 1 palace, they can quickly push their way out of ramp, but they're going to be waiting a little bit longer for the smokes now to start to connect. This flash is where that came from. So Kaspersky feels compelled, feels like he has to go in and alleviate some of the manpower off of BETBOOM. He's gone back in for seconds. Maybe he can have another amazing map as he picks up 3 and a ton of damage onto the 4th, giving ENCE a great opportunity here, but it is still a 2-on-3. Magnajez and Zorti still in with a fight.
Can't believe he actually brought it back into contention here. SDY is going to go down, unfortunately. 30 seconds. The bomb is running away. Okay, they're going to go back in the palace. I was going to say, it's a massive risk to try and run. He could have made the B bomb side, but doing it alone with your other teammates still at A would have been so risky. So back up through the palace. Magnajez moving forward, and Poddy's so low on health here. Could be risky. Got his back turned, not ready for this kind of a fight, and he's going to get checked all the way, no matter how much health he had. He would have been dead right then and there. Glaive to try and clutch it. It's not going to be doable. Magno just with a nice double towards the end, and really smart turnaround here. It's BETBOOM coming up with a bit of a victory at the start, and that's in spite of Kaspersky doing everything that he could to make it work for his team.
Yeah, kind of deja vu from Nuke, really, isn't it? Kaspersky trying his absolute best, and it's still not quite enough. BETBOOM, really good turnaround, though. Magnajez and Zorti clutching out with Zorti on 14 HP throughout the entirety of that. And Magnajez doing the bulk of the heavy lifting at the end of the round. SDY forcing out an A1S, the only premier weapon they have, and it has gone down super early in the round. It is retrievable, and it does yield a second kill on the side of BETBOOM now. So it's forcing in and being repelled across instantly, but Poddy is keeping this somewhat alive. Trades up to the MP9 and forces BETBOOM away from Con.
Oh, huge for the momentum if they can turn this around here, ENCE. Weapons aren't looking too hot right now, but all it takes is one overlooked angle here. Glaive really wants to make it work, but again, BETBOOM so good at slowing down some of these rounds. It really is their bread and butter, and I think you mentioned it earlier, that the rest of the team, they're going to be trusting in Boomage to do this. They had that earlier round on Nuke where they were waiting in the ramp for like 40 seconds, and then they went back to the A-bomb side, and you're right, that does take a lot of trust in your IGL to not get flustered in that moment, but I feel like BETBOOM they're rock solid on that kind of a plan. So there's a huge strength you can repeat across almost any team. Poddy, though, MP9, a little burst to take down Siren, catching the mid-air as Magna just going down. It's disaster for BETBOOM as Kaspersky finds the deagle shot to bring down Sorti, and ENCE win the round. And that's in spite of the slowdown, which again I think is a great idea for BETBOOM, but this time ENCE were ready.
Yeah, NKJ with the round of applause behind Poddy. Very animated in that first half, especially from Poddy's perspective, who had a rough one. I don't think there's any way of getting around the fact that his nuke performance just wasn't really up to scratch. But a quick-fire 3 kills and a hugely impactful round in the prior one is going to build that confidence up nicely. Breaks the economy of BETBOOM as well, and they have already managed to make moves in underpass. SDY is pushing up with the MP9 and gets to drop an Exile, taking the fight to BETBOOM, making them uncomfortable.
Boomich. No chance in the middle. Kaspersky still seems to be pretty fired up, to be honest. He's got a 5-1 scoreline here. Really not that bad. Find a kill, get on the scoreboard. He had 0 before this, but yeah, the whole ENCE lineup kind of getting some work done in this third round. Not bad at all.
Lovely, pick up the pace, having the MP9s knowing a force spy be coming through on BETBOOM. And the BETBOOM force spy yields absolutely nothing, so they're down to Glocks. And fully anticipate the ENCE not just will secure the 3-1, which is kind of a formality, it feels inevitable, but also locking it down without losing too many players. They're all pushing into Palace, or SDY should be picking up a hatful of frags, and it is going to be 3. The expendable 9 drops on the ground. Perfectly fine. ENCE will be happy with that. Tons of cash in the back pocket. And BETBOOM go back in for the AKs.
That's a delightful round, isn't it? Kind of stuff you dream up when you have that MP9. Just getting that many kills with it. And like you said, even a couple of AKs now picked up on the ENCE side. 3-1. And that's in spite of losing the pistol. So we did say this map was probably going to be very hard on the ENCE side, but if you were going to have a way to have a bit of a better start, surely it's going down this kind of a route. SDY just getting absolutely deleted in the middle. Magnodius is mechanically just such a strong player, and you're getting a sense of that here. Bomb is still dropped back in T-spawn, so even if they're taking over Connector right now, you never really know what's going to happen. A flashbang that just left Exile with nothing to do. Just take your hands off the mouse and keyboard at that point in time. It's definitely going to be over. We're back in a 4 versus 4, and like I said, they have deep control of the map, but they don't have the bomb with them, so it's a bit awkward. They're going to have to kind of wait around for a long time, which I suppose they don't mind doing, but what's frustrating about this is that, and it happens a lot on this particular map, is that even if you get some early kills, you can't do anything about it. Glaive sneaks in one there from the underpass, but it's Magno just to bring it back, and we're in a 3 versus 3.
As they're pushing into the window. Meanwhile, BETBOOM, again, as you highlighted, they love to slow down these mid-rounds. It's, for the most part, worked out for them on Nuke, but I don't really know where they're opting to push into. I guess it's going to be the B side, but there is the contingent of Poddy here with his AWP. In fact, it's Kaspersky, pardon me, with the AK. Can he lock it down?
Rapidly forward here. Kaspersky all alone. Backup is not going to be there. They're across the map, and it's a really dirty fight, isn't it? Just nobody really hitting the shots for a long, long time, but Boomich eventually will, and there's no reason why the rest of them are going to be showing up here. 2 versus 3. They just don't see the value in it. Saving the AWP and the AK-47 a little bit too tempting. So they're going to give it to BETBOOM and say, that's fine, you can have the round. Hard to complain too much. I mean, it was a bit of a risk having Kaspersky on his own over there, but at the same time, when you think about how he's been playing, it sort of does make sense. You can see that that they would trust in him to have that position on his own. So, probably worth the risk at the end of it. Either way, it's 3-2. BETBOOM, pick up another round.
The thing is, when you got MP9s in play and ENCE not really in a full investment, and tons of surplus cash, it's of course going to be a bit disappointing, but at the same time, they have the luxury of going back to their dollar bills. So they're going to have an even better buy here. Be curious to see if they do opt for a secondary AWP or not. We know a lot of teams on that CT side will go for double AWPs, but it's so early in the half-anders that it feels like if you do go in for a double AWP setup at this kind of a point and it backfires, you have basically just burnt all of your cash. It just doesn't seem like it's worth it.
is definitely super risky. It's also, I think, double upping on Mirage never feels that great. There's so many positions where the AWPs are going to be smoked out on this map. Now, if you have a really good AWPer, they're going to find a way around it, but for a lot of players, it's an uncomfortable thought that you're going to be just out of position as much. You're going to jump on top of the ticket booth a lot of the time, or, you know, blow open the smoke in the middle window to try and get any kind of a shot off. Quite curious how they will use Pody in this one too, because one of the strengths of even having one of the AWPs is the potential to just throw it in the B bomb site and then have, you know, double position in middle, double on A. You're almost playing for the A bomb site at that point in time, so there is a bit of a strength like that. And actually, I think they're already running Pody into the hallway, yeah. So they are going to try and do something like this. Glaive is still sticking around, though, so they're not quite leaving him alone yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if eventually Glaive is going to be... Yeah, he's running away. So there we go. Nice setup. Good idea. All it takes is for Pody to get one kill and stay alive. He doesn't have to fight to the death here, but just get the one if they actually peek him. He does miss it, though. That's awkward. Now he peeks into it. Leg shot. Deagle's out. It's very tricky, and he's going to end up going down. That's not what you want to see.
It's really not, is it? That is shades of Nuke. But fortunately, his teammates are helping him out, doing the heavy lifting. Even trades back and forth, and Natu, alongside Kaspersky, will lock it down. MagnaJet's getting peppered from multiple angles. Nice down to Siren, a player that had a pretty solid performance over on the previous map, but he's so unsure as to where that third CT is. He knows where two of them are. Kaspersky, last spotted on Cat, is going to get the drop as ever, but you do go back to that Pody moment. I nearly said a disaster class because it really was rough to watch.
Yeah.
That's the kind of moment that does make me a little bit nervous about this end. And we discussed it in the pre-game segment, right? Like, it's so inconsistent from some players. He just needed the one kill. He didn't even get that. That is concerning.
He knows it as well, right? It's got to be really frustrating. Also, at the same time, you know, you're so happy in that moment if you are Pody that your team actually picked it up for you, right? It was Kaspersky again coming in with, I think, 2 or 3 kills in that round. I guess just to add a little bit more criticism, right now we've got Axel on 0, Siren on 1, Boomich on 1. It's really just MagnaJet and Sortie that are, you know, trying to make this work for them. And the Tech-9s come out. It's MagnaJet one more time. This time it's Natu hitting the floor without any chance. The flashes were good. The Tech-9 was better, and they're going to try and see if they can make their way back into this round rather quickly. Pody's picked up a kill, and so is Glaive. So 4 versus 3. The bomb is planted. Tough round here for BETBOOM still to try and win. Oh, and the flash. I can't believe Glaive... He maybe could have had a chance there. Looked like Sortie was still halfway flashed. It's Pody now, moving up close and misses the opportunity to get the kill. And over at the top connector, it's going to be Kaspersky coming out, guns blazing, takes down Sortie to begin with, and the rest of them pushing in. They're not checking the corner, though. That's really dangerous. Axel's going to get that one. Siren got one as well. 1 versus 1. He shoots that gun and picks up the M4, tricks Axel into the peak, and with the kit, he's going to have enough time for the defuse. That is a sick trick coming out from Pody.
Yeah, it's so cool, man. On the one hand, you bait out as if you still have the AWP, you've took your shot, so the other player's going to feel like, oh, I've got like half a second while he rechambers the round. You switch to the A1S, you mask the sound cue, spray down and clutch. And this is why we highlight when Pody has these rough rounds, because the guy is so damn talented. He has so much ability. Great clutch. And ENCE, really weathering the storm.
The only thing... Just maybe I'm just a terrible person, Vince, but the high comedy would have been if he picked up the M4 and it was empty. Could you imagine how funny
that? I didn't even think of that. And you're an evil man. You're an evil man.
Well, not as much as Glaive, apparently, slaughtering them before they even get a chance. Not a gentleman at all. They don't get a chance to even strike back here. Just taking them down. Missed opportunity there, but Glaive... very nearly with the quad kill. Some USP shots are coming out. It's going to be SDY to steal it, and Glaive goes down. But probably doesn't make a difference. Pody, though, I would say stay out of this fight. You've got 20 health left. It's just never going to be worth it to potentially lose the armor. I mean, his teammate's going to pick up the AWP, but yeah, just make sure you get the job done here. And they will. And it's kind of looking good again. There's something about this that's actually working out for them in this first half.
Yeah, massive credit, because after that disappointing nuke loss where they probably should have won it, a lot of teams would have pushed the self-destruct button. They wouldn't have showed up as the second map, or at least it would have been too late. So ENCE bossing things early on, really impressive work. And again, Kaspersky, I said coming into it, You can't realistically expect a guy that just dropped 40 plus kills. I think he had 30 kills before like the 22nd round in regulation, is going to have another performance like that. But he's kicked things into gear again on Mirage. He's had a phenomenal series. Really stellar output.
I mean, typically, if somebody has that good of a map, there's a really big drop-off when you go on to, you know, play second or third map, and Kaspersky just still powering through. Lot of credit to him. Timeout used here. BETBOOM need a little bit of a break, need a chance to discuss just what on earth is going on, because it hasn't really gone according to plan. This is their map pick, and there's no question that they're good on it, but ENCE found a way to win just enough critical rounds. They've got Kaspersky, but honestly, SDY, Glaive, Poddy, even if Poddy, you know, missed a couple of critical shots here, Glaive is playing so much better than he was on Nuke already. It seems to be lining up for them. Kaspersky can't quite make it out. He did so much damage to Siren, but I think he ran out of bullets towards the end. So potentially a very nice early conversion here for BETBOOM. 2-for-1 trade, setting themselves up, and we'll see if SDY could do anything down below. Poddy's smoked off and taken a bit of damage. No one's checking this. They're not expecting it. He comes out with a massive double and even gets the wall bang. Very nearly drops Magno Jess. He's jumping down below. It's a violent attack onto the site as he does get the double kill and puts it into a 1 versus 1. Glaive, he's got no idea where he is right now. The bomb is out there, but yeah, Magno Jess, he's worried that Glaive is going to be jumping on him.
Precisely that. He had no idea as to where Glaive is currently residing. He's not been activated in this round. He's not got any kills. He's not fired any bullets as far as I'm aware. So, understandable, Magno Jez. He's just checking everything. He's so paranoid. And this is because he's on the 1 HP. He knows a single bullet, a gust of wind, and he is dead. And so Glaive is holding the long angle. I'm not sure how much of this damage is confirmed, though, because most of it was wallbang, I think, on Palace side.
Yeah.
So Glaive may not know he's on 1 HP either.
He's got the M4 as well. Magno just not the AK. So there is... Otherwise, maybe you could have said 1 health, yeah, but 1 good bullet, 1 headshot. Maybe there is a way to do it. Not quite the case here. 10 seconds left now. Bomb being attempted and committed to this time. And he actually has the HE. Oh, it's going to just cancel out the clutch. No chance for Magnus. Actually, the grenade fell in front. Oh, if he had stuck around, he would have lived, Vince. But there's no way that he could have known. Oh, no. The lack of throwing skills there for Glaive somehow worked out anyway.
Oh, Glaive with a wry smile on his face, knowing that nearly went horribly wrong. A great try, though, from Magno Jez, but, like, realistically, Sumda Young here is the key. His 2 kills, plus the damage he did through the balcony side, was so integral for ENCE getting this round in the first place.
I can't believe it. I'd love to see that from Magno's point of view. He's like, why on earth is he grenading the front of the box? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Alright, they're going to buy into this one. Limited grenades. Again, it's going to be hard and fast towards the A-bomb side. No slowing it down. Kaspersky in a pretty decent position right now. They're going to Molotov Shadow instead. That's where SDY was the last time, but checked by Siren. A double entry. It doesn't really get any better than this, and they've got Boomage in the window already. This should be the round going to BETBOOM, but somehow they stop the bomb plant. SDY comes back in with a couple of kills, and it's the finish. Sniper Poddy's taking down Axile. I can't even explain what happened. BETBOOM, they got the double opening. They had a deep position in window. They had everything going for them, Vince. How on earth did they lose that round?
Their utility's not really helping them at all. I mean, you look at how many angles were open, bereft of any smokes, flashes, anything at all. You'll see here on the replay the amount of kills that ENCE are picking up on this retake. Like, no smoke on connector, there's 2 kills. No smoke on CT, there's another couple of frags. If BETBOOM want to get out fast, that's all well and good, but you've got to have some kind of util to play with on the A site. Otherwise, you are just going to get sliced and diced from so many angles.
Oh, that is frustrating, but you know what it does do? It opens up the chance for us now, Vince, to actually get that third map on Anubis. And we started the whole series talking about how cool it would be if we could really get there. And get the potential for ENCE. We know how good they are on it. That would be really interesting to see as the deciding map. It is a curious fact that it's on Anubis there, but I don't want to count BETBOOM out yet necessarily. It is looking tricky, though. You can see, again, Axel with 1 kill. Boomich with 1 kill. We're going into round number 11. That can't really be the case. You can't have 2 out of 5 players just not even really showing up for the game. Potty in the middle. SDY is there. And they are shutting down that scout that was on the other side. And certainly the Tech 9 as well. Easy to clean this one up. And I don't see a way out of it. It's going to be 9 rounds here for ENCE. Some tag damage coming in, but that's about it.
And if ENCE pull off this reverse sweep to take themselves into the grand finals, and we get to interview Glaive again, I'm going to be asking him, like, what did you say to them between Nuke and Mirage? Because whatever he said has worked unbelievably well. Axel with the Tech 9. Not going to get too much more out of this. His woes continue. Just the 2 frags. Considering how impactful he was on Nuke, that is a pretty surprising drop-off. And I would say definitely instrumental as to why this is so one-sided.
Damn, I don't think you could have seen this coming. There's just no reason to believe that, like you said, pushing the self-destruct button after losing in double OT on Nuke would have been a very likely outcome for ENCE, but they've turned it around. They seem beyond ready here. The whole team. And Nature's got 2 kills, but also he's only got 6 deaths. He's just not been in that many fights. I don't even think it's necessarily his fault. He's just not been getting very much to do at all. This time, though, he is caught with a nade in hand. That's a bit of a potentially sloppy play. Body there. Now going to be looking towards the connector, but again, double opening. Now, BETBOOM have lost these kind of rounds before. ENCE, if they steal this one back, it's almost going to be too heartbreaking for BETBOOM. Alright. That should seal it.
Yeah, there should be at least 3 rounds. Which, I mean, Mirage, T side, it's such an even map. You could even argue a lot of teams have more success on their T half. So it has been a pretty horrific second map. And I am just shocked. I mean, sure, ENCE are no scrubs on Mirage. Don't get me wrong, they got some significant wins. They won yesterday on this very map in the playoffs, of course, and it was one-sided. But it's how dominant BETBOOM are typically on this. It's so surprising to me how much they've been manhandled, and maybe there's still a way forward yet. The bomb goes out first. It has been dropped on the deck from Poddy. Good news for BETBOOM, though, is they have tons of time left. The downside is this 2v4 has been cut in half. Glaive also pivots in from the CT boxes. Is this actually clutchable? Perhaps not. Zorti gives them the advantage once more, but Glaive on 13 kills, Anders. Can he clutch this?
There is an opportunity if Sorte misses the shot, but he absolutely won't. Nice triple for Sorte, holding on. I can't believe it even got that close. It never should have been, but it will be a 3rd round for BETBOOM. At least they managed to get that far. I don't think that's acceptable. That's really on the low side for what you're expecting for a team of this caliber on a map like Mirage. Somehow, though, ENCE just stepping it up when they needed to. Glaive playing well. Kaspersky continuing. SDY was there. Just a whole team performance. And Poddy, I mean, yeah, we had 1 round where he missed an important kill over at the B hallways. But apart from that, he was absolutely sickening. So 9-3 lead here in ENCE. If they win this pistol, they're off to a very interesting start. And that Molotov on SDY has me a bit curious. Okay, he's going to use it for the window. So he's going to throw it all the way into the window to try and burn that off. And then they're just going to rush for it. Straight towards the B bomb site, trying to do the split. But BETBOOM seem to be ready. They know that it's coming. They already got 3 people here. They do need the kills, though. And it's taken way too long. Axel, I don't know, his mouse, his bullets, they're all blanked right now. He can't get any kills. Siren will at least be able to stop the bomb, but still finds himself alone at the back of the van. And they're coming for him. Poddy not going to slow it down. Nate 2 with a headshot. And the dualies here on MagnoJess, he's been mechanically out of control, but still, what a big ask. No bomb plant yet, and a 1 versus 3 shot in the back by SDY. ENCE continue to make it work.
Yeah, understandable why ENCE didn't check the van, because Axel playing underneath the windows, it's not a normal crossfire. You typically have the second player either in the marketplace watching the angle, or on the bench helping him out from the tight one. So understandable why Kaspersky gets caught by that one, but the player advantage was just so firmly in favor of the T's, and ENCE do convert double digits, and it looks like we are headed to Anubis, Anders. I mean, I don't want to be that guy that calls the map way too early, but right now, other than MagnoJess, no one has really shown up to this server on BETBOOM. It has been every bit as one-sided as the 10-3 scoreline would suggest, if not maybe even more so, because you look at across at ENCE, 4 of their players are on 13 or more kills. I mean, this is a proper team effort.
I mean, I can't disagree. I don't even know if it is calling it early. It's hard to imagine BETBOOM recovering this one. They just don't have the money for it early on here. Of course, they're going to force into this round. I think they probably should, because either way, it's going to require a bit of a miracle. They're not getting one at the moment here. MP9's doing a bit towards the end, but the bomb is being planted on the other side. So at this point, you're picking up the weapons. Yeah, picking up the Gillen on the AK. You're not going to be trying to retake this. It's just not even a dream. So 11 rounds on the side of ENCE. That's, I mean, I think saving the guns might have been the best case scenario anyway, so just leave it at that. Wow. That's kind of shocking. I wonder what that means for Anubis. We do know ENCE are strong on it. BETBOOM, though, maybe they will fall into the same kind of trap that was there for ENCE. Maybe it's going to be BETBOOM who are going to be suffering a bit on the mental side going into a third map.
What makes Anubis so tantalizing is that BETBOOM are also really good. And they did play against ENCE earlier at YaLLa Compass, and they won at 13-11 on Anubis. So it really does poise us in such a delicious way to see how that map plays out. But I do agree with you. You know, what does this mean for Anubis? What does it mean for BETBOOM? Because they are getting straight up manhandled on a map that typically is their best, or at least in their top 2. And ENCE don't look like they're even sweating this. And if you just joined us, like, if I said to you that ENCE just lost in OT and had multiple chances to win, that would probably sound like a ludicrous statement to make, but that's the position we're in right now.
It just absolutely is. You wouldn't know it if you missed the first map. You'd think, oh, wow, ENCE are having a fantastic day like they had yesterday, perhaps. You would have just missed the fact that they lost in double OT on their own map pick of Nuke, but seems like that's a trivial detail to them. SDY is going to be going down, though. Still a 4-on-4 in this one. The bomb going to be picked up back towards T-spawn. And A2, he's really the only one that's had a bit of a harder time getting into the map so far. But now that he's on the T side, I mean, that could change quite a bit. We'll see if we can find some luck getting out of the palace. If they smoke off connector, if they throw all of the usual smokes here, which they definitely can, they've got 3 of them, they're going to be blocking off this entire connector and mid situation for BETBOOM, and that could make a retake kind of tricky.
Boom is just getting peppered by flashbangs. Another smoke starting to come into play as well. It was a slot area of BETBOOM's east side. It's the lack of utility behind the bushes. It's doing their level best to make that not really a problem for themselves, but they have already lost one player. Glaive on 1 HP. Making the fight. Oh, he's burnt himself.
It's
a nightmare.
It's such a sick play as well. It would have worked. It absolutely would have worked, Vince, but unfortunately, Sonos enemy in this point. That's really rough to see. They're on the defuse now, and I don't think Kaspersky and Poddy are going to be able to stop this. They're really trying their best, but it won't happen. Nice retake coming in from BETBOOM. Unfortunately, as funny as it is, I think he would have had that kill for sure.
Yeah, you also understand why he's done it, right? 1 HP, Mac 10, try and catch him in transition, make him move from on the con side. It was the last tick of the Molotov, the last spread of the Molly on 1 HP. It's the kind of thing that like looks really foolish, but honestly, I just think it's kind of unlucky, Anders.
It is, like, I mean,
you can see why he's doing it.
Yeah, for him with low health and a Mac 10 on the side, if he tries to play, you know, a normal position, he's just going to die no matter what, I think. So playing inside of the smoke and trying to walk through it on a bit of a timing is, I think, a pretty good choice. It's just that he himself had also thrown the Molotov. It just spread further than he was ready for. I mean, it is funny, just unfortunate as well. Still, they've got a massive lead, and there's no reason they can't just brush this off and say, all right, fine, whatever. You know, back to work, back to business. And I think at the end of it, only 2 people surviving on the BETBOOM side. So it's not like they had a ton of money. They're going to pick up a couple of AKs here. So that's something to play around with. ENCE keeping up the pressure and deciding to force into this round with AKs, a Scout, and a Deagle. They just want to finish this as quick as they can. Kaspersky making quick work of Axile, who's just been finding nothing at all. He's just getting blown up every single time. Still on 2 kills, by the way, going into round number 16 here. And now it's a 5-on-3 as they've just opened up the middle of the map. A lot of damage as well, landing down. Sorte's got to be careful. Doesn't even matter. just shot through the box. Why not? Okay. Fine.
Unplayable when ENCE are feeling this way. Kaspersky gets his man up to 19 frags. SDY warming up at the perfect time just before Anubis. And ENCE with 8 opportunities to take us there. Oh my goodness, this has been such a clinical, admirable performance by ENCE. Like, the fact that they lost the first map, the way they lost it, coming out of the MRQs as well, not making the major. I think a lot of people assumed that this was a dead team walking. I myself thought that it was a distinct possibility. But the way they're playing right now is like they just have no pressure, no fear. That's what Clave said to us yesterday in his post-game interview. He's like, SDY and the rest of the guys, they're playing with no fear. That's why we're getting so much success.
You could feel that right now. They look like a completely different team. Just all fired up, ready to go. Natu's going to get that one and somehow even hits the headshot on Axile, who's just cursed. How does it happen? He's 2-17. Has no chance to even get into this one. ENCE wrecking on this second map pick. Just didn't see it coming. I thought for sure this was going to be a 2-0 once they lost in double OT, but that has not been the case. Glaive leading from the front here. He's got 15 kills, pretty much along with the rest of the team. It's going to be the last kill for Kaspersky, and it's ENCE to pick up the map in such a quick fashion. I can't even believe it. We just got into it. We didn't even get a chance to really talk about Mirage. ENCE have already won it. It means we're going to go to a third map to decide this semi-final with and find our first contestant for the grand final. I'm shocked. I'm blown away.
Well done, ENCE. Well done. There's not much else to say, is there? It was just pure domination. I think there's a lot of positive signs, though, if you are on the ENCE side of things. It's the fact that not only do they win 13-4 after a difficult loss, not only is Anubis up next, but every single person on the team had their moments. Naitu was on like 5 kills going through to the last few rounds of that game. But as he said, he pops off with the MP9, so it's not even as if he was having a bad game himself. There just is only a certain amount of kills to go around. He was just getting fed scraps effectively. But you've got Kaspersky again, back-to-back bangers of maps, finishes with over 130 ADR and 4 multi-kills. SDY pops off. Poddy, who was looking like he was out of the server in the first few rounds. I'm thinking back to that round where he has the opening, gets pushed down by 2 players and doesn't kill either of them, but then he just comes alive. This is a very scary-looking ENCE team, man. Like, they could even win the tournament at this point, the way they're playing.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And that's got to be something that the other contestants on the other side of the bracket as well, Dynamo, ECLOT, and NAVI Jr. are going to be watching this game for sure and thinking, damn, that's a bit much to deal with. How do we stop that if it keeps going this way? Kaspersky so far, what did he have? Like 40 kills on the opening map, which they ended up losing double OT. 20 on this. That's 60 kills so far, for those of you who can't do the math, across 2 maps. Even that is completely outrageous. 130 ADR. Can he do it for a third map? I guess that's one of the big questions that we're going to want to be or have answered here for Anubis. I hope he can.
I don't remember ever seeing Kaspersky reach these heights before. I've seen glimpses. I've seen maps where he's played well. This is a different beast altogether, I've got to say. And like you see him in the interviews, he's such a chill, reserved kind of guy. For him to be performing like this, I've got so much respect for it, man. We'll see if he can do it 3 times in a row, yeah.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed that he can. Definitely, making Polish Counter-Strike proud for the minute here. It's going to be Anubis coming up. It's after the break. We're still at the semi-finals, but one of these 2 teams at the end of the next map is going to go to the grand finals. So stick around and find out which one it is after the break. Don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Prioritize is just jumping across, doesn't want to die to that AWP here. It's on Night You now to get the timing, and he lines them up, rolls a strike. It's a 4K spray down, and nobody's ready for it.
Out, got so many targets. And he's gonna try and expertly navigate it. He's spreading the needle. How is he doing this? That's 3, could be 4, and that shot down. BETBOOM south.
We had a very streaky start, but now it's tough to separate them. Zorta's going to find another opening to try,
And that actually surprises him a little bit, but they're giving Zorta consistent pot shots. Smoke broken, and Zorta will even find that on a Robbo as well while he was in the midst of strafing away. Steady work from Zorta, and that is the Zorta I know and love. He has just aced them.
Looking at the right direction. Oh, and the Pandas have just walked past him. And now Kraveni can walk up behind him for a second round consecutive. This was 9 Pandas by round, but it's a 2-player drop out of apartment. Kraveni makes quick work of round.
They're still going there.
What if a couple of these players get 2 players on the clock? Symmetry already doubles down, and now you don't know Jugs is here. Oh, Symmetry gets another come on. It was a 2v4. 9 Pandas choose to walk into the wrong site. NAVI Jr. say that this ace.
It's time to find out which of our semi-finalists will make the grand final. It comes down to Anubis between ENCE and BETBOOM. And we're actually making history here, Anders. Maybe not for the right reasons. So, Exile just dropped his worst career performance ever on Mirage. He has never been that off. A 0.22 rating with 2 and 17. You'd have to go back to 2019 for him to have got a 0.29. It's the worst map he's ever had professionally.
That's insane. That's a crazy statistic that just happened then. Especially because we're talking about a guy that I think a lot of people are saying, well, he's on the comeback, right? He's improving his career. He's not maybe back to form, but he's, doing much better than he was maybe at this time about a year ago. So, kind of a bit alarming, perhaps. Sometimes all you need is 1 or 2 good rounds in a half, and you can have a big impact on the game, but he just found nothing at all. That's wild. That has to change, along with a lot more for BETBOOM, because ENCE just looked completely fired up. I think you said at the one point, they looked fearless. They had no doubts that they were going to win that map. Laughing their way through, everybody was playing well, and even Nate, though, in terms of kills, it wasn't great. I mean, it almost didn't even matter, because the rest of them were just so good.
Yeah, that was about as one-sided as a map I think you'll probably see. I think the only player that you could maybe, look at and think, you did your job, was Magnajez. Azorti had a couple of moments, but Magnajez, I'm thinking of that crazy round outside of ramp where he picked up 2 kills, he got damage through on the balcony, but that's all in the past. We've already seen ENCE bounce back from a very difficult loss on Nuke. Can BETBOOM return the favor here on Anubis?
That is exactly what we're looking to find out. Third and final map, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, big welcome. Shout out to you guys in the Twitch chat somewhere. Hope you guys are behaving. I know you will be, gentlemen, of course. And it's going to be ENCE starting on the CT side, BETBOOM on the T side, and already a rush in the middle. SDY sticking around maybe for a second too long. That could be the end of him. You could see him trying to retract from that position. He does make it back around the corner, but they're still coming for him, relentlessly attacking the sites. And I actually love the fact that the rest of ENCE are pushed out of the A-bomb side. They actually don't want to be shot in the back, so they're going to be hanging out by the beans outside of the site. And now BETBOOM have slowed it down. What an interesting turn. Again, they say, all right, we're in middle. We're hoping for a mistake here, but both teams, I think, have a good read on what's going on at the moment.
They do. Kind of ends as this weird stalemate in the middle portion of the map. But the problem for BETBOOM, as you can see for Siren's perspective, they're not sure if there is a wrap around the back of them right now. So they need to start making inroads. And it's going to go horribly against them for the first second, but then there is the retaliation. Siren with 2. A 2-on-2 as they try and fake a full-on rotation, anticipating the CTs will be getting up behind them, which was correct, but Naitu, he understands. And now Poddy, oh, he's posed himself in the cons. He's poised to try and strike in here, but I think they're going to be planting for the temple side. So they keep themselves alive for the time being. Has just been spotted in from Axile. Already picking up the 1 frag and keeping the temple locked down. Time ticking away. They're both going to try and deal with Poddy, and Axile already equaling the amount of kills he picked up on Mirage. Naitu tickles the bomb, trying to draw both of them. He'll know that both are in con as the double swing came in, and he needed that kill to be clean. No kit in play. Needs the first frag right now, and it won't be forthcoming. Axile with 3 in his opener to Anubis.
That is huge. And a sick decision as well to try and go and fight in that dark position. They know that with the double Glock rushing him down, it's very likely they're going to be able to trade the kill, and that's probably going to be in their favor, but they did more than just take him down. They didn't lose anyone. So 2v1 at the end, and like you said, he had to get that kill right away for it to even be close. So BETBOOM off to a nice start here. And winning this round on the T side as well, it goes such a long way. We know this could be a very T-sided map, and sometimes if you're on the CT side and you can win the first 3 rounds, winning the pistol and the next 2, it's such a luxury. You're getting such a close way to actually having enough rounds already. Now instead, ENCE are going to have to fight on hard mode here for the second half, and I'm nervous yet, but I'm very curious if they're going to be strong early on when they get the rifles.
How many times going to tell on that one? That's for sure, but can they start to get some done with the Deagles? Because there is still one in play, and it is in the man that we're looking at to see if he can pull off the 3-peat on crazy individual moments and performances. HE is put him down to 2, though. Never really stood a chance, realistically, but that HE was pretty much the full stop behind his name. 2-0 will be the score to BETBOOM. The question now is whether the rest of ENCE can get really any kills as they all run out into the open. And it's the MAC-10 that gets 2 kills, and the AK which gets the other. So BETBOOM off to a solid start, but as you highlighted, Anders, you're curious what's going to happen when the rifles come in play. We're actually going to have to wait a little bit longer. It's not just here just yet.
Yeah. They're going to buy some MP9s instead and kind of go halfway there. Very interested. I wonder if we're going to see some crazy push coming out with the MP9s. I feel like this could be part of a larger plan. 5-7 as well there on Poddy. Okay. A bit out of the usual perhaps from what we're normally seeing, but maybe there is some kind of rhyme or reason in this for the ENCE side. They have stacked up quite a bit towards the A-bomb side, so that's the other part of this play. I was going to say that you make this much of an unusual buy, I'm expecting that something else is going to be going on. Deep flash as well, pushing into it. Siren in a lot of danger right here, and the grenade in hand. Axile's going to be going down. The MP9's doing great work, but it still is not going to be enough. It's Boomich with the MAC-10. He's known for it. Tossing a grenade right into his chest is Glaive, but it just doesn't matter. Boomich, nice triple with the MAC-10, and in spite of the stack and then, honestly, really good timing, I think BETBOOM got caught off quite a bit there, but somehow they fought their way back into the round anyway.
I thought we were going to see a double wide swing from ENCE because they had the close pillar where SDY was with his MP9. But he kind of went out by himself, and his spray, he did get a kill, so you can't really put it all on his shoulders, but it wasn't really clean. I think the SDY that we saw from Mirage would have probably got 2 out of that one. But doesn't really make a whole lot of difference here for this round because we do finally have those rifles. We have the AWP, clearly prioritizing it, and why not? For those of you that missed it yesterday, Poddy was a man possessed against 9 Pandas on Anubis. He was playing con typically, but he was omnipresent. He had so much impact. And so getting that AWP in his hands as soon as possible on the CT side makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he's still in middle, so that's going to allow them to have 3 people on the site here. Quite a strong defense for B, although SDY, I believe, is starting to rotate back a bit. So they are doubting in that setup. They're going to be rotating all the way to the A bomb site. If they would have stuck with a 3-man defense, they might have been in a very strong position to shut this down. But honestly, with 2 at the B bomb site, it's not really clear whether or not you're going to be able to do it. 55 seconds. They're sticking for this one. ENCE don't really have a good read. They're looking down towards the river in the middle there, but Incendiary to maybe try and slow them down. 45 seconds. I'm real scared for this B defense.
Glaive trying to spit some bullets. Speculative shot, see if he can land anything, but it's Kaspersky. He's already gone through the bulk of the magazine, though, and Siren up on the rugs. Oh, it's the perfect backstab. You were concerned about this B defense, understandably so, but it's not faring better anywhere else. And SDY, he's not going to be able to get anything. Yes, 2 players were low, but BETBOOM already with an equal amount of rounds on Anubis that they picked up on the entirety of Mirage.
Honestly, the idea for ENCE is actually pretty sick. So they did give up on the stronger B defense, but what they got in return for it was that push out of A, which Siren obviously managed to shut down. But the theory behind doing that kind of thing is totally legit for ENCE side. So I don't actually hate it. It's just that they didn't get enough kills defending the B bomb site, and then Siren was playing it so passively that even if they looked for him, they just were never going to be able to find him. So kind of a tough deal here. And this is why I love saying I think Anubis is a pretty treacherous map. There are so many ways to screw it up, even if it is a great map for ENCE and for many other teams too. The fact is, you start on that CT side and you end up losing some of these critical rounds at the beginning, and it could be a really, really bad spiral. So ENCE, unable to slow it down. They haven't really managed to control the game yet, and now they're going to have limited money. They're going to try and buy a little bit into this one, but I don't know. It's a concerning start, if nothing else.
No doubt, very concerning. I mean, and that's without Zorti. He's 0-1, by the way. He's had just nothing to really say in this game. So we'll see if he can get himself into this at some stage. This might not be the round for it, though, because, again, with the lack of weaponry, it's going to be a run-and-gun style round. SDY does get the better of Boomich. If he does decide to peek out middle, that could allow Zorti to get off the mark. But a good opening pick, a pretty clean one at that. So maybe some hopes for ENCE in this 5th round, at least.
SDY definitely needs to get that kill almost immediately. Body's going to get traded as well. Sortie on the board, finally getting a chance to have a little bit of a say. Axel, though, is trying to sneak through, and I don't know why. That's a 3 versus 3. You don't really need to take that risk at all. You've got the better weapons. You've got some control over the A-bomb site, or you would have had regardless of that sneak through, so maybe a little bit of a mistake. But then again, Exile's been playing really well so far on Anubis, so maybe it's also one of those heat check moments where you feel like you're going to be able to do it. Kaspersky comes blowing out of the smoke. It's an insane play, and it doesn't pay off this time. But how cool would it have been if he'd landed that headshot right away? The bomb still not planted, and actually, they might just run to the B-bomb side. I don't think they trust this high ground. They don't have any more smokes. I could totally understand why they want to make a run for it here.
Downside is the time is so low. 15 seconds. It just takes Glaive to deny the bomb planter, and this round pretty much is over. So let's see what their incendiary is looking like with the smokes, I should say, and that's going to be the kill. And that should be the round alongside it. Glaive shuts it down. I can understand that alongside you why BETBOOM would go for that rotation, but the fact is the ENCE have just stolen around away where they had a couple of MP9s, a few pistols, and now they can trade up to AKs. They can get their economy finally activated, and maybe this is the beginning of something truly special.
That's a round where if you rewind it and Glaive's positioning over at A is a little bit different so he can't hear the footsteps as they run away, it's a completely different round. But you're absolutely right. He heard, he ran back, and they stole it. This could easily be the round, in my opinion, that we look back on at the end of this half, or maybe the map, and say that's the round that brought ENCE right back into the game. They only had 2 people alive, but it's given them 2 AKs. It was a round where they'd only sort of half bought, so they're going to have a lot more money to work with going into the future, although Magnolia's still just so crisp with the entries. Gonna take down Kaspersky. He's finally having a slow start. I mean, the other 2 maps, he was lights out, but it had to happen at some point that he was going to be cooled off a little bit. They must win this round, though, ENCE. I mean, they put so much work into the last one. It's looking grim, though. Look at Glaive. Very nearly getting completely chewed up inside of the smoke. Still 1 minute and 10 seconds. What do you do here for your ENCE? You almost feel like you've got to take another risk. This is one of those rounds where you might see a crazy stack. Yeah, they're all going B. It makes sense.
And throw out flashes as well to almost bait in BETBOOM. Like puffing their chest out and kind of bluffing. The BETBOOM not going to fall for this. They're going to Molotov, they're going to push onto the site, they're going to find it's empty. And indeed, BETBOOM will be 5-1 to the good with a save on the side of ENCE. And yeah, I mean, I'm totally alongside with you. This is what I thought would happen in map 2. I thought, there's no way Kaspersky goes in for 40+ kills in a double OT, loses, and then comes out on Mirage and performs even close to that level, and he did. So it's an understandable kind of drop-off, but it's also been a drop-off for Body, and it's been a bit of a drop-off as well for Night2 early on in this half, because these guys were also performing on Mirage. So it just feels like no one really, at the moment on ENCE, has been able to really chime together any kind of consistency, any kind of momentum. And like you said, that's the downside of an Anubis CT side. If you go below sort of a threshold in your economy, you're always going to be in awkward positions. What I'm a bit surprised at, I have to say, though, Andy, is the lack of aggression that we've seen from ENCE when it comes to these A-main plays or the kind of B-main connector plays that we saw them do so many times against 9Pandas. It's like they were just pushing every round. I think you said the term, like, ruthless or relentless aggression. We've not seen it yet here on this time.
No, fortunately, not really been the case. Some of them must, I mean, such a different affair from what it was on Mirage, where the whole entire ENCE team, more or less, were really showing up. And here it's hard for any of them to get anything on the board. We're going into round number 7, Vince, and they don't have that many kills, even if you add them all together. It's just not that impressive at the moment. And combine that with Axile's, you know, I guess he really did hit rock bottom on that Mirage. Like, quite literally, it was rock bottom for him, and now he wants back up again. Trade, sortie for Poddy. They'll lose that on the CT side. Probably not the best situation for them here. But again, if you're BETBOOM, you're going to be wondering, okay, 4v4, what's the normal thing for the CT side to try and do? Is to try and take another risk. Is to try and peek somewhere to find information or find another kill. So that's what they're waiting for.
Yeah, when it hasn't really been forthcoming yet, it's an understandable assumption that at some point ENCE will try and break the shackles. Will try and take the fight. Will look for a bit of information. And that can play you into an even higher advantage, but now slowly creeping their way up on the middle. The timing on the swing is good. There's a TK. Need to weaken Siren. Can't really blame Boomich for that, but he's going to go down the same way. Much cleaner. But they still have to contend with Axile, who's gone from 0 to hero, but he won't get a 10th kill in this round. Glaive says no.
That's a really important round once again. You've got to think of this more or less like we're watching sort of an old version of Nuke or Train, just a little bit in reverse, that you just need a couple of rounds on the CT side here, and you're at least still in contention. So even if it looks grim and pretty one-sided, 5-2 is actually not that bad. And the fact that they get to keep some of the money alive here, it doesn't concern me too much yet. I think if they can get up to about 4 rounds on the opening half, it's not great for ENCE, but it's enough that you're still in contention. You have something to fight for going into the second half, and at the end of the day, that's probably all they need right now. NKJ in the back there, pacing back and forth. He's definitely feeling the pressure right now, but I don't know. I don't think this is too bad, Vince. I don't know about you, but 5-2, with the weapons that they have, 2 AKs picked up, the AWP on Poddy, I don't think it's too bad, actually.
Interesting thing, Andy, is I was just looking at how the last game went between these two teams on Anubis. BETBOOM won 13-11. That was earlier on in this very tournament. ENCE only picked up 3 rounds on their CT side, and they still made it super close. So, I think ENCE are probably on 2 rounds right now, feeling still pretty confident. They know that they can get it done on their T-half. They almost beat BETBOOM last time around. Lots of damage early on. And here's some of that aggression that we were looking for. Problem is, though, eventually you're going to be found. And Kaspersky gets nailed and nullified, but Potty will return the favor, maintaining the 4v4.
Three people in the middle. Glaive quite far up towards the entrance of that B site. He's alone over here, though, so Sorte, I don't know if he realizes, but there is actually a way to kind of cut off Glaive from the rest of the team. They're pushing in on either side of him. This has to be Glaive going completely nuclear. He's going to realize they're behind him as well. Nice swing, gets that one, but the trade is in, and that's so worth it. They're going to be happy with that one, BETBOOM. 3 versus 3. The only thing is the fact that Magnogis is a bit low on health, so he's going to have the AWP again in the background instead. Boomich here, perfect timing, takes down Potty, and very questionable if you can go for this retake. They do have the incendiary and the smoke onto Nade. Doesn't look like they really want to go for it, and that's more a question, I think, economics than anything else. Oh, the smoke going up again. I think that probably seals it.
I think it's also the fact that, like, ENCE won't feel too pressured just yet to try and desperately go in for these kind of post-plant 2v3s, 3v3s, because they know their T side is really, really solid. So if they can just kind of grind out like 3 or 4 rounds, I think they'll still feel like they've got a real shot at this. Whereas pushing in at this stage, they're going to lose the 2 AKs. Yes, they can buy regardless, but it is a massive buff over the buy that they would have otherwise, and it allows them to get an open play without too many issues. So it does suck if you're ENCE. At the same time, though, you have to have full faith in your own abilities on that T half, I think. And it kind of goes back to what you said about how treacherous Anubis is on the CT side. You know that you're going through the sort of gauntlet right now, but you also know that you can put BETBOOM to the sword when the roles do get reversed.
Yeah, and hopefully it's Glaive, it's NKJ, and maybe SDY, some of the more experienced players there, reminding the rest of the squad that even if we're a bit behind, we're kind of getting beaten up a little bit now, don't lose hope. Just find a couple of more rounds here, and suddenly it's a more interesting match once again. Kaspersky, timing is perfect, and a nice shot from Potty to bring down Boomich. It's an interesting start to the round. 5 versus 3, they've got a massive stack, and they've got SDY sneaking through the middle. He is determined to try and win this round, and with this kind of a flank, I mean, he is massively increasing the odds. Siren's going to be getting a kill there, but he should be able to be traded here. Glaive dancing around the pillar, and where's SDY? Finally going to be taking down Sorte, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. The bomb's still not planted yet. You can sense the panic here. They know that there's someone behind them, and actually they're going to try and escape. The bomb making its way in towards the CT tunnels here and towards that A bomb site. They're actually going to find the bomb plant. Oh dear. If they lose this round though, Vince, I am worried, because this must have felt like for ENCE, it's in the bag, and suddenly they've just slipped under the radar. And BETBOOM with the bomb plant.
Yeah, I have to echo those sentiments, man. Like, that was really sloppy. You have a 3v5, Potty gets an opener, you get a kill down in con, and somehow it's a 2v3 retake where you don't feel fully confident about this, and already so much of the clock has been eaten away. Half of it, they're all funneling in together. This is a one-dimensional retake. It's not as if they have a second contingent coming through on the main side. Molotov is good. It's going to force Axal away, but look how close the timer is. The fuse has gone down ever so much, and although Axal's been found, there's a chance that Siren can clutch this out just by playing time. If he re-peeks in and denies this, the fuser, that could be the round, but he assumes that Potty was the man on the bomb, which is not the case. But put it into context. A 3v5 and you barely win in a 1v1.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking, but so is the end of it. You're right, he thought he'd already killed the guy that was trying to defuse, and there was a second inside of the smoke. But you know what, for the repeat, I don't think his eyes even registered that there was a guy in that defuse that he totally could have seen. Maybe he thought it was the corpse of the first guy that he killed or something. There was a bit of a gap, and it might have actually been the fact that there was a body down in front of him, but regardless, oh, that's a heartbreaking way to lose for BETBOOM. 6-3 right now. And this is opened up once again, and here's the truth of it too. BETBOOM have no more money. If they lose this round right now, ENCE are not just back, but they're actually building a pretty good first half. They could bounce from 6-3 into a 6-5 scoreline in the blink of an eye, and BETBOOM can't really do much about it, so it all comes down to this. It's very, very much an open game right now. And look at the forward positioning outside of the B bombs. I think it's Kaspersky who's pushed up really far, which means they're going to be gravitating towards this A defense, and BETBOOM don't even know it. They don't realize they're walking into a very strong defense here.
Smoke. I think that may have just safeguarded them against Poddy's AWP, and now he drops down because he knows if there's Tech 9s aplenty, he is susceptible to getting charged out and just outright frags. He takes the shot, backs away. Flash is good. Naito with the repeat. Oh, he's going to go down. There's a bit of team damage thrown in the mix as well. It's getting really scrappy again. And around with Tech 9s. And some AKs with the AWP. Suddenly, some way, BETBOOM in with another chance, and they have time if they want to wrap around and rotate. But if they're going to do that, they have to make the decision right now. Only 30 seconds left.
I think they're going to slow down pretending like they've already walked away because they did it last time. So they're going to sell it based on no sound being made and hoping that ENCE will buy it. And they have. ENCE have fallen back. It's just Poddy here sticking at the bomb side. He gets the first, but he can't pick up the second. And there's enough time for him to pick up the bomb. Going to be running quite deep into it. Sortie, that's so risky. Kaspersky's coming back in, and it's a massive health advantage for him. Bomb being planted at Kaspersky. It's going to be a free kill. Sortie's got no idea where to look. He just had no clue where he was coming from. So ENCE, they'll win the round. Now, it's massively expensive, and it should have never been. But the fact that they're up to 4 rounds here, I still think it's a really big deal. I mean, some of this is a bit sloppy. With this kind of a defense, ENCE should be having a harder lockdown on the A-bomb side. Don't know why they're not able to.
Some nice shots being landed by BETBOOM, but yeah, that 4th round is worth so much. They've done better than last time around when they played off against each other. And the other reason why I think we saw a lot of those saves come in is because BETBOOM were able to close out the map, the 13-11, in the final round of regulation with only their 2nd rifle round on the CT side. So again, it goes to play into the idea that if ENCE can get to 6 rounds here around us, which is looking like it could very well happen, they are in a very good spot.
Yeah, quite the turnaround. It really is. BETBOOM, they got the bomb plant, and they've invested into this one hero AK, and I think, again, this is a sign that they understand it's so dangerous right now. Push out of the A-bomb site. It's very cool to see. I think Magna just knew that was coming, though, because they hear the flashbangs. So he's not going to be in any doubt that there could have been someone there. And it's a really important kill. He picks it up, drops the AK over to Sortie as well. If they steal this round, BETBOOM, it's unforgivable for ENCE. These are the kind of rounds you just have to win.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be champions of YaLLa Compass, these are the rounds that you've got to put to bed. They've had a lot of scrappy rounds in positions like that 3v5, for example. That previous round, they should be winning pretty easily. And so maybe this is where a bit of sanity, a bit of stability comes back on the server. And indeed it shall. A couple of shaky and wobbly moments, but ENCE have picked up 5, and now BETBOOM back to the drawing board. They're going to have a decent buy coming into this. I don't think they've got enough for an AWP for Sortie, though. This could be a problem.
Definitely a bit of a challenge for them. He's been super sick in this best of 3 so far. So you'd love to have it on him for this round. Although I say that, he is 3-7, so he's one of the players that's been having a really hard time stepping it up here on the opening half. But yeah, 5 rounds for ENCE. It was so grim at one point. They were really far behind. They weren't even getting kills on the board. It was just hard to be excited about. But now they're back into it again here. Magno just very flashed and fighting in front of the Molotov Natu. He's good for the 1, but will be traded out. Nice little spray down here. STY hits the ground. 3 versus 3 in the afterplant. They're going to try and boost all the way over, which I think if someone's on the back plateau, you're going to be able to see them. But that's not the case right now. The bomb is planted. And a potentially very hard retake. The thing they've got going for them is they have a lot of utility on the CT side, so there might be a way.
It's also 2 prongs. Retake, they have extra player now moving through onto the heaven slide. Incendiary is good, but the follow-up damage. The Siren cuts off 2 heads with the AK surgically. And Kaspersky, oof. The way he's been playing today, Anders, I kind of believed in him, but BETBOOM will have the 7 lead come the second half. When you consider, though, that not too long ago, they had a vast lead and were looking like they were destined for something special at 5-1. And this game is well and truly on. This is anybody's match.
I mean, Siren doing so much hard work at the end here. I don't disagree, Vince. It is anybody's match. Hard to say who comes out on top. 7-5. The pistol round, for once, could actually make a sizable difference. If BETBOOM win it, then they're going to feel like they're a big step closer to picking up the whole thing. But ENCE, it could also be the start of a really great run for them on the T side. Again, this is a map that they do feel very comfortable on. So let's see how it plays out. They're going to be checking out the middle. They're not fully committed at the moment, but they do want to put a lot of pressure on. And now they're going to bring the bomb in, so a lot stronger of a commitment. Looks like they're not going to be slowing down. Keeps rushing towards the B bomb side, trying to see if they can flank it here. Axile steps up to cracking headshots as he takes down Glaive and Poddy. And that slows down ENCE enough for the rest of them to start to rotate in. Boomich, bit of information. He realizes they're still somewhere in the hallway back there. And Saute's just in dark. Now, remember, when this position was reversed, they actually went to fight him here. They did went to fight the USP when it was BETBOOM on the CT side, on the T side, but that's not going to happen yet. Kaspersky, he goes down. This time they will take a look, but yeah, at least get the bomb plant. That's kind of half the battle right now.
I would say that Nightsu is somewhat of a pistol main player. Like, he's a superpower in these kinds of rounds, so there's every chance he's got a chance to clutch this one out, especially as they have Temple and the bomb's already ticking down.
It is ticking really quickly. No kit either. SDY, he made the full trip back with the P250, but it's just too much. There was a little part of me that sort of wished they would have played it for the P250 and for SDY to just snipe away at a distance, but that didn't quite work out. And even without the kit, they're going to be able to actually win the round. BETBOOM. Massive victory for them here. Huge step towards the grand final. So much on the line. Get in there. You're going to be facing either Dynamo, ECLOT, or NAVI Jr., depending on who wins the other semi-final. That will happen right after this one. We're not going to delay anything at all. Grand finals is later in the evening. So for whichever team wins here, they're going to have at least a chance to take a bit of a break and take a deep breath, which you're going to need after a game like this one. It's been pretty intense.
No doubt, no doubt. Double OT to kick off the series will certainly do that, I'm sure. Blood pressure was high. And PC, USB specialist is what I was looking for Night 2. Could be a PC specialist as well, for all I know. Maybe he's a tech wizard. Need to find some of that form, though. If ENCE are going to bounce back in this round, it is a full investment. Tech 9s and Mat 10s to play with, and early smoke down on corner is going to allow them to actually close the gap here. That could work against BETBOOM. They've allowed the Tech 9s and Mac 10s to get close, but Axile's using the smoke to try and wrap around. They may not anticipate this one, but he's gone down to the hands of SDY, and now Magnochess, huge 3 kills! But it's still open, still available for ENCE to bounce back.
We need to convene a committee to figure out how Axile didn't get the double kill in this one, or any kills at all for that matter. It was so disgusting. He managed to time his way through the smoke as they were running through, and somehow he got caught anyway and just got nothing done. I actually can't believe that. ENCE, they might have a shot at winning this round. That would be devastating to BETBOOM if it went that way. Siren pushing up, gotta be a little bit careful here. M4 in his hand, timed a little bit by Kaspersky. Even with the helmet, he's still going to be going down. Boomich jumping with the SMG. It is what he's known for, and he'll pick up Kaspersky as well. Clutch coming in here from the captain of the team. They desperately needed a round like this one. You can see him smile a little bit there on the camera, and for good reason. That's way, way, way too tense. But I guess Boomich is there to help them.
Big boom. There when required. 12 kills. Making up for Zorti's lack of prowess here on Anubis. But I'm completely alongside you. I mean, the fact that ENCE also get together a bind to this next round, that would have been a calamity on BETBOOM if they conceded. It would have been ENCE straight back into this. They could still put it off, though. They know that the economy of BETBOOM is strained. Losing 4 players in that previous round, ENCE will understand the task ahead of them. Win this, you break them, you get straight back in. So there is another chance, another opportunity, but a well-timed smoke will keep SDY from adding any further kills to his tally.
Madness in the middle. Saute looked like he was ready to shoot somebody in the ankles, and Natu was having none of it. Gets taken straight down. Boomich here, still finding success. The AUG is going to be taken down, but that MP9... It almost felt like out of the AUG, the AWP, and the MP9 was the most dangerous weapon on that site somehow. Axile alone, and with 1 minute and 10 seconds, even if he has some health advantage, at least against Natu, how do you actually get this job done? There's so much time for them to slip away.
Indeed. And he'll know that there's more than enough time for them to either rotate over onto the B side or try and wrap around. And it is the latter that is coming to fruition right now with SDY on the prowl. No reason for Natu to move in. The aforementioned low HP causes that to be the case. And there we have it. Axel decided, like, I'm just going to have inaction. And if they push into me, I can deny the bomb plant. I'm in a good position here. The other downside is, like, if you're rotating, then you open yourself up to a lot more angles to get shot in the back if transitions are coming into play. So I can understand his decision-making. It was just a hard spot to be in. So I am curious here, though, Anders. Do BETBOOM force themselves? Because they know the money is still kind of garbage on ENCE. The downside of that, though, is you have a lead. And if you force and lose, then you're in real trouble.
Yeah.
They decide not to.
I think you outlined the dilemma pretty well. And just, I think because you have a 3-round lead, taking those kind of risks this early on, it could almost be seen a little bit desperate. You could feel like, oh man, we're giving up potentially a bit of a lead here. They're going to lose one in the middle, but fortunately the grenades doing great work to slow down BETBOOM. So just Axile with the USP, and obviously not a lot that he is going to be able to do from this position. So ENCE closing the gap down to a 2-round difference. It's still very much, I would say at this point, it's an open game. But BETBOOM should be feeling nervous already. It's not a big lead. It's not like they have a lot of money. And we know how good ENCE are on the map. So there's a lot of factors right now that are pointing towards the idea that ENCE could make a full recovery and end up in the grand finals.
Yeah, I feel like 9-6 on T side of Anubis is a much closer scoreline than it suggests. Absolutely, 100%. So not only is it about to become 7, guaranteed, as Axel only has the USP against 4 players, but everything's starting to look pretty solid. It's pretty sunny for ENCE. Thing is, though, BETBOOM are going to have a solid buy into the next one. A couple players might be dipping down into a lack of utility, maybe Siren at 1700. But again, he's been impressive. Again, he's been leading the charge. And Kaspersky may have started slow. I think he was 2-6 at one point. Well, he's up now to 14 frags. So he's found that second win they were so desperately looking for.
I mean, if he could do it for a 3rd map, even if it's a slow start, it might even be more impressive if it's a slow start. It's like, you know, got kind of shut down in the first half, but now he's turning it around. 14 kills. The rest of the team, they're not that far behind. I mean, that's what brought them to a victory on Mirage, wasn't it? Having essentially 4 out of 5 players playing just a really great game, and if they can get the whole squad lined up, it's going to look a lot more encouraging. 9-7 is the scoreline here. And we're moving into round number 17. We've got some weapons back out on BETBOOM, but you can already tell they're lacking something. Mostly utility. They don't have the defuse kit either. It's so rough right here, but if they lose this one, the game is going to be almost certainly tied. He saw the gun barrel there. He'd love to punish them for it. In the middle, they're going to be blowing open the smoke, and Boomich caught in a bad position.
Caught and punished. The sentence was to sit on the bench and the sidelines and try and be the puppet master now, pull the strings and see if BETBOOM can still get their way into this, but a lack of grenades, realistically, and also no kits in play means that they do look to gamble stack over on the B site, and Anders, it looks like ENCE are about to walk into this one. The downside, though, for BETBOOM is that not all 4 players were in close enough proximity, not able to play off one another. I can't believe these last 2 players have decided to peek in. I thought for sure they'd go and save, and now Siren realizes it a little bit too late, but he's being flanked in himself. There's 2 players over here. ENCE are in such a good spot now, out of nowhere, have brought it back to a 1-round deficit. There will be no survivors. Their money is building up, and BETBOOM are staring into the abyss.
Oh, wow. You're right, they had the people in the general area, but there's a big difference between having 4 people, you know, sort of close to the B bomb site and having them actually be ready, and you could tell they just weren't. Kaspersky opening up with a huge double there, and that completely blows open the defense. 9-8, round number 18. The money once again gone. BETBOOM is so scary. That CT side, if you can't find the money, even if you have good ideas or good plans or whatever it is, you're not going to be able to buy the weapons that you need to execute half of it. Going to be 1 flashbang here for Magnogist, and they're going to try and push out with the USPs. I don't hate the idea, but Nade 2. He was technically playing the anti-flash position. This has worked out way better than you were expecting. The bomb is back at T-spawn. It's going to be picked up right now. Oh, dear. It looks like they're going to be able to escape. Oh, he's actually stuck there. Glaive. He's slowed it down. He's not sure if they're hunting for him. This could either be genius or it could be so costly. If he dies here with the bomb, I might start crying.
We've seen too many Danes fall prey recently, and as I understand.
It's true, isn't it?
But maybe Glaive is here. Oh, they lined up for him. He didn't want to repeat, though. I like this. He is playing very passively. But it's like controlled aggression where he doesn't want to give his life away for multiple reasons. The main being, as you highlighted, he is controlling the bomb, and they have a lot of time left. He doesn't have to snatch at an opportunity. I think he was worried that they were just going to charge him down and he was going to get killed in the back, knowing that two primary weapons did trade hands. But if they still get the kill now, bomb has spilled on the ground, and SDY in a 1-on-3 needs 2 more kills.
There's just no way. I've been saying it, I think my whole casting career for more than 12 years now. Just one flashbang. It's always worth it. Just buy one. It's $200. And you could see here, setting it up. I mean, even if they mostly got the kills with USPs, but it just managed to distangle that early defense that it was put up by ENCE. Bomb being planted here. SDY, you must win this round. You can't let BETBOOM back into the game, but it's not going to get a chance here. Sorte just ready for it. SDY, he walks right into the shot, and BETBOOM, a $200 investment, and an absolute jackpot for them. Taking down ENCE, getting to 10 rounds, and getting to steal some of the weapons as well. It's so shocking, isn't it?
If BETBOOM now come back and win this game, I think you can mark round 18 as the turning point. That is an absurd round to lose. It's a really cool tactic, but like, how do you bounce back from that, man? Like, that's crazy. That's such an important moment in the semifinals, and you lose to a USP flashbang push.
And the fact as well, he could have escaped Glaive. Not that he could have known it, but he thought they were much quicker to try and catch him. If he'd picked up the bomb and ran, they would have just planted the bomb at B, and they would have won the round without really any contest. And I think BETBOOM would have said, okay, cool, we got some rifles, that's great. But he stuck around, and even that looked like it was going to be working, and it was right up until the point that it wasn't, which is a classic Counter-Strike dilemma. 10-8. We're in round number 19, and this is so scary. Nice trade. Magnages goes down after the one. Axal traded out as well, but this Orc back here, they're so insistent on it. It's Siren keeping the dream alive for this defense. Nice shot at range. Boom, it's just going to get blown up, and Siren, he's good enough to get it job done. You could see a little bit of celebration there. I think a USP came into play as well at one point. BETBOOM, they make good on it. They steal the previous round with a flashbang, and they just survived this one, but it doesn't matter. These CT rounds, they are so hard. We say it over and over again. They're so hard to come by, so picking them up like this, even if it's costly, it's absolutely worth it.
Boomich fist pumping into the air, knowing the importance of not just landing the original uppercut and wobbling ENCE in that USP flash round, but make sure you land the 1-2 combo afterwards. Extend the lead, keep them under your foot. And although there'll be a buy on ENCE, it is with 2 Deagles, and this effectively, Anders, is then putting all the chips on the table, saying we are all in. They lose this, BETBOOM likely will be grand finalists.
It really feels that way, doesn't it? They were on a run. They were on such a nice streak. 3 in a row for ENCE. They even got into it earlier than they should have on the second half. They actually cheated and sort of stepped in around early, which was super unexpected. But a $200 flashbang just derailed the entire train for them, unfortunately. If they can't make this work. You're right. That round number 18, that's going to be the pivot point. Double Org is back. Sorte with the AWP. It's not just a quirk that they were pulling out on Nuke. They're insistent on it. They love the scopes.
Man, I have to say I'm a little bit triggered. Like, Kaspersky has had an Unreal series, and I understand the idea is like people that can afford the weapons use them. Give him a rifle. Please give him a rifle. The way he's played, his entries have been insane. Why is he on a Deagle?
Yeah, that is a really good question. Hopefully he can make it shine anyway. They're pushing into a massive stack, and we'll see if it's enough. Kaspersky, doesn't matter. He's got the Deagle. He's still going to get the shots through Glaive to try and pick it up, and USBs come out. It's just SDY left in a 1 versus 3, and he did swing for the kill against Boomich, but he just couldn't land that spray good enough. 12 on the side of BETBOOM. No bomb plant either, and even though it's not that much, it would have got them a bit closer here, ends to more success. BETBOOM, a round away from the grand final here at YaLLa Campus, Spring 2025. A lot of people said they were going to be the finalists, but honestly, the way that this has played out for the second half, I thought ENCE were going to overtake them on the inside here and just, find a way. And they would have, if it hadn't been for one flashbang, one single flashbang.
I think you're absolutely on the money. That was the turning point. That was the moment where there was a twist ending. ENCE hadn't read the script fully. They'd stopped a couple of pages short. They got punished.
It's a $200 investment, denying them a chance for a grand final in a $300,000 tournament. That's pretty rough.
When you put it like that, Anders, yeah, that does sting. Definitely stings.
Okay, well, hopefully they can find a way to bring it back. I'm not going to count them out yet. We got 3 MAC-10s. To me, already just on the buy, it looks like a contact kind of round where, sure, you can start with the MAC-10s here. You should keep going. There's no reason to slow down. The whole power of them is just how fast you can be. Thing is, BETBOOM know that because Boomich is himself a MAC-10 abuser, some might say. We'll see if they're going to be ready. They're playing really far back. Boomich, he's just holding with a grenade. He doesn't even really want to take the fight here. Smoke, I don't think they're going to care about that. They probably actually enjoy the fact that they're going to be able to get a little bit closer. And yeah, the MAC-10s. Now they're running. I don't see any reason to stop. Just keep going and try and see if you could beat them on timing. They've made their way back to CT spawn, so they've sort of infiltrated the map by a lot, actually.
Yeah, got loads and loads of forward momentum here. The real estate picked up alongside it, but the problem is they don't have the control over either of the sites. But I'm not entirely sure that BETBOOM realized that all events have bypassed them here. Like, they're looking towards the spawn, but do you know it's 4 players? It could just be 1 for all they know, so they're not really that bothered by it. But they're about to find out firsthand on the A site that it's not the case. The bulk of the T's are about to rip through them.
Bit of an opening there. It's SDY to go down, but here comes the surprise. Glaive, he's going to get the first, and he can't line up the multi-spray down. Siren, dreaming of a triple kill there, but it's denied. Magnogis, he's been fantastic, but this time he oversteps the mark, goes down and leaves his team in a 2 versus 3. Bomb is planted behind it. It's a headshot onto Axile, and it looks like ENCE have found a way to keep the dream alive. They need 4 in a row, but they've got the first one at the very least, and in kind of a surprising fashion. It looked like BETBOOM, they had some idea, they maybe knew what was going on, but once the gunfight broke out, they just couldn't keep up.
Zorti's rough Anubis continues. Just the 6 kills, going to try and save the AWP again, but yeah, like you say, ENCE are 1 step closer. Again, typically you'd still fancy BETBOOM to get this done easily, but on a map like Anubis, this scoreline is still extremely close. Yeah, I love the call. I mean, I don't think that BETBOOM ever fully respected just how deadly and lethal this was, even if they knew that players did pass around their back. So well called by Glaive. And now it's the turn of the CTs to start to feel the rot on their economy. They'll be able to get a buy together, but it's just a 5-7 for Boomich, and they have no more dollars left in their bank balance after this round if they lose.
And the potential for heartbreak is so crazy, isn't it, here? They've had so many opportunities where they've built up the round, they've got the money back on their side, they put BETBOOM in an awkward position, but BETBOOM seem to have this talent right now for wriggling their way out. Part of it is obviously Siren, who's at 24 kills, but yeah, I think ENCE must feel right now like they're pretty close to getting this into overtime. Money is just so bad on the BETBOOM side that if they win 1 round here, they're almost able to pull on through. Grenade goes deep, just to try and slow them down. They are still playing in front of it here, so forward position. We'll see if ENCE want to risk some more grenades to actually get control here. If they throw some Molotovs, they can really unsettle this defense quite a bit, but if they just try and do it by rushing through, it might backfire on them. You could see Siren's playing anti-flash, and even with the fast, I mean, he's been playing out of this world. Maybe he could do it again.
Party lining up with that Orc, but players now moving ahead of him. Boomich, it's the bait and switch. He's got one. That could be good enough. I don't think they know that Siren is here. It stands to reason, though, where one player would reside in a low eco. Two probably will follow. Bizorti is putting 3 bodies in bags, laying them out where they stand, and now it's down to Poddy in a 1-on-3 to desperately clamber on to this opportunity, to this possibility of taking it to 12-10. But he's tickled the bomb, draws them out into the open. Huge second headshot, and he has more than enough time for this plant. But Axel's moving up close, has the tight left angle, may have just missed his chance. Poddy desperately trying to keep ENCE in this game, and clutches the 1v3.
You could see the frustration. Siren, he's actually pissed that that didn't work out. And for Sorte as well, been so quiet on this Anubis game, and then he steps up and does this. This is supposed to be the semi-final winning move right here. 3 in a row. It doesn't even matter that he dies to Poddy at the end. I mean, you could make a case that he should have played it a little bit more chill, but regardless, that's supposed to be BETBOOM already celebrating the victory. On to the next. Here we go. But instead, they could end up in overtime. All the money gone. Everything has been wiped out. What a disastrous turn of events.
I can't even blame Siren for being that pissed off, man. He's 24 kills. He's just been so instrumental on this Anubis. He was punching ghosts. It was pretty awkward, but hold on a second. We're not going to see 2 rounds of full USPs win, are we? Like, surely
we're
this
not
isn't happening.
Wait, I just, you know, if we do, we'll call the local police and we'll send somebody to arrest the whole ENCE camp. We'll just for crimes against Counter-Strike. They can't get away with it. There's a AK picked up, which is nice. I'd say very strongly recommend you save that AK no matter what. It's just never going to be worth it here. They already are. So Siren here, quite far away, but it's the value of having that weapon to try and stave off overtime. That's the really big difference here. Unfortunately, he is in a position where they can eventually find him, so doesn't look like Poddy is too aggressive in going for this one. Maybe trying to bait him out a little bit, but yeah, I don't blame Siren either. I mean, I get that frustrating playing deathmatch, Vince, so I totally get it.
Yeah, imagine you've played out of your mind. You got $300,000 up for grabs. At Grand Finals, you're on the CT side of Anubis, and you know it could go to OT again. You know also you'll be playing again later today. Yeah, I can get it for sure. I can understand that frustration.
Just unbelievable. Back and forth we've gone here on Anubis. We did say, I think at the very start of it, that there was a potential for some drama happening if we could even go to a third map, which honestly, I think both of us were wondering if that was even going to be the case, because once Nuke went the way of BETBOOM, we thought pretty much it's a done deal. It's going to be a Mirage picked up by the same team, but that just wasn't the case at all. ENCE came right back, and it has been a dramatic affair on the third map. One of these two teams is going to be playing another best of 3 later today in the grand final. So they'll have a bit of a break, obviously, watching the other two teams play. So that is at least something, but still, it could be a really long day where you have to stay focused for a long time. We've already had double OT on one of the maps. Maybe we could have another bit right here if ENCE can just pull this round together.
That is a big if. We have seen twists, turns, shocks, I think it's safe to say, and been stunned a fair few times. I wouldn't be surprised if BETBOOM now just shifted into a new gear. We've seen Zorti as well, who had a very slow and pretty mediocre at best. That's probably being kind, Anubis. Really step up as well in this last couple of rounds with the AWP. A massive 3K that they couldn't fully convert, but then Poddy went in. Huge. Decent damage to kick things off onto Natio as well, so let's need to tread lightly. They're on thin ice over on the A side. Very slow and methodical round.
Yeah, nobody wants to make a mistake. Nobody wants to be the first guy to go down here for ENCE. There is a bit of a cheat going on, because again, they've put the AWP over at this A bomb site, which allows 3 people in the middle. What I'm curious about is whether or not they will start to move forward, because I think having 3 people passively is, yeah, it's too much of a risk, so you might try and see if you can sneak someone in. Poddy, is he aware of it? Missed shot for Sorte, and Natu takes him down. There's a chance in the middle as well, but the favor will be returned. They trade AWP players there, both of them falling in slightly unfortunate circumstances, and it's a 4 versus 4 all of a sudden. Deep Molotov here. Lucky did not get caught. It's very risky to throw that one. It's going to be a straight headshot. Axile gets banged out, and it's a 3 versus 3. 20 seconds here to try and get this overtime ENCE, and now they're running back to the A-bomb side. It's just one player here, Siren. Could he finish what he started is the big question.
Huge. The answer so far is a yes. 8 seconds left. May have done enough, but Clay from the side has pierced his skull. And the rest of BETBOOM aren't close enough to deny this bomb plant. Oh god, I don't want to see what happens to Siren if they lose this round as well. Might drop kick his screen. In the meanwhile, Sundar Young, though, sprays down onto Boomich, and we are going OT. Pray for Siren's PC. Pray for the mentality of BETBOOM, because they are in shambles as ENCE take us to OT for the second map in this series.
He actually got the kill you saw right here. There was so little time left. If Glaive hadn't flown in from the middle to bang him in the side of the head, he would have won on time alone, Siren. He would just with the kill, if he stays alive for 2 more seconds, that's pretty much it. He's won the round, won the game, won the semifinals. But it's just not enough. Overtime comes through. I can't believe it. But I mean, we did say we wanted some closer games today. We were complaining. We were whining a little bit yesterday, Vince, because some of the games were a little bit too one-sided. We've thought, you know, it's not really the most exciting Counter-Strike that we got to see, unfortunately. But today's making up for it. I'm not complaining.
Well, certainly not. We hoped that we'd get this kind of a matchup between BETBOOM and ENCE, because it could go either way, you know? We saw shades of that and glimmers of it on Nuke to start things off, but I've got to give a lot of credit to both teams for their resilience and Poddy. Axel kind of opened a small crack in the smoke, and Poddy pushed him out of the round as a result of it. So ENCE take first blood in terms of manpower in this OT. Last time around, it was BETBOOM that weathered the storm, got us into second OT, and a chance now for ENCE to get revenge.
Siren. They've called upon him so many times. Maybe worth pointing out as well, Boomich is having himself a really sick game as the IGL, right? He's up to 18 kills. It happens every once in a while, but some of the other maps, obviously, he's been missing quite a bit, so kind of good to see him being thrown in there. Sorte moving forwards. It's Natu dodging their scope. They're going to run back and pick up the bomb now, and definitely going to go for that B bomb side. You could see the pincer movement is already in effect. The bomb, it's actually being brought back down the middle. That is risky, I would say, for Natu to make that run, but it means he's going to be here a little bit quicker. 20 seconds left now, and trying to push the advantage is ENCE. Kaspersky gets the one, but clock is running down incredibly low. Hope they have enough time left to actually plant this bomb right now. They need to fight Boomich at this very second. 10 of them left, and they've made their way through. It's no problem. SDY cracking a couple of skulls as he just rolls into the bomb site, and they'll get the bomb planted. I was getting real nervous at a point in time there, but I think they've done enough.
Yeah, it's a really good smoke as well. They've tossed into Temple. Perfect timing. Zorti at least is going to keep that AWP alive. Not that it really matters with so much cash still available, but yeah, I was right alongside with you, Anders. I'm thinking, at what point are they going to go? They were waiting for the Molotov that was tossed down onto Con. Once that cleared, a smoke came in with a flashbang, and I think, unfortunately for BETBOOM, they got a bit too overzealous with a double player peek into Temple, and there's no reason for SDY that bagged both of those kills to just stop spraying. Like, you know they're going to have to push through if they want to deny the bomb plant. So he just hold down left click, and he gets 2 for it, and that's the round. Some nice kills at the end, but these have very little impact, if any, in the grand scheme of how this game is going, and still will take the lead, still be in a commanding position.
Such a nice kill to open up with here. And the quick trades going a really, really long way. I guess that's something to be said for how ENCE are attacking a lot of these bomb sites, is that it's kind of limiting the way that BETBOOM can get multi-kills, because people just die so quickly. And that, I think that speaks to some of the, you know, the practice and some of the drills that have been run here by ENCE, where they're just doing a very, very good job at getting the spacing down between everybody. I guess a quick break here in OT. I guess we'll allow it for them, you know. It could be a long game, so I guess somebody needs to run and use the restroom. Now's a good time for it.
Yeah, I think this game's been going for like 3.5 hours, but that's also, you have to put into perspective with a super quick Mirage 13-4, just devastation. So the players have really been in the gauntlet for sure. Like 2 OTs in the first map if you just joined the stream. Now another OT could easily go into double, triple. I wouldn't be surprised at how close these teams are on Anubis. So yeah, make sure that you're fully refreshed. Boomich doesn't seem too happy about this, and neither do the rest of BETBOOM, but hey, they just got to deal with it. That's the way it goes. You had a chance to finish this multiple times in regulation, and you didn't get it across. You allowed Poddy to pick up that 1v3. That's why you're in this spot right now, guys.
There's just so many rounds to think about. Obviously, the flashbang USP round is probably another one where ENCE are going to be thinking, wait a minute, we would have won the game in regulation instead of having to even play overtime if we just won that round. Almost certainly at this stage. So lots to look back on and potentially regret. Exile, yeah, take a deep breath. I mean, to be fair, whatever the reason is for any kind of a timeout like this, you're playing off Counter-Strike at this stage, you're going to be used to it. So I think most players, regardless of how frustrating it might be to have to slow the game down a bit here, I think most people should be able to say, all right, listen, we've been here before, just keep the focus. When the game is live again, we're clocked right back in, because truth is, if you get so frustrated that this kind of knocks you out of your rhythm, then it's going to be hard playing Counter-Strike in the modern day, right? There's so many games being played. There are going to be delays, especially when people are playing online from different parts of the world. It just happens. So looks like we've got everyone back in their seats, and the game should be good to continue in a couple of seconds here. Hence, good start to overtime.
I think most players are able to kind of disassociate themselves and take themselves off to a different place, sort of check out mentally. But it's then how quickly can you turn it back on again, because you've got to get yourself back into full concentration, and Exile splattered against the wall. SDY, again showing no fear on Anubis. HE's not going to be enough to take him down, but he's down with that AUG, once again putting it to use. Having a lot of success with this gun.
It's really been working out. Not that often that we see it to such a high level. Boomich in the corner, almost with a bit of trigger discipline. Looked like he was looking for the double spray down there. Glaive finding himself in a weird position, but he's able to get the first and even picked up the second. Unfortunately, the Molotov will betray him, and he ends up going down. 2 versus 1 here, and Poddy very low on health. He's got time, and with the AWP, it's not completely out of the question that he could do this. But a lot of dice rolls to get through this one. He's got slightly an element of surprise. Although it looks like he's walking, almost tracing Sortie at this stage. 45 seconds. He wants to make sure that there's nobody up here on the high ground. And more than anything, if he can find a kill and make it a 1 versus 1, it's such a big advantage to him. But Sortie's got what looks like an almost unbeatable position at this stage.
I really thought he was going to sneak into the CT spawn. Oh, they both missed their chance. It's way worse for Poddy because he had the opportunity to put that into a 1v1. Now his position is known. There's going to be a fast rotation. Misses a second shot as well. Not even sure how he's still alive. He's on 1 HP. He can't clutch this. This would be outrageous, and Magnajez seems to agree. All even again, but Poddy's going to be so disappointed because he did have 2 chances, and we've seen him land crazier flicks than that.
Yeah, we absolutely have. It was the timing as well. It was just a Sortie was looking away. He'd held that line for a very long time, and it's the second he decided, okay, I'm just going to reposition ever so slightly, that's when Poddy showed up. But still, it just wasn't enough. So, 13-13, we're tied up once again. Tamat called for ENCE here, just to discuss how they want to play this final round of the first half of overtime. This one, just a regular kind of timeout, so... My god, double AWP now on the CT side with the AUG. Whatever the configuration, Vince, they love the scopes. Get these people some binoculars so they can really enjoy that part, you know?
No, they definitely do. And interestingly, Magnajez with a secondary AWP is not something that we see too often. I mean, mechanically, we've already discussed many times, he is a monster. Interestingly enough, by the way, on HLTV, he is rated as Player of the Week, with an average of 99.5 ADR coming into this tournament. Of course, a lot of that's off the back of their very convincing MRQ 3-1 victories.
Yeah, that's fair.
So let's see what he can do with the AWP. P90?
Let's go. I'm excited. We've seen it once before, and I'm down to see it again. Magnages smoke this up. I mean, if that P90 gets close, you never know, but not even going to happen at all. Slapped out of his hands by Axile. Magnages good on the flick, takes down Kaspersky, and he's going to keep on going. Natu, the next to drop, and they're just getting completely denied any access onto the site. Good combo, and they finally get one kill, but that's going to be way too late here. No chance to get into this round whatsoever. BETBOOM winning 2 out of 3 rounds on the CT side. If you think about that, scale it up to, you know, playing 12 rounds, that's huge. That's a huge amount of round in overtime here.
Yeah, exactly. That would be like getting an 8-4 half,
yeah,
basically, in regulation. So, huge. Considering how T-sided it was back then, I honestly think this puts BETBOOM in a hugely optimistic position. And although Poddy has snatched away 2 lives, he does have 45 seconds and control over the bomb. It's the positions that BETBOOM are going to be in that could be really problematic. And are they going to make the same read as last time? Because he's almost doing the exact same maneuvers. Although this time he's moving into Temple. So actually this could maybe catch them off guard. But they are playing together. Axel's watching the Temple. Surely there's no way that Poddy can kill him around the corner here. Yeah, that's a perfect angle. AK-47 was never happening for Poddy. Nice try. But BETBOOM are definitely in the driver's seat at this stage.
Yeah, I really respect that. They probably knew they were going to win that round no matter what, but just making absolutely sure that there are no mistakes, nothing is left to the uncertainty of the round. Just lock it down. 2 rounds going their way. They need 2 more, and they're in the grand finals. The pressure is on more than it's maybe ever been. Now, the only difference here in overtime, I guess, for a map like Anubis is that on the CT side, you're going to have the weapons, which half the time when you're playing in regulation is kind of the issue that you're running into. So there is a slightly different lens to look through it and say, okay, the weapons do make it a bit easier. There is more of a chance that you could get the job done here. We'll see if that actually rings true for ENCE now. They need to power up right now. They need everybody to lock in. Kaspersky, like you said again, having an absolutely sickening game across all 3 maps. This has been a world-class series for him. But they need to keep going. He can't let up now in overtime. It has to be more of the same. And Natu, he's pretty much holding the A-bomb side alone from the outside here. So gotta be super careful. He has to stay alive.
I think that's why he's playing so forward, because if he dies early, it allows some die young enough time to wrap around in cams, but they've just smoked him off. HE thrown in. BETBOOM did have success a couple of times by pushing A quickly, but now the reinforcements have arrived. The troops in position, and Glaive, the general of ENCE, trying to lead that cavalry charge, but he's gone down. Molotov should finish off Naitu, but he does get one before he's burned to a crisp. And the bomb out in the open means some guy young can maybe get himself one, but a low player on the drive-by in the form of Axel gets himself 2. And now Poddy is going to be able to clutch again. I was about to say he's in an awkward position, but he sprays down with the A1S, and he saves ENCE for the 2nd time.
That is just a battle that really never ended. You could see both sides doing a pretty fine job of trading their way through that entire round, but once again, he threw away that AWP once he'd taken the shot and just faced it straight into it with the M4A1. And it works once again. I mean, this time he didn't bait anyone out in that sense, but just ready with the rifle as soon as he was faced. 14-14. All tied up once again. Good step in the right direction here for ENCE. That is not the end of it, though. They need even more. 16 rounds is what decides this at the moment, or they could tie it up again and go for double overtime. We've seen it once before in the series, so you guys know how it works. And Siren, remember he made this work once? This time, they somehow don't spot it out. They're not really ready for it. Sortie's going to be going down, but Glaive traded out, and the rest of the defense here, not even at the site at all. Siren controlling it, making sure SDY can't easily go back into it, so the bomb is going to be planted on the other side. This is incredibly awkward, and Axel shooting Natu in the back of the head. I think they found a way here, BETBOOM.
Well played, Siren. Well played. Staying alive on the rugs, keeping Glaive interested, and forcing the second contingent on A to fully invest to try and kill him. Allowed his team to wrap around the back of A, shut them both down in the back, and effectively win the round. It just goes to show again, like, you don't necessarily have to get raw kills in order to be the player that effectively wins you the round. And now they're going to spill back onto the site. Body looking good with a kill. Goes in the smoke. Not another time. Surely not. Knife pulls out. The bomb is getting defused. Body's going to get it. What? That was multiple knives. And Body gets a third clutch.
He was drained from blood there. I can't believe it. He couldn't have had any left in him. What is going on? Is he wearing compression socks to just keep his blood pressure high enough to live through that defuse? I don't know what's going on anymore. You're right, he got stabbed multiple times. That is a round that ENCE should have never, ever won. I don't know what's happened. I'm losing my mind.
15-14 on the brink of victory. And Poddy snatches at the opportunity and is put down by Magnajez. But, like, ENCE should have lost this match.
Yep.
This should be done.
I don't even know what to say. SDY, bit of a funky grenade there. I think Poddy might have been sort of captured by the insanity of this game as well. It looked like he was just pushing down sort of halfway, not even ready for it. SDY not going to get anything for the grenade. Would have been fun to see if he could have found a kill there. But BETBOOM taking a real deep breath right now. They need the next 4 kills. They need to get this into double OT. Imagine if they lose after stabbing the defuser multiple times and unable to actually get the kill on him. If you lose and get knocked out of the tournament in that fashion, it's going to hold you for months. 50 seconds, and they're pushing on through. Glaive smoked off. You can see the smokes here on the either side of the obelisk. The bomb is being brought a little bit closer, trying to get that plant through. Glaive, it's not going to be an angle that he's going to be able to use for anything. Siren gets the bomb plant here, or gets the kill as well. Sortie does end up going down, but it's a 4 versus 3. But a very, very tough retake here. SDY, the flashbang is a nice setup, and they two will keep the fight going. They're still in this somehow. It's 2 versus 2 now.
Kaspersky, it would be fitting if he put an end to this match. The way he's played, oh, the spin is good, but I think that little stone took the brunt of the damage, and the A1S not quite packing the power they needed. For the second time in this series, we hit 2 OTs on a map, and realistically, people will be thinking, we should be done right now. We've conceded so many 1v2 clutches, 1v1 clutches, but they're still in this game. We still have another couple of twists and turns ahead of us. Ridiculous.
We really did speedrun the quarterfinals yesterday just to have, just to put all the cool rounds into the day, which is pretty sick. I mean, it's worked out well for us, I think. How many mad rounds have we had so far? There might be more to come as we enter double overtime here. ENCE trying to get a bit of a forward aggression there. They had some flashbangs to set up that kill potentially. And Siren, he does get dinked down to 56. But he's still alive. So 4 on 5 to start with here. 28 kills as well on Siren. Oh, sorry, no, that's on Magno. Just 30 on Siren. They've got some real heavy hitters there. Glaive taking the fight to Axile. Shout out to Glaive. He's been playing really well individually. SDY, that seems like an absolutely crazy move, especially running it. One thing is maybe trying to sneak out there, but the footsteps, you knew that somebody was out there just, 10 seconds ago.
I think what makes that especially strange to me is that Glaive was making moves around the B main side. So, like, you don't need to look for intel outside of A as well. You're already finding it out. You just have to be patient. Glaive, though, is going to snatch the life away from Sortie. Don't think he saw a second or third player around there, so it's Poddy pretty much against the world, and he's been fine with those odds time after time. This young Finn, there's a gap in the smoke, and he explodes. Siren exploits that entirely. Magnajez spilling into the site now. 30 seconds in this 2-on-2.
Straight into the bomb plant. They don't even delay it. Walking right through Glaive. He was hoping to be real sneaky with it, hoping that no one would expect him to be that crazy. But the bomb planted now. It's up to Kaspersky, and it's not enough. Magnajez, he is so sickening. A triple kill once again. He's up to 31 here. Actually overtaken Siren at this stage. You just mentioned it. Highlighted on HLTV at the moment, but there's a good reason why. I feel like every single time I see Magnajez get into a fight, there's never a long fight happening. It's just he instantly either dies, or if he gets to live for another half second, he's going to get the kill in return instantly.
Yeah, a huge part of why they're still in this game alongside Siren. Just the 1 kill between the two of them. 61 combined. But going back to that SDY push, I mean, we talked with Glaive yesterday, talking about the lack of fear from him on Anubis. Sometimes it can get you in a spot of bother. Sometimes it does force you out into the open. And you just give BETBOOM an opportunity, which they take with both hands.
Poddy unfazed by the fact that the AK rounds just ringing up right in front of his face. Just doesn't care at all. Ready if anyone was going to show up. Bomb is right now leaned towards the B bomb site, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing a split with 2 coming through mid and the other 3 going through the main entrance over here at the B bomb site. They're certainly slowly setting up for it. We'll see if ENCE could be put out of position. There are 3 people here right now. Interestingly, though, on the B bomb side, even 3 people, it is good. It's obviously better than the regular stuff, but it's still pretty easy to lose this kind of a defense.
Right, and there's a lot of close angles as well, where it may do more harm than good if you're looking to try and explode out and get trades. Are susceptible to tripping over one another. BOOMich, though, decides to just rush straight into the smoke. Glaive gonna hold the line in con, and they do deny the bomb plant. Kaspersky through the smoke as well. And it's like the Observer was the Grim Reaper. Everyone he switched to died instantly. ENCE have tied us back up, however, in a really clean round. I mean, we're talking like 3 on B can kind of be a problem, but not if you're just nailing every single shot allowed to you.
16-16. Yeah, you're right. They just got completely mowed down. I did like the idea of BOOMich just trying to get that bomb planted right away, but unfortunately Glaive was on point, and they're going to be able to shut them down in that one. So, again, winning these rounds. All right, NKJ also on a, you know, just admin duties, taking care of any cups or glasses. I guess if you're the coach, you got to do it all, you know? You're the one doing all the dirty work, I suppose.
Yeah, I've heard some coaches say that they're basically like a parent or a kindergarten teacher at times, but I think in this case, it's about just keeping everyone nice and hydrated, right? Like, they've been playing for so long. They need a drink. They need to clear their desk from all the empty bottles and cups. Then
sounds like
make sure the players are able to focus.
Could be some hilarious moments there. It's like, oh, we lost the 1 versus 3, but have some chocolate and just, you know, try and get, you know, back on track. I feel like that's how you deal with kids, you know, just find a way to distract them. We can watch Frozen later if you stop crying. That's, if I'm the coach for a counter, you're going to hear that. If I ever end up coaching, that's how I deal with things. We'll watch some Disney movies later.
I look forward to that day. Anders is a coach.
Could happen. Everyone's bound to go there at some point. You know, we already had a couple of attempts. The success hasn't really been there, but I think it's just, you know, third time as a try. We had Jason, we had Henry. I think I could do it, you know.
Yeah, I would love to see Anders as the coach of Astralis. Let's make it happen.
Why do you hate me?
Well, into the game itself, not too much has happened in the first portion of the round. Again, another bit of a stalemate, understandable. You can feel the tension between the two teams. And the third map of the semi-finals. Tons of money. And the accolades of being champions, and that's a missed shot, missed opportunity. Glaive overextends to try and punish, and BOOMich, he'll keep his AWPer alive.
There was a real opportunity there for Glaive. I could totally see why he thought he could push forward and actually make that work. They still have a 3-man stack at the B bomb site, and if you think about what Glaive just did, it makes so much sense for BETBOOM not to go for the A bomb site, because they've just been discovered here. They should think this is going to be a big stack, but they are actually calling the bluff quite a bit, and ENCE are going to find themselves way out of position. Oh, this is shaping up to being a very difficult retake. They have some grenades to work with, and I guess with a couple of incendiaries, you could block off the AWP out there. Actually, a second player is going out in front of the A bomb site, so some of these grenades could work out for ENCE, but it just won't be easy. They're slowed down, flashes are going through, and now comes the initial push as well. Magnages just waiting at such an elusive position. They're going to get a trade on him, but again, time is running out really quickly right now. ENCE fighting their way through, but they are getting chewed up as they move forward. BOOMich to go down, and now Poddy on that AWP has to make the jump down, but it doesn't matter. The bomb is so far out here. There is no way that they can get the job done. So nice kills, but it won't make a difference. Still BETBOOM picking up 2 rounds here. It's a very nice start to the first half of overtime. And again, I think the fact that Glaive saw so many of them, ENCE are assuming that BETBOOM won't be crazy enough to keep pushing into the site that they were just discovered at, but they absolutely were.
Yeah, it comes down to those heads-up mid-round calls that we talked about when Boomich and Glaive are both so good at them. Case of like kind of playing this game of chess between the two of them. And that way, and that time, BETBOOM definitely came out ahead. Boomich definitely got the win. I think Glaive's going to be kind of annoyed at himself, though, that he kind of fell for that missed AWP and pushed himself out into the open and got dissected in the nature that he did. There's going to be more aggression this time, though. The roles have reversed, and it's Boomich, almost identical to how Glaive played the last round, but there is a smoke down on the stairs. Molly tossed into the rugs. And then Boomich just pieces out of there into A. Magnachez in the meanwhile, though, is doing some serious work, but they're not going to be entirely sure where Boomich is. As far as they're aware, he's still lurking around the shadows.
Ooh, looks like it's close to them getting that kill at the beginning on Magnachez, but he's a little bit further back now, unable to be shut down for the smoke. Sorte repositioning. Didn't, I think, see the leg there. But losing Kaspersky early on, definitely a bit of an issue. Got some time to figure out where to go with it. They're going to be making their way a little bit towards the middle here. Could just be a split towards the A-bomb side the way that they're set up, but it will rely on them getting at least one good opening shot. At this double position forward, again, it's very hard to deal with because one of them is going to be playing anti-flash, so even if you throw some good grenades and that smoke goes up, that's a real big issue, actually. It's going to be about 20 seconds when that smoke disappears, maybe a little bit more, but how do you really want to wait that out?
Don't think that they have an alternative at this stage. Like, the time is too low, and they have no control over middle, no players outside of B either. They kind of have to, whether they like it or not. It's tough luck. Push forward, win or lose off this play. Glaive with the incendiary, some flashes tossed in, and a double kill. Clean take from ENCE. It was looking rough. I'm right alongside you, Anders. I'm fearing the worst for them, pushing that smoke with two players, but they get it done again.
That's just so ridiculous, isn't it? They had three people there. One of them straight crouched and just closed his eyes and burned to death behind the cake, and then the rest of them got blown up right afterwards. That's kind of shocking, but well played for ENCE. I mean, it's really sick, obviously. Glaive should give him some more props. He's got 24 kills. Not normally the guy that we're going to be looking for, but I mean, he's out-fragging at least NATO at this point, which even that is pretty crazy, but tied up with SDY. I mean, normally not expecting Glaive to be doing this kind of work, but they do need him right now. We are talking about a spot in the grand final. That is what is on the line right now. So whatever it takes, get Glaive on that board. A couple of good entries for this one. 17-17. We're all tied up, looking for the first team to hit 19 rounds, and honestly, ENCE are in a good position with things 3 orgs and an AWP wiped. Just more scopes, I guess.
Boomich, the only player without a scope on the CT side, letting the team down. But we'll see if it works out for them. I mean, they've had a lot of success, especially with the org in the hands of Siren, playing the same kind of positions round after round. HE in, just Boomich by himself, but he does actually have a player behind him. Not quite as forward, though. So it could be setting up for a bait and switch. It is Siren behind, who normally plays on the platform on B. Oh, Kaspersky. It's going to be a flash before the peak. He just dry peeks that. It's a 1-for-1 because the A2 elsewhere has got an opening pick, and that forces away this mid control. I don't know if ENCE realize it, though.
They're kind of sandwiched in right now, BETBOOM. This is actually a bit awkward now. Magnachez is going to be able to help out, but otherwise, yeah, this mid position is so funky here for BETBOOM. They've now given up on the A-bomb side. And it looked like ENCE are slowly realizing that NATO, he's in position. Where are they going to go with it? You could see BETBOOM are rotating furiously around the map, but they're not really sure. Now they're going to go back and check and say, wait a minute, there's nobody here, but NATO's listening. Yep, he's calling out the footsteps. He's saying they're actually on the site itself. Snuck out here, and he's going to get the kill on Boomich. Trade is in for Magnachez. NATO setting up this round for his team. That is such intelligent play. Even if he only got the one kill, he's basically orchestrated this whole round for his squad. Molotov there to try and slow it down. The bomb trying to be planted on the other side, and Siren denied any chance to stop it here. It's just Axile left. 1 versus 3. He's made a fantastic recovery from that second map, but right now, they need him to clutch this one to try and stop this from happening. ENCE very close here to getting up to 18 rounds. It's going to be Glaive crouching in and taking down Axile. ENCE with a chance to win the series and get into the grand finals right now.
A2 is such a solid, intelligent play. So patient, disciplined. Hearing the footsteps, calling it to teammates, making sure he locks down the first kill. And he also did pick up the entry. They lost Kaspersky, I believe it was, through double doors. It was Nate on A that allowed that door to be opened and then knocked through. But can ENCE finally take this and make it theirs? Both teams have had multiple match points. Both teams have let rounds slip away that should have never been close. Do ENCE have that next level to step up to? Who is the man to pick up the slack and run home and secure their spot in the grand finals? Or is it OT3?
The longer it goes, the more heartbreak there is. That's how it works. Sorte, nice shot, takes down Natu. He does get tagged up more than just a little bit here. But I don't think they mind that much. Still keeping onto the 4 scopes, but this time in the configuration of 2 AWPs and 2 AUGs. So very curious BETBOOM here. Just seen something in the current meta, something that they like with these AUGs. I mean, you can't say it's holding them back. They've been playing very well. So whatever it is, it seems to be working. Magnogez, if he gets the flick on this one, there's a very good chance for that third overtime to be in effect. He sees the shadow right now. Potty on the other side. Nice little flick. Kaspersky gets blown up, and we're under 40 seconds. It just doesn't look like there's any way to get back into this round here for ENCE.
Just like David races, they at least have players in con, but Magnogez is now watching that angle as well. In come the nades, flashes, smokes, incendiaries. And they have at least able to funnel away Axile from the rest of the pack. Magnogez takes a stray grenade, but Boomich on the long flank is able to get 2, deny the lives of multiple ENCE players, and puts it down to SDY in a 1-on-3. Running out of ammunition with the AK. He's low on HP on 18 and goes down to Magnogez. Is proving to be a really solid secondary AWP round after round. And they have made adjustments. Siren was typically playing on B. Because Magnogez has the second AWP, he's now playing mid instead. And this adjustment has paid out a charm. 3rd overtime and 5th overtime in this series.
This is such an intense round. The fact is, if Boomich doesn't come in with this flank right now, it would have been a bomb plant and a 3-on-4, and at that point, I mean, ENCE actually have a pretty good chance of winning the round, so Boomich, that flank, might have just saved this team from getting knocked out. Timeout called here for ENCE. They want to do it early on. 3rd timeout if you're just joining us here. It's been a grueling matchup. First map was on Nuke, and we ended up with a pretty close affair, to be honest. Double OT on that one. And it was at the end of victory for BETBOOM. And then the second map, ENCE just powered on back through Mirage, and there was not even a competition. BETBOOM just got absolutely destroyed. And then this one, 3rd overtime, clocking up a total of 5 overtimes, Vince, so far in this series alone. That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
That's a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike played between these two teams, and 4 hours coming up in terms of how long they've been battling for, and that's including a 13-4 Mirage one-sided performance. So it's been very top-heavy. Nuke was the first map, 1917. BETBOOM did win that one, and now on Anubis, as you can see, we're headed into a 3rd OT. I think this is a bit of a false start, judging by the players' movements. I think a couple of players may have actually walked off to take a bit of a break, so not jumping into the action just yet. But of course, what they're playing for is a spot in the grand finals. And we still have another semi-finals to play after this, Anders, which is, of course, going to be NAVI Junior up against Dynamo ECLOT.
Yeah, it could be potentially quite a long day, but I'm quite satisfied with this. NAVI Junior, super fun team to watch. I do expect that there's a chance that game could be a bit more one-sided, even if Dynamo ECLOT did look a lot improved. A lot of credit to them, in fact, for stepping up their game in the last couple of months. But still, it's a bit of a tall order. Everyone's running around now, trying to get rehydrated, potentially taking a little bit of run to the bathroom. I will allow it for them, for the players, Vince, but never for the casters, if you noticed, you know? Just discrimination there, you know?
Yeah. I've been struggling for this last probably OT, I think, Anders. But it's been great. As you say, like, listen, from a neutral's perspective, from a caster's perspective, all we want to see is exciting, fun Counter-Strike. And this series really has delivered. We've had clutches, we've had Poddy being the immortal, somehow tanking multiple knives into the back and clutching anyway and saying, screw you. Some die young, looks like he's half asleep, but I'm sure he'll get back underway soon. But yeah, it has been a marathon of a series, absolutely no doubt. And I think you've got to give a lot of credit to the tenacity and the resilience of the players for having like laser focus over the duration of this series, because I can't imagine like the amount of effort it takes to keep yourself dialed in for this many rounds, especially when you're getting into OTs.
It just can't be easy. But it is, I think, again, where having the experience and having a bit of a coaching staff behind you and also hopefully having a bit of team chemistry, I think it can carry a really long way. But it's typically where you do see more and more unforced errors, to borrow, I think, a tennis term. That's really where they happens, you know. You're just losing your mind a bit. You can't remember, you know, what I've already done, what's actually worked. Am I still fully in control of this game, or, you know, are some of my instincts betraying me a bit? It can be hard to keep track of. So right now, they're actually all playing remarkably well. I mean, we've seen a couple of mistakes here and there, but it's not really been that prevalent, to be honest. Both squads seem like they're surviving this marathon match pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, a big shout out to Poddy as well, man, because, you know, we've been a bit critical of him over the you know, the case of this series. He was great yesterday. He's had a couple of rough moments in this one, especially over on Nuke, but fair play to him. Tons of clutches, up at 28 kills. And here we go. We're live for OT number 3.
Straight into it. No delay. Amazing grenade. Bounced off the wall and straight into SDY. And they too are hanging around. They want to go pretty fast at this B-bomb site. No delays. The Orcs on the other side ready to receive. Siren with a very near double spray down there. He is going to fall, but eventually the kills are coming through on the BETBOOM side. Axal, though, Molotov'd out, and he will burn 2 versus 1. And Veto, he's so low already. He was one of the guys that caught the earlier grenade, and then he got sprayed down a little bit. He's going to go back and pick up the bomb. He's got a minute left, so I don't know what the best choice is. You could make a case that it's better for him to slip away and just try and play this for the last 10 seconds of the round, but he is going to go back and try and see if he can find a straggling CT somewhere on the bomb side. But they're playing so far back, BETBOOM. You've got to respect this. They're staying so far away from him.
Yeah, they want to try and make the most of their player advantage here. Like, even if he does go in for the plant, play together, sacrifice Boomich if needs be, or maybe Zorti in this case because he is the lower HP bars. But Natu has stalled this long enough that they've backed off just that little bit more, another couple of steps away. They now know the plant is in. They just got to play it together. Now, A2 does have a smoke and a Molotov. Tosses in the incendiary on Temple. Smoke now down on the CT side. Here's a player that's been kind of hot and cold on Anubis today, but this would be an unreal moment for him to step tall.
Yeah, why not save what you got into the triple OT? If it's doable, then now would absolutely be the time for it. They tapped the bomb once, but it's a bit of a trick, isn't it? Saute's just absolutely ready for it, and in overtime, they're going to have the kits no matter what, so nice win for BETBOOM early on here. Not a bad attempt, to be honest, for Natu. I mean, he set himself up in the kind of position that you'd want to be in. Just faked out a little bit on that one. 19-18. First team to get 22 rounds is what we're looking for.
Yes, sir. That's exactly it. 22 is the magic number. It's interesting as well when you look at how close the ADR levels are on ENCE right now. Like, everybody's over 74, and it's kind of like between 74 and 85. All 5 players. You really don't see that very often. There's normally 1 or 2 stragglers behind. Real team effort here. As Axel trying to block the smoke.
Body just frozen. Waiting for somebody to show up. It's going to be SDY to peek into it, but Nobody there on the other side of the smoke. You are right, though. Typically, there's, you know, a couple of people who are doing a lot of the work, and then the rest are kind of there. Very nearly double spray down. That could have been so sick, but Siren, lightning fast to spin around. Again, saved by the Org. Saute with a good little flick. Glaive wasn't really peeking for it. He was just looking for information in the middle. Got a little bit more than he wanted. Awkwardly, the bomb is really far away. There's a minute on the clock, so yeah, somebody has to run back and pick it up. It's not going to be Natu because he's dead. Instead, it looks like Poddy is the one to finally get his hands on the explosives once again. Very nice shot for Kaspersky. That was probably one of the things that had to happen for them to even get close to winning this round, but all the work is still ahead of them here. As Kaspersky gets spotted, falling back a bit, he's going to smoke it off to try and deny the information. The bomb is making its way to B. Honestly, if Kaspersky can just hold the middle here, they're going to get the bomb plant. This might actually work out for them somehow. Magna just goes down. He's so ready for it. Kaspersky, huge chance there to get the double. There's no doubt he could have done it, but missed by a couple of inches. At least it provides a space for the bomb plant.
Poddy's won so many clutches already. I think it's 3 1vX situations that he's been prevailing in. Can he add another one to the mix? Zorti's taking a long way around. This is eating a lot of time off the fuse. This will put a bit more pressure onto Boomich and Zorti to get it done. The thing is, well, once that smoke clears, Poddy's going to have to be cognizant of an extra angle, but he's heard Zorti running in. Flash around the corner. It lands dead in the eyes of Zorti. And now they're playing Ring Around the Rosie for the bomb plant. And Poddy once again just coming out clutch. Nobody can deal with the young Finn.
That is absolutely sickening. Look at NKJ dancing in the background. This is so cool because for those of us that have been watching a lot of the ENCE games for this year, we've really been allowed to sort of track the growth of Poddy. And I'm going to be totally honest. I've been one of the people that's been a little bit more critical. I feel like there's been a lot of cause for concerns. And I'm not saying he's all the way through that necessarily, but he's showing some sides of himself that I definitely haven't seen before. And these kind of clutch moments are becoming a really big factor. Like you said, he's already had multiple clutches already. Add this one to the tally and let's keep going. ENCE, a step in the right direction. And puts BETBOOM back on a bit of an even keel here.
It's Poddy's 4th 1vX clutch. Zorti, though, piles on the pain on middle. Not for the first time. ENCE again trailing. They can't keep getting away with these clutches, though, Anders. At some point, they're going to run out of steam.
I mean, it's a hard way to try and win a game to all the time be down to the 1v2s. Missed shot there. And it's going to be Incendiary going down to slow them. Boomich just found the bomb somehow. I don't know how he doesn't win the fight. You must. Boomich. I didn't see the player cam, but I wouldn't be surprised if at least a keyboard or a mouse got destroyed in that one. 4 versus 3. If they lose the round behind this, I can't even imagine what the comms are going to be like. Saute's moving in. This is a surprise. I don't think anyone's going to expect him to be this close, but he's not going to get it done. It's Poddy once again, taking down Saute, and from a 5-on-3 into a 3 versus 3. And this could be the all disastrous moment for BETBOOM, where the whole team crumbles. They had such a great chance to win it here. Remember the CT rounds? They are epically important, and they might have let it go a 1. It's Y lands a shot straight through the A bomb site, and it's Axal and Magno just left.
Such a bruh moment for Siren as well, because he was scared about being pushed mid in the first place. Magna Jez, Natio on the drive-by insta headshot, not for the first time. 2 rounds back-to-back where BETBOOM had it in the palm of their hands. And it should be 2 rounds now for ENCE.
Oh, no.
And that says it all. It says it all, Anders.
People are coming in, possibly from the street. Might be a stranger in the background who just heard him crying and said, I wonder what's happening in bro's room. Like, what's going on? He might not even be related to the team at all. Just a concerned bystander. That's insanely rough. I mean, he found the bomb. He's like, hey, guys, this is sick. We've won the round. You know, I've got the bomb and T-spawn. They're never going to know. Somehow, he doesn't win that fight. Absolutely devastating. I mean, there's been many, many rounds. It's not the only one. Like, I'm going to recall you to the $200 flashbang USP round that BETBOOM won earlier. That was nonsense. Unfortunately, this time, BETBOOM, they might be running out of steam just a little bit here. Nice boost going over. Sorte, he's got the right idea. SDY trapped in the corner, but maybe not after all. He gets that one, and a little bit of damage coming through. Oh, ENCE, they've maybe got a little bit more steam left in them. BETBOOM, is this where they run out of juice?
It feels like it, doesn't it? Like, I think Boomich's body language, his expression says it all. They're absolutely devastated to be in this position right now. They know, realistically, they could even be on more match points. They just lost another clutch to Poddy. Oh. Exile, as he mays, a bit of an awkward spot. Wide swings into SDY, who just seems to be getting better the longer this map goes on. He's not showing any signs of slowing down, at least. And now Magnajez.
Oh, no.
It's insult to injury. Just double wrecked through smoke.
He's cheating now, of course. That's how we do it. I can't believe it. The timing. He was just testing it. Like, let me see. Maybe I get one. Oh, it's two, actually. Sick. More power to me. Siren. He knows. He can't do anything here, unfortunately. Modern day Counter-Strike. No one's going to allow you to get a 1 versus 5 at this stage. Kaspersky just peeking into the round. 31 kills on him, 33 on SDY, 31 on Poddy as well. I can't believe what we're witnessing here. They've got a chance. They've got 2 chances right now to get this over and done with. Knock BETBOOM out and get to the grand finals here at YaLLa Campus. ENCE, it's right there for the taking. They've got the momentum. BETBOOM looks super deflated. They had that awful round. Boomich, you could see the shock. Putting the boo in Boomich, if you will, Vince. If you'll allow it.
Well, we had Siren shadowboxing with ghosts earlier, so I guess it all adds up.
It does, doesn't it?
Now the flash.
Oh, here we go.
Through onto main. He's fully blinded. He should not get anything from this. So BETBOOM, they're keeping themselves in the game. A player up. Flashes and incendiaries tossed out, but Sun Valley and Poddy have both been sent packing. It looks like we'll get at least one more round out of this game. They're on the right track.
I actually think this round works for BETBOOM. Because if you recall what we were talking about earlier, if you've been watching the whole series, you'll remember that we highlighted how often BETBOOM will get a bit of an engagement and then slow down the game and wait. And I think you're noticing that ENCE in some of these moments, even though from our side it looks like, oh, why aren't they ready with the guns out? You know, BETBOOM are rushing them. They must be ready. But I think ENCE are all the time thinking, surely they'll slow down like they normally do. But because they keep on going, it's just 3 really weird fights that ENCE are not ready for at all. Best you could say is that they managed to throw down an incendiary grenade, but that doesn't do anything when, you know, you've got flashes and AKs coming at you. So, kind of a shocking round. No real fight being put up. We do have a double orb that's being, I think, run into the middle here. So they're going to have sort of an orb M4 somewhere in there if they want to. SDY with a really forward push, and he's actually way in front here, making a little bit of noise. I'm surprised that he didn't just kind of hide and stick around, but he wants to take the fight, and he's so confident. Where does this come from? He's taking down Siren, and now it's Kaspersky, pretty much the only one at the B-bomb site, hiding in the smoke, and Glaive takes down Boomich. Shock as Kaspersky comes right through Sorts. He had no idea, but Axel is still going to find a kill for the smoke, and Magnajez trying to get their way back. They want the quad OT, and they might have just done it.
Man, what the hell is happening? Like, it's just so chaotic. There's just fights everywhere. Like, my brain is just melting. I'm sure the players are as well. SDY with, like, one of the most aggressive plays. We saw Boomich do a similar sort of lap around the map, but he went back into the sanctuary of A. SDY decides to just go fight, then immediately pushes to Con. But this round's not even done just yet. There's still a way that Glaive can find the 1v2 and secure this map and secure the grand finals, because BETBOOM have taken their sweet time, even though they have the advantage to get the bomb planted. So, I mean, Glaive, he's off to A site. He has no idea what's going on.
It'd be so sick if he could find his way back, Glaive, but you could see they're checking every corner of this site. And Glaive not quite sure now. He's going to be confirmed at this stage. Sneaking on forward. First kill might be for free. Magna just shot in the back, and Axel now Could he actually finish this and get this into the quad OT? Glaive on the one side here. Nice little grenade. Just to check the corner. He's fairly sure no one's there. Swap out there, and he actually gets a spray down as well. Glaive, the veteran player. Look at the celebrations. ENCE. They knock out BETBOOM with a Glaive clutch. He's laughing his way into the grand final.
What a ridiculous marathon epic matchup. The ENCE come out ahead. They get revenge for that double OT loss on Nuke. Full circle to secure the grand finals. So many moments, so many opportunities for both teams to win this game. But it's ENCE that prevail. It's ENCE that have that resilience to keep going and find victory.
I don't know what we just saw. Look at how many rounds we ended up playing. In spite of Mirage being just an absolute speed run for ENCE side, it ended up with a grueling matchup on Nuke and on Anubis as well. ENCE, they're going to have a break for the next best of 3 because we have another semi-final coming up, obviously, after this one. It's going to be Dynamo ECLOT versus NAVI Jr. for another spot in the grand final. So they're going to have a deep breath here. They're going to take some time to rest up because that game would have taken a lot out of them. This is so cool to see Glaive being the one to clutch it. He was playing really well. I mean, I think there was, one of the maps where he was struggling a little bit, but apart from that, he really stepped it back up again. So yeah, he might be a veteran player at this stage, but he's still got something there. You don't just throw that away too easily. So super well played at the end, but I mean, there are almost too many players to praise. If we had to try and go through all of it, it's going to be a long list of names that we're going to be reading out at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, we went 42 rounds with CS, so, I mean, many players had their moments in the sun. So, just an incredible performance overall, man.
It really is. I do think we have Poddy for a bit of an interview, so let's see if we can actually get him on the line. I'm sure he's going to be tired as well, but Poddy, congratulations. You're in the grand finals, and with an insane performance from you as well. You had so many clutches. Is that something that we're going to be seeing more from you in the future? I feel like normally we think of you as the AWP player, but so many clutches to come down. Where does that come from?
I don't know. I feel like you hear me, by the way. It's good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
I don't know. I think there was like good situations for me to clutch, and I don't know, like I did correct like decisions, and yeah, it just kind of worked out. It's kind of sometimes it can be of luck and sometimes of like good decisions, but yeah, I don't know. It was a good game.
I've been following your career in the team so far pretty much since the start of the year, and I had this feeling when I saw you specifically play at the beginning that I had some doubts. I felt like sometimes you looked a bit uncomfortable in the game, but since the start of the year to now, it's got so much better. Like every single week, you seem to be improving. Is that your own feeling too? And what do you think that comes down to?
I mean, I think we've just been putting a lot of work in right now. Everyone is improving as individuals. Also, me, I would say, like, for sure I'm having a better time right now than at the start of the year, for example, but I still feel like pretty inconsistent, which I need to work on, but yeah.
Hey, Poddy. Well played again, man. Some really cool clutches, and you kept your team in the game like 3 or 4 times. I think without your clutches, you would have actually lost way sooner. I'm curious though. You mentioned about the improvements individually. Obviously, Glaive as your IGL is going to be a big part of that as well, and he's super experienced, and I'm sure you trust him very, very much. What did he say to the team after you guys lost Nuke? Because that was another OT. You lose you had probably 3 or 4 chances to win that game as well, like 3v5s and great opportunities. So what was he saying to you guys? Because you came out in Mirage and you destroyed them, man. You looked way better.
I think we didn't talk too much about Nuke. We kind of just understood that it's in the past and we need to reset and focus on next map, because I mean, yesterday we played good on Mirage against 9 Pandas and we knew we can beat them as well on this map. And yeah, we just resetted fast and focused on next map.
Beautiful. One last question before we let you go. You got to rest up with the grand finals, obviously. The choices are either going to be Dynamo ECLOT or NAVI Junior. Do you have a team you'd prefer to play in the grand finals here?
I hope we play NAVI Junior, bro. We cannot beat them. I don't know why, but yeah, that would be good. They are insane.
Right, sick. Well, They are really, really good. Well, hopefully you get a chance to that would be kind of an epic achievement if you beat them in the grand final. So I like that attitude. That's good. Go rest up, Potty, and congratulations again. Sick play. We'll see you a little bit later in the day.
Yep, thank you. See you.
Nice. Well, I like that. The whole mentality, like, just saying, okay, their nuke is in the past. We're going to move on. They surely did, Vince, because they ended up beating them in a 2-1 fashion in spite of losing in overtime on nuke. So, yeah, here we go. The scoreboard is... I mean, there's way too much to decipher. But we'd need, like, probably a 2-hour podcast to break down this series, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. Probably a 2-hour series just to break down Anubis.
Yeah.
Let alone the rest of the series. So it's also nice to just hear the Poddy's like super humble, like a lot of humility there while he's speaking to us. Like some plays good, some plays bad. Also talking about how he knows he can sometimes be inconsistent. When I'm listening to him speak there, he's saying all the right things for me, Anders. I actually have like a lot of faith in him improving and becoming an even better player, which is saying a lot because yesterday he was on a different level to what I think I've ever seen him play before.
I fully agree. And it is a really good sign, sort of acknowledging at the same time that things have improved, but also that there's room for more improvement and more consistency and, so sort of keeping it real. I really appreciate that. Plus he's Finnish, it's just into the personality. I appreciate that, like they're always pretty chilled out. So that's nice to see. We're gonna have more, obviously. The semi-final is coming up. Steiner and ECLOT are playing up against NAVI Junior, and we're gonna have the grand finals after that. So get locked in, guys. Get stocked up on drinks or whatever else you need, some snacks, and let's get into the game. It's gonna be after the break, so stay tuned, and we will be right back.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel are still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Now what we're going to do is a game called Guess the Player. So you need to try and guess who this is.
Simple. Maybe.
I have no idea.
Okay, we're gonna make it a little less blurry for you.
No idea still.
No ideas. It's
Monesi.
Yes, well done. Here's another player for you to try and guess.
Me.
Yeah, well done. Easy peasy. I like that one. You'd be surprised how many players can't guess themselves. It's quite scary, actually. I'm going to give you a list of players, and then you have to choose who out of those lists you would want to duo with, kick, or troll. So Eli, we'll start with you. So this is the three players. It's Eli, Forzy, or Neofrag. Duo, kick, troll. Which ones?
Well, I would troll Neofrag for sure, because I would have so much fun out of it. I would team up with Forzy for sure, and there is no other choice. And C, I will kick myself then.
Okay, cool. Forzy, how about you? Same players.
I would do the same. I would just kick myself. Yeah, I'm kick myself and duo with Eric, you know.
Oh, cute bromance happening here, boys. I like it a lot. Right, the next three. Forzy, Donk, Nico, Robs.
Donk, Nico, Robs. I would team up with Nico. I would troll Robs and no wait, yeah. I would troll Robs and kick Donk.
You'd kick Donk. What?
Oh.
Okay, Eli, how about you?
I will join duo queue with Donk for sure. I would like to play with him and see him playing. It would be very interesting. And I would kick Nico and troll Robs then.
Nice. Okay, and then the final three. Eli, we can start with you. Pimp, Henry G, Parla.
I will team up with Pimp. And I will troll the first one, but I don't remember the name. Parla, yes, yeah. And kick Henry G.
Kick Henry? Oh no, man. Forzy, how about you?
I would kick Henry G. I would troll Pimp and team up with Pala.
Okay, there we go. Nice one.
Prioritize is just jumping across, doesn't want to die to that all peer. It's on Night U now to get the timing, and he lines them up, rolls a strike. It's a 4K spray down, and nobody's ready for it.
Out, got so many targets, and he's gonna try and expertly navigate it. He's spreading the needle. How is he doing this? That's 3, could be 4, and that shot down. BETBOOM sound.
We had a very streaky start, but now it's tough to separate them. Zorta's going to find another opening to try,
and that actually surprises him a little bit, but they're giving Zorta consistent pot shots. Smoke broken, and Zorta will even find that on a Robbo as well, while he was in the midst of strafing away. Steady work from Zorta, and that is the Zorta I know and love. He has just aced them.
Looking at the right direction. Oh, and the Pandas have just walked past him. And now Krabeni can walk up behind him for a second round consecutive. This was 9 Pandas by round, but it is suited to play a shot out of apartment. The Krabeni makes quick work of that.
You're still going there.
What if a couple of these players get 2 players on the court? Symmetry already doubles down, and now you don't know Jugs is here.
Oh, Symmetry gets another come on. It was a 2v4. 9 Pandas choose to walk into the wrong site. Navi Jr. say that this A-site...
Here we go. We're back. It was a short break. Hopefully we can, our brains can sort of, get recomposed. We're back into the mix of things. It was an absolutely wild game, that first one. The semifinals, but, against the odds, it was actually ENCE that came out on top in 3 overtimes on the final map of Anubis, and now we're heading into another semifinal. This time, it's going to be between Dynamo ECLOT, as you could see there, and NAVI Jr. So ENCE already in the grand final, ready and waiting. It's a $300,000 prize pool, so there's a lot to fight for here, and most especially for some of the teams like ENCE that haven't made the actual major, right? So it's a really, really big deal. BETBOOM did. They got knocked out here, but for everybody else, it's a lot on the line here. I'm excited for this game. I do think NAVI Jr. are heavy favorites, but Dynamo ECLOT, they're on an upward trajectory. They're playing better and better week for week. I don't think they're there yet, but I would love to be wrong.
Yeah, they looked pretty decent against Nexus, but I think it's also telling that even in our interview with Poddy, he's like, we want to play against NAVI Jr. because we just can't beat these guys. So it goes to show like the levels of respect that NAVI Jr. have.
Now, for the lineup here, we've got Krabani, who's the in-game leader. Symmetry, who's going to be the OP. Makaz, and then Demon. And the last name I've heard pronounced in a bunch of different ways. Now, I say Jukes, but I think I've heard people say a lot of different stuff. So for me, I'm just going to pretend like that first part of it is a J, essentially, and go from there. But I'm welcome to be wrong. Like I said, I've heard 3 or 4 or 5 different pronunciations. So if anyone wants to really, really help us out, send us a DM or something with the recording, and we'll try and go from there. But regardless, this is the lineup, and they are honestly super sick. I mean, Makaz is probably the highlight player that most people bring up, but I'm gonna be honest, when I see them play, it could be any one of them. Like, I've seen games where Demon is the one to take over. Symmetry, I think, is a very sort of rational AWP player. Doesn't take maybe a lot of risks, but his output is pretty strong. And Krabani for an IGL, he's such a good fragger as well, and a great leader. This is actually such a sick lineup. The only downside of this team is the fact that we don't get to see them at too many lands, or any lands at all. I wish we could.
Yeah, it's like they kind of get overshadowed, as I guess is often the case if you think of like Spirit Academy or any of the Academy teams, really. It always seems to just get overshadowed by the main roster. And so I'll be curious to see if like some of these big names, like you mentioned, like Makaz, for example, if he will get a chance at a top team, if he will maybe even get the call up if something happens with Na'Vi after the major cycle. You never quite know with these things. So it's going to be really interesting for me to see how they fend off against ECLOT here, as you can see on the screen right now. Mikey, the standout player. I think Forzi, though, was probably their most consistent player against Nexus, I would say, with the AWP in his hands. So definitely a place to watch out for. But one I will also put a little bit of a spotlight on is the Alive. He's the IGL. You see his stats there? Doesn't seem that impressive. He was one of their best players consistently against Nexus. He's a big reason they even won that game in the first place.
I think that's a really worthy highlight, and just seems like as a captain, as an individual in the server as well, a really, really smart player. So they've got a lot going for them in that sense, and again, they're on a team on the incline. Well, last time we saw them as well, Nubik over there was also out of his mind, which is a bit more unusual perhaps, but he was having a really, really strong game. So there's someone to watch for here. They are going to have a hard fight on their hands, no question about it. But maybe they can find some good maps to play on. We do have the Veto that's going to be coming up here, so we'll see what the 3 maps here are. The last semi-final that we have of the tournament. Dust 2 and Train already banned out.
Yeah, the only map that I was sure wouldn't be played would be Train, because it is NAVI Jr.'s Instaban. They just haven't played it at all since it's been released. So other than that, they share a lot of similar maps. So Inferno up first. This is also a very good map for NAVI Juniors. They're going to be totally cool with this. And the same could be said for Ancient. So the third map for me is a little bit of a more unknown quantity. I think it could maybe go to like a Dust 2, maybe a Mirage. Let's have a look.
Ooh, Mirage, you're right. Yeah, we end up there. So, I mean, lovely selection of maps, to be honest. We're going to be dodging the Anubis. I'm kind of happy about that. Not necessarily a big fan of Inferno, but like I said previously, I don't really hate it either. So I'm quite satisfied with what we're seeing here. I think this could be really fun.
Yeah, I think honestly, in terms of a veto, this is probably the best from like a neutral's perspective, because both teams are pretty good on both, all three maps. Having said that, though, we get into the usual caveat. First off, NAVI Juniors are on a 7-match win streak, including some of the maps that we're about to play right now, and they're also playing against higher opposition, and they're getting a lot of success against higher opposition. So I almost don't want to look at the stats for ECLOT and compare them to NAVI Junior, because I don't think it's necessarily fair. But at least it's not maps that they're trash on, right? So there's always a chance.
Hopefully there is. I mean, ECLOT last time, they said they did think there was a chance. I don't know how confident they are in it. You could see, you know, the odds are kind of also, you know, suggesting that it could be fairly favored towards NAVI Junior here. But yeah, if we're wrong, then that just means we have a great game on our hands. But they're a really, really solid team. From the very first time that I was able to cast them at the start of the year, you can instantly sense that there's something deeper going on with this particular lineup. So there's a reason for all of the hype, and hopefully we get a chance to see some of that right here in the game when we get into it. Inferno as our opening map. Definitely not too sad about that. One's picked by ECLOT, so yeah, we'll see how they end up faring there, but it could be, I mean, if it's a long series as well, I guess that gives more time for ENCE to relax and to get ready for the grand finals. They had a pretty long game, so they might enjoy if it's not going to be too quick, but I guess there's another side to it, which is that if it's way too long, it's going to feel like you're restarting the day again. So always hard to figure out what actually is the best thing, is to sort of have the break or to go straight into the grand finals if you're the, you know, the second semifinal team.
Yeah, I think it's that sweet spot in the middle, right? And so let's go back to the players again. Also, by the way, we will be up in Inferno in our first map, and of course, yesterday we did get a chance to see ECLOT play against Nexus on this very map. It was pretty one-sided. ECLOT ended up winning it 13-6 in the end. Really impressive result, and also in terms of like the players that popped off, it was pretty much Mikey and the Alive. Mikey, a player that I know that you've been hearing a lot about in recent months, but you haven't necessarily been blown away with him. But I know he was beginning to make a believer out of you after that performance yesterday on Inferno.
He was really solid. Yeah, he was stepping it up quite a bit, so some points in favor of Mikey. But I hope he continues down that stretch here. Inferno is coming up. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, here at YaLLa Campus 2025. The spring season finals is well underway. We've already got one grand finalist in ENCE. We're looking for another one here, and it'll be one of these two teams. NAVI Junior starting on the CT side, Dynamo ECLOT on the T side. And there's quite a lot of utility for them to play with here on the T side. It's kind of interesting to see. Already being burned out. Mikey under some pressure, but he actually landed a headshot on the Krabani, who just barely gets to stay alive. And Mikey's sticking around, but maybe a little bit too long. Makaz will take him down, so the early kill goes in favor of NAVI Junior.
Yeah, trading out a lot of damage. Mikey down to 1, Krabani down to 3. But Makazi showing why he is a real prevalent threat and issue with that laser-focused aim. Nubik making the most, though, of a momentary lapse in judgment. A bit of a weakness comes in. Makazi may get a second, but it seems as though Dynamo ECLOT are getting a real stranglehold over this pistol, or perhaps not. Demon keeping them in with a chance. A 2v2, but the bomb is being planted on B.
Look at the Alive already. Cerebral play. He's just crouched down, waiting for somebody to run through. Maybe someone's going to be a little bit too quick, but that's not going to be the case here. Forsey will spot out one. I don't know if they know that both are coming, but they're going to realize fairly soon. There's no kit anywhere, so it has to be a bit fast here for go for the retake. Otherwise, you could end up in a weird position. Forsey with a good little kill. Actually, the Alive getting the kill on Demon there, and now Cemetery. They should just hide from him. They don't have to fight him at all. I'm shocked to see that they actually stuck around to take that fight in the open. They're going to win it anyway, so it's a fantastic beginning here for Dynamo ECLOT, but I think that was risky to both be facing that, just in case he hits a couple of sickening headshots. But yeah, here we go. They need this, I think. They are the underdog team, and if you're going to beat a team like NAVI Junior, it has to be some strong starts.
Yeah, and I think this really factors into what we saw a lot from ECLOT yesterday against Nexus, especially over on Ancient, which of course was the third map. The only close map between the two teams is ECLOT are a very aggressive team. They love the pressure, the pace, push into your face. They're going to take a lot of wide swings. If given the choice between fighting and not fighting, they're picking a brawl every single time, as we saw at the end there. Sometimes it does backfire, and I do worry a little bit against a team of NAVI Junior's kind of level and ability if they'll get punished more often than not. But a great start here to kick things off, and although there is a full-on investment on 4 of the players, Simtree is going to be holding fire and trying to get his hands on that AWP a little bit sooner. Oh, double grenades! Demon down to 1.
Kind of lucky to be alive, as you could tell. Just got detail here with the Mac 10. Stug on the other side, waiting to see if he can snatch away a kill with the 5-7. Close enough to get it done. It's actually the Molotov. Alright, they finally get rid of him. 50 seconds, plenty of time. And ECLOT is trying to see if they can get their way into the middle. Pretty decent trades. They've lost 1 player so far, but it's totally acceptable. Makaz goes down, and it leaves Scribani very far across the map. So, pretty well-paced round, I would say. ECLOT using the utility to clear out some of the corners. It all sounds really obvious when you say it like that, but there are some teams where, you just forget about it, or you don't want to use the utility that early on. You try and save it for later in the round, and then you run into the 5-7s and die instead. So, much prefer it the other way around here. Going to be a second round for them.
Well, indeed. Successfully navigating across from the bulk of that full-on investment. And although Krabani maybe holds on to the 5-7 and the HE, Dynamo ECLOT off to a good start on that T side of Inferno. That's one of the other downsides, I suppose. You're talking about Anubis before being kind of rough. When it's your choice, you might get forced on the CT side. Things might get slippery really quickly. The same could be said of Inferno. Like, a lot of T sides prevail, but a lot also struggle early on, especially if the CTs establish their money early in the first, 3 or 4 rounds. So it's really good news for ECLOT against a team of the stature of NAVI Jr., who are the heavy favorites in this game, to get it locked in, dialed in pretty easily, and then try and exploit NAVI Jr. in this first rifle round that will be coming up next. Well, next round, I should say, not this one. I'm going to be very curious to see how they look to try and take the fight to NAVI Jr., if they're going to get aggressive again or not.
One flashbang, and we saw earlier, Vince, how much damage it could do. I must say that's very rare, so I doubt if we're going to be seeing a full conversion based off it, but I like the idea regardless. Just try. You might as well. You could see it's being set up. Krabani's holding it, and they're just waiting for the bit of a timing here. They are all going to peak at the same time, so maybe you get 1 or 2 kills. I mean, even 1 would be pretty nice. $200 investment. You could get rid of the Kevlar or whatever else. It's still worth it. Deep in the bomb site here. Flashbang, still not being let go. Now it's been thrown finally. Rush is going to be coming in, but it looks like they're doing just fine. It will force a bit of a team kill, which is funny all on its own. But beyond that, doesn't look like there's going to be much more happening here. Makaz going to get jumped on as well, and they will only lose the alive.
Yep, expendable player. He did get 3 in the round, and he's up to $7,700 before he does replenish his AK. So they'll be very happy with that outcome. NAVI Jr. now, though, as a result of Semtree's not full investment in that second round, he's now got his hands on the AWP. We'll see what he can get done with it. It's been pretty one-sided. You got Krabani and Jigs, neither of them getting on the scoreboard early on here, 0 and 3 apiece. But this is really the first test for Dynamo ECLOT. You've got the pistol done, you've got the subsequent rounds. What do you do against the full rifle when NAVI Jr. are a real threat?
Yeah, I think this is where you get a chance to sort of see what's the current level of this NAVI Junior squad, because we've been praising them quite a bit, but at the same time, we've seen even better teams than them sometimes show up a bit cold to a match, where it just takes a while before everyone gets warmed up, and that can be a bit awkward. So this is going to be the first real test of that. Flashes go through, early incendiary to drop on the other side. Nice spam through the smoke, and Krabani will take care of the alive. It's so close to being almost a perfect round here for Dynamo ECLOT, because they did get the jump on them. I don't think NAVI Jr. were quite ready enough. They're kind of lucky to come out even with the 1-man advantage here, and by no means are they secured in winning the round. Very hard to retake this B-bomb site, and they're already a bit low on Makaz here, so tricky position to be in.
There's also 2 HEs still alive in the round for ECLOT, so they have just tossed one into the CT boxes. They've done a really good job of wasting half of the fuse already. And Detour gets 2 frags from the coffins. Just going to isolate now the remaining CTs. New Beak will do his best to do just that. And although Cemetery may have got 1, he doesn't have time. He doesn't have life. And NAVI Jr. do not have a round. Sean Ubik will go down with the ship, but he'll do so with a smile on his face, knowing that Dynamo ECLOT have secured a 4-0 lead.
Yeah, super well played, and a fantastic illustration of, you know, the strength of forcing that B bomb site. Even if you end up, you know, trading unfavorably, getting on there, getting the bomb planted, it is almost always going to be worth it. So, really well done. And honestly, that might have even been the best case scenario for Navi Junior's defense. The truth is, I think they got caught off guard. They could have been wiped out much earlier than that with just a, you know, a little bit of luck going the way of Dynamo ECLOT, and they would have maybe not even fought for the round there, Navi Junior. They would have given up much earlier. So, wiped out on the money. They saved the AWP on Cemetery. But no, doesn't even matter. Goes down to Dieter. I don't hate the fact that he tried to do that on the CT side, but it didn't work this time. They'll pick it up on another player instead and try to keep it alive. That's got to be the real goal for this round.
Yeah, gonna be another realistic save unless they're walking through the 3-player trap. They're slowly moving their way up onto the banana side, but I have to say, ECLOT, in terms of like raw experience, these guys have been around for the most part quite a lot longer than Navi Junior have. Very young team. I think Demon's like 17, Rabani's around 20. As you'd expect from a team with Junior in its name, of course they're going to be quite young. And now Krabani, speak of the man, he has to try and deliver with his 5-7. Missing out, and that is the round done. Save onto the AWP, go again in the next. I am impressed with ECLOT, though, coming into this game, and as I've got to say, it's not just a 5-0 lead, but I mean, most of these rounds have been pretty straightforward, not really a contest.
I think that's good reason to be impressed. I don't disagree. A lot of focus, and you know, it's sort of a talent, or it's an ability as a team you've got to pick up along the way. This idea of showing up to matches and just being right there and focused in to try and win. Sometimes getting slow starts and having to recover those big early losses, of course it can be done, but it's very hard to do. Makaz is doing the best that he can to make this a very expensive round. Gonna get a couple of good kills there. The Alive will stay alive behind the bomb blast, but yeah, they get to save the AWP. That's at least making it a bit expensive. And honestly, for Navi Junior at this stage, I mean, you'll grab onto anything that you could make into a good story. So making that an expensive round and saving the AWP, that's something to build on. We'll see if they can do something here in round number 6 that's going to be coming up. But yeah, right now it's ECLOT pretty much controlling the pace of the game. And, you know, this being their map pick, it's really nice to see how confident they are.
It's cool as well, though, to see on Navi Junior that some nations that we don't often get represented too much are here. They've got 2 players from Kosovo, which is, of course, Makaz and Krabani. And then you got Lithuania from Jigs, and then 2 players from Ukraine. Also, their coach, Kulio, is from Hungary. So, obviously, you got like Torji from Hungary, but there's not that many players out there. So that's always a cool little extra level of spice. And I was just looking at their average age. I mean, Jugs is 16 years old. Few players 17. Oldest is Krabani at 20. So it's kind of crazy to think just how good they've been and much of a threat they've been at such a young age. And it's Makaz with 2 kills to kick open the round.
Yeah, I mean, the learning curve is like they've already gone far, right? But if it keeps going this way, some of these guys, maybe all of them, are going to be playing in Tier 1 Counter-Strike at some point. Like I said, probably one of the only things that's really keeping them back at the moment is actually the fact that they are, you know, they can't compete in tournaments where the main squad's also playing in. You gotta wonder at some point, you know, how long do you want to keep that going? Or at some point, is it better to just try and sell this Navi Junior team to somebody else and let them actually, you know, unleash? Because I was about to say, you know, I want to see them in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, but in a way, like they could almost already be that. They are super, super sick. But it's a slow start nonetheless. They do get a couple of kills at the start of this one, and ECLOT, I think, they're giving space for Navi Junior to make a mistake. But this was one of the things that I noticed really early on in the year when I saw them play, is that they don't really do this a lot, Navi Junior. They don't give a lot of chances for people to get back into rounds like these. They're so composed. And again, you just mentioned how young they all are. It's one of the things that you could easily understand and maybe even excuse if that's how they lost some rounds. But I feel like, for the most part, they're so good at being disciplined when they have these kind of leads.
Oof. Shot does connect onto Detour, but with 17 seconds, they're going to have to just go ahead and continue to run down on the side. There's no time for any recourse or second guessing. Molotov has missed, and that allows Dukes to try and deny this, but there's enough time for the plant. ECLOT out of nowhere, in a 3v5, have just brute forced their way onto the site. This will be a huge fumble for NAVI Jr. I don't even know if you can justify going in at this stage. You've got an AWP for a retake, only a flashbang between the two of them, and your AWP also has control over the kit. You need to kill right now. And as they try and pull the plug, Nubeek says no. ECLOT are just stolen this round away.
Listen, this might be my fault, Vince. I might have just cursed them beyond belief. I was just praising them for how good they are and not giving up the leads by taking risks. And then Demon runs right into the middle, dies, and they immediately lose the A-bomb site. Oh man, that's it. Unfortunately, even though it doesn't feel like that to Demon at the moment, but this is the opening. This is exactly what they needed and what they were waiting for the whole time. ECLOT saying, "Come on, just give us one opportunity," and they got one there, and then it all follows from there on out. So. Yeah, I'll take the L on that. Might have been the casting curse, just completely wrecking them. 6-0. What a great start for Dynamo ECLOT, the heavy underdogs in this one, but not at all playing like it right now. Very cool Counter-Strike. They're obviously very focused, and even in that round, losing a couple of players, 5 versus 3, they don't panic. They slow down the game, and their patience is rewarded by NAVI Jr., unfortunately.
They really can't take anything away from ECLOT. They've just been playing really, really solidly. Exploiting the weaknesses and mistakes that NAVI Jr. have made. Which has been, a fair few of them. We've got Jigs still unable to get off the 0 and 6. And not that many kills other than on Makaz. So, I mean, if you're on the side of ECLOT right now, you are feeling so confident, so full of life. You got tons of money on multiple players, even if you do concede a round. You're already up to 6 in your T-half, and ooh, Mikey could have maybe punished that. Does go back in for seconds. Makaz overstaying his welcome. It was one of the only rifles they had to play with. 3 more alongside the team, but I think they're just going to go for another save here, Anders. I mean, I don't really understand how mentally you can feel confident if you're NAVI Juniors. Like, none of these rounds has been particularly close. Even in the 5v3, it was an easy round in the end for ECLOT. Like, how do you bounce back from this so early on?
I really don't know. I think at this stage, the thing, if anything, that's going to be a potential route to get back in or a tool to try and revive the team is just the fact that, again, NAVI Jr., just like Dynamo ECLOT, is one of these teams that they're playing so much Counter-Strike. So, throughout the last 3 or 4 months, there's going to be plenty of times where they will have had these kind of starts and found ways back in. So, hopefully they can forget about the fact that now it's not just another qualifying game, it's a semi-final in an important tournament where they actually do, I guess, a lot on the line here for them to make the grand final. They can definitely beat ENCE if they get there, but obviously not if they fall to Dynamo ECLOT to begin, which would absolutely be completely shocking and make headlines instantly if that happened.
Especially considering that, like, the second map would be one that NAVI Juniors are just straight up best at, which is Ancient. They got 74% win rate, 34 maps played. So it just kind of goes back to the point you're raising. They've been grinding so much Counter-Strike online. But this is also a map that we know that ECLOT are pretty good themselves. We just saw them take down Nexus yesterday in OT in the 3rd map on Ancient. They look pretty good in the process. So if they were to just stomp this first map, take a 1-0, is it feasible that we could see a 2-0? That just seems crazy to me, considering how widely respected NAVI Jr. are, how kind of feared they are, honestly, right now, and how good they've been on a 7-match win streak.
I guess truly anything could happen. This kind of beginning is that it makes you believe, doesn't it? We've got 0 and 6 on duties at the moment. We've got 1 and 7 on Krabani, and yeah, Makaz's got 8 kills, but that is not enough. They need more, and typically they're way more dangerous than this. Flashes to the middle here. Demon looking to catch a bit of a spray down. He's going to get 2 kills right off the bat. Runs out of bullets, and Still, gets a little bit of backup. All right, I think Juke's actually got 2 of those instead of Demon, so still not bad. A 1 versus 3. Veto doesn't want to slow it down. It's a blinding headshot as he takes down Cemetery. And we'll find no more after that. Kerbani able to shut him down. I mean, again, this is finally around for NAVI. I guess we should celebrate that. You know, they're on the scoreboard, and that's great news. But even then, it feels like they get the early double kills. Nearly, I think, a triple before Dynamo ECLOT get into the round. And it still ends up kind of close.
Yeah, Detour on 13 kills right now. Punished them quite a bit from the apps. Made that costly. Didn't allow them to establish really any kind of full economy in their back pocket. And so, yeah, again, like, as you say, they win the round. You don't feel particularly confident about their prospects. Some nice shots up on the double stack on quad and on the roof. But now Banana control is imminent as they double nade it. And Makaz not for the first time. Success through the smoke of Banana. Able this time to back away. Pretty healthy. They got the kill they were looking for. The hit and run. Need to make sure they just keep a stranglehold over this because we've already seen them lose multiple player advantages.
Yeah, I mean, right now, this is kind of the beginning of the game for NAVI Junior, right? They need to find a way to just slow things down and get back to something that feels like normality. They haven't even been allowed to build up any routine or any rhythm. It's just been very one-sided. So yeah, if you can win another round here and start to normalize things. I mean, at this point, if, you know, 7-5, pretty decent scoreline if you want to try and get back into it. Flashed in for the kill. It's dangerous to stick around after you don't see anyone with a flashbang, because remember, those flashes also work as sort of a beacon for the other team to know that you've probably peeked in there. It looks like ECLOT would love to push this one. They've set up the smoke towards the B-bomb side at CT spawn, and now they're going to see if they can make their way around the corner. It's Mikey looking for the opening. The spray is just perfect, taking down Kerbani. And unfortunately, again, good chance for a bomb plant, even in the 3 versus 5 here. Now it's 4 versus 3. Cemetery getting that one. Bomb being planted in front, and ECLOT, at least they get this far. Let's see if they can win the after plant too. It's all up to 4C in the back end, and unfortunately, he couldn't really find the time to reposition. So they will retake it and put a lot of pressure on before ECLOT really get into a good after plant. And that's great news for NAVI Junior. Second round on the board, but there's much more work to be done.
No, exactly. That's the downside of going down sort of 6-0, 7-1, is the T's have a ton of surplus cash. And so, realistically, you probably need to win this round and the next one before you've broken them, assuming that plants don't come in and saves aren't a factor as well. So it really is an uphill struggle. Already, you're going to be losing come the second half, regardless of what happens from here on out. Have a timeout in play. Cemetery in deep thought, biting those nails. Had a couple of nice kills. And just starting to see, like, really what mechanically they're capable of doing. Jukes had a couple of very nice kills in the previous one.
I think we're getting there.
Where ECLOT go from here? They are getting here, yeah.
And again, just given the volume of games that they're playing, it's not to excuse what we're seeing so far in the NAVI Junior, but I think there is a case to be made. It's definitely not the first time this month that they've been in this kind of position. So with that many repetitions and that much routine, there should be something to rely on, some way to remind yourselves that, you know, we're going to get back into this one. No problem, boys. Timeout is expired, and we're going to get back into the swing of things. Makaz kind of leading from the front. It's good to see him with some kills, and now they just need the rest of them to step it up. A couple of AKs have been picked up on the CT side, always very helpful.
Detour, who has been the main man, the talisman for Dynamo ECLOT. 13 kills. This time, though, his round is short-lived. The Lithuanian has put him in the dirt. Molotov backs on over. Cemetery wanted to go for that peak, but he was isolated from the molly. His teammate wasn't able to follow him up, so he decides better off that decision, which is a solid choice. As you say, it's more of like a rock-solid AWPer, but Mikey decides it's his moment to shine. He won't be outshone by Detour. Double entry, B-side open for business. And NAVI Junior, hot off the back of winning their second round, instantly back into an L. You just can't get anything going. Consistency's not a factor on the CT side as it stands.
Really, really blown up at the beginning here. What a great double for Mikey. That completely changes the round. Sure, they're going to try their best to keep the rifles alive, and pretty much confirmed by Nubik. He's going to be peeking in and saying, yeah, they're just chilling over on the other side. It makes sense. I can't really blame them. But the fact is, it does mean Navi Junior are now in a position where the best they can do, what they're going to be fighting for, is an 8-4 scoreline. That's just really far away from being on the acceptable side, so the map pick is working out fantastically here for the underdog team. And there really aren't many signs of life right now for Navi Junior. I'm really surprised, but at the same time, like we said, it is always more fun when things don't go according to plan. At least as a spectator, you know, I think most people tuning in, if they've been watching this tier of Counter-Strike, they would have expected Navi Junior to pretty much roll through this game.
Well, I mean, ECLOT are on a 4-match win streak on Inferno, including a 13-1 and 13-2. A couple of victories. That was against Czech sides, though, so obviously it's quite a step down from sort of international rosters. You can only beat what's ahead of you. They've done that in style. Makaz, not for the first time, man. He's constantly been a threat down on the banana. He's up to 11 frags, even though his team are trailing 2-8. That is impressive.
They threw a double smoke towards the bottom of banana here, so maybe a little bit overzealous. Wasting one Navi Junior. Doesn't have to be the end of the world, but ECLOT getting scarily close to this position. That makes me nervous, because this is again one of those positions where one mistake from the CT side and it can unravel a large portion of the defense. Even if they have 4 people here, doesn't mean you're that secure. We'll see if Demon, if he peeks forward, is even going to be aware that Nubik is here. He's just crouched here, waiting. I think with a little smile on his face, he knows that one mistake and it could all be opened up. 55 seconds left. Cemetery started to fall back, and there's Nubik getting that headshot finally. That Demon was not expecting it at all. Now, we got Krapani on the other side. He's going to get Molotov out of this corner. Cemetery watching, not for the chicken, but for the eventual T's that are going to be peeking in. Deep nade landing on top, but it does slow them down. Krapani just in time drops Nubik, and this defense looking decent all of a sudden. Going to be 4C just alone, and it can't do anything in the round. It'll be the save of the AWP, so Navi Junior find a third.
Especially considering that some of those entries were looking so crisp from Nubik and the Alive. To then lose out on all the trades once you push onto the site was a really good turnaround. Navi Junior showing that they are more than capable of just holding on into that latter portion of the round. I do wonder as well, Anders, like, obviously Navi Junior, tons of ability. No one's going to doubt that, have a lot of potential, but they haven't really played at tournaments of this stature too often. I doubt they've played for like their lion's share of $300,000 before, and so I wonder if kind of a main enemy of theirs may very well be their own thoughts, their own kind of doubts, their own nerves and anxiety coming into this. Like that could be a factor.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. That is definitely true. It's hard to know as an individual how you're going to react when you're used to sort of one thing, and now suddenly it's a bit more serious. Maybe especially when you're the favorite team. Oh, and it just doesn't feel like you actually get anything going at the beginning. It could absolutely factor in. A lot of damage at the beginning. The beat goes down. Mikey trying to see if he can fight his way back, but he gets shut down. Duke is instead coming up with a couple of great kills as they really aggressively try to take all the initiative away from Dynamo ECLOT, pushing down the middle on the CT side. It's a bit of a classic on Inferno, but Vito's not done with them yet. He's going to pick up one, and he was nearly ready after having thrown that smoke in the middle. He almost had the weapon back out, but now it's 4C ducking around down here with the AWP, and the bomb on his back.
Has the element of being the snake in the grass. They're not entirely sure where he is. A couple of smokes down on the T-steps on the top of middle has allowed him to move in. Now, a couple of footsteps is going to give his position away if he gets any closer, and certainly with a smoke down. I don't think he has any idea there's a player in pit. The smoke is more to just keep himself alive from being peeked in from the short side. And now the HE is going to clear out the cobwebs off the smoke. Looks back in, but Cemetery just faster on the draw with the AWP. So after a pretty horrendous start, I think it's safe to say, on this CT side, it was actually 6 rounds to 0 at one point, and then 7 to 0, pardon me. I think a 4-8 scoreline's not too bad, but obviously probably still not good enough.
I don't think so. It's definitely on the disappointing side. There's no doubt. It doesn't mean they can't make it back. It doesn't mean that Navi Junior can't have a better second half here. But I'm all the way with you. I think this is a disappointing result so far, and hopefully there's going to be a bit of a change. We do see smoke and a flash there on the Alive. Mikey with the dualies being picked up. Gotta wonder how that plays out. Just in terms of the utility. I'm always nervous whenever I see the CTs buy smokes at all on Inferno. In pistol rounds, I feel like they don't do a lot to hold people back, but I've seen it work, so maybe it's not completely crazy. Bit of a break in the action before we get into the second half here. But yeah, without winning the pistol round right now for Navi Junior, it's hard to imagine that they can win the map.
Yeah, I think they'll be feeling the same way right now. Getting on the same page. See from Mikey's cam trying to absorb himself into the monitor. He was, I think today we saw some Young pick up a P90. I'm pretty sure it was Mikey yesterday on Inferno. He banana rushed with the P90 if I'm not mistaken. So we know he's got that in his locker.
I mean, whatever it takes. All right. We're getting some stretches in. Remember to stretch, guys. Make sure the neck, shoulders, you know, it's all in order. I say that, obviously, myself completely wrecked, but but you know, do as I say, not as I do, I believe is the way it goes.
That's the thing, you're speaking from experience, right? You didn't stretch, you wrecked. I'm the same way.
Exactly. Careful
Listen
now.
to Uncle Anders.
Forsey pushing down. Let's see if he's ready to do anything here. I think they might have heard some of the footsteps. They're going to be pushing right into it, and Mikey gets blown up, but there's nobody else here. And yeah, they are aware that there could have been some CTs in the middle, so they're going to be actively holding the smoke the whole way. Bomb gets planted. Very hard round to recover. They lost the Alive as well. Yeah, they're already saving. They're just like, whatever, we have the armor. It's not going to be worth it. I get it. For ECLOT's point of view, there probably is no way to recover this round.
I am kind of confused as to like why you take Julies and then basically sit behind the sandbags in a very passive angle, hoping and praying that no one checks the angle. Like it's an obvious spot that people are going to be checking on the approach. It just seems weird to me. Like with Julies, you want to be proactively trying to take fights. Why swinging in, using the power of how fast you can click with 30 bullets of ammunition? And playing it that way, just, I don't know. I've seen it happen a lot of times, and I'm always a little bit puzzled by it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, right, basically what it comes down to, trying to do that, is you're hoping, you're gambling that they don't check it, and then you've got a great set of weapons to get a multi-kill with. But that's a big if, if they do check it, it's very unlikely you're going to be able to do a lot there. So tough situation for Mikey, unfortunately. Maybe partly by his own design. It's a 3-round gap here, and again, like I said, Navi Junior, if they win the pistol, though, there is a way to get back into it. ECLOT, they saved some armor, and they're going to be ready to fight in this round with some pretty decent weapons. Gotta remember as well, the MP9s are not like Inferno. It's just, you're always going to be pretty close to them. It's very hard to avoid getting the close fight, and the MP9s they're still pretty beastly. Sick.
As is the MAC-10. Yeah, the Alive tried to throw a smoke, but he was spotted from a mile off, and Krabani's not going to give him a second chance. I think, yeah, honestly, if I'm thinking of maps that lend themselves the most to SMGs, I am thinking of Inferno because of how tight-knit close angles, how many positions on CT side especially, you can play them like app, spoiler, up close on B, up close on middle, if you get banana control, like there's so many areas. Like this map is one of the reasons why you see so many saves, one of the reasons why you see so many teams just tap out, even if they have a player advantage going onto like the B side or the A side, is because of how close the corridors and the alleyways are and how difficult it is for you to fully like spread yourself thinner to go for those wide swings and get that buddy up system in play. And so, yeah, I think the MP9s here are kind of huge, but the downside for Dynamo ECLOT is if you go for a stack on the A side and you have no real information gathered on B, you are effectively just flipping a coin. And that's by design. They want to try and have like a second round here to play with them again until they have enough for rifles. So it's fair enough. But it does mean that Navi Junior, who were down 7-0 at one stage, are now just 2 rounds away from tying us up.
Yeah, it's been a much better start to the second half for NAVI Junior. There's no question about it. And I guess this could be a bit of a challenge or a test of the mental strength of ECLOT, because you come into the second half with this much of a buffer. You've got quite a few rounds on NAVI Junior. One of the luxuries, I guess, is that if you do have a slow start on the CT side, you're not losing the game immediately. So you could see it as just a bit of a bonus that you built yourself to say, okay, we obviously didn't want to burn the buffer already, but at least we have one. Let's see what we could do when we actually have some better rifles coming out. And NAVI Junior taking it slow, careful play here as they do Molotov of the top banana position just to deny the information. And looks like they're going to be setting up for some mid-control and maybe even just an all-out A take here. They know that nobody from NAVI Junior or from Dynamo ECLOT immediately could know what was happening on banana, so you just push before they can even get the information. And they pretty much wipe out the defense.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. This time around, not as much of a reason to hold on to all these weapons. Like, ideally, you want to have the rifles, so there's every reason to try and go for broke and take a couple weapons away from NAVI Junior, maybe upgrade to an AK or a Galil. Don't think that's going to come to fruition, though. Tito has also slowed down pretty considerably. He was 13-4, now 14-8. Just a totally different ball game being on the CT side as opposed to the T side. New Beak will execute Krabani, but it does mean that NAVI Junior, they're going to have 7 rounds. And now Dynamo ECLOT are looking over their shoulder, starting to sweat this one just a little bit, because the importance of them picking this up with Ancient up next, a very good map for NAVI Junior, it can't be overstated. I honestly thought Dynamo ECLOT were going to run away with this, Anders. It looked, for all intents and purposes, like NAVI Junior were very shaky, nervy, anxiety-ridden, but this T side has been anything but.
Yeah, and again, I think it's down to the scary fact of having the routine and having played as much. It's very, very tough to break down a team like this one, because they've been here before. They've done it many, many times. They probably feel decently good at the moment. 8-7. ECLOT. What could they do? A couple of MP9s still on that CT side. They run right through all the explosives and the flames in the middle. Nubik, the perfect spray down. 3 kills. That's so much money. And should be the round pretty much secured as well. AWP on the other side. 4C. Gonna make sure that there's no shenanigans happening. It's just the leader left. And strong start here. ECLOT, they pick up some rifles, and that's what I meant with having the buffer, right? Slow start to the second half, but at least you got so much of a lead that you don't really have to panic yet.
And this... Oh, Krabani nearly transitioned into that second spray. This is also kind of like a bonus for NAVI. They kept multiple MAC-10s in play. And so I don't dislike the call to try and just get really aggressive up on arches, especially if you've made the read that an AWP's going to be in play. You can charge him down. Good counter utility was tossed in, though, by ECLOT. It really did stall and stymie that push. And so I'd like the idea from NAVI. Now they can go into the rifles. So they've used their bonus round. They've had a quick look, a couple of probes and just pokes onto this CT side. Now they can try and exploit the weaknesses that they can muster in. And I honestly think they're going to probably try and play on B for most of these rounds. It was an area of the map where ECLOT looked a little bit shaky yesterday against Nexus. So I'll be curious to see if NAVI Junior have done their homework and how they want to adapt accordingly.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. And one of the advantages of having the ability to sort of check out the demos and sense where maybe some of that weakness is. This time, though, it's not much of a weakness. There's 3 people at the site, one of them 4C with the AWP, and behind that kill, they're going to flash their way in. I actually think that's a sick idea in a way. Unfortunately, Krabani gets the spray headshot to take down one of them there. Awkward angle for Demon. Could have got taken down, but he's got to have some backup with him. Coming in from the A apartments themselves. The beak. Double. Detour, though, still alive somehow and getting a chance for the reload. I can't believe he's actually living through this. I would have thought for sure they would have been on top of him. Nice shot for 4C, and it just leaves Dugas alone. Got a little bit of time here, but can he get the bomb planted?
Yeah, there's no way of stopping him from these angles. The thing is, can he get into a position where he can maybe 1v2? First head is removed clean. HG out, forced him into the open, had to reload, and Mikey makes the most of that momentary weakness, that vulnerability. Allows him to eviscerate the remainder of NAVI Jr. I think he's looking to try and upgrade to the AWP. He's now found it and get some grenades as well. But either way, it's going to be a 10-7 lead. I'm also surprised, like, Detour just refused to die, and that wasted a lot of time and effort and energy for NAVI Jr.
That's super interesting stuff here, but the round was close regardless. I think Detour just, the fact that he got to live that long, definitely could see he sucked in all the attention at the bomb site. Nobody could do anything but try to deal with that pit position. Close for Mikey at the end, but a job well done. 3-round lead. Takes away some of the momentum from NAVI Jr. that they really had coming into this one. Another timeout used. NAVI Jr. have 0 left here, so they're feeling the pressure, you can tell. They're going to have another buy come into this one, but honestly, if they don't make this work pretty much now, then they might just run out of money and run out of runway too. Dynamo ECLOT. Again, can only say it so many times, but it is impressive to see the level of focus that they've shown up with for this game.
Yeah, maybe a bit of that pressure kind of alleviates from them when they come into a game knowing that everyone kind of expects NAVI Jr. to have their way. Prove everyone wrong. Prove the doubters. Don't know what they're talking about. Makaz trying to get up aggressive. We saw him do it a lot on the CT side. Flash is good, but he turns his back, and now that leaves ECLOT in a little bit of trouble. They know this angle is susceptible to being flashed or naded. But NAVI Jr. don't really have the utility. And Krabini's making moves now with his AK at 57 HP. Looking to try and make moves outside of mid. They have locked down archers, at least.
Yeah, Nubik just taking a quick peek into the middle, but doesn't trust himself to stick around. Incendiary to slow down any potential push after the smoke had faded. They still have 3 people at the site itself. Detour holding a very tight angle. They got Mikey in there as well. He's got no more utility though. Not that anybody else does. Just a single flashbang on Nubik. I doubt he's going to be able to throw it here. It's going to be down to the rifles alone, but they're absolutely chewing them up. Destroying any attempt to wrap the bomb site. They've been shut down so hard here. Krabani, the last to go down. Everybody lives on the Dynamo ECLOT side as they get up to 11 rounds. And this, I mean, this has been one hell of an opening map for the semifinals. I'm really shocked. I don't think we made any, you know, specific sort of round predictions, but I wouldn't have been surprised if NAVI Jr. could have won this in a 2-0 at something like a 16 or like a 13-6 type scoreline for both maps. Like that, it's something like that that I was expecting, just to be totally honest. But Dynamo ECLOT have completely changed the script here.
Yeah, and kind of what's more, I suppose, concerning or worrying for NAVI Jr. is the fact that half of their rounds have come off the second pistol. They won the second pistol, converted into a 3-0 from this half, and yet when the rifles started to come into play, as Krabini's been picked off once again, they just have struggled. They haven't really been able to show us that prowess that we were expecting. Yeah, there's been moments, there's been flashes in the pan, but Demon having a really rough game. Makazi's most of his kills in Banana, but hasn't had a ton of impact elsewhere. And it feels like if they're not getting success on B, they're not really getting any success at all. Into this round, they're trying to make moves on quad, but it should be a total shutdown. Nice opening pick from Demon. And Makazi's making a real go of this one right now, but he's in a 1-on-2 with 30 HP. Oh, he's got another one for the Deagle.
If they come back into it like this, it should never happen. He's so low on health. And yeah, the Alive just at the corner. He's got every advantage. Listening for the footsteps. He knows at least roughly where he is. Any chance for one more Deeg shot here? Be out of this world for Makazi. If anything touches him here, and he's going to be dead instantly. 35 seconds left. Sneaking in, trying to see if he can relocate himself just a bit. Going to be making a bit of noise dropping down, and the Alive is just trying to stay real far away. He just doesn't want to get caught somehow. Shot in the back of the head. That might be one way to lose the round here. But with the bomb planted, he's got no idea. You can see he's got his back turned as well. The Alive, all he has to do is keep up this pace. Slowly but surely cue the Jaws theme as he is slowly getting closer, checking every corner right now. He's still got the advantage. He knows he's got to be in the site somewhere, and he'll find him. It's a long and slow clutch coming out for the Alive, but it's worth it to be careful, to be sure, and to get that 12th round on the board.
100%. It doesn't need to be flashy. It doesn't need to be stylish. It doesn't need to be sexy. It just needs to be a win. And with that win, 5 map points. ECLOT's choice of Inferno. Been a lot easier, more comfortable than I think most people expected. Yet NAVI Jr. do have another buy afforded to them with that plant coming through. Full utility, full capabilities. But can they do anything with the execution of it? Molotov's early up to Banana. Going to be a HG behind it. Makaz getting aggressive, and they have to fall back.
Right at the edge. Lip of that incendiary. Makaz again. Sticking around. Not really dissuaded by the grenades that are landing out there. 12-7. I can't believe NAVI Jr. are in this position. Fighting to get into overtime in a very unlikely fashion, especially now that Ubik has found 2 in the middle. That might be all they need to send them on to the second map here. Cemetery trying to get back into it. Plenty of time left in the round here, but there's still a huge stack here at the bomb site. Counter flash comes out. Swing from Mikey and the Alive, and they're going to get a kill each for it. Just Cemetery left. He misses the shot, and Dynamo ECLOT with a stunning map here at the first of the semi-final. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Credit where it's due, man. ECLOT came out the gate swinging for a 7-0 lead. And even if there was a comeback attempt, it was just too far and too tall an order to ask. The young guns on NAVI Jr., they just could not weather it. And now we move across to Ancient. And although I think this heavily leans in favor of NAVI Jr., it's not like ECLOT don't play Ancient. It's not like they haven't had success. So I think it's completely up in the air as it stands.
That is, that's a shocking result, but maybe we could get a bit of a comeback here. NAVI Jr., like I said, they looked very, very different from how we normally see them. But almost, I think, highlighted by that one of those earlier rounds where they had the 5-on-3, and I was busy praising them for how, how relaxed they normally are and how often they don't give up those kind of rounds, and they went straight into losing that 5-on-3. That was pretty early on, and that might have been a bit of a foreshadowing of what was to come. But, I mean, I don't want to take too much away from Dynamo ECLOT, to be honest, because we were shocked for them last time when they won the quarterfinals to get here, and they looked so sharp, they looked so ready. They've kept that same spirit true into this semifinal, and they should get some credit for that. I can't believe they're showing up with this level of focus, and look at the scoreline as well. Detour ahead of everybody else, but the rest of the team, they're right there. It's really, really good team effort.
Yeah, no, 100%. It is everyone pulling their weight, knowing their part within sort of like the cogs in the machinery to make it work. But I think Detour is probably the player that caught my eye, especially early on. He did taper off a little bit towards the end, but that 13-4 start was instrumental in them picking up the 7-0 lead to kick things off. And I think realistically, that kind of foundation, especially in MR12, Anders, I mean, MR15, it was difficult enough back in the day, but even now, it's so difficult to come back from that kind of a deficit, especially when you consider that was on their T-half as well. It's like, how can you possibly bounce back when you've got your backs against the wall from day one?
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't have the answer, do they? Didn't discover it in this particular map of Inferno. Maybe with a deep breath and a little bit of focus, they can come back into it. I do expect NAVI Jr. to bounce back. I think this might be a third map, but who knows? We've already been wrong quite a bit today, so maybe it's going to continue for Dynamo ECLOT. We're going to find out after the break. Stay tuned as the semi-final will continue right after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, coughed up behind it at the edge of...
away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial are still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
ECLOT is here for the grand finals of YaLLa Compass 2025. Gents, we were supposed to be on LAN, but we've had to move online. I'm really disappointed. Eli, what was the team's reaction? I mean, were you a bit disappointed that you weren't going to be playing on LAN?
Yeah. After we discovered that we will be playing online, it was not the best message we got, but we wanted to go there because of MRQ that we didn't qualify, so at least something, but online it is what it is.
I mean, Forzy, for me, big shout out to YaLLa because they could have just cancelled the whole thing and they wanted to find a solution for all of the teams, make sure that those who were in the MRQs could still play as well. So it is still online. It's still a big tournament, big prize money. What is the vibe in the team right now leading up to the competition?
I think it's fine. We didn't qualify for the MRQ, but at least we can play this tournament, so we will just try our best, you know. It's BO1s, so it's gonna be hard, but yeah, we will just try our best.
Let's talk about BO1s, because like you said, those are always tough. Do you think that it's difficult because you never know what to expect, Forzy, from another team? They can throw out something completely random and strange.
I think it's more about that we will not play our best maps, you know. They will ban our best maps. We will just play maps where we are not like fully comfortable. I think we have kind of a problem with map pool a bit. We are not so strong on other maps. We have like few good maps, but yeah, so that's it. We will have to play some map where both teams are probably not comfortable, so we will just need to shoot hard and yeah, just play good, you know.
Exactly, it's MR12, you got to win the pistols, shoot hard, that should get you through. Imagine if I was a professional player, look at that great advice, I could coach your team. Eli, looking into this competition, when you take a look at all of the other teams, Group A, Group B, which group do you think is more stacked?
I think the other one. I think we have pretty good group that we will be able to compete against them.
Nice. Who do you think out of all the teams is the biggest opposition right now? Who's the most, the hardest team to beat?
In our group, I think Gun 5 is going to be the toughest opponent, because we are not really used to play against someone who is faster and doing some stuff we are not expecting. So we like to play against some structured teams, and Gun 5 is our nemesis. And also NAVI Junior is a pretty good team, so I'm open to play against them.
And who do you think is the toughest in Group B?
For sure, BETBOOM.
Everyone says BETBOOM. Have you had a chance? Obviously, NAVI Juniors is coming in for Passion UA. Had you had a chance to prep for any of the teams? But I'm presuming not, because you didn't even know who the teams were at one point, Eli. So you haven't done a lot of anti-strats and stuff. Have you just been focusing on your own game?
Preparation we'll be doing our coach, so we will get some informations before the game we need to know, and we will work with things we know and we know how to do, but we will just do some details differently. But before the game we will have a talk and understand what enemy is going to do and what are their weaknesses and the strengths.
Fozzy, have you been watching a lot of the top tier Counter-Strike tournaments at the moment?
Yeah, I was watching the Bucharest tournament.
Yeah, is there a specific team when you watch them that you really want to watch their demos and study them and you're getting inspiration from at the moment?
I like Mongols, to be honest. They're when they're playing now they're in bad form, but I think they are playing interesting CS when they are winning, you know. And other than that, I don't know. I think Vitality and Spirit are just individually insanely strong. I think I like Mongols playstyle a lot. They are very confident in what they are doing, and they go in their face, you know, in the enemy's face a lot. So yeah.
We're going to play a game now. It's called Counter-Strike Scrabble. So how this works is we put up a word and it's related to Counter-Strike. So it can be something you can do in the game, something you can use in the game. Maybe it's a team and you have to try and guess what the word is. Are you ready?
NAVI Junior.
Good job. Let's see what the second one is. This is a bit
Wow.
tougher.
I don't know the correct word, but it's Molotov for City.
Incendiary grenade.
Yes.
There we go. Good job. I'll give you a clue. It's a skin.
Dragon lore.
Good job. My clue helped. Let's try another one.
Full buy.
Correct.
Ninja defuse.
That's correct. Well done. I think we have one more, yeah.
Flick.
That's correct. Good job, guys. You got all of them. That's really impressive.
Ties is just jumping across, doesn't want to die into that all peer. It's on Night U now to get the timing, and he lines them up. Rolls a strike. It's a 4K spray down, and nobody's ready for it.
Out, got so many targets. And he's gonna try and expertly navigate it. He's spreading the needle. How is he doing this? That's 3, could be 4, and that shot down. BETBOOM sound.
We had a very streaky start, but now it's tough to separate them. Zorta's going to find another opening to try,
And that actually surprises him a little bit, but they're giving Zorta consistent pot shots. Smoke broken, and Zorta will even find that on a Robbo as well while he was in the midst of strafing away. Steady work from Zorta, and that is the Zorta I know and love. He has just aced them.
he's looking at the right direction. Oh, and the Pandas have just walked past him. And now Krabeni can walk up behind him for a second round consecutive. This was 9 Pandas buy round, but it is a two-player shot out of apartment. Krabeni makes quick work of that.
You're still going there.
What if a couple of these players get 2 players on the clock? Symmetry already doubles down, and now you don't know Jugs is here.
Oh, Symmetry gets another button on. It was a 2v4. 9 Pandas choose to walk into the wrong site. Navi Jr. say that this A-side...
Well, we're back. You can't really get rid of us. It's the semi-finals, and we are looking for another spot at the grand finals. One of these two teams, it's either Dynamo ECLOT or NAVI Junior. And I was very sure today that we were going to be watching NAVI Junior cruise through onto the grand final, and it's not really happened. The first map on Inferno, it goes to Dynamo ECLOT. It was their map pick. But I think it wasn't just that. They just looked very confident, very strong. I'm super impressed.
As am I. I've got to say, like, coming into today, I thought BETBOOM ENCE would be close. Maybe BETBOOM would kind of slap them around if we didn't see a certain level from ENCE. But this game was the one that I thought was pretty straightforward, you know, like in terms of predictions. When you look at the maps, a very similar sort of map pool. But it's a two-sided double-edged sword, because on the one hand, I don't think Navi Junior played particularly well, but I also want to give a lot of credit to ECLOT. I thought they were great, honestly. Their Inferno was looking super, super good. The key players showed up. Detour in particular was very impressive. And so now we move across to Ancient, and they had moments yesterday where they were pulling off crazy clutches, and who knows, maybe the 2-0 is a possibility after all.
I mean, it does seem like it's on the cards. Although, again, it's hard for me to imagine Navi Junior this won't be like a really big wake-up call to them. Honestly, they did just not look like themselves at all. Sometimes it takes a map before you really get into it. I'm hoping that's the case at any rate, because yeah, I really want to see more out of them. But yeah, Ancient second map, it could also just continue down the same road. Sometimes you're having a rough day, but it would be unfortunate for Navi Junior, because the opportunity to play, in this case with $300,000, is, you know, it doesn't happen all the time, right? Normally they're stuck fighting in a lot of the online tournaments, and again, they're having great results. They're scraping together those VRS points really quickly, and it's impressive stuff. But at the same time, you know, this is a different caliber thing. There's a different kind of pressure when you know it could have a really big impact on your life if you end up going to the grand finals, especially if you win the whole thing. You already alluded to it, but maybe this is one of those things that is a factor that makes them a bit more nervous. I hope not, but like you said, they've not been tested that much in this kind of an environment. So, yeah, maybe that's something we can ask them about, or maybe get some details on later on, because certainly right now they seem less like themselves than I've seen in a long time. Second map is going to be coming up. It's on Ancient to begin with, and it's Navi Junior's map pick.
The thing that really stands out to me, though, Anders, is I agree with what you just said about, you know, them not getting many opportunities like this, but you could say very much the same thing for ECLOT.
True.
You know, it can be a massive motivator. And what really worries me is that in that previous game, Makaz only one rating, so they really need other people to step up, and so far it's just been Mikey shutting 2 players down by himself. Detour now spots 2 players from the back, tries to deny a couple more lives, but it's not going to be happening for him. Mikey goes back in for a 3rd and a 4th.
An absolutely beastly round. What is he up to? Just cutting down Navi Jr. He's looking for the ace as well. He hasn't even reloaded yet. Down to 7 bullets here. It's going to be the Alive to claim the last kill, but a disgusting performance from Mike. He's starting to really live up to the hype, you could tell. Crispy clean on that one. And Dynamo ECLOT, they're going to win the pistol round going into map number 2. It's a nice platform to begin with here. Look at how pressured he is, but then he bites back.
Some great shots here, honestly. Alive given the fairly simple task of just shutting down Demon, who was on the other side of the boxes after the post plant, and at least Navi have, or Navi Junior, I should make it clear, have the opportunity to go in for some kind of a buy after the plant. It's Mac 10s, it's Tech 9s, and they're going to try and pick up the pace. I think ECLOT will have a good read of this. The Molotov's down early on. Probably some HEs tossed in for good measure once they feel safe. But this is the kind of situation. This is a kind of stature where if Mikey wants to kind of introduce himself to the world, this is the kind of tournament, these are the kind of games that you need to do it in. Detour on the approach is going to get one traded out by Makaz, who continues his reign of terror, and a 2-4 trade allows Navi to get another plant into play.
Classic B rush on this map. Ramp is just so dangerous once you lose control of it. They've lost one player on the T side, but apart from that, the bomb plant, and honestly for ECLOT here, it's kind of scary. You feel like you're going to go for it because you had the better weapons, but it's also a lot of weapons to potentially throw away and lose, and you can't really rebuy them. Forsey gets one, down to the USP for Mikey here, and he's struggling to find the kill. Will end up going down, Symmetry with a couple of them, and now the Alive low on time. You can see the bomb is already ticking away. I think for him to find both those kills and defuse was almost impossible no matter what here. So Navi Jr. steal the round right back, and I mean, yeah, disastrous, obviously, for Dynamo ECLOT. You don't need us to tell you, this is not where you want to be on the CT side.
Certainly not. They will have to force round loss bonus non-existent at about 1400. Just saw a player stood up there cleaning a desk. I don't know if we've had a bit of an awkward moment of a desk smash. A spillage of liquids, perhaps, as we do have also a timeout. So, fingers crossed. Benny on your screen there. Symmetry, the young AWPer. I quite like his style. You know, you were talking about how he's not necessarily the most flashy of AWPers, but he's just rock solid. And I see where you're coming from. He's not going for the kind of poddy flicks. He's just sat there. I know this is a crazy comparison to make, right? Because, like, obviously one of them is the GOATs of CSGO, but it reminds me a bit more of, like, Devices type of style. Not the flickiest of AWPers, but just, like, rock solid in his positioning.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Like, without making the direct comparison, there is something about the sort of the nature of how he likes to AWP, which is something similar, like a bit more defensive, a bit more rational, perhaps. Trying to play the percentages. I really do enjoy it. Okay, so hopefully into the action round number 3, and it is a force-up from Dynamo ECLOT, but really just because they would have been double ecoing anyway, so they're just like, oh, to hell with it. Let's just try and see if we get something done here. It's been done before. We've had games where it's back and forth and nobody can establish any economic control at the beginning of it, so maybe ECLOT could be one of those teams here. The Scout's already been tanked up a bit, and a lot of mid-control here. I do like the gamble for the CT side, just putting everyone on the B side of the map.
Yeah, this is the classic. Only trying to move in. It's a 2-for-1. Mikey at least gets one with the 5-7. The downside here, though, is it really does funnel the Alive all by himself. His teammates get mollied and smoked out, respectively. And Detour, that Eagle, he would need to land multiple one-taps to stand any chance. So the force buy has been navigated through pretty straightforward. And Forsey's best case scenario is to hold on to the Scout, maybe pick up a kill in the process. So Navi Jr. had a horrible start on Inferno. It was 7-0 if you're just tuning in for the first time on the YaLLa Compass second semi-finals. And that's basically what got ECLOT this vast lead that they could never really lose from. So Navi Jr. now being in pole position, now being in the lead on their choice of map. This is where we're expecting to really see them shift through the gears and show us what they got.
Yeah, I think it'll go a long way to kind of set the team right. You get everyone pointed in the right direction when you pick up and steal that second round. 2-1 in their favor, and obviously that force buy means ECLOT are going to be in a very similar position here. They can't really do much of anything. Just forced to play with the Scout and not too much else. So yeah, I mean a bit of a slow start perhaps in terms of the action itself. But if you're a fan of Navi Jr., which I suspect a few people are going to be here, you're going to be really satisfied to see them come up with a you know, just a more solid start here, looking for that 3-1 scoreline.
Which really should be extended into a pretty solid half, you'd have to think. Starting in this kind of a way, the confidence, the ability to crash through on that B site, which is going to be the same here. We'll have rifles into the next, but even then, it's still not going to be ideal on the side of Dynamo ECLOT, and that's what's going to be a real concerning sort of itching feeling in the back of the head. Postplant is coming up to play, though, so NAVI Jr., as expected, will be dialing in the digits. And I don't think ECLOT will want to push out too far. Well, actually, it's into the M4, so they're fine with that. I was thinking Krubeni might have been around here with his MAC-10. Dying to the rifles, not really a big deal. And you also kind of want to throw these weapons away anyway for the next round.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Keeping a scout, what are you really going to do with it? So, they'll find Mikey one way or the other. Alright, he's going to get his... It's not bad for the stats, if nothing else. Another round for NAVI Jr. Something that I've noticed a lot in higher tier Counter-Strike that I haven't really seen too many people do so far here at YaLLa Compass. There's a really cool out-of-spawn A execute you can do on the T side here, where you essentially listen for how many people are in middle, but you've already thrown the smoke to the A bomb side, and if you realize that there are 2 or more players in the mid for the CT side, then you just continue the attack. If you see, oh, there might be nobody, then you kind of just stop and say, okay, well, maybe we don't go for the A bomb side, maybe it's not going to be worth it. But the idea that you've already set up the execute just in case is pretty sick, because you can throw those smokes towards the donut position from the start, pretty much. Makaz is going to get traded out in the middle, and that's not necessarily that bad. He kind of did his job in here in getting one of the kills. Mikey, nearly surprised by that one, but Krabani is going to have to be a lot quicker than that. Nice double for him. They are going to be pushing the A-bomb site, and they're going to get a really fast bomb plant with donut control as well. It's a dangerous position here for Dynamo ECLOT, even with a man advantage.
Yeah, it's also the fact they got 2 MP9s in play, so can't really take those longer range skirmishes unless it's from Mikey or Forzi. It does allow them the run and gun potential of maybe pushing up close on elbow or in temple, however, and a flash is going to proceed to peak. Detour getting up there, but there's a Molotov in his eyes. This is vital stalling. 2 kits in play. 1 now for Detour, but they are putting down the bodies where they stand. Jugs, though, is doing his level best to waste the time and clutch purely off that basis alongside the A1S. It's a heartbreaking round, a brutal round economically for ECLOT, and NAVI Jr. finally starting to show us the promise that we know they're capable of.
Absolutely sickening play coming out here. You said it earlier, 16-year-old here for the 16-year-old here for the Lithuanian. He isn't playing like it. How do you stay cool in this kind of scenario? He doesn't even go for the re-peek here. There are so many micro decisions there to be made that he could have screwed up. He could have been a bit more aggressive. He could have been a little bit further back in the wrong time. Everything about it is perfect. Yeah, that is a disgusting play, and Dynamo ECLOT probably a bit shocked at that. You could see the timeout being called here. Not so much to plan for the next round, I'm sure, but just to take a deep breath and get the whole team lined up here, because NAVI Jr., hot start for them, 4-1. Did cost them a lot, obviously, but still, that's really cool.
Yeah, it's a really solid clutch. And one that I think maybe ignites a fire underneath NAVI Jr. If there were any nerves, if there were any cases of them thinking, like, what's up for grabs, what they're so close to being involved in, getting through to the grand finals against ENCE, a team that they've historically had pretty good results against, then that first map probably was just a wake-up call. It was a, hold on, we're not there yet. We've got to get ourselves on the same page, and it's more of the same there. Good flash into an entry. And elsewhere, Krabeni gets one of his own. And this is looking good for the 5-1. This is much more like what I was expecting to see in the series, Anders, to be honest. Like, I thought this is how Inferno was going to start, too.
Yeah, they are reminded, or they're reminding us, just of how good they can be. Which, again, there's a part of me that would have been really shocked if that wasn't the case. Just because of the level of routine and depth that is in this team, it would have been so disappointing if one loss there on the opening map would have completely pulled the rug out from under them, and it doesn't seem like that's the case at the moment here. They're going to steal an AK. 4C hiding far away from the action with this one. Wouldn't be surprised if Nubik is going to try to do something more. Might run back to the middle to see if he could find any exiting Ts, but it'll be a 5th round. And I mean, there's no reason for NAVI Junior to change anything right now. They're winning the battles, they're getting the rounds on their side, and the economic woes of Dynamo and ECLOT will just continue at this stage. All these problems. What they really need is probably somebody other than Mikey getting kills. That would be a nice start.
Yeah, I hear that everyone getting kills is definitely a key to success. I think another key to success as well, especially on Ancient, though, is having multiple facets in terms of threats, because you've got to assess those threats on the T side. I mean, this is one thing that we've seen time after time over the duration of this tournament, and also at the MRQs. I'm thinking of a team like Fnatic, where Mattis was an absolute monster on this map, even though Fnatic obviously didn't make it. But I want to see them probe outside of Cave. I want to see them get aggressive down on ramp. Give NAVI Junior a reason to be looking over their back all the time, because right now it's systematic control, down lower mid, down up on the B side. It's too easy. That entry, flashbang alongside it, there's no follow-up damage. Forzi gets one, but it's just not enough.
The beak dropped immediately towards the cave, and before they can even really think about getting any kind of a defense or anything, they've already been wiped out. So the rest saving once again. It's a very familiar story at this point on Ancient. NAVI Junior 6-1. Okay, well, listen, we had a lot of really close maps, or 2 really close maps in the first semifinal, so maybe they're just getting us back on schedule here. You know, running through a couple of the early maps here. Maybe they're doing us a favor at the end of the day, Vince, and just, you know, getting us on that 3rd map on Mirage right away. Then we can have a real battle there.
But if we get a close map on Mirage, I'll take it, honestly. We had so many one-sided games on that first day. A lot of 13-6s, 13-7s, which, of course, ECLOT were involved in themselves. It was only this map that proved to be close between them and Nexus. But this really is anything but. And the reason why I'm discussing, like, getting aggressive and keeping different ideas and conditioning NAVI Junior to respect you is because right now they have no respect. They're pushing middle, no problems, barely any contesting whatsoever apart from Mikey, who's had a bit of success down there. They're not pushing cave or ramp, and so that allows NAVI Junior just to basically take the early control and then just slowly choke you and constrict you. And I need ECLOT to like live up to their aggressive style. They're such an aggressive team, but we're really not seeing it so far. Finally they get aggressive, but it's Mikey by himself. It's disjointed. It's too easy.
Yeah, it's going to be traded. Good to see Cemetery also. Forward position up here. Just ECLOT having no real comfort. Detour is going to get 1 in return, but that only brings it into a 2 versus 4. So far from done. And 4C, 1 slip up here, and Makaz is going to be right on top of him. So actually going to smoke him off instead, which might not be the end of the world for him. At least he's going to be back here with Detour. They can try and see if they can figure out any way to get this round back. It'll be an unbelievable turnaround. It's a 2-on-5 that they have to try and figure out. NAVI Junior slowing it down, and once they're ready, walk onto the B-bomb site. Bomb planted, and again, it'll be 1 more save. You guys know how this works now. We're pretty much running the same round on repeat, it feels like.
Yeah. Lose a couple players, go save. Lose a couple players, go save. And that's the problem that ECLOT are in. Like, you have to break the cycle. I need to see them get aggressive, Anders. I'm losing my mind watching them play default CS or try and play down middle with no flashes, mollies, HEs, no avenging frag available. Like, think about how this round started off. Mikey pushes down mid, takes the first point of call. He's an aggressive player, no problems with that. But they're too far apart from each other, so it's 2 separate 1v1s against Makaz, who's just far too good to let those opportunities slip. It needs to be on the same page. Call a timeout if you need to, but like, if this just continues to go in this favor, you are going to be losing this second map so quickly that you'll wonder where the hell it went. Like, look at this. Where's the counter frag? There's just no ability, no flashes. It's so sloppy.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not living up to the standard that they themselves set on Inferno, where everything was just so much more in control for them. But instead, 7-1. Rough position here. Timeout called once again as Dino ECLOT just spiraling, falling out of the second map really quickly. Inferno was all theirs, and they just looked like a different team almost. Navi Jr. getting back into it so fast here. Could just be that we're going to have to settle this on a third map of Mirage, which, like you said, if it's a good map, then I'm all for it, but it does make me sad just because of nothing else. I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of Ancient so far, and I like watching Ancient. I think the meta is pretty cool, but Navi Jr. are kind of breaking the meta by just, you know, again, you win fights in middle and the B-bomb side. You don't need very elaborate executes beyond that. You're just going to be winning the rounds from there on out. Again, Makaz in the middle looking for an opening here. And the wall bangs so close. Detour actually jumping to try and stop his angles from getting shot.
You can just see the lack of respect being shown, and it makes perfect sense that, like, ECLOT haven't really done anything to gain that respect. Good flash, good follow-up damage, and although the Alive can get one, he's going to get swiped from the back. And it is Demon that plunges the AK and secures what looks like to be an 8th round into another save. Feels a little bit like deja vu. I mean, I can respect the amount of utility they tossed into middle, but you saw that from Makazi's point of view, it's like, yeah, you've put loads of Molotovs on the ground. That's kind of cute. Thanks for keeping me warm. I'm still just going to push up mid and take Donut anyway, and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Yeah, he just doesn't worry about it, does he? I feel like staying warm using Molotovs is a pretty fairly post-apocalyptic world you're drawing for us here, Vince, but, you know, I can appreciate it. You know, when you've lost technology, but you've got, you know, a whole stash of Molotov somewhere, why not? Alright, they're going to survive the bomb for the most part anyway. Losing a couple of players at the end, Navi Jr., they don't really care. 8-1. Again, there's just not enough kills happening at all on the CT side right now. They're not having the output that they were looking for. And you pointed it out. I mean, I think Mikey got surprised at the start there, shuffling around with a rifle, and the Alive, he was always going to get shot in the back, so just this, there was really the speed behind Navi Jr. Again, they win an opening fight, and they win the round almost immediately afterwards, and without ECLOT having a chance to make any rotations or do anything fun after that, it's just over.
Also, the other very damning part of this performance is that the one round that ECLOT picked up was the pistol.
Yeah,
and it took Mikey, I think he got a 4K in it. Just going above and beyond what could have been really asked of him. Makazi, I should say, goes back in again, gets Molotov down, but it is a 2-for-1 trade. One of the first times where ECLOT have had a player advantage, so let's see if they can convert it for their second.
Yeah, but to be honest as well, look at the beat. He's on 3 health. It's so close to that not being an advantage at all, and them just, you know, being in a 4-on-3 the other way if they would have wanted to find in the cave there. He is trying to get a little bit further back, just in case there's another grenade somewhere on that T side that he can, you know, avoid. And I can appreciate that. Still, look at the stack here towards the B-bomb side, and that's because they've got the mid control. Mikey is hanging around in there, so they feel like we can take the risk. All the way through T-spawn, we've got them trapped in here. It should be fine. Demon very nearly gets sprayed down as the smoke was up, but they found the good timing. Bomb being planted here. Cemetery, good flick to take down the Alive. Re-peeks it, and Forsey misses a shot. And now, oh, they line up for the peak. Even on 3 health, he's absolutely lethal. Krabani here, taken down by Forsey, but I think Mikey was going to be on top of him either way, so a nice round, which they absolutely need. I mean, they need more than this. They need the rest of them. 8-4. I mean, even then, it's a long way back. Let's have that conversation if they can actually get the 4 rounds to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. Let's cross that bridge when we get to it. And if we do, because right now it looks like that bridge is going to be set ablaze at any moment. I've got to say, I've been very impressed with Makazi. He's a player that you highlighted coming into this game. So many entries that he's already picked up for himself. Nice round, though, for ECLOT. Just build themselves back in if they can. 11 kills for Makazi. I think practically every single one of them has been massively impactful. He's on 5 and 0 for opening duels with 3 multi-kill. Kind of crazy. 120 ADR as well, if that wasn't enough. Look how aggressive he is. I'm just like, dude has no fear at all.
I think he just knows exactly what he's capable of, so he's going to try and push it to the limit. Unfortunately, he found it this time. The Alive will take down Cemetery as the second player, and ECLOT getting a chance to do something, finally. It's been a long time coming on this ancient map where they've just been pushed around almost the entire first half here by NAVI Jr., but getting a chance to reassert a bit of control. Oh, don't say they're going to lose this one. 2 versus 5. There's no way, is there, Vince? They can't give up this round.
I mean, if they want any chance of making a go of Ancient, it just can't happen. This would be the final nail on the coffin. This would be Mirage. Almost guaranteed. Like, that, it would be unreasonable. It would be unforgivable to lose this round. Now, I will say, Krebeni's on 11 health, so Demon is going to have to do the bulk of the heavy lifting, and he has been found and killed by Forzy. That's the bomb that also drops to the ground. And so with that moment, it looks like Sanity is going to be re-established to a certain degree. Being said, though, I was going to say, if we could get another couple kills, that in itself could be a bit of a problem. But they do have tons of money, actually, for the last round, so that wasn't really a factor. So 3 rounds, though, to ECLOT. Nice hold from Red Room. Good crossfire. Good double up.
They needed it. Road back, if they want to survive the map, is just crazy long, but at least they're getting a little bit on the board here. Final round of the half is coming up. Demon looks like he's about to fall into the monitor, but alright, he's back. We've got him back. Let's see what they could do. Timeout called just to be sure. I mean, I guess for NAVI Jr., you could say 8 rounds is impressive, probably enough to win the map, but why take the risk? If we can find a way to get another one on the board, get up to 9, then so much the better for us. They certainly have the weapons for it. 5 AKs coming out here, so well equipped for this one. They got the utility as well, rushing towards that A side. I think the Alive already sensing it somewhat. Grenades are raining in. He's going to call it out. The smoke is up, and they actually will respect it. I thought for a second there they were just going to keep on going.
Yeah, the way they've been playing and how aggressive they've been, yeah, I'm right along with you. I thought they'd just push straight through the smoke, get super aggro, get in the face. But I do like the fact that they're not just one-dimensional. They are capable of slowing down the pace and letting ECLOT sweat this out, maybe go for rotational plays. And it's like Pavlov's dog, you know? Like, they've conditioned them so much to these fast hits that the second they don't go through, the rotations come in, and Makaz makes the most of it. Just nails them in donut with a double, and this round practically over before it even began.
Beak sneaking in. Love to find the bomb there before it got planted, but that wasn't really available. It's going to be Demon getting the kill, leaving the Beak on his own, and Spray. I mean, it's a nice attempt at a transfer. It just unfortunately was not going to be available. So 9-3 on the board for NAVI Jr. going into the second half. That is a very commanding lead. And Dynamo ECLOT, they're getting humbled a little bit right now. Again, they played impressively on the opening map, so we know they can do it, but NAVI due to finding another level on this one might be a third map that's going to be brewing for us here at the semifinals. Again, if you're just joining, we already have one grand finalist team. That's ENCE, who ended up taking down BETBOOM over at the other side of the bracket, and now we're down to find one more here today.
It's exciting to watch a team like NAVI Jr. because I remember pretty vividly when Gambit youngsters were making a name for themselves during sort of COVID, and that was obviously like Shiro and Exile, those kind of guys. I mean, Makaz in particular, I could easily see him playing for a tier 1 team. Like, honestly, the way this guy's playing right now, his confidence, his mechanical skill, like, the guy's insane.
Yeah, I think it's just a question of time, but like I said, I think that could be true for a lot of the NAVI Junior squad here. Krabani, unfortunately, losing control of the dualies a bit. They're going to lose Makaz as well, so we're going to have a chance to talk more about him in this round. Hard retake coming through. USP's trying to get the rush down. Cemetery is a pretty good headshot. Oh, and the Alive goes down. Suddenly, Forzy, and he's real far away. They don't know it yet, so they're checking everywhere. No one's defusing the bomb yet, but they're going to find it. Oh my god, it doesn't even matter. What a clean headshot. The USPs, delightful when you manage to work them like that. And NAVI Junior, if they weren't already winning the map, they probably will now.
Bruh, that's such a gross shot. Like, you probably feel pretty hard done by if you're the Alive. Like, you've managed to to wiggle your way around the back. You're waiting for him to try and get on the bomb so you can show your hand, and you just instantly get evaporated. And pardon me, it was Forzy, not BeAlive. What can he do about that? He's just having a look, and suddenly his head's been removed.
Just have to live with it, don't you? There is nothing you can do. Like, oh, that's it. GG's. 10-3. We're going to be seeing 3 Gillials picked up here. Tech9 and a Mac 10. Unfortunately for Nabeek, he gets caught at the wrong time. And the rest of them, they probably wanted Nabeek to, you know, play a bit of a distraction, maybe find a kill so that they could go onto the A-bomb site. Grenade is really well timed. Yeah, they're going to try and push for it anyway, but so much damage has been taken before they even round the corner of that A-bomb site. Makaz gets a couple of kills. Like he said, he's got no fear. He's going to take all the fights every single time. And now it's on Mikey. He's already low. So the dream of even a bomb hunt here should be washed away. It's actually a pretty good kill, but like I said, he's going to get downed one way or another. 11 on NAVI Jr.
With that being the bulk of the finances they had in play, not much really to use here. Again, I saw a Galil get picked up, but I don't want to be pessimistic and negative here, Anders. I mean, I feel like just throw it to Mirage already. This one is done. It's cooked. It's over.
Get it out the way. On to the... Yeah, I mean, it's hard to disagree, though. There's nothing that we've seen so far that would convince us that the Dynamo ECLOT either are going to reinvent themselves or that NAVI Jr. are going to let up the pace here. They are just... They're back to the beastly team that at least I was expecting to some extent. And, you know, I said sometimes you do need a bit of a wake-up call. All right, letting in the fresh air. Still sunny outside. I'm jealous, you know. Obviously, in Denmark and the UK, for those of you who don't know, we don't really have sunshine. It's not a real thing.
It does look like a nice day there. I mean, I'm assuming he's playing from the Czech Republic, where most of ECLOT hail from. And then obviously a couple players there from Slovakia as well, but very similar area of the world, of course. Deep in thought as well. The Alive, I don't know, meditating, trying to turn his brain off, figure out where to go next. It does just feel like they're tapped out of this map, though. I mean, by no means am I going to say there's no chance they can get back in this. We've seen crazier comebacks in the past. You got to believe in yourself, but at the same time, like, for all intents and purposes, they have been utterly and completely outplayed, like, this entire map. Like, if we're being completely honest about it, they won the first round. They got obliterated in the first half.
Yeah, there's only so many ways that we can say it. Just looking up Slovakia on on Google Maps as well, which, you know, I always, with a lot of these Eastern European countries, I sort of know where they are roughly, but I always go to check just to be sure that I'm not completely, you know, illiterate when it comes to this stuff. I still haven't been to the country, though. I'd love to go sometimes. I feel like some of those, the capitals down there, they're super underrated. Definitely recommend it. Hungary in Budapest is one of the coolest cities in Europe, as far as I can tell. Haven't been to every one of them, but I recommend it. So I'd love to try and travel around to more of those places. We need more Counter-Strike there. Let's go.
I believe the capital of Slovakia is Bratislava. Is that right?
Yes, I believe you're right.
All right. Well, let's see if NAVI Jr. can take us to Mirage sooner rather than later. I know ECLOT, though, do have all of their players over on A main. They're very one-dimensional. They've pretty much gone all in on this play, and now the Tech9's coming up first, but Symmetry's not affected by the flash, and it is very much the massacre that the entirety of Ancient has been. It's not going to change pace anytime soon. Forzy at least has perched up with 11 kills, but he won't be adding to that tally in this. And 9 map points. It looks like we're going to go the distance for our second consecutive semi-finals.
Makaz again. It seems like every time you show up, you have to pay with, you know, 2 or 3 kills just to get past him, and that's you know, that's a tall order. That's a lot of bodies to be throwing his way just to try and get onto a bomb site. 12-3, and NAVI Jr. Enormous opportunity right now to close out the map right away and get onto the third and final map in the series here. It's a semi-final. Spot in the grand final. And NAVI Jr., they weren't going to bend it that easily. Not broken on Inferno at all. 4Z here, trying to make a bit of a play. MBQ, he's going to be sprayed down, actually wallbanged quite a bit, so already feeling uncomfortable on the other side here.
Yeah, just Matroof kills away from dialing in Mirage. As they look to spill outside of middle, Detour puts the Deagle to use. So Mikey tries, he may with a Tech 9, gets traded down. Cemetery puts them one step closer. Smoke plumes. Oh, I thought he was actually going to pull the trigger and fully commit to going outside there. So, decides better off that decision, falling back into the smoke. But Krebeni surely has just put this map to bed. The Beacon a 1-on-3. Just feels like he's delaying the inevitable here, Anders.
I mean, you have to try, even for the mental of the team. You're not just going to be bowing out, but how do you get back? There's only 30 seconds as well. The bomb is not in his control. It's just such a far stretch. I think he knows it as well. They're not giving him very much to work with. 20 seconds, has to make a bit of noise, and now they're going to go for a bit of a fight here, try and peek him. Wallbangs as well coming in from the other side, but it will be Cemetery to take him down, and NAVI Jr. to extend the semifinals for one more map. It's going to be on Mirage coming up to decide the whole series with here, and I'm excited for it. It's good to see NAVI Jr. able to bounce back after what has to just be labeled a disappointing Inferno opening, but they absolutely bounced back.
Yeah, it would have been sad if they bowed out, like losing 2-0 and didn't really show us what they were capable of doing in the semifinals. Because I think there's going to be more sets of eyes on them right now, especially with the prize pool that's up for grabs. If they can make it through to the grand finals, I'm sure a lot of, like, you know, tier 1 fans and ENCE fans will be watching just to see how they fare against ENCE. But, like, realistically, Dynamo ECLOT were entirely outclassed throughout this entire Ancient performance, which, for me, I thought on paper would be quite close, especially after what we witnessed on the first map. But it just feels like NAVI Jr. had a very slow start into this. The key pieces didn't really show what they were capable of doing. Makaz was good, to be fair. He was on a 1.40 rating on Inferno, even though they did get beaten in the end. But he just continued it here. The man from Kosovo, just 18 kills, 116 ADR, just bossed the server.
Yeah, it was fun, though. It was fun to see, and I think a lot of people that have seen Makaz play in this way, they come away with a similar feeling, you know, it's like, this is something that's worth paying attention to. So I think this is one of the great joys of watching the slightly lower tier of Counter-Strike, is that you get to spot these guys as they're coming up, and there's a lot of them. Many more people than maybe you even realize at this stage. When Apogee ended up playing in the PGL Progress tournament, and you got a chance to see some of the Polish guys there play. I think for people that never seen them, that might have been a big surprise, but for a lot of other people that have been watching some of the online Counter-Strike, you knew that they were going to be good, and like I said, it's not just them, it's NAVI Jr. out there, the Spirit Academy's out there somewhere as well, there are a couple of names there that people recognize, but yeah, impressive stuff, no question about it, setting us up for a third map. It's Mirage to decide who gets to go to the grand final and face off against ENCE, who look lightning hot today. Like, they're a sick team right now. Everybody on ENCE was ready to play, so I'm sure they're going to be watching this with great excitement and hungry to face another opponent. It's a little bit later in the day. First, we've got a break, then we've got a third map coming up, so stay tuned.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my hands going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions! YaLLa, let's go!
play a game called Best in CS. So this is going to be like best team of all time and then best CS map. I'm going to let Demon choose. Do you want to do best teams or do you want to do best maps?
Let's go with maps.
So, Demon, Inferno or Cash?
Cash.
Cash or Overpass?
Cash.
Cash or Dust 2?
Dust 2.
Dust 2 or Mirage?
Dust 2.
Dust 2 or Nuke?
Nuke.
Nuke or Anubis?
Nuke.
Nuke or Ancients?
Ancient.
Ancients or Vertigo?
Vertigo.
Ew. Vertigo or Train?
Vertigo.
Vertigo or Cobblestone?
I started playing when there was Cobblestone, but I will choose Vertigo.
So best CS map according to Demon is Vertigo.
Yeah.
I'm judging you hard. Okay, Jukes, your turn. We're gonna do best team, and this is best team of all time. Okay? Spirits or G2?
G2.
G2 or FaZe?
FaZe.
FaZe or SK Gaming?
FaZe.
FaZe or NIP?
FaZe.
FaZe or Virtus Pro?
FaZe.
FaZe or Cloud9?
FaZe.
FaZe or Vitality?
FaZe.
FaZe or Navi?
Navi.
Navi or Astralis?
Navi.
You wanted to say FaZe and you couldn't because you're with Navi Junior, right?
Prioritize is just jumping across, doesn't want to die into that AWP here. It's on Night U now to get the timing, and he lines them up. Rolls a strike. It's a 4K spray down, and nobody's ready for it.
Out, but so many targets. And he's gonna try and expertly navigate it. He's spreading the needle. How is he doing this? That's 3, could be 4, and that shot down. BETBOOM south.
We had a very streaky start, but now it's tough to separate them. Zorta's going to find another opening to try,
And that actually surprises him a little bit, but they're giving Zorta consistent pot shots. Smoke broken, and Zorta will even find that on a Robbo as well while he was in the midst of strafing away. Work from Zorta, and that is the Zorta I know and love. He has just aced them.
Looking at the right direction. Oh, and the Pandas have just walked past him. And now Kraveni can walk up behind him for a second round consecutive. This was 9 Pandas by round, but it's his suited two-player drop out of apartment. The Kraveni makes quick work of that.
They're still going there.
What if a couple of these players get 2 players on the clock? Symmetry already doubles down, and now you don't know Jugs is here. Oh, Symmetry gets another come on. It was a 2v4. 9 Pandas choose to walk into the wrong site. Navi Jr. say that this ace.
Well, we got a third map. We weren't really sure at one point because it looked like Navi Junior were going to disappoint all of us, but they actually brought it back on Ancient, incredibly so. It's very one-sided, and now we're on a third map. It's on Mirage to the side, who gets to go to the grand final here at YaLLa Compass, a chance to fight for the $300,000 that's on the line. ENCE already waiting there, and, well, we're going to see which one of these two teams is going to be joining us. I don't know, Vince. I mean, I guess we're all back to the Navi Junior side once again now.
Yeah, I think it's kind of hard not to be after how dominant they were on Ancient, but I will throw a bit of a wrench in the works here. The ECLOT have played Mirage 41 times in the last 3 months. They've been grinding this map an ungodly amount. They both have like relatively similar win percentages, and they're relatively playing the same kind of teams. So I can't really say it's a guarantee for Navi Junior, but the way they played on Ancient, man, like, that really won me over. If I had doubts after the first map, they were put to bed. Makaz, crazy. Symmetry had some amazing rounds as well.
Yeah, it's hard not to be excited for. But hopefully the routine and just the practice for Mirage here for Dynamo ECLOT can give them some confidence to bring them back into it. But the truth is, they never really got their feet on the ground at all on Ancient. They just got wiped out, and that's hard to deal with. So you got to hope from their point of view it's going to be a bit different. It looks like there's a big fake coming in here. I think they dropped a couple of smokes outside the A-bomb site, so it could be, you know, so already one of them being thrown, second smoke being lined up here. You could see them landing towards that jungle and top connector position. They're going to be Molotoving out the shadow position, but the bomb is over at B. So all of this just a little bit of a trick to try and see if they can dislodge the defense. So far, so good, as they get a couple of entry kills, and the bomb is going to be planted following afterwards. So it did move out the Dynamo ECLOT team, even if they kind of still stuck around. The fact that they were running away as the actual execute on B was happening is really hard to deal with.
Well, Mikey gets the side swipe, but it's on the other side of the map. So, I mean, this is just taking so much time to get across to the B side. And may very well just be setting up to save at this stage. You've got the Julies, you've got yourself a Kevlar on the chest of Nubique. So, realistically, your chances of clutching are practically zero. No kit to play with. And therefore, NAVI Jr. do kick off our third all-important map with some success. Good kills from Nubique. But it won't stop the fact that NAVI Jr. will be hot and heavy into the next round with a solid buy alongside it.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take it. It's interesting to see. It's kind of rare that we get to see fakes like that in pistol rounds because you don't normally have a lot of utility, so, you know, wasting, or it's obviously not a waste, but throwing something into a bomb site and not executing into it afterwards just feels like, oh, it could be rough. What if they don't bite? What if we're just throwing away smokes for nothing? But it absolutely worked out. M4 picked up on Nubique behind the 3 kills that he got in the pistol, so he's going to be super well equipped here. I do like it. We're seeing this a lot with the MR12 format, that people are trying to optimize so hard to try and get back into the games as early as possible, and it does make sense because if you're successful, then the reward is right there. Obviously, on the downside is if you're not, then you're going to fall quite far behind. But I think for ECLOT, I mean, they probably are the underdog team here. I think taking a couple of risks is warranted.
I certainly tend to agree, as Jukes has dropped down onto the van, and so far this risk is paying out in dividends as the 5-7s are ripping through the backs of the T's, and suddenly Cemetery with a Galil alongside him has to try and pick up both players, different angles. Needs to also retrieve the bomb and try and traverse his way through. There's the first, spots the second, a lot of damage inflicted. 5 HP remaining for Detour. And it will be a clutch from Cemetery. Allows them to move into his crosshair. Didn't get too crazy in terms of desperate. Bided his time and waited and put the superior firepower to use.
Oh man, that is as close as it gets. But the relocate back behind the van, because the smoke was up, you could tell that the last 2 CT players, they weren't thinking about it at all. They didn't expect him to be able to slip the net there. And he did. Nice control. Took a lot of bullets to get down Detour, but who cares? Okay, they're going to be buying into this one as well. So, ECLOT kind of tripling down on this kind of an early economic play. I must say, it's risky. It's insanely risky. I sort of understood the idea of having Nubique and you know, buying some 5-7s or whatever, but you're kind of keeping it up now, maybe past its due date. We'll see. Again, if it works, it does make sense, but unfortunately that logic, it has to come to an end at some point, because otherwise you could just force every single time and say, well, if it works, you know. At some point we've got to return to sanity as well.
Yeah, it's like this economic game of chicken where it's who is the first to blink, who is the first to subside and basically tap out of this. And of course the real victim of this is going to be Forzy, because the AWP on the CT side especially, this puts you so far behind the curve. Typically you want to get the AWP in like the 3rd or 4th round. This could put Forzy back into like a 5th or 6th round AWP being picked up, and he is one of the better players in ECLOT. He's their top statistically alongside Mikey, so that for me is a bit of a worrying sign for them, as Krabini will find the drop on Mikey, and this time, yeah, they've made sure they've Molotoved and flashed out all of the angles, bit of awkward damage inflicted across there as they push into the marketplace, but this is a very easy, straightforward 3-0, and this is where that risk just doesn't really pay off. yeah, sure, you've got an M4, but a scout and a 5-7 alongside it with no prospects of a buy into the next round just straight up sucks this early on.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, it's nice that you pointed it out there. The adaptation for NAVI Junior to just use a little bit of extra utility. Just make absolutely sure there's no surprises. Pretty much already hunting across the map, which if there was a kit in play, maybe you could have made a bit of criticism saying you end up running really far away from the site. But there's no kit, and I think NAVI Junior probably could have guessed that. Ooh, they find the beak. That's actually a really big deal here. That's the M4, the only one they probably really wanted to save. Lost, Scout, and 5-7 brought into the next round. 3-0 NAVI Junior. Not really slowing down from their ravenous pace that they set over on Ancient. They just keep it going. I mean, if you start to add these rounds to Ancient now, in terms of an NAVI Junior, it's become a very, very one-sided series after Inferno. You could just tell that they are not finding the same success at all.
Yeah, that's very true. In Inferno, where they were just basically pummeled into the ground 7-0 to kick things off. And now NAVI Junior are returning the favor. Again, this is where, from ECLOT's perspective, it's just so rough. Like, you're trying to put these upgraded pistols into play, but you're stacking the bulk of your defenses over on the mid and B portion, and Demon shuts down Mikey in the back. That's the keys now for the A site. They'll unlock that one, no problems. And the 4-0 start is looking like it is a formality, like it is a guarantee, like it is inevitable. Symmetry closes the account of 2 players, and we are going to be in that 4-0 score. Ooh, almost like a Kalak kill there for Forzi on the Scout. Not too bad.
That would have been sick. Double Scout headshot with 1 bullet. Don't get to see those very often. Unfortunately, we got robbed from that, bit of fun. NAVI Junior continuing, marching down the same path. So few kills right now happening on the CT side at all. And again, part of it is just the economy, but that's a position that they put themselves in as the issue, right? It's down to some of the early choices. Like we said, if it works, great. If it doesn't, well, we're seeing how that plays out. Now, it's the first real buy round that ECLOT are actually coming up with, and that's in round number 5. So it's a really big price to pay for the chance to do some more early damage. Might have backfired on them a little bit more than they were expecting here. Some early pressure from Demon, trying to see if he could push and force some early utility, and he does. Smoke gets thrown down already. That's really all he's looking for.
Actually surprised they were able to rummage together enough funds for an AWP here. I did for a second see 2 AWPs picked up, but I believe what happened is that because Forzi would have had almost no money left, the Alive, pardon me, dropped for him so that Forzi could get full grenades. But I say full grenades, they're short-lived. 1 minute and 10 left, and you have 1 smoke left and 1 incendiary with no HEs. 1 kit for Forzi. NAVI Junior in such a commanding position early on here. And I'm curious if because of the lack of utility, we're going to see an information play out of Palace or Ramp, or try and get like into con side and see if there's any intel that you can gather for your teammates. Good kill from New Beak, though. That does alleviate the pressure.
Yes, it does. Krabani takes it right back, though. No slowdown here. Deton gonna get 1, and look at the crossfire with Mikey. Cemetery never stood a chance trying to see if they could hunt him down. 30 seconds, and honestly, with the bomb already on the ground, I mean, if they wanted to do it, then it has to be now, and it probably has to be Jugs here, who's just had to try and see if he can find essentially a double kill in a bomb plant. Otherwise, there's nothing they can do. If that happens, fine. Maybe they have a chance to it, but you could see they're already slowly slipping away. Some more damage being put out, but ultimately the round is already washed away as time is simply slipping up here. They even get the kill on Krabani here, so gotta stay alive as the clock runs down. You don't want to die after time. ECLOT, super critical, and not just winning it, but actually only losing 1 player. That's super important, and at least it will put a bit of a smile on their face for the minute. I don't think they're not out of the woods yet, obviously. It's NAVI Junior still with a pretty good lead here, but they're on the board at least.
Right, they're very firmly in the thick of the forest as it stands. And even with that 4 players left alive, money's still yet to really flourish or get too interesting on the ECLOT side. So yeah, they're not going to be assuming anything. Obviously, it is a nice little confidence builder. There's still tons of cash left on their opposition. So NAVI Junior dip back in. I didn't quite catch if they have an AWP again for Cemetery, but they definitely have multiple AKs.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they would have been able to afford it. I mean, it's not even if they can. T-side or ping, always a bit questionable. We'll see if they're going to be able to find a good answer here. They've been putting a lot of pressure on the B-bomb side early on, which is interesting. It makes you wonder if they're not going to try and set up for a switch later on and hit that A-bomb side, maybe even with a little bit more speed behind it, because it does feel like they are really, really testing the limits of what they can get away with. They did have the AWB on Symmetry, so 6-1 on him in the terms of a scoreline. It's a pretty good start. Sneaking in, kill, alright. It's a little bit labored, but they do get the job done, and they take down the beak here, so that's disastrous. Running back to try and defend the B-bomb side, standing on top of Krabani. I think that was his boot right on top of his forehead. They're winning every single fight once again, Vince. It's not even a real defense right now. 4C, just... How do you even save the AWP? He's boxed in at every angle right now.
I'm so, like, perplexed and confused as to what the game plan in this round was from ECLOT. Like, you have Mikey at the lower mid side with no one really playing off him. 2 players around connector who get picked off one by one. A player on cat that's mainly, like, deeper and, like, not really peeking into middle to help Mikey out. Like, it feels like you've dangled him on the end of the fishing rod. You've hoped for the best, but you've ended up catching a shark, but it's actually caught you. And it reminds me a little bit of Ancient again, where we saw them, like, go aggressive in mid, but it wasn't united. There was nothing really, like, in terms of flashes or incendiaries to back it up. Very, very odd decision-making. And all of the success that we just talked about in that previous round, keeping 4 players alive, building your economy, is now dashed against the rocks. You can scratch all of that away. It just got so much worse.
Yeah. Share your confusion. Set it up, and a sickening kill to take down 4C there. He'd saved the AWP for such a long time, but just couldn't have been any better here. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of confusion. I guess Mikey wanted to get flashed in for the fight, but once he dies, it's just pure chaos on the server. NAVI Junior picking up a 5th round, taking every single gun away.
It's just, like, on the replay, it really drills it home. Like, Mikey is in mid completely alone, and there is no one that can even remotely help him. Even if he gets pop flash from A site, you've got no one underpass, you've got no one catwalk to deal with anything. Either way, though, they're going to be picking up the pace here and charging onto the A site. There's a Molotov on the site itself, but it does get smoked out, keeping the alive on the server just a little bit longer. And now the reinforcements start to arrive. 3-play-3.
Nice shot with the AK. But this was the turnaround that NAVI Junior were looking for. This is what they've been playing for a while. They've been testing that B-bomb side, putting pressure on, and now they switch it around, fast execute onto the A-bomb side. And honestly, Dynamo ECLOT, this is one of the better chances that they actually had at winning the round. Unfortunately for them, Krabani, the captain of the team, landing 3 kills in this one. But I like the idea, and it's obviously what we talk about when we talk about a T side that's conditioning the defense, basically forcing them to be more and more worried about what might happen at B, and then suddenly you change it up and you go fast at A, and it could have worked even better, I think. Now the money is gone for Dynamo ECLOT. They're down to, I mean, not that it was ever really there. Have they really only had almost 1 buy round so far? Maybe like 1.5 real buy rounds? I can't believe it.
Yeah. It's because of those 2 rounds you were discussing, and you were spot on. Like, the idea of, like, risking it and fully investing back-to-back. Nubik, though, is going to put that MP9 to use, but he's going to be denied then the opportunity to pick up the rifle that was dropped, courtesy of that Molotov. And now he's not even fully able to wrap out of there. But fortunately, the strength in numbers this time, they do play together. Flashes in for the repeaks, and although NAVI Junior are not out of this round by any stretch of the imagination... It could be now. Fawzi finds Dukes. He just walks up by himself, caught in the back. And although Cemetery, still healthy, still alive, no control over the bomb, it may be dropped behind the top boxes. Or I'm not even sure that ECLOT know this.
I don't think they do either. Ooh, I don't know where the bullet went. I feel like he had that one. Glock's going to take care of business. They don't have any helmets either. So to be honest, even the pistol right here is still a weapon you want to try and avoid. 45 seconds. Can't imagine a worse feeling for ECLOT if they somehow end up losing this round. They have a great position in the 1 versus 3. Now down to 1 versus 2. It's still really good. 35 seconds. He has to go back up out in bomb, and he won't even get a chance here. It's Detour instead to take him down. Dynamo ECLOT with a huge miracle round coming out. They needed something that was shaped like this. They're going to pick up a couple of weapons at the end too, but honestly for Navi Junior, it's the fact that they had, there's what, was it Detour and Onubik that was down in the underpass? Regardless, they had one player down there, and he just took the attention. Like, all of Navi Junior wanted to try and catch him, and instead they caught a flashbang and then all died.
Yeah, it was Nubik with the MP9, indeed. Yeah, it was almost like just like a school of piranha. Wanted to encircle and finish off a weakened prey, but in doing so, they put themselves in harm's way. It's not the kind of round that you really feel necessarily too confident that they can rinse and repeat from. It's not a dependable round. It's this hyper-aggressive play because they were on a trash buy. And to kick things off in the next rifle round, well, they've lost a player instantly. It's back to the drawing board. It's back to NAVI taking systematic control over middle. And having players in Palace as well. They can wrap around onto A if they should choose. 2 players in Con, very important kill, but it's counted immediately.
Come on, ECLOT. Don't give it up so easily. You shouldn't probably have won that last round, but the fact that you did means there is a bit of a springboard to try and reclaim some momentum, maybe into this first half. Let go now. It's just devastating. 3 versus 4, still 44 seconds left. A bit of a distraction going to be thrown in over at the B bomb site. Demon goes down, and then you just push it to A right now. Yep. Good timing. There's nobody here either. The Alive is going to be showing up, and the Molotov will force him into a bit of a fight, and it's way too much to handle. He goes down, and the truth is, they can't really do this. Retaking right now, look at the money. You can't justify it.
No, certainly not. An AWP and an AK, got to hold on to it. At some point, like, holding on to weapons is just not going to be good enough. We may have already reached that point, to be fair. I mean, you're eyeing up a 7-2 deficit already. You know, weapons that you're going to be able to pick up from Forzy, who's on a healthy amount of cash, but none of these rifles have felt secured or stable or really something that you can build off or get behind or feel confident in the slightest. And this is the Navi Junior that many teams are fearing. Many teams think can hold their own against tier 1 opposition. This super, super young mix of players showing us why they're so revered. ECLOT just can't get into these rounds, man. Like, they're really trying, but again, it's disjointed. Where's the flashbang from middle? No flashes to peek from catwalk.
Yeah, that's worth pointing out, because those are relatively simple tricks that you can pick up, and when you're missing those, I mean, obviously there's a reason why you normally do throw them. It does make the fight a little bit more favorable to you. ECLOT having a real tough time putting out some of the basics here. It's coming back to haunt them. 7-2, Navi Junior. They're getting close to that grand final right now, which, I mean, I think a lot of people always thought this was going to happen. It's just that we've got here through a bit of a different route. We had to take a detour with Dynamo ECLOT winning the opening map, which, again, I must say is, regardless of everything else, it's still a very impressive result for them. ENCE waiting in the grand final already here. What is it going to take to stop Navi Junior? Pretty much we need the next 3 rounds here for Dynamo ECLOT, 7-5, and I guess we'll see with the second half, but yeah, that much is probably going to be a requirement.
Yeah, it feels like the bare minimum, realistically. I like they're trying something different. They're trying to take the fight to Navi Junior by getting aggressive through on the B-app side. This information is going to be so valuable because as they continue to push, they'll be able to trade away players from the B side over on the A, but it depends on the timing on this. If they press forward now, the A site is incredibly vulnerable.
I think they might have heard the footsteps. Krabani, he had a chance there. Nubik's going to take him down, and suddenly everyone is going to be slain there on the Navi Junior side. I am shocked because it looked like he had the crosshair in the right position, and if Krabani wins that fight, you never know how much of a distraction it's going to cause. Detour takes down Demon, and they don't lose a single player in this one. Absolutely huge. And actually, the money on Navi Junior now looking a bit questionable. That's surprising, given the amount of success they've had in the first half here. 7-3, coming into round number 11. Finally, something that goes the way of ECLOT. And I fully agree with you. That aggressive push-up in the B hallways, you have to try something. You have to find a way to take some control back into the game. And it's not a bad idea at all.
And that's precisely what I was waiting for on Ancient, and it never really seemed to come on their CT side. They weren't doing those proactive type of plays. It was like people trying to be solo heroes. Up they go into middle. Symmetry gets 2 deeks. And that's weapons they can pick up now and use.
So, missed shot from 4C, and he can't escape. How does he die to the Tech 9 at that range? They're going to catch the Alive. What is happening, Vince? How could they win the round flawlessly and then get beat up by Deagles and Tech 9s?
Veto can deny the bomb plant, bare minimum, but he thinks a player's pushed into bench. That's going to mess with his crosshair. Nice attempt. Transitions into a 3K. 2 players remaining. Oh, he's about to get backstabbed, but he made noise. Demon is not unknown in this position. And so Veto goes back in, has to switch to his sidearm, runs out of ammunition and time and health. And NAVI Jr. snatches away. Was it full Glocks? They may have had like a P250 or a Tech 9, but for all intents and purposes, that was a pistol.
I mean, that's... If you're at ECLOT, at the end of the day, you're going to have to look back and say, okay, if you can't, when they win their own round, where they had the MP9 or whatever it was down in the underpass, that's the kind of round where you have to bounce back into the game, and then, you know, you don't really do that. You lose the following rounds pretty quickly, and then here again, you end up giving it away to 1 Deagle, 1 Tech 9, and some Glocks as well. It's very hard to imagine you could win a map and get into a grand final losing some of those rounds. So again, I don't really blame them. Again, they're sort of an up-and-coming team, but there's a lot to go back and study and to try and figure out how do we stop this from happening next time, because with those kind of mistakes, again, it does make the game so much harder. The beat going to be going down. Cemetery having a real good time of it. 12-5 is his scoreline, and he will keep going. Very nearly the quad killer because he assisted there on the kill on the Alive, and Veto alone to try and see if he can bring even one more round on the board. I don't think that's going to happen here. NAVI Jr. suffocating performance on maps 2 and 3 now. Last kill as Veto goes down, and it's 9-3 in the first half.
Yeah, it's been a rough map and a half, I think it's safe to say, for ECLOT after a very good start. Feels like if there were any nerves, if there were any jitters for NAVI Jr., that they are a thing of the distant past. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're having a good time, and why the hell not when you're playing this solidly? Meanwhile, though, on the other side, Dynamo ECLOT probably feeling pretty beaten up right now, pretty sad about it been going. They did have opportunities in this half as well, like 9-3. I don't think necessarily paints the full picture of ECLOT's moments that they had. They just weren't able to get any consistency and string together a couple of rounds and really do much with it. But here comes the full-on execute as Jerks is going to try and hold the line by himself as long as he can. Has to fall back.
Mikey making a deep push for it here. Glock right into Makaz's ear. And Veto's going to make sure he gets the kill, but they will lose Mikey at the same time. Bomb planted rather swiftly here. So now the clock is ticking against NAVI Jr. Can they get the repeat in? Not bad at all for Kerbani. But still, that jungle position is really strong, and they have to dig those T's out of there. I don't think that's going to happen here. Veto gets the last kill, makes it a bit of a double for himself, and honestly, I love everything about it. The bomb plant position is so strong for where they all end up pushing into the jungle, so any kind of a defuse will just be exposed to that one. Nicely done, good plan, and good follow-through.
And to maybe give like ECLOT a bit of a benefit of the doubt, by the way, their T halves have been so much better than their CT sides. I mean, if you go back to Inferno, the map they did win in this series, it was that 7-0 lead on the T half. They kept NAVI Jr. submerged and constricted, economically speaking. So maybe they can go ahead and return the favor once more. HE up and over onto the smoke, just to make sure that no one pushed in there, but also allow him safe passage to now peek down on middle. There is a force buy from NAVI Jr. though, but nobody on the B site itself. They've got players on catwalk, but 3 of their 5 are on A. Nice shot for Cemetery though with a scout, but it's only going to be the one hit, no kills.
Couple of players down already. Quick bomb plant as well, so no even chance to really do much of anything. Deagles at range. We're going to be watching them just try and see if anyone's going to be walking into the crosshairs here. Mikey out for the hunt. He was already low on health, but he's happy to try and see if we can optimize the round. We'll give a little bit more money for Makaz to work with. And the round will just slowly kind of fizzle out here. So ECLOT at least getting up to 5 right now. It is obviously still possible for them to come back, but again, there's just been such an impressive amount of kills coming through on the NAVI Junior side that it's very hard to imagine that the T side here will really flourish.
So, from what you've seen so far, Anders, of this NAVI Junior performance, assuming they do go on to win this, which may not happen, but do you have much faith in ENCE? I mean, obviously, we don't know what the map pool is going to be yet in terms of the veto, but just purely off that sort of like instinct gut feeling that you have, could ENCE take the grand finals, or do you think they're just going to be outclassed?
I think they definitely can. Yeah, I would even say if you just kind of go on the temperature of this game, you would even say ENCE might come in as pretty big favorites, but I think it probably would be a mistake to make that kind of a judgment because it's based on this kind of chain logic fallacy that we often end up with, where it's like, oh, if Team A beats Team B, then what about if, you know, if they both placed, you know, Team C or whatever? It's like it becomes this kind of tortured logic that's very hard to follow. People who do a lot of betting end up doing it, I've noticed, but I try to be real careful with it. The fact is, it's going to be a new series. It's going to be a fresh start for ENCE. They have to prove the same thing all over again, and they can have both a really amazing start to that grand final, or they could not. So, yeah, I do think ENCE stand a pretty good chance. They look really solid at the moment. So I would probably still pick them as favorites, but yeah, it's hard to say how that all starts. Definitely, it's been fun to watch them so far. Oh, bit of a trade coming back. It's Makaz with the Mac 10, although Mikey is here controlling the rotation, or at least wanted to, but he's pinned to the wall instead.
Just bruh. You just know he's tilted out of his mind after that. Oh dear.
Oh, that's unreasonable.
And it's even worse. Oh, they've lost the round, Anders. Oh, God.
It's so relatable, isn't it? You're just in the corner there. You've got the SMG. You're dreaming about all the kills and the money you're going to make from them. And then just some guy with a deagle just hardly clears the corner. Just sit down.
I'm, again, a little bit perplexed, though. Like, Nuvik goes out by himself. They got multiple players in the B app side, but they're already wrapping around in underpass. Maybe trying to draw away rotations. I mean, it's hard to expect that you're going to get deagled down round corners. So fair enough. But 10-5 now, they're going to be able to scrape together a buy. There's not too much to play with, though, and they've prioritized that firepower over utility. So they want to try and take the fight to NAVI Junior up in middle. Try and plant their feet on the ground and just swing for the fences, but the smoke's not going to allow them really a chance to extend fully. Oh, and Detour's been put down by the Galil.
Honestly, I respect the idea of selecting the firepower, trying to bring your way back. It does seem like a bit of a mountain they have to climb right now, so just get the gear, don't think about it, just start walking and see what happens. Mikey, and then Makaz on the other side, both of them waiting for the smoke to fade. Although Mikey has the disadvantage, he's already been tagged up a little bit here, so careful against the M4. He's going to be sneaking into it here, not checking the corner. Oh, but he gets the flick regardless. Makaz, unlikely that he was going to lose that fight, but somehow ended up that way. Cemetery taking down Mikey, re-peeks, and maybe should have had it, but even if he doesn't, the rest of the team is going to be there, and they will absolutely slaughter them. There's 4 people at the site. They were all already at that A-bomb site. 11 rounds for NAVI Junior. And unfortunately, the buy-up here for ECLOT just not paying off for them. Running out of rounds and running out of money all at the same time.
Yeah, like you say, they all try and spill out connected together, but it's just basically into the lines then. If it wasn't Cemetery picking them off at range, there was a player in jungle, there was another one around Sandwich. There's no real way for them to get out. NAVI Junior have had a very good read. Krebeni's been on point with his mid-round calls. And now, with the Molotov down, it's going to force Demon away from the balcony.
That was a team grenade.
Yep.
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, luckily, absolutely nothing happens. It's just a bit funny, you know? They are going to try and push into the B-bomb site, so... Demon already spotting it out, saying, yeah, gotta be careful here.
Ooh, nearly. Unlucky for Mikey. Has tried. He's been in a lot of forward positions, but he's still only on 6 kills. I feel like a big contingent of those entry frags has gone with him. And Demon, playing a game of cat and mouse around the side of B, it's not able to really get too much done. The plant's going to come through regardless, but realistically, they're about to get closed down pretty hard. Makaz knows where Nubik currently resides, and the other player, which is Forzy's, all the way on over on the A site. The bomb has been planted down. He's in no place to stop this defuse. But they're so confused right now as to where the bomb actually is. They're now going to smoke onto it. Out comes Nubik, throws in his knife as much as he can. Still alive for a few more seconds. And now Forzy has built up ground. It's such a weird round for Dynamo ECLOT to potentially win after all of the near wins that they've had, but been able to convert them. Could be enough time where the kit's going to be incredibly close. I don't think he's got it, though. Not quite. A millisecond off. So ECLOT win this round somehow.
I'd love to see what they're typing right now. Oh, no. He stood in the smoke with a knife, and even afterwards... he was still trying to knife even the smoke was gone. I guess he had the time for it. That's an absolutely bizarre way to win. Like you pointed out, ECLOT had 2 people alive, but one of them was essentially at the A-bomb side, and NAVI Jr. just unable to even sort of, you know, unable to make a decision here. Even in this position, it feels like if they just go for it, they probably win it just because one of the players is so far away. But at the end of the day, they weren't able to find that security for the defuse. 11-6. That is absolutely hilarious. It shouldn't really tilt them that much, but if it somehow does, that would be a catastrophic way to end up, you know, getting Dynamo ECLOT back into the game.
It's just wild to me that after all the rounds that ECLOT have been close in and probably should have won, that's the one they pick up. That's the one with Forzy, like, on a different... basically playing on a different map for about a minute of that entire proceeding towards the end, and they still can't deal with the one player. Flash is off. And, you know, you were kind of laughing about that team grenade tossed in early on. It did force them off the angle and allowed them to close the gap, so that was actually kind of a part of how they're even able to spill on the site in the first place. Small mistakes can have big consequences.
Yeah. Touching a little bit on that butterfly effect. So Makaz, I think maybe heard the jumps, maybe spotted somebody. He's setting a little bit further back, but the Molotov will at least create a bit of space for them to play around. They might sense that he's there anyway. Jigo peeking this one and setting up a smoke on the ramp almost immediately. We're down under 50 seconds. It is going to be a split towards the site here, and a lot of damage. Eventually, they take down Krabani. Cemetery. This is uncomfortable here. They're coming in from all angles. You can see he doesn't have the backup. There was a rifle there with him, but instead, Duke's going to be sitting back here just saying, oh, I'll wait. I'll try and see if I can play for the last couple of seconds. He will get the kill, and that is the bomb on the ground. Suddenly, 3 versus 3. Still a little bit of time, and they'll find the kill on him, and it finally clears a path for a bomb plant as well. But there is a flank coming in, too. I think that's Demon sneaking up behind them. Never mind.
Weird passage of play, that is. Like, Demon is flanking, as you highlighted. Then they also had Makaz moving in con, but there was also a T player in CT spawn. So they knew that CT box was completely empty. They don't want to push into Makaz because he is going to punish you if you push one by one. So they decide better of that decision. They back off, and effectively, they shake hands for the 11-7 score. All 3 players will survive. ECLOT, to their credit, Anders, we were kind of speaking like they were already done. They are hanging on in this map, and they're making a real go of it. They're not out of this just yet. In actual fact, they've broken the economy again for Junior. Only Makaz has a weapon. There is a chance they can get to a very close deficit from this point.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's so interesting, but there's so many people on the A defense there for NAVI Jr., and none of them really managed to help each other out. I think one of them got caught at the beginning with a bit of a spray coming through the palace, but apart from that, nobody really is in a position to trade any kills. There's no setups for anyone to peek, no flashes thrown from anyone, you know, behind there in window or jungle or anything like that. So maybe a bit disappointing. The focus has to remain at an all-time high here for NAVI Junior. Imagine if they lose their spot in the grand finals just because maybe they get a little bit ahead of themselves. They take off a little bit of pressure, allow ECLOT to get back in with that ridiculous clutch from earlier. I mean, who knows? That 2v2. I can't imagine a more haunting way to end up potentially losing the map. And, I mean, you're absolutely right. That is definitely back on the menu here. 11, about to be 8 on the side of ECLOT, as they are resummoning some kind of strength here towards the end of the map. They've had so little to say on this, well, they had nothing to say on the second map. They have very little to say on the third map here. But that's not so true anymore. They're kind of getting there. I'm getting real scared, actually.
Krebeni moves up to 19 kills. T250 still in hand. Looking for a 20th. Not going to happen. Yeah, it is getting a little bit too close for comfort now, considering how vast their lead was not that long ago. And even though they have a ton of experience when it comes to playing maps, like they're really grinding it online, as we were talking about before, I mean, they've got maps that they've played like 20+ times, 30+ times. How many times have they been in the semifinals of a $300,000 tournament? Never. And so this is uncharted territory for NAVI Junior. You are tantalizingly close to the finish line. This is where some teams sometimes struggle to close it out.
There's no question. And it's really impossible, I think, to prepare yourself for what that feels like. You know, you can have the conversations beforehand and all the rest of it, but each individual player is going to be reacting differently to, you know, the stakes being higher. There being more on the line, the potential thought of, you know, what if I win? You know, what's going to happen then? You know, is it going to be the next step in my career? Maybe I get picked up by a big team. Maybe somebody's already watching. Like, there's a million thoughts that could be happening, and it's easy to say that you should try to forget about it, but in actual fact, that's probably very, very hard to do. And NAVI Junior, they had them right where they wanted them. I mean, they were winning, but there was one little bump in the road, and now all of a sudden it seems like the NAVI Junior vehicle here has the wheels are coming off all of a sudden. Things aren't looking too good. 3-round gap at the moment. Money is questionable on that CT side, and Dynamo ECLOT on a opposite trajectory. Started to get warmed up back into the second half very late in the semi-final to start to wake up, but I mean, it's a reason we say never, or better late than never, I suppose. You know, you've got to get started somehow.
Definitely. Well, you can feel that maybe NAVI Junior are just having a few wobbles, a few shakes. This is where you want to make sure that our pressure is applied directly to the throat. The unrelenting, good flashbang, forces that double player on catwalk to back off, but Cemetery goes back into seconds, and Mikey's had a rough map. It's not getting too much better. Fortunately, though, Nubique from Palace will show his hand with a kill. That means the A site is kind of dodgy right now on the side of NAVI Junior. They've only got one player here, and if Giugs tries to back away, there is one down in Connector that's just pushed through the smoke. He shouldn't be alive for too much longer. He's been closed out. A site now open.
Wide open as well. Detour very nearly gets shot in the back, but he actually spins around, gets the headshot, and clips Makaz. That is sickening. Nubique tries to run away. Demon and Cemetery, they're actually fighting back. They're still in the round somehow. It looked like it was all over. 2 versus 2 instead. Nice shot from 4C. Gonna put Cemetery down and out, and now Demon hiding in here. He already got a kill from this position. They know he's somewhere on the site. Can he sneak in? Back turned. Oh my god. Alright, Demon walks straight into the shot. He actually was facing him, but it doesn't matter. That AWP a little bit too quick. 4C having a bit of an impact in the round. And now it's 11-9. Once again, the money is gone, and ECLOT just clawing their way back into this game.
Just imagine ENCE being huddled together watching this match and being like, hold on a second. Wait a minute. We went through a marathon earlier. Why not let these guys duke it out for a while? This could very well go to OT. I'm calling it right now. I could see it go in the distance. Because it's another eco, like, half-buy pistol round.
Yeah.
ECLOT on the brink of 10 rounds themselves.
Why not? Yeah, you gotta wonder if you're ENCE as well. Maybe you're sort of wishing that, okay, let's let them spend all the energy, let it be a really costly series here so that we can, you know, come in hopefully with a fresh mind and just be ready for it. Smokes are up. They're gonna make sure that nobody's hiding inside of the smoke there. Bomb being planted. Mikey listening here, trying to control the flow, but they are going to be running through. Get at least one kill with the heal, but I don't think there's any more to be followed up. Cemetery in a 1 versus 3. It's a pretty good attempt at a spray there, but unfortunately, Forsey started to really feel the flow. He's up to 18 kills, by the way. Top fragging on his team, and it's 10 to 11. The buy is back here for NAVI Jr., but if they don't put a stop to Dynamo ECLOT pretty much right now, I mean, this could be one of the more heartbreaking leads that you end up losing. And it's at either overtime or potentially, I mean, they could still win the map here at ECLOT. If they get to the grand final after NAVI Jr. losing that earlier 2v2, yeah, that's going to be a topic of conversation for sure.
It does feel like a direct correlation between them losing that 2v2 and this just bulk of rounds that have fell in the pocket of ECLOT. And you did discuss, like, you hope that doesn't tilt you. There's so many young players. And, you know, Krebeni, a bit older, 20, but it's not like he's, you know, one of those veteran players that's been around the block many a time that has been in these positions a lot at these kind of tournaments. So are they able to shake this off and mentally reset? But also, ECLOT have been playing solidly. Like, got to give them credit. Kind of thought that they were just going to fade away, that it was going to be a really straightforward match, but they found that resolve. They found that just true grit and tenacity and just dug themselves into this.
Yeah, nobody can question them after this one. I mean, the comeback here from getting beat up on the second map, having a pretty dreadful start on this third one, and still being in it. Cemetery somehow caught out. Mikey just jiggles into the fight and a straight headshot to bring them down. 35 seconds here. Duke's going to be good under the first couple of kills here, but the smokes are up already. And there is a bit of a space here to try and get the bomb planted rather quickly. 3 versus 3. NAVI Jr., they've had the lead, and a Demon with a very important kill, but it is a second too late. Detour already got the bomb planted. And Forsey and Nabik, they can win this one. 2 versus 2 now as he lands the shot straight over the box to take down Krebani. He's not able to get the kill here as he does fade away. Forsey still alive, down on the ramp. It's Nabik to get the next one. And now the panic is set in here for NAVI Jr. They can feel it. The comeback is fully on. 1 versus 1 as Demon gets the first, taps the bomb, and Forsey, he's a little bit out in the open. He still gets the flick. It's disgusting. A shot into the wall to celebrate, and they tie up the game.
Man, that shot through the CT box was gross as well. I hope we see that on the replay. It's an insane shot. Unreal round for Forsey. This one, bang. Straight tracks him. Caesar Pixel tracks him through the box. Nails the headshot. And then this, as you mentioned before, I think Demon was also down to only 2 or 3 bullets in the magazine.
Yeah.
Which definitely didn't help him either. But we've actually reached that point where Dynamo ECLOT were down 5 or so rounds, and now they've tied it up, and they've broken the economy of NAVI Jr. again. They can even take the lead.
Completely outrageous scenes here at the YaLLa Compass semi-final. I mean, it's worthy of it. We're trying to find the best team to throw into the grand final, and both teams are making a really good case for themselves right now. Takes so much strength to not fold under the pressure of losing as many rounds as ECLOT were about to do. Forsey, an absolute beast on this T side. Going to be taking down Makaz to begin with. They did force up into the round, or at least go for a bit of a half-buy here. NAVI Jr. They've left some in the back to try and fight for overtime, which honestly at this point seems like a good idea as they are getting slaughtered in this round. ECLOT going to be very likely up towards 12 rounds, and with a 1 chance here to just get straight to the grand final if they can snatch it away. NAVI Jr., it's going to be a big topic of conversation. This is one of the biggest chances, not the biggest chances that they've had, NAVI Jr. to play in a big tournament with a lot on the line, and they might have slipped out of their hands right at the end.
It's looking that way, isn't it? I mean, really, again, that 2v2 up against pistols, they only have themselves to blame. If there was tilt after that point, and that's going to be a valuable learning lesson. That's going to be a valuable learning opportunity for NAVI Junior because they were so in command.
Yeah.
I'm honestly kind of stunned right now, and it's because I genuinely thought this map was going to be like a 13-6 in their favor. And yet here we are on them, the brink of defeat.
I mean, it probably genuinely was going to be a 13-6 affair. But that one round, sorry, that one round just made a massive difference. And NAVI Junior, they're probably just as perplexed. That feeling that you're in control, and then 1 or 2 rounds changes everything, and then you're no longer in control, and nobody can put the brakes on it any longer. How do you bring this one back? Fighting for overtime. Let's see what they have, NAVI Junior. This is a real test for them. For the leadership and for the individuals. We just need 1 or 2 players to step up and win one of the fights here, and at least overtime should be secured, but it's been a real hard time for NAVI to find that.
Really, both teams slowing down the pace as well now. And you can just see by how they're both posturing, like the pressure is certainly incredibly thick. Did Detour...
This could be sick, actually.
So he bypassed it, but Cemetery still nails the shot.
Super important, because the truth is, if he goes down or just gets smoked off here, there's only one more player here. Jukes is playing all the way at the back. Makaz gets a shot on Mikey. Things are shaping up nicely for that overtime position. The Alive goes down, and I don't think there's going to be a way back. 15 seconds. Detour and Nubik trying to get a bit. They take down Jukes as well. Somehow 2 versus 3. But that bomb, how did they get it planted? It's all the way out here. Nubik just has to fight for the kills, and they're already too far away. It will not be happening. Overtime, in effect, NAVI Junior, they save themselves an enormous amount of embarrassment, at least for now, getting into overtime. Of course it had to be.
I've lost count of how many OTs we've had today. Is this a 6th, I think?
We had... Yeah, I think so. I think it's the 6th again. Yeah, good times.
Well, we wanted close games. This has been a bit of a weird one, though. It's kind of... I know it's close score-wise, but it doesn't feel like it because it's just been 2 halves of very one-sided CS.
Yeah, that is definitely true. It can happen like that. Hard to understand how it comes together for a team like this, where you're winning and then it just all slips out of their hands. Could be an interesting topic. We get a chance to talk to some of the players a little bit later on, perhaps. Cemetery 20 kills, Krabani with 19. Pretty good for the NAVI Junior side, but the 21 kills on both Forsey and Nubik. And then Detour up there with 17. So they've got a real nice trio working for Dynamo ECLOT at the moment. It's Makaz to go down first. The Alive announcing himself in the round. And Krabani gets one quickly in return. So both the IGLs doing a little bit of work for their team.
Yeah, both of them getting kills, but both of them being wounded in the process. Although the Alive might be slightly better off. They're now starting to congregate over on the B side. Mikey trying to play interference, trying to also allow himself to wrap into Catwalk once the explosion comes out of the apps. There's 2 players here, however. It's going to be difficult to break in, considering the positioning that NAVI Junior have. Krabeni showing his hands with the AWP, but it's 2 clean entries. And Dynamo ECLOT have the advantage once more. The plant will definitely go down.
That timing is so sick. And that smoke is... honestly kind of devastating. Mikey turns for the flash. It still catches him almost perfectly. Not bad at all. The Alive going to be going down, and Nubik gets dropped as well. It's Cemetery. And Duke's just fighting their way into the bomb site. That retake was made to look so much easier than it should have ever been. I think he's laughing a little bit down there as well. That's shocking because Dynamo ECLOT did great work to get into the bomb site. In spite of there to begin with. 1 AWP and 1 rifle towards that catwalk position, and they even get this opening kill here. I thought that was it. They probably had a great position, but yeah, just looking the wrong way for a second there towards the catwalk, and it ended up in a retake.
I can't fault the retake. Definitely on point. Some great flashes, some great teamwork, working in tandem. I'll be asking, where was that in regulation where we could have just closed this map out? Doesn't really matter. Getting more reps, more experience on a big stage, even if it is online. Good flick from Forzy, though. Punishes the aggression for Cemetery. Had the perfect spawn for it, taking a leaf out of the playbook of Oscar. Another Czech sniper, of course. He loves those BAPS peaks. It's one of his main plays here on Mirage. And they get the same kind of success. And that's a big scalp to take, because Cemetery's been having a lot of impact in this game.
Yeah, they're going to be excited to have him out of it here. And a beak. Caught repositioning. Wanted to throw probably a smoke that he could have played around there. So he was just looking for the position on the wall, but unfortunately the timing works against him. Now, they know there's somebody up in the palace, but do they know about the guy on the bomb side? It doesn't look like it. Mikey's just running out with his back turned. Krabani's right there, and they both almost dodge each other. Krabani, I don't think he could hear what was even going on. He will go down, but Demon, unexpected. He had actually taken up that position after Krabani went down. So, very chaotic taken. Again, it's a 2 versus 2. They know that Jukes is up there, so the question is, what can Makaz do? It's been a while since we had to call out his name. Maybe this is a good chance for him to really break into it. The bomb is still not planted as he's slowly sliding out. Forzy just holding the angle here, but Makaz spray down is easy, and that does force Forzy into a very awkward position now.
And you had to move where he's going to be easy pickings from the side, and now they know exactly where he is. On Tetris boxes. Well, I thought for a second he was going to flick for that kill, and then things get really interesting. But instead, NAVI Jr. put together 2 rounds, 14-12. Of course, both teams jumping for that all-important, elusive 16 rounds here to secure their spot at the grand finals. But NAVI definitely coming out the blocks that little bit quicker.
It's so close right now, but yeah, who cares? You've got the money in overtime. You're not going to worry about losing a couple of rifles here on the CT side. Keep it going. If they could get a third, then so much the better for them. Straight and jump into that underpass position. Curious if they're going to be expected, this ECLOT. They haven't really had to deal with this so much in regulation. Makaz comes out. Nice kill in return for Veto, but the refrags are there. Makaz can't escape, though, and a lot of damage on the Krabani. He's going to go down immediately from the beak. So in spite of a bit of a good start there for NAVI Jr., it's actually Dynamo ECLOT that somehow come out on top of this one. And just Demon and Cemetery left.
Oh, man, did they desperately need this to happen as well? Like, you're eyeing up a potential clean sweep on the first half of OT. So some heroics split across the entirety of the game here for Dynamo ECLOT. Although Makaz did kick things off like with a bang on middle. The wraparound now from Demon, he's not sure as to where the T's currently are. There's still quite a lot of time as well on the clock, and they have the bomb. There's no real scraps they can play off in terms of intel gathering. Now they're going to find new beak. Demon deals with him, and then immediately, because of the wrap through on spawn, it would be a pretty obvious logical decision that it's going to be a B-sided hit. Otherwise, why are you pushing players through CT?
Oh,
if you want to try and plant down, Demon has denied the bomb plant through the smoke. Takes him out, and Forzy flicks on to Demon. 1v1 now, a battle between the Orpas.
I think it might have been a bit of a wallbang too. I'm not even sure what's happening now. Leg shot onto Cemetery. It peaks perfectly. Forzy goes down. NAVI Jr. win the round in spite of all of the odds. I'm so confused. There's been so many rounds, I feel like, in both the semifinals here that have just been completely freaky. Yeah, look at the spray. All right, it kind of clipses the bottom of the window, I guess, but still a 1 versus 1, and Forzy trying to relocate, and he gets absolutely timed. 3 in a row to get into overtime here. NAVI Jr., they're loving life right now. They might have avoided an absolute disaster. They really were destined to win this in regulation, and somehow they just lost the plot along the way. Now they're back on track, back on script, and they just need one more round.
ECLOT fighting for their tournament survival. CT side, the Alive down in the shadow. It looks like this is going to be an A hit, and there's the old classic vintage A execute. Can ECLOT deal with this? It's a full-on investment they're committing.
Why not? It's a classic for a reason, but they're going to lose one player early on here. The Alive More Molotovs being thrown at him. He forced that into the fight, but a banging headshot. He's done more than you could have expected. 3 kills for the captain. They're trying to do. Still doing it. Demon hitting headshots. One of them through the smoke, catching Mikey. I don't know how. They should have lost this round already. NAVI Jr. fiercely fighting back. Detour's going to be careful when that smoke fades. He's ready though. And now it's just all on Demon, and it's way too much. He stood a little bit wide to try and catch the kill, and unfortunately, Nubik is able to catch him there, so they will save the round, Dynamo ECLOT. But I mean, the fact that it's so close after being in, what was that, like a 2-on-4 or 5? Scary stuff.
I think that second kill from Demon might actually be disgustingly good. I think he flicked from CT, sprayed through smoke, and then he nailed someone on stairs. It's the second shot. Yeah, that's outrageous.
Well, whatever it takes, you know.
There's not much you can do about that if you're Mikey. He's trying to have a bit of presence and try and deny the bomb plant, and he just gets utterly destroyed through the smoke. Lovely passage of play for Demon. Wasn't quite enough to get the round, but they got 2 more opportunities, 2 more chances where that came from. Not going to go back to the same. It's not going to be the classic execute. Instead, keeping their options open. 2 players in Palace, but a double play down on ramp. Looking for information. They find the lineup on the smoke, and Krabini is just caught with his pants down.
Yeah, bit of a sloppy spray, but it doesn't matter. He had so much of an advantage here. Makaz gets 1, and Mikey caught throwing a grenade. It might come undone anyway. The Alive, it goes down. They had so much going for them, but they fumbled the return to the A-bomb site. And Cemetery showing Dieter why it's called a murder hole. He's going to be blown up and forcing out the only... What could you do? There's nothing to do. 1 versus 4. There is just nothing you could do right now. The bomb is already planted. Oh, it's so disappointing. They found Krabani, and all they had to do was have the rifles out going back to A, and I think they would have been absolutely fine. But unfortunately, they overcooked it just a little bit, and that'll be the end of it. NAVI Jr. making it to the grand final here at YaLLa Campus. Spring 2025 to face up against ENCE. The battle is set, and NAVI Jr., this is a highlight for their careers.
Oh, 100%. You can see in their reactions, it was a mixture of relief, shock, and just pure ecstasy and joy. They know they should have got that done cleaner, but it doesn't matter. They got the win, that's all that counts, and they are in the grand finals to play off against ENCE.
I mean, it took a lot, and they almost went off track at one point during that game, in spite of the huge lead they had on Mirage. Ended up in overtime as well. Strong reminder for the NAVI Junior squad that, you know, it really is not won until you get to 13, or I guess in this case 16. You've got to get all the way there. Can't be celebrating too early. Shocking turn of events, but it's not done yet. We have a grand final, ladies and gentlemen. We're not through the day yet, so you want to stick around. ENCE, they're going to get on the server and get warmed up. NAVI Jr., they're going to, you know, get something to drink and maybe stretch their legs a little bit before we get into that grand final. I think it's going to be, really interesting. I'm not sad about this at all. ENCE have looked great today and yesterday as well, and I'm sure that NAVI Jr., they're going to find a way to get back into it. They are a team that play a lot of Counter-Strike, so I don't think the tiredness factor of it is going to come into it. I think they're going to be fine in that sense.
Yeah, I agree. They've had a ton of reps recently, and they're grinding so much CS from home. So I definitely agree with that. I also want to spare a thought for ECLOT, who I think did far better than maybe we were expecting. I think most people expected NAVI Jr. would kind of run over them. They pushed them to limits. They had a vast deficit. They managed to come back into that third map, take it to OT, make NAVI Jr. really sweat that one out. So also well played to ECLOT. Commiserations, you didn't end up making the finals.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. That's absolutely worth highlighting. You know, one of the teams that just hasn't felt like they've been, that good recently, but shows that we're wrong about that. I think we do have Krabani with us potentially before the grand final, just for a quick interview. So see if we can throw him into the mix and maybe ask a couple of questions. Hey, Krabani, thank you for joining us.
Hello. Hello.
Beautiful. I've got one quick early question. Dynamo ECLOT, they played a lot better than at least I think Vince and I were expecting. Does that just mean we're out of the loop? Were you guys expecting to be that good?
I think, of course, they are good, but Inferno, it's not our best map, and we expected, to be honest, that we're gonna maybe lose. We were just playing our game, but we expect that we're gonna lose. But in Ancient, we knew that we had strong Ancient and we gonna beat them. But in Mirage, we troll, I think that's why it was so close. Of course, they are good, but I think we did some mistake and that's why it was so close.
Okay, that's fair enough. Now you're going to be facing off against ENCE in the grand final. Would you have rather it was BETBOOM, or are you happy to be playing ENCE?
To be honest, we didn't care which one because last 3 times in a row we beat ENCE, I think. Last time we beat BETBOOM very easy, so we didn't think who we're gonna face. We just wanted to beat ECLOT.
Hey man, congrats on the grand finals. Do you guys feel any extra pressure being in a tournament this big with so much prize pool, like $300,000? Was that maybe something that contributed to, you know, ECLOT coming back, especially on Mirage? Like, you guys had a pretty big lead and then it went into OT. Was pressure a part of that at all?
Yeah, for sure. I think some of the players had pressure. I think after we lose this eco in 11-3, I felt that we start to get pressure. Everyone, maybe. Expect me, I'm never getting pressure. But yeah, I felt that we was having pressure.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair. I like it. No pressure for the leader. That's how it's meant to be. Listen, we're going to let you go because I want you to be fresh and ready for the grand final. Best of luck to you guys. It's going to be happening a little bit. Thank you for joining us, Scribani. We'll see you soon, hopefully, again.
Thank you, thank you.
Beautiful. All right. I don't want to keep him too long. I don't want to wear him down with, you know, boring questions from boomers. So instead, we're going to be, you know, just looking at the scoreboard here, Vince, and just enjoying how much of an output there was. Like, you know, a little bit of respect, I think, shown as well from Karbani. They're essentially saying they are good at Dynamo ECLOT. It's not just an accident, but maybe the maps had something to do with it as well. What a series.
Yeah, I also appreciate that he was honest about the whole pressure thing, you know, like that some players were feeling it a little bit because, like, let's be honest, they're super young. They haven't been in these positions many times at all, especially in tournaments like this. So, of course, you're only human at the end of the day. The players are going to be feeling it in some different facets. He even talked about, like, losing in that eco round. I assume he was talking about the 2v2-unders that we've brought up a couple of times. And you could see the consequences, the reverberations of that loss. They ended up losing, like, the next 4 or 5 rounds in a row. So I guess, like, if you can be honest about that and admit that it is a problem, it makes it easy to deal with. The issue is, now you're moving through to the finals, there's even more pressure. Of course, he did talk about the fact that they have a win rate over ENCE, a bit of a consistent patch, which also Poddy, to be fair, in his interview discussed. So it's a very kind of unique perspective coming into this finals. But as you can see there on the scoreboard, Forzy tried his absolute best with 49 frags. But, man, I think Makaz, for me at least, would probably be MVP of this series.
He did really have some out-of-control games, no question about it. Some of the maps there, he was such a high output player. So I can't really deny that. Grand final is set. It is locked in, and it is happening a little bit later on tonight. We're not going to be waiting too long, I expect. It's ENCE versus NAVI Junior to find out champions here at YaLLa Campus Spring 2025. I mean, this is kind of a dream grand final. I'm so happy that NAVI Junior made their way through. I think they really do deserve this kind of an opportunity. And on the other side of things, I really thought it was going to be BETBOOM, but ENCE have proven a lot more resilient. And honestly, that's a fantastic surprise. I'm pretty excited for what we got here.
Yeah, me too, man. And I think, like, look, ENCE had a rough MRQ. If what Glaive is talking about, like with having a tough MRQ, like going into it, we don't know the specifics of that, of course, but it would be great for them to bounce back and show the world what they're capable of. But as Anders said, we'll probably be back very shortly. We need to go to a break, and then we'll be ready for the grand final. Stay tuned.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Campus 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
walked away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Okay, now we're going to play a game called Guess the Player. So you need to try and guess who this is.
Okay. Huh?
What?
Bro, but this is me also. I know. This is me.
It's you?
Yeah.
Okay.
This was easy actually.
Yeah, for you, for sure.
For me, yeah, bro. I hope next one is you.
Good job. Let's see what the next one is.
Bro, I have no clue. Maybe it's me.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's you.
No, it's me, I think.
Okay, now we cooked.
Now, yeah, you guys have done a really good job here. This is very impressive. We're prepping, of course, for the YaLLa Campus Grand Finals, and I have a chance to chat to SDY and Kaspersky from ENCE. So much on the go right now. YaLLa Campus, MRQs, so much online Counter-Strike. SDY, how are you handling the schedule right now?
Yeah, it's a bit tough, but it's never been easy. I don't remember a single time in my life that was easy to qualify for major or play online tournaments. It's always hard, so we're kind of used to it.
Kaspersky, how's the team coping with all of these events and balancing, obviously, making sure you can compete, doing all of your VOD reviews and preparing for the next day, and then getting some sleep?
I think we're doing good. Like our coaching staff making schedule for us so we can have time for everything, to rest, to eat between games and this stuff. And we're not tired or something like this.
So does the organization do a lot to take care of you, Kaspersky, and make sure you can handle all of this? That's always good. What is it like playing under the ENCE banner, SDY?
Obviously, it's legendary organization, and it's always some extra pressure on you. But the extra pressure is what we like, because it's when you shine under an extra pressure. And if you're a good player, you will show it. If you're not, it happens next time.
I like that attitude. In terms of the team as it stands right now, obviously you're an international roster, all from different parts of Europe. Does that make it easier or more difficult when you have to play together, SDY?
Yeah, I can say that for us it's probably easier because we have a lot of personalities that can work together, because we have a part in everyone that are friendly to each other, and no one is doing stuff that can make other uncomfortable, things like that.
Are you currently competing from ENCE's headquarters? I'm presuming, are you all together, or are you all still playing from your own homes, Kaspersky?
We are right now on bootcamp in ENCE in Helsinki.
What's it like being all together?
I mean, it's for sure easier to play when we're like next to each other. We can like spend our time together. And it's for sure easier. Like it's better for us to play. We're getting more hyped and this stuff. Like if we play against him who is not on bootcamp, it's for sure advantage for us.
That makes sense. So now, SDY, talking about YaLLa Campus, have you had a chance? Because I know how busy it's been. I know that you're currently playing in the MRQs. Have you had a chance to look at the group you're going to be playing in for YaLLa?
Yeah, as you said, it's a bit tough right now with the schedule, so I have no clue, not gonna lie. But as I know, some teams are changed by others, like swapped. So no matter what, we will do our best, I guess.
Okay, so you have no idea. Are there any names, though, in the back of your mind that you may know are competing at YaLLa SDY that you think are teams that you're keeping your eye on? Nope.
Not right now, not right now.
I love this, that you are so focused in on the major qualifiers. I get that. You haven't even had a chance to look. We'll probably do some predictions with you down the line. So you are going to have to focus in on those teams.
Yeah.
But my final question to you is, obviously you play under Glaive, who is a legendary IGL, multiple major winner. What sort of advice has he given the team this year, Kaspersky, to prepare you not only for qualifying for the major, but obviously understanding the whole new VRS system and trying to qualify for LAN events?
I mean, he just like, I don't think we care about this too much, like about this VRS and stuff. We made it to MRQ like last second because we won best of ones, and we knew we're gonna make it to MRQ. Now it's time to make it to major, and we are focused on this.
I can add something that Glaive is really good at putting your mind in the right direction. He's like to team be focused on what they need to do on the server in the exact round, and the best that IGL can do. Focus you on your game.
Now what we're going to do is a game called Guess the Player. So you need to try and guess who this is.
Simple. Maybe.
I have no idea.
Okay, we're gonna make it a little less blurry for you.
No idea still.
No idea. It's
Monacy?
Yes, well done. Here's another player for you to try and guess.
Me.
Yeah, well done. Easy peasy. I like that one. You'd be surprised how many players can't guess themselves. It's quite scary, actually. We're going to play a game now. It's called Counter-Strike Scrabble. So how this works is we put up a word and it's related to Counter-Strike. So it can be something you can do in the game, something you can use in the game. Maybe it's a team and you have to try and guess what the word is. Are you ready?
NAVI Junior.
Good job. Let's see what the second one is. This is a
Wow.
bit tougher.
I don't know the correct word, but it's Molotov for city.
Incendiary grenade.
Yes.
There we go. Good job. I'll give you a clue. It's a skin.
Dragon lore.
Good job. My clue helped. Let's try another one.
Full buy.
Correct.
Ninja defuse.
That's correct. Well done. I think we have one more, yeah.
Flick.
That's correct. Good job, guys. You got all of them. That's really impressive. Now we're going to play a game called Best in CS. So this is going to be like best team of all time and then best CS map. I'm going to let Demon choose. Do you want to do best teams or do you want to do best maps?
Let's go with maps.
So, Demon, Inferno or Cash?
Cash.
Cash or Overpass?
Cash.
Cash or Dust 2?
Dust 2.
Dust 2 or Mirage?
Dust 2.
Dust 2 or Nuke?
Nuke.
Nuke or Anubis?
Nuke.
Nuke or Ancients?
Ancient.
Ancients or Vertigo?
Vertigo.
Ew. Vertigo or Train?
Vertigo.
Vertigo or Cobblestone?
I started playing when there was Cobblestone, but I will choose Vertigo.
So best CS map according to Demon is Vertigo.
Yeah.
I'm judging you hard. Okay, Jukes, your turn. We're going to do best team, and this is best team of all time. Okay? Spirit or G2?
G2.
G2 or FaZe?
FaZe.
FaZe or SK Gaming?
FaZe.
FaZe or NIP?
FaZe.
FaZe or Virtus Pro?
FaZe.
FaZe or Cloud9?
FaZe.
FaZe or Vitality?
FaZe.
FaZe or Navi?
NAVI.
Navi or Astralis?
NAVI.
You wanted to say FaZe and you couldn't because you're with Navi Junior, right?
Prioritize is just jumping across, doesn't want to die into that all peer. It's on Night U now to get the timing, and he lines them up, rolls a strike. It's a 4K spray down, and nobody's ready for it.
Out, but so many targets. And he's gonna try and expertly navigate it. He's spreading the needle. How is he doing this? That's 3, could be 4, and that shot down. BETBOOM south.
We had a very streaky start, but now it's tough to separate them. Zorta's going to find another opening try,
and that actually surprises him a little bit, but they're giving Zorta consistent pot shots. Smoke broken, and Zorta will even find that on a Robbo as well while he was in the midst of strafing away. Steady work from Zorta, and that is the Zorta I know and love. He has just aced them.
looking at the right direction. Oh, and the Pandas have just walked past him. And now Krabeni can walk up behind him for a second round consecutive. This was 9 Pandas by round, but it is a two-player shot out of apartment. The Krabeni makes quick work of that.
They're still going there.
What if a couple of these players get 2 players on the clock? Symmetry already doubles down, and now you don't know Jugs is here. Oh, Symmetry gets another come on. It was a 2v4. 9 Pandas choose to walk into the wrong site. Navi Jr. say that this A-site.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've made our way to the grand final here at YaLLa Campus Spring 2025. $300,000 on the line, and now it's down to find just one more winning team. It's either ENCE or NAVI Jr. They are the finalists, and honestly, I'm very excited about the fact that these two teams made their way here. It's been quite a struggle, I think, for both of them to get there, but yeah, we're ready to go, Vince. It's going to be a best of 3 grand final. And yeah, you just get a quick look at the bracket here and how we got there. 9 Pandas, kind of disappointing performance. BETBOOM fought back, and that series was obviously completely insane at the start of the day. Dynamo ECLOT, in spite of losing, which I think many people would have predicted, they definitely put up an insane struggle. They were so much stronger than I thought, and that brings us here to the grand final.
Indeed, I think also that BETBOOM ENCE matchup is one that people probably would have sided with BETBOOM to get the W in, but it doesn't really, I would say it doesn't necessarily paint a fair picture of how good ENCE have been in its quarterfinals and semifinals. Especially the quarterfinals, I was incredibly impressed with them. We had a bit of a slow start for ENCE on that nuke. It went to double OT. They probably should have won it. They didn't, but they came back and a really solid closer. Tons of OTs. They've had loads of time now to sit back and watch on as Navi Jr. did best ECLOT in a close game of their own making. Krabani has already talked about the fact that they were feeling a little bit in terms of, you know, the pressure was mounting and they didn't necessarily feel 100% comfortable. But now it's the grand finals. This is where you've got to put all of that to the side. It's not just the prize pool, you know, like that in itself is already impressive enough. It's also the VRS. It's also the ability to potentially get to bigger tournaments in the future than what Navi have typically been playing. So there are so many elements here that are massive for both teams. But I would say that like ENCE, who you can see on your screen right now, after a disappointing MRQ, have a bit of a point to prove, Anders, that they deserve to be at the top flight of tournaments. They deserve to be in the conversation for some of those like top 10, top 15, top 20 teams.
Yeah, which honestly, going back a month and a half, that was going to be a hard pitch to make. There was just so much inconsistency and weirdness going on with the roster, and I think they've acknowledged as much themselves. But the version that we've seen here today and yesterday, you're starting to get a sense of that. Poddy really coming alive, hitting shots with the AWP, but also getting in some really insane clutches throughout that series at the semifinals. And then, you know, throughout the rest of it, we've had SDY, we've had actually Glaive on a couple of really great maps. Kaspersky's been out there, you know, getting some aggressive fights, and Natu still rocking up with some pretty solid rifling. So I feel like this team, when it's working the way that it's been in the last couple of days, you can see the idea for the squad sort of coming together. Obviously, we all know that Roster Mania is going to be out there somewhere behind the major, and who knows what happens, but I feel like they're putting together this project in a nice way finally, and that's pretty promising. But on the Navi Junior side, these are really tough guys, and I think they're better than they even showed in the semi-final. I think there's a higher ceiling there than we actually did get to see, so don't be surprised if they are going to be a tough opponent for ENCE. It's Krabani with the IGLing. Makaz, obviously, I think he stole your heart a little bit, Vince. I think I could sense that you were starting to take a liking to him.
Oh yeah, I love his style of play. I love how aggressive he is. I love how he doesn't really show any fear. He doesn't really show much respect. He obviously realizes that he is a real problem when it comes to those entry frags. And having a player that has full confidence in his own ability and knowing his limitations, to me, is always so fascinating to watch. Like, how far can he push the boundaries? Now, I will say on that Ancient performance, ECLOT didn't really do much in order to like push him back. And he did struggle a little bit more on Mirage. But I really want to see how these two aggressive teams, because ENCE have also been aggressive in their own right. One thing we should also highlight is Kaspersky earlier on today against BETBOOM. He had an amazing series. Like, the first two maps especially were God's tier performances from Kaspersky, and even the third map he did okay in. So I want to see how these two like juggernauts are going to do battle together. The aggression that SDY was showing, Poddy as well. It honestly is a really enticing grand finals.
It's got all the right elements, all the ingredients for a really brutal showdown. So I'm pretty excited. I mean, Krabani said earlier he wasn't really necessarily, you know, he felt like, well, they could have beat BETBOOM, they could have beat ENCE. He doesn't care. He'll take anyone on. So it's the right attitude. I really enjoy it. Here, a little bit of a head-to-head, Poddy versus Makaz. And yeah, I mean, for Makaz, I think definitely has the bigger brand in terms of being a future star potentially. But Poddy, just I think week for week, month for month, here in 25, he's been playing better, and we're starting to see that maybe he even has a broader game than just sort of being the solid AWPer on the team, but actually some good clutches coming in there. The whole team is kind of coming together, so I think this could be potentially his time to shine. I mean, they're going to need the same kind of Poddy that they had in the quarter and then in the semifinals to really step up.
Also, just to add an extra sort of like sprinkle of interest in this game is like they've played each other quite a few times in the last few months. It's 6-1 in favor of NAVI Junior.
Yeah.
They're like ENCE's kryptonite. It's kind of crazy when you look at the score lines that's coming through, and they've played a lot of the same maps. Additionally, like Mirage in each of their series, it's gone back and forth. But NAVI Junior have had a lot of success against ENCE. That kind of factors into what Poddy was talking about, but also Krabani when he was saying like we didn't care who we were playing against. We know we got a bunch of wins against ENCE. Let's have a look at which maps we're going to be playing again, though. Do they play Mirage? That has been a consistent factor every time they've played each other.
Yeah, Mirage, Ancient, likely to be the part of the mix as well. So I'm curious how this is going to be playing out. Inferno, first to get banned out. Train is next. Not really too surprising, to be honest. Yeah, the question is kind of the order of it and if there are going to be any surprises. It'll be Anubis to be picked up by ENCE, and then Ancient following in as a second map. So then Mirage seems like a likely decider, but it could be that one of the teams there, maybe ENCE, are sick of it and want to go and fight somewhere else. Potentially kind of a tough choice to be making here, but sometimes, you know, familiar battleground is just the one that you're going to go for. Nuke will be the final ban. It means we are going to end up on Mirage to decide this one. So not too surprising, perhaps. The fact that Anubis isn't there, probably good news for ENCE. Could be a bit of a chance to maybe steal away a map.
Yeah, the thing is, though, when they played Anubis last time, NAVI Junior did win 13-11, albeit back in February, towards the end of February, in the CCT tournament. So, like, they have a win there as well, but I think ENCE have been going through this kind of turbulent state of affairs recently, where even Glaive discussed this, like the MRQs, they were going through a couple of things. He didn't specify which is completely fair. And so I wonder how long that's been going back for, but what we've seen so far in this event is that, like, when it comes to Anubis, ENCE have looked damn good. Like, they've had some really good performances. So I don't necessarily know if you can even go back to February, look at those stats and be like, oh, that's how it's going to repeat itself. I don't think that's necessarily true here.
Yeah, I feel like the game is evolving pretty fast, and ENCE's roster have also just they've been improving since. And I think back at that point in time, there was a stretch there where they didn't have Kaspersky playing. They had one from the ENCE Academy playing instead. There were just some lineup changes going on back then that made the whole thing a little bit confusing for them in general. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be a little bit more sharp here. And also, you know, both squads obviously insanely motivated to try and win this. None of them at the major. NAVI Junior sometimes capped by the fact that they can't play in tournaments where the main squad is playing. And like you said, ENCE, they want to prove that they're about more than this. They won the Elisa Masters, which was pretty impressive because that was an event that the Mongols, participated. It was LAN in Finland, and they just rocked up and took the whole thing, which is super sick. And that made me think, damn, okay, we're going to see ENCE really blow up. But then the results since then, I mean, yeah, fine. They've been doing some of the CCT stuff, and they've been fighting out there. This would be a very nice sort of, another data point for the year to say, okay, they won Elisa. Now they're here at, YaLLa Compass. They're winning another big tournament. That could be quite exciting if they were able to sort of put another trophy up there and have some kind of a story moving forward. I think they'd be quite happy about that. And for NAVI Junior, I mean, yeah, they're still all super young. They're building their early careers here, and I mean, it's going to keep them hungry for a long time if they're able to actually get this victory.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised. It's something we did touch on in the semi-finals, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of these Na'Vi junior players kind of follow a similar career trajectory to like a Shiro or an Exile. Makazi, Cemetery is another player that's obviously the AWPA from Na'Vi junior, very, very good player, and I think it's only a matter of time. But on the other side of things, I definitely agree with you. I think that, like, realistically, ENCE have been, I think it's safe to say, disappointing with this roster since it's formed. And, like, obviously, the core of it has been there for a lot longer than NIE2, for example. Obviously, Glaive has been at ENCE now for quite some time. And I feel like they need to prove a couple of things to the org, to themselves. A win here at YaLLa Campus, I feel like, is a complete necessity. I think if they don't win this, even though Na'Vi Junior are a very good team, they have a good record over ENCE, I feel like this is an event they actually need to win. They have to win. But then for Na'Vi Junior, the VRS that they get from this tournament could potentially get them to some like PGL events. The Na'Vi main team isn't really playing at them. Maybe Na'Vi Junior start to get some opportunities, and that's where their exposure, their ability to play against top level teams accelerates so quickly. So I mean, there's so much for both teams here to play for, and so many reasons why they want to get the W.
Yeah, and you know, whether you stick together as a team or whether you end up being part of some future roster mania, right? Having the VRS points with you. One of the problems that we're seeing with the current system, and I don't know if there's a solution to this in the future, but one of the issues is that it can be hard to pick up a brand new player who doesn't carry any kind of points with him, because you know, you might end up putting yourself out of contention. I mean, it could be a risk at any rate, especially a little bit later in the season. So yeah, scrape together whatever you can, even for your own sake as an individual player. You really want to make sure that if you get the opportunity, if somebody's looking at you and thinking about, oh, maybe we should pick up this guy, he looks pretty good, then you want to make sure that you got more to offer than just your, you know, the skills and the rifle and everything else. You've got to be able to bring some qualification points into the team, because they just matter so much, which, again, like, I think there's some criticism to be dished out for the VRS stuff, but there's also some pretty cool stuff that comes with it. And I think, you know, a little bit more ironing out, so, you know, fixing some of the problems there, I actually think it could work pretty well at the end of it. So I'm not too sad about the whole thing, but it's just to say that there is a lot on the line here, outside of even just the money, which obviously at the end of the day is pretty good as well. I think it's 75k for the first place. That's that's not bad, Vince.
It's not bad at all. I'd happily play for 75k, that's for sure. And I think it's also like the bragging rights and everything else that we've also discussed in terms of, I think for Na'Vi Junior, like if you're 16, 17, as most of those guys are, I mean, Krabini, even their IGL is like 20 years old from Kosovo. This is a great opportunity for you to put yourself in the shop window, potentially. Like, we discussed before about the roster mania situation, which is always going to happen. In fact, in some cases, we've already seen it kind of happen with, like, Manasi and some of the other rumors that are going around. So it's happened early this time. But you're always going to be in a position, especially as a young talent, especially from, like, Eastern Europe and sort of the CIS region, where you could be picked up in a team that is so far above what you've ever played at before. Yeah. And you have to assume if, like, for example, let's just hypothetically say, because obviously we're filling a little bit of time here, but if Na'Vi crash and burn, the main roster crashes and burns and does like nothing of note at the Austin Major, maybe that's where a Makazi like gets the call up. Yeah, maybe that's where maybe Cemetery gets the call up, because Wonderful's come under a lot of scrutiny. I mean, so it's not out of possibility, right?
Look at rosters like G2, where it's like a constant state of confusion about like who's there and who's going to be playing, and you know, is Hunter actually on the on the incline? Is he coming back? Who's going to help out Malbs in the future? Like, if you look down at this tier 2 level, I mean, yes, you're going to be sacrificing experience, and that could be a really big deal. No question about it. You go to a LAN, you don't know how someone's going to behave when they're on a stage. That is one of the big risks that you take by finding new talent. But at the same time, mechanically, some of these guys are really out of control, and there's a lot of them out there. So you want to put yourself in the shop window. You want to make sure that you are potentially one of the names on some of those lists out there. And the pathway's there. Like, it's been proven many times. You really can go from kind of unknown to academy to tier 1 in a much quicker way than it was ever possible before, which I consider to be a big victory for the scene as a whole. It's really fun to see that, and obviously we have a lot of those stories already. Many more are going to be coming here. So, like, I think we missed this part of it. But for the group stage, we had, you know, Gun 5 playing. Just to give a shout out to my boy Fine Shine 52, who is playing on Gun 5. He's a super sick AWPer. Somebody that I expect, again, like, I don't know about the mental side of it for him, but just mechanically alone, he is a really sick player. So they're out there. There's many more of the long list of names you could start to read down. which is pretty exciting. I think in that sense, the future of Counter-Strike looks bright. It sucks that none of them are Danish, to be honest. Don't know what that's about, Vince. Denmark just stopped playing good Counter-Strike, I guess, but I just have to live with that.
And Mezzi, and that's it. Like,
Rattlesnake.
Yeah, let's bring him back.
Listen, yeah, but it's different. You guys, you guys never had any hope, Vince. I believe you're a Newcastle fan. Didn't you guys lose for 70 years just now before you actually picked up a win?
Correct. That is very correct. Yeah, I'm an eternal loser. It's true. It's true. The whole of UK can share that one, I guess.
It's fantastic. But, you know, on the upside, we get to watch some winners. So potentially at least one team. I mean, I still will say this, even for NAVI Junior, not to say that they don't care about this, but even getting to the grand final here is a pretty big achievement, right? Some hard-hitting teams in the tournament. They are a little bit less experienced, so I think regardless, you could say it's a really big achievement for them. The pressure probably is a little bit more on ENCE to that extent. Did he almost step on his phone there? You gotta be real careful about that. But, all right, I think we are close, or at least closer to getting back into. There's nice camera views that we got here for the boot camp. I appreciate that. ENCE looking sharp and warmed up, and the grand finals a couple of seconds away. We just want to get everyone in, and you have to respect it as well because, you know, NAVI Junior and ENCE, they had to wait a little bit. They needed a break. They needed to wind down. So I respect the fact that they might need a couple of more seconds just to get back in. I want them fresh anyway. I don't want them rushed back into this game because I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that it's going to be some solid Counter-Strike that's going to be played here. Looks like we are headed into it now, Vince. If you had to make a prediction, if I was forcing you to do that, who are you picking to win the YaLLa Compass 2025 Spring Finals?
I think I'm going to say 55-45 in favor of ENCE. And the only reason I'll go with ENCE on this one is because Krabini even admitted that everyone apart from him, allegedly, was feeling the pressure and feeling the overall kind of feelings in terms of they've never been here before, this is uncharted territory, there's a lot of pressure on them. And I think that could be the determining factor because on the other side, we have a ton of experience in the form of Glaive, some die young. These are guys that are not going to feel the pressure the same way and kind of are molded. And I actually say quite often, I think Glaive is a big game player. He typically does have some big individual performances when he's really needed to in these kind of positions. So for those reasons, I'm going to slightly favor with ENCE here. How about you?
I think that's really, really solid reasoning, just for the fun of it as well. I'm going to go with NAVI Junior on this one. I've seen so much of them. I think they're a lot better than they showed in the semifinals, just to make it a little bit interesting for everyone watching as well. I guess I'll be on the NAVI Junior side for this one. But here we are, Vince, we're ready for it. NAVI Junior starting on the T side, ENCE on the CT side. It's the grand finals. Once again, big welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here. YaLLa Compass is the final game of the tournament. $300,000 in prize pool on the line, and we're ready for a rush straight into the A-bomb site. The dualies not really hitting the shots, but finally, Natu and Glaive is there with a couple of crisp USP shots before Cemetery answers back. And it's a 2 versus 3. They're kind of boxed in right now. Whether they know it or not, there's a set of dualies behind them on Kaspersky, so they got to be very careful here. Chance for a reload, but NAVI Junior, they're feeling the pressure, and Krabani, shut down. They had no clue.
Didn't know what hit them. And that is ENCE in a nutshell. Right place at the right time. Fast rotation round the back. And we did discuss previously about how Kaspersky earlier on in the semi-finals against BETBOOM was a huge, monumental reason why they were able to get that very important win. And he finished that series, by the way, 92 kills in 3 maps, 102 ADR. And although his Anubis performance was a little bit lacking, his Mirage was insane, which we'll be seeing in the second map here. So do keep an eye out for that.
Something to look forward to. It's absolutely the case. But it's a good start. 5 Tech-9s. There was one point in time where this was common on the T side. Back when Olofmeister was still terrorizing the server. And now it's back again. Not really to the same effect. Somebody go back and study Olof if you want to learn how to use the Tech-9. It's going to be Dukes going down right at the end. So actually nobody even dies at all on the CT side. That's a very comfortable way to, you know, edge past the early force up there. Trying to catch, I think, ENCE off guard because there was no bomb plant, so There was a chance that ENCE would have expected just only Glocks and nothing else in that second round. Again, we've mentioned it before, but a lot of teams are trying to do this right now, where you actually try to, fiddle around with the economy. You try and sneak in a weapon where maybe there shouldn't have been one. They're doing it again here with Makaz on a Galil. And again, you're just hoping that it's unexpected and that ENCE are a little bit careless.
Which I really doubt they will be, because, I mean, first off, SDY has gone down to that Galil, but now it's been spotted, so you'd imagine that ENCE are going to play accordingly and adapt to that, be a bit more fluid. Good grenades tossed in for good measure, but yeah, I mean, SDY said it himself. I think it was an interview with Sam, Tech Girl, in the breaks, and asked about like Glaive and what kind of impact he has. And he said he's really good at making sure that everybody is focused on what matters. And so I think in rounds like this, he is definitely going to make a call like, be careful. We know they're going to be an eco or some kind of gimmicky buy. Don't overextend. Don't give them any opportunities to get into this round. Make sure that you are all dialed in, because they want to start this grand finals in a really solid way. Like you said, no casualties in the previous round means their money is already building up nicely early on. You do not want to allow 2 or 3 casualties to bring you back down to reality.
I fully agree. CT side of this map is where the treacherous part usually happens. Nice shot. Native goes down. They got to... Chance maybe they could even give up the round if they lose Poddy right now. The bomb being planted, but he will live for the first fight there. The Deagle unable to bring him down. Bomb planted, and that's great news for NAVI Jr. They've already pretty much successful in the round, but a chance to actually win it is going to be very tough. 4 health left here on Krabani. He pushes right in, and the flames will consume him, but that is still not that bad. They get 3 kills, they get the bomb plant on top, and with a little bit more luck, maybe with the Deagle there against Poddy, there was a chance that they could have maybe even won the round. So it's not that bad here. NAVI Jr. continue to put some pressure on, and I think that's important, right? Don't make ENCE feel too comfortable either.
I think that's honestly mission accomplished if you're NAVI Jr. for the reasons we talked about. It brings the economy down just a little bit, allows you to escalate yours for full AKs. I think the one downside is, like, will Cemetery want to go for the up? He does. At about $5,500. So early AWP in play for both of the AWPs on the server. But ENCE do have that 3-0. Thing is, though, $700 for SDY, $1,400 for Glaive because of that previous round. So ENCE need to make sure that they don't allow any casualties to come through early on here, but the pressure is definitely on NAVI Jr. T side of Anubis, you finally got yourself some rifles, gotta put them to use.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that if NAVI Jr. give it this round, there's a chance that ENCE almost have what they need in the first half already. Aze, though, insane pickups in the middle, gets 2 kills for it. Demon's gonna get a kill, but finally will get traded up because Kaspersky. So 2 versus 4 here as we go into still 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the round, and easy pickup there. So the round sliding the way of NAVI Jr. Absolutely essential that it does here. And say for Poddy, I mean, you could stick around and try and find a kill or 2, but actually winning the round is probably not in the cards here. He's going to take down Cemetery, and now it's just about trying to save that rifle.
And I'm right alongside with you on this one, that they probably already have roughly where they need to be. And keep in mind, earlier, we do have a sample size from early today against BETBOOM on Anubis. They were down at 1.51 and then 6-2 on their CT side. But they're able to get 5 rounds towards the end, and it was enough to take them to OT. So they already have a large chunk of rounds that are a requirement. So they're in a very comfortable position. NAVI Jr. in the meanwhile, though, going to be hunting down to try and take out the Finn of Poddy. If you didn't see the game earlier against BETBOOM, you should probably go back and watch it. Poddy by himself had 5 1vX clutches on Anubis. Pretty much kept his team in the game and allowed them to get to the grand finals in doing so. There were some absolutely wild plays in that map.
It was fantastic to see, and maybe also not the kind of role that we normally see Poddy or expect him to play with the AWP. Not usually going to be that forward and in that many 1vx's, but he absolutely made it work somehow. And not just with the AWP, I would say also with the rifle in general. He was so good at doing all of it. Speaking of which, he's going to take that first one, but the flash against him is amazing. Natu follows it up, and they trade favorably. Lose the AWP, but that's probably still going to be worth it here. Puts a little bit of a slowdown on NAVI Jr., whose job is not done. They still have to keep ENCE really low. They need to win this round and drop the economy once again. Glaive is making that very hard. They blow open the smoke, but the Dane almost ready for it. He's got the USP up. He's fairly almost hitting the shot there and not quite going to be available to him. Now falls back. Bomb's being planted in front here. And SDY is so close to getting the kill, but the bomb is planted.
May not get the kill, but he's weak in Cemetery up, and Makaz, who is already low, has been finalized by Glaive's HE. 31 HP remains for Cemetery. Did take that shot through the wall. Blew his legs off. Nice first shot. This would be an unreal play, but he's been smoked out. Can't really overstay his welcome. Molotov down to try and deny the bomb defusal, but with the kit, there was never any hope of making that a reality. He is able to at least back away and save the AWP, so a small saving grace, but ENCE off to a phenomenal CT start. 4 rounds already on Anubis. They'll be loving this.
There was a moment in time there, just a little clip playing in my mind of him actually landing the Molotov deep enough, and like you said also with the kit, you have to pretty much land it before they actually start defusing. But either way, it would have been so sick if the timing would have worked out for him. 4-1. And ENCE, masterful work at the beginning here. Cemetery will take down SDY, but they're still going to be diving down the window and spraying right through. He's just trusting in this, and it is working. A lot of damage, but Makaz is there to help out. Glaive being stopped in his tracks. And a 5-on-3 to start this one with. Insanely aggressive for ENCE at the beginning. I think that might be a bit of a flex on their side, trying to say, okay, listen, you guys are feeling the pressure. We're going to try and apply even more and see if you'll break, but NAVI Jr. don't. They actually stand up to it here.
I do love the idea, though, on the side of ENCE. Like, it's going to be something that now NAVI Jr. are going to be expecting and nervous about for the rest of this half. Doesn't bode well in terms of their finances, though. A2 is going to get the drop onto Makaz. Didn't expect an extra player to be up there on the glyph, and well, there you have it. NAVI Jr. have struck for their second time. In doing so, pretty much have broken down the money completely of ENCE. Nice first shot from Cemetery. And yeah, I mean, it looks a bit foolish from Glaive, like fully committing to it. But I love the idea behind the play.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they weren't far off of finding him inside of the smoke, and maybe that could have created a bit of an opening. It just took a bit too long, and eventually it backfires, so you can't really stick around and just spam through the smoke like that forever. The money has finally been burnt through. ENCE not doing too well in terms of the weapons now. Some deagles. And that's what we're going to be focusing on. Couple of 1 deags, why not? Always puts a smile on your face, even if you're not the one dishing them out. Just feels good. Not gonna get a chance here, though. Absolutely destroyed on that defense. It's Makaz finding 3 kills. Does almost burn alive there, but no deags even being allowed. No fun allowed.
No. A2 with his USP is hoping that maybe player makes a mistake and goes hunting. Walks into his crosshair. I mean, he is a very good pistol player. I would almost say like a pistol specialist. We've seen him do a lot of work. I'm going back to that triple kill he got on CT Box and Mirage, if you remember, in the rifle round. That just blew my mind completely. And then after that point, he's landed a lot of kills with like Julies, and he's a very good player with the pistols, is what I'm trying to say, but no success this time around. I did just see the money briefly. A couple players at like mid to high $3,000. This is not going to be a great buy either.
Yeah, you could almost have a bit of a discussion if it's worth going for... Okay, they are going to go for it. Auto shotgun on SDY. I was saying you could almost go for a half buy and then just try and secure better buys in the future, because they're already at 4 rounds. So if you're just playing the numbers alone, you might, for instance, say, listen, let's just try and get to 6 and be super happy with that, and you know, but get there with some really strong buys. I guess what they're trying to do here is, again, really trying to see if they can break down NAVI Jr. early on. Incendiary out, grenade on top, smoke down in front. Natu, really, just the protocols here are working for him. They're pushing right through. The FAMAS in the corner. No one's checked it because nobody could see anything. In fact, Juice just decides, I'm going to just leave it alone. I don't care. I'm going to run in and catch Glaive, who did not see that speed coming. And that's it. They're going to be saving right now. There's no question about it. I can't believe one of them just ignored the FAMAS and just continued on with the mission. I'm gonna kill Glaive towards that camp position, no matter what happens.
Ooh, that's a bit unnecessary from Krabini. You have the bomb down. I guess was anticipating that they wouldn't be this close and would have already backed away, but has cost him his life and an upgraded weapon. And as a result, an AK now does trade hands into Kaspersky. But yeah, I think the execute there was so on point. Like, the flashes were incredible. They were immaculate. The A2 fully blinded. I wonder if it may have also hit one of those T's, which is why they looked like they were ignoring the FAMAS rather than maybe being blinded. I'll be curious to see that on the replay.
I think you're right. I definitely think that's the case, that they just couldn't see it. But I mean, it's also, I guess it works out well that, you know, one of them handles the FAMAS, the other one pushes forward. I think if they had seen it, both of them, they would have definitely stopped to shoot. But it did look really funny, didn't it? 4-4, all tied up, and money going to be an issue for a bit here. Timeout being called at the same time. I don't know, Vince, what's best? What's more, in terms of satisfaction? Is it like Deagle headshots? Are we talking USP headshots? Maybe, you know, no scopes with an AWP, or like double kills with a grenade? Do you have like a preference here for like something that just makes you feel like, oh, that's why I play Counter-Strike. That's what I play for.
I feel like for me, it's probably Deagle headshots, because I will never understand how pros are so good with the Desert Eagle, dude. I swear, I'm just getting sold faulty ones every time that just don't work properly, because on my screen, I'm clicking heads and like nothing happens. So when I get a Deagle headshot, like the once every year that it happens, it feels pretty good, bro. I'm not gonna lie. So probably that for me.
Imagine if it came out that it was just account bound when you made your account on Steam. It just like some deals just work better than others. Just be a massive, unbelievable class action lawsuit against Valve immediately with angry gamers. Just, I always knew. I was never bad. It was the account. I got the wrong account. All right, Krabani, he is dead and gone here. Nice start for ENCE. Again, this isn't really a particularly good buy. They don't have a lot of an economy either, so really important early on to make this work if they can. So spam through the doors. Cemetery unable to hit the shot in return. It's the MP9 for Glaive. Shuts down Makaz, and suddenly 5 versus 3, and a bit of desperation coming out here for NAVI Jr. A chance for ENCE to step right back into the first half. 4 rounds, I'd say it's already very good if they could get 5 already, and especially with these MP9s just wreaking havoc. It's Glaive out there in front fighting, really taking up the role as the, you know, SMG IGL, which has become such a popular thing, and it's so annoying to deal with. Works beautifully here.
That's one thing that Glaive is extremely good at doing. I'll hold that thought for a second, because this 1v2 is actually winnable. Jigs has already picked up 3. Oh, he fakes out, but he doesn't realize there's a player that's close, so he knows he hasn't dropped into window. There's no reason for Poddy to make moves away. He is stuck behind the smoke and still needs to pick the bomb up, but Poddy's now backed off. 20 seconds, his only real option is A. Could get the plant down, though, Anders, and if he does, the way he's had impact in this round, he could even seal this round and make it Navi's after all.
Kaspersky's actually proactively rotating here, so he's got a good internal clock telling him, all right, he's probably not going to be falling back now, so he's a lot closer than maybe Dukes is going to be ready for here. Throws out a grenade, but shot at the side. Kaspersky, kind of just a lot of the movement here working out very well for him. 1 kill on him, 1 kill on Poddy, but more importantly, ENCE winning the round. Remember, they brought 2 MP9s into it, so even if they lose 3 players, they're not going to care that much. They're going to make quite a bit of money, and they get to save an AK and the AWP. All in all, it's really successful. The only downside, really, is the fact that NAVI Jr. have a disgusting amount of money going into the rest of the half here.
Yes, they most certainly do. But ENCE already have 5 rounds in a seat to the side of Anubis, which is a disgusting amount of rounds to have in this position. So it's looking very much open for debate right now. But yeah, I mean, I love the way that Glaive plays almost like a sacrificial style of play. We saw this earlier on his nuke performance. He was constantly on the T side running in, almost intentionally dying so that Kaspersky could be activated. A fast start here for Cemetery, though, peering into A main. Flash out for SDY. It's good, and there's no avenging frag to be seen for NAVI Jr. It is a stolen, getting away with murder moment. ENCE will love every second of it.
Good Poddy repositioning in front of the T-smoke there. He wants the fight, and so does Kaspersky. Just it doesn't work out for him. Leg shot, I think, right in the shins of Makaz. Down to 16 health. And still plenty of time. Smoke has faded there towards main. Gotta be careful. Push right into it. Only one of them was really looking. And Natu got shut down. Glaive wanted to push in and look towards dark. And now they're running straight through the smoke to try and see if they can beat the timing. SDY gonna get the one. Glaive with the other one. Nice taps. 3 bullets left. And it's just Ukes here. 1 versus 2. He's trapped in the corner and ultimately taken down. They're both low on health at the end. But ENCE winning it. You get them clapping in the background. The audience is loving this moment right here. And they should be. This is an amazing early start here. ENCE on the CT side now. We know they're good on the map. We said it from the start. But to get 6 rounds already here is... That is pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's more rounds than they got against BETBOOM earlier, which they ended up taking into OT. So, boding very well indeed. I mean, looking at the big picture as well, as we have a little bit of downtime for a few moments, I would expect this to go 3 maps, Anders, assuming that ENCE do convert this. Next up is Ancient, and we saw NAVI Jr. just absolutely body ECLOT on Ancient earlier. They're very good on it. So it is like just building nicely into this very close grand finals that we were anticipating.
I mean, we deserve it, don't we? I feel like we've had some fantastic semis. Surely the grand final will follow along the same track, and so far so good. You mentioned earlier that Glaive is a big game player, and he's top fragging for his team at the moment with a 9-6 scoreline. That's unexpected, even if he is, you know, he's got the veterancy. We know what he could do, but what a time for him to step it up. 2-round difference. And NAVI Jr. now at a serious risk of getting blown out of the water here. They've got to be careful. The money is low once again, at least for some of them on the NAVI Jr. side. So winning this round is an absolute must.
I really think that this is Glaive's individually best map. He's always performing on it. SDY is going to trade back and forth, and Kaspersky up close. Glaive is there. Goes back in for seconds. Decent damage inflicted to both the remaining NAVI Jr. players. But importantly, they have control over B, and they're getting the plant down.
Grenade goes maybe just a bit too deep. I thought maybe that could have got a kill on at least one of them. But yeah, bomb planted. And Natu and SDY setting up for the retake. They've got the kits, but no real utility to play with. Cemetery, nasty angle there. Tapping away and doing a little bit of damage. Going to throw out the grenade around the corner to slow down. Natu is completely blocked, and Duke's coming in for it with a nice couple of kills. But I think that actually landing right on top of their face was... How do you peek that? How do you fight that when you've got debris on your screen instead? Some fist bumps are coming out, and ENCE end up losing the round. But again, everything from this point forward is just going to be... It's going to be a bit of a bonus for them. They're going to be fine with the 6 rounds. We'll see if they could get more, or if NAVI Jr. will tie up the game here towards the end of the half. It could be a 6-6, and again, it's still winnable for NAVI Jr. It's not like they've completely lost it, but it is... Yeah, it's a shame that they let go so many rounds in the beginning. It does buy a lot of space for ENCE to make a bit of a comeback into the second half. We'll see. It's SDY with the rifle. That's about the best weapon that they have, but again, the aggression for Glaive, that SMG, just so frustrating.
It's like they can't get settled. Every time NAVI Jr. try and take a pause for breath and figure out where they're throwing their nades, they're just getting pushed. They're getting bullied, slapped around by Glaive and Kaspersky. The 3v3 down. Both teams an even keel, but the arsenal weaponry will favor NAVI Jr. Makazi's also giving them that advantage. The timing here, though. The switch weapon I thought was going to get Dukes killed, but he stands his ground. Kaspersky from the back. But again, the plant down on the B site as the CT's trying to scamper in. Kaspersky on 7 HP, though. As soon as he comes out into the open, he's going to be a goner. And so 6-6, even scoreline going into the second half.
Honestly, quite a few ways that they could have ended up losing that. This early push here was pretty dangerous, and yeah, I don't know. A little bit too close for my taste. Works out in the end. And a 6-6, all tied up. Makaz getting the last one in there. Okay, then. That's the first half done. Demon kind of... Alright, just sat in the darkness, burning his eyes out on that screen. I guess he's fully focused at this stage. Couple of dualies been picked up here on the NAVI Jr. side. A lot of utility on the ENCE side. I think it makes me think it's instantly an A kind of executed, just with that much utility, especially with the Molotovs here. So many positions to burn out. Oh my god, they might not even need them. Kaspersky just casually clicking away like, yeah, I don't know, he's at the shooting range, shooting gallery, just taking down Demon and Makaz both.
Oof. Good shot from Krabini. SDY is not going to have any opportunity to try and wrap around now into the A main side, but there's still so much time on the clock. Like, Kaspersky getting those 2 picks outside of B main early doors has given ENCE such a categorical advantage, and now he's waiting for a wraparound from middle. Now, unknown to him, there is a player in pretty close proximity who we would have saw earlier on, Krabini, dealing with SDY. The timing here, and that's why he was hanging around. That's why he was allowing himself to be activated. The Julie spraying and praying, but only one of those prayers was answered. And now Cemetery needs to go above and beyond. Down to 57 already, being flanked in from his right-hand side. And he'll know that Kaspersky was last spotted in mid. So he'll have a good read of this position. The only downside here for ENCE is the bomb is dropped. So they have to go into the lines then. But there's too many. And they will eventually send him packing for the second pistol. ENCE regain the lead once more.
Such an intense moment. The 1v2 with the USP sort of trapped in there, but you kind of know as well on the T side. It's one slip-up, one little mistake there, and he gets a headshot on one of them. And that's not only a 1v1, but it also means he can escape while he's reloading everything else. You've got him boxed in, but it's not entirely clear that you're going to be able to find him. ENCE, I think winning the pistol round here is just such a huge momentum boost for them. Going to pick up a Mac-10s, and they're ready for a push in the middle. They kind of see it coming. Porty with 35 bullets in the Galil, but he's got one teammate with him behind. But yeah, that wide swing, super awkward. Kaspersky trying to make up for it and doing an excellent job. Still, if you're NAVI Jr., if you can save the Galil and the AK, that actually would be kind of sick.
I've got to say, Kaspersky's been a bit of a revelation to me at this tournament. I've seen him play a lot, but I've never seen him play consistently this well. And that's not a knock to him by any stretch. He's just been so damn good today and yesterday, respectively. 15 kills again. Super consistent through the entirety of today. It's just wild, man. I think he's got something like 105 kills today, just in those 2 best of 3s. And we're obviously still super early on in this BO3 itself.
Yeah, but you're not wrong. It's outrageous. It's a point that we raised even in the semi-final. We said, well, he's played good for 2 out of 2 maps. We can't expect a third one. It's just a lot. It's a lot to be good across that many maps. But Kaspersky is showing us he's ready to do that. He wants to. Natu getting the AK back, which I actually think is critical here. It's not that NAVI Jr. can't buy. They can. But giving over an AK to that CT side, even just one of them, it does even the battlefield quite a bit, so no reason to. Still, close game, 8-6. We all know that this next round for NAVI Jr. is probably going to be pivotal for them to continue the battle. If they lose here, then they're out of money, and ENCE, they don't really win the map yet, but they get very, very close at that point in time, so if NAVI Jr. are thinking about a shock comeback and to steal away the map pick of ENCE, then I think winning this first round here, I mean, that's the straightforward way to get there.
And for people that weren't able to tune into our semi-finals earlier and maybe unsure as to what we're talking about with Kaspersky's performance, I just looked up there the exact specifics. He dropped 40 kills on Nuke. 30 of those were in the first 20 rounds, so in regulation. And on Mirage, he was 20-9 in a complete demolition 13-4 scoreline. So just unreal. Into this round, though, early on, damage and an entry from who else but the pole powerhouse himself. And SDY is going to rinse through another player. It's just clinical. It's so easy for ENCE.
Yeah, almost no resistance. By the time it's too late, they'll get the kill on Kaspersky, but that shouldn't really matter. And look at the protocols here. ENCE taking nothing for granted. They know there's got to be somebody anchoring the A-bomb site that they haven't found yet. And they're just going to keep throwing more Molotovs at him. Solve the problem with fire. Duke's going to be getting that first one. Spins around, but there's just more players behind him. And Demon, you can't do anything, unfortunately. You're going to have to stay far away from the action. It's pretty sick. it's... You know, for those for the other old people that are hanging out in Twitch chat that have been watching Counter-Strike for too long, some of you might be old enough to remember a time when, you know, behind the Golden Five, they were really, you know, fully in control of Polish Counter-Strike, and, you know, which was for good reason, right? They obviously were an amazing squad, but one of the downsides of having so much focus on them and them sort of occupying the entire Polish scene was the fact that there was almost no talent development behind them. It just almost didn't exist. Obviously, eventually, we got Snacks out there, we got somebody like YaLLa, but even those players, it felt like sort of it struggled in some way to kind of carve out their own space, and I would say, you know, in the last couple of years, we're finally getting into some more interesting stuff. Like, we just saw Apogee, obviously playing over in PGL at Bucharest, and we got Kaspersky here, and we've got a couple of players that are sort of scattered around the space. So it's pretty cool to see Polish Counter-Strike getting a bit of a late revival. I'm into it, because they really, across the years, obviously historically, they produced some sick players. So more of that, please.
Historically as well, to be fair to ENCE, they've really tried their best to help the Polish region grow, because you go back to the previous iteration, Hades, Diha, Goofy, Kyla.
Yeah.
So definitely a team that doesn't mind getting Poles involved. In the meanwhile, though, ENCE against pretty much an eco half-buy, and it's more of the same. It's more carnage, mayhem, as they cut NAVI to pieces and move to a 10-round to 6 lead. Makaz, all he can really do is hold on to this A1S. But, I mean, ENCE are making this look very comfortable indeed.
Yeah, I mean, in cruise control, the only downside for us is that there's not much to talk about for NAVI Junior right now, because they are just getting blown out of the water. And especially in some of these rounds where it's not even like it's technically complicated for ENCE. They just find a good timing, they trust in a couple of flashes, and they get every opening kill that they could want. So nothing wrong with that, but they don't need to dig into anything super crazy. We're not talking about really elaborate fakes or anything like that. We actually can do some pretty cool fakes on the map, by the way. It's one of the perhaps underutilized features of it is the runtime if you're on the T side from outside of A through the dark position in the B bomb side is so much quicker than it is for the CTs to rotate through either the middle or CT spawn. So sometimes you can really beat that rotation a lot if you know what you're doing. And some of the top teams that are good at playing this map they're really, really good at exploiting it. But I mean, for ENCE, that they don't need to right now. It's not even a requirement.
Yeah, they can just keep pushing whole systems go, and it just doesn't seem like NAVI really have an answer for them. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, they can have rifles. It's they've got the pieces. You look at their buy, like, okay, cool, yeah, sure, something could happen here, but they're just expecting to see the scoreboard light up with Kaspersky or SDY. I mean, Poddy also been pretty good on Anubis in this event, and back at the MRQ. But he's not really been required that often either. Just down at 9 kills. Not that he's played bad, just he's been so damn dominant out in this game. Out through on the aiming side here, Anders, but like it's just poking and probing, and it doesn't seem like NAVI have found that aggression. You know, this is something they did against ECLOT. They were hyper aggressive, no respect was being shown. Well, it seems like they've gone back into their shell in this game.
Yeah, maybe beat back into their shell, but you're right. You can't necessarily afford that. Sometimes you have to fake it till you make it and try and shut down the opponent team here. Nice double nade on Krabani to begin with, so he's a little bit worse for wear. But we're also down about 50 seconds, so SDY just going to make sure that no one's holding this position. You can see that they're worried if they're going to be pushing into the A-bomb site. They're worried about the idea that someone could shoot them in the back almost immediately. So just trying to make sure they control that. Krabani's here in the middle. Kaspersky's on the other side. Is he going to try and go for one more entry? We're down to 30 seconds now. They're setting up. There's only one player at that A-bomb site. And the deep Molotov here is going to be set up. It's Kaspersky with another entry, assisted by the earlier HEs. Now, he will be going down to Makaz, but still 20 seconds, and they are slowly but surely pushing onto the site. They need to get around this corner here. Makaz, if he can win the fight, and he can. Poddy goes down, 11 seconds. The bomb being attempted, but I don't think they have a chance right now. They're so slowed down. ENCE, they might have overcooked it a little bit. Nice shot from Cemetery, and the clock has run down. And nothing that SDY could do but try and keep the M4 alive. As NAVI Jr. actually finally fight around, and he shut him down as well. He's got a lot of money, but that's finally something that's working out for them.
Yeah, something to be excited about. You know, you're talking before about just there hasn't been that much to get hype for with NAVI. It's been difficult to really build into sort of a narrative of them coming back into this matchup because of how one-sided it was. So at least we got something to be a little bit more optimistic about, I suppose. But I can't help but feel maybe ENCE were their own worst enemy there, Anders. Like you said, they were so slow. We saw this a lot on Nuke earlier against BETBOOM, where often executing with sort of 10 seconds left, and they were somehow snatching these rounds away, but it always felt like they were just a matter of milliseconds away from loss. NAVI punished them this time around, but let's see how ENCE retaliate and come back into this, because they can buy into the next round as well, whatever happens here. Got tons of money still.
Yeah, it's one of the many problems right now for NAVI Junior, having to fight through the money on the T side. Never a fun thing when you have to win not a whole string of rounds just to try and shut down the economy. Push coming out of the B bomb site, so a little bit of an adventure potential to shoot some of these ENCE players in the back. And look at the rest of the rotation for NAVI Junior. They have such great intel on what's happening, and ENCE don't realize yet, but most of this has already been figured out. Nice shot for Cemetery. Demon goes down. Krabani actually going to get shut down as well. Gotta be careful here that you don't lose control of the round. You had it lined up for you, but it's not quite over yet. Kaspersky in the 1 versus 3, and he's going to pick up the first one. Still has the bomb. At about 30 seconds here, 40 seconds. This can be won by him.
They sure can. Starting to get a little bit worried, though, how top-heavy this is on ENCE. Like, earlier on, everyone was pulling their weight, but now Kaspersky really is pulling away from the rest of the pack, quite literally in this round, but also in the overall standing. May need somebody else to lend him a helping hand. He's going to try and go it solo here, though. Does have the main position alongside him. They do have a smoke, though, they can toss in. Lack of kick could be a problem, but Cemetery connects the shot. I think that reaction says it all. He knows he was on the brink of pulling that off. So close and yet so far.
I wonder if maybe I'm just throwing my own experience in. I wonder if it almost looked like the kind of spray where you actually think you had the kill, so you sort of stop. You feel like, okay, I've lined it up, I've landed the bullets that I need to, and you know, almost on autopilot, just kind of say, oh, never mind. And then because one of them clipped the wall or whatever, you don't actually get it. And then it did look like a bit of frustration because he had a good lineup for it there. Nice attempt regardless. It's going to be NAVI Junior to pick that one up. So 8 to 10, getting a bit closer. And finally putting some strain on the ENCE economy. We're down to a couple of Mac 10s here. If they can win this next one, NAVI Junior, then the conversation opens up again, and maybe they can start to make a bit of a comeback here. They need some of their players warmed up, but they're not doing too badly all of a sudden here. CEST, though, the jump through with the Mac 10, and Jukes just can't stand up to it. Bomb plant sure to follow us. The rest of ENCE flood onto the A-bomb side.
This is precisely why, Anders, I have no problem when ENCE decide, or Glaive, I should say, decides to execute with like 10 seconds. Because then when you throw in just a straight-up rush, it catches the opposition totally off guard. Now, they still need to convert from here. The weaponry is definitely against them. Oh, there's a way forward there for Glaive with the Mac 10. The spray not quite there for Potty, though. Only gets one. A low, weakened SDY has managed to snake his way around the smoke, but another one's been deployed on the side. He's going to have to give his position away by charging in, and Demon fends him away. NAVI Junior bring the deficit down to just the one. And they're straight back in this matchup.
Very, very nice retake. Obviously, ENCE lacking some of the weapons that you would have wanted, but still, that's not necessarily easy to pull off here. Demon, nice shot onto Natu and holds the line at the end for the defuse, so a step in the right direction. Now, they did get the bomb planted, and the round loss bonus also started to pick up, so I think ENCE are saying, you know what, either way, we're going to have more of a round loss bonus, and if we can keep getting the bomb planted, why not apply more pressure? Why not make sure their money is going to be low all the time? So, yeah, even if they lose this round, if they get about 3 kills, they will still be quite happy with it, ENCE, and they can keep NAVI Junior in a weird position. Krabani, though, nice couple of shots there. It's a bit of a slow start for him in terms of the frags alone. He's up to 7 now behind that double kill. We know that he could do much more than that.
Great crosshair placement. Jukes reaps the benefit of that. Glaive, in the meanwhile, though, tries to get aggro through the smoke, but it's the same result. Demon unrelenting. And need to try to maybe pick up a kill or two and make this a bit more costly, but NAVI Jr., from being in the doldrums, being in a position where it looked as though things were going to slip away, it was 10-6 after 4 rounds in a row to ENCE, and now we are all even once more. I would almost entice Glaive to call a timeout here, because I feel like this is such an important round, Anders. The overall stature of the map, the momentum, everything.
Yeah.
But he decides against it. He's going straight in again.
Again, maybe that's down to the fact that they really want to keep the momentum and the pressure on here for NAVI Jr. They want to make it a bit relentless, but we're getting to crunch time officially. NAVI Jr. have actually woken up into the second half. Makazi's up to 17 kills, so is Demon, and Dukes is there at 14. So regardless, they've got a trio of players that are actually hitting really hard at the moment. Now is that the time for slip here for NAVI or for your ENCE? You've got to keep the focus. They look like they were in cruise control to win their own map pick here, but some doubts are starting to set in. Ancient is the second map pick by NAVI Jr. We know they're going to be good on it as well. Makaz sneaking forward behind that smoke. Just wanted to see if he could find a bit of luck there. Under a minute, and the bomb. Still not really sure where to go with it. You could see the back at T-spawn. They can go wherever they want at the moment. They're waiting for something. And in the middle, it is Krabani pushing up, but he'll fish that kill onto Glaive. And so much time off the clock. That's really well played.
Timing is spectacular there. Takes the kill, just backs away. And ENCE can't do anything about it, but they are sneaking in. Demon, though, using the pillar to have his back covered. STY, forward position. Even if he does pick off one, it's going to have to be more than that. As they start to wrap around from the main side, suddenly there's only one defender left, and it is Makazi. He's trying to stop the rotation come through from the A side of the map, but it doesn't necessarily need to be there for much longer, because the site has been taken. I say that as they deny the bomb plant, and everything unravels in front of ENCE's eyes. 5 seconds to go, gonna have to stick on the bomb plant. They'll successfully get it down, because Symmetry stuck behind the pillar. But his teammate now's to come. Full circle, Symmetry with the flick. STY all that remains, and as he goes back in, he's gonna fall prey to the AWPer, and NAVI Jr. now take the lead.
They really, you weren't wrong. They really had the sight for about 1 second, and then the flank came in. Krabani got the jump down. He stopped the bomb from being planted and allowed for everything that followed. This right here, there's a moment in time here where NAVI Jr., they're in a little bit of a panic mode. ENCE, I can't believe it. They nearly had this round. Down to the 2v2. Symmetry, close and personal with the AWP, takes them down. And now, suddenly, NAVI Jr. with a bit of a lead here. 11-10. This is terrifying. In the middle, the flash, I don't think it could have been any better, but somehow Krabani manages to jump out of there. Takes a bit of damage for it. SDY, can he find an opening? He's very aggressive. Makazi's gone down, and you could see he really wants to fight his way back here. And sick of losing these rounds. He had the crosser right there. SDY, how is he getting beat in that fight? Duke's just 16 years old. I mean, he's got the reflexes to follow that.
It's one of those kind of deaths where if you SDY, just like, fair enough, dude. Just better. Crazy shot. And now ENCE, having conceded the last 5 rounds, including multiple plants, living by the clutches in their previous Anubis attempt when they faced off against BETBOOM, and now indeed losing by them. As the smoke going to be replenished over on the A main side. ENCE mainly centralized as the bomb is traversing through the T spawn. So it does look like B is going to be their final destination. Effectively a 2-2 formation, so it would be a 4-on-2 if they push there sooner rather than later. Yep. But as we've seen so often is the case, Anders, that's only half of the problem.
It is, and also the 2-2 allows for a really forward CT position here, so they're going to be really fast to rotate through that dark one. I mean, it's a question of timing right now, but that A defense is not going to be stationary. They're already pushing out now, trying to get down to the river. This could be a sick timing coming out for NAVI Jr. It's been spotted by Poddy, I think. Krabani's burned alive, and they're going to find Demon as well. I don't think Poddy knows. He knows about the deep player, but not sure where Dukes is. He's all the way in front. The bomb being stopped again. Another shot. Native goes down, and clock is running out. Symmetry. He He's right here, throws in the grenade, and it might just blow him open. He's gonna barely live through that one, and the bomb gets planted. He knows where somebody is there, but he's gonna get Glaive and a headshot on Kaspersky. What a sick clutch! And disaster strikes the ENCE camp here. They had the round again. They really did. But again, the retake from Dark, it catches them off guard. There's always one more player coming in for that retake. And again, they end up losing it.
Cemetery clutching with an AWP for a double, and this time with the A1S. A different weapon, the same outcome. And Party was in disbelief. Couldn't believe it. Last time these two teams played each other on Anubis, it ended up being a win for NAVI Jr. at 13-11 back at the end of February. Is history going to repeat itself, or maybe NAVI will just get it done a bit cleaner this time around? The thing is that's devastating for ENCE is they've had tons of opportunities and chances here, but the entry is clean. Makaz caught with a grenade.
Yeah, SDY. I mean, he tried to do something like that last round towards that Dark position. He's really, really trying to force his way back into the game. Oh dear, Kaspersky. I have no idea what happened. I don't know how he hit that shot either. We're gonna have to see that from his point of view. Been slowly moving forward here. SDY battle, and yes, I'm gonna get the easy spray down. Timing couldn't have been any better. Grabani blows up.
Glaive. He's decided it's his time to step things up. So screw it, I'll do it myself. And ENCE have picked up the round. Two hugely impactful entries for Glaive. You can see they're far from happy. They know that they had every opportunity to put this map down some time ago. That's a ridiculous shot. That's massive.
At a case time now. What a way to get started. It is the grand finals here. Everything on the line. So watching both the teams fight this hard to stay in it right now. ENCE looking to see if they get this one into overtime. Otherwise, it would be with NAVI Jr., especially because ENCE had a great first half. You can see it right here. 6 rounds on the CT side. Normally, you would say that's brilliant. That's a setup for a maybe not a clean victory, but at least a favorable position going into the second half. And then they also won the pistol in the second half and went on a bit of a streak there. So it was all pointing towards ENCE walking away with a pretty good victory on this one. But somehow NAVI Jr. coming back into it. Cemetery with some wild clutches. Makaz started to step it up. Dukes as well. 18 kills. And now Makaz is up here with the SMG. Very close. I don't think SDY knows. He's jumping to look over. Some spam coming through. More from the other side, but he overstretched. He stepped too far and got shut down himself.
Wouldn't this just be a classic for us to hit yet another overtime today? While watching ENCE, they are addicted to OTs, it would seem. That's assuming they can still get this round and make it theirs. Looking good. Kaspersky opening his account alongside Party, and the B site is ripe for the taking. Flashing away Krabini. And his teammate is partner in crime with Dukes, who's had a lot of hugely impactful moments. I mean, surely a 2v5 is asking too much. Can this really happen?
See, they're doing such great work here, ENCE. Even though they could have just fought them straight up and probably won anyway, but they throw the smokes, the flashes, and everything else. They really, really make sure. And they're going to get the flank at the end of overtime in effect, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect for the grand final, isn't it? Super, super well done. Kaspersky, a big reason why they were able to do a lot of this. I mean, he did cool off a little bit towards the end of regulation here, but I can't blame him because at the end of it, like, he played such a sick game that that you can't really be too disappointed with it. He had so many entries. Now they just have to do it all over again. First to pick up 16 rounds here.
I really can't blame him at all because it was about 8 or 9 hours ago when he was popping off on Nuke to kick off the day. So, I mean, the guy's had a long old day of carrying. Let him off if he has a couple of weaker moments. Double entry in play. Makazi, aggression, double stack for the main push, but SDY catches him. As it looks like he was trying to juggle weapons. I'm not entirely sure why he was still in that position, but he gets punished all the same.
Yeah, he wanted to pick it up. It's one of those things, I think, where he wasn't quite close enough, so it looked insanely awkward. Probably, you know, hitting G to try and see if he could swap out the weapons, but not quite able to. Kerbani, Dukes, 2 versus 3 here. ENCE, I feel like, fortunate to get back in. I don't know how Makaz got both the kills on the spray down there, because they were at different elevations. Oh, don't tell me it's going to be another retake coming in from this dark position. They've done it so many times already, NAVI Jr., but this time SDY sends them a little bit further away. Good shot. This Kerbani instead, and leaves Kaspersky. Now would be a good time for the peek as they're throwing a grenade. Actually, that grenade is going to block off his teammate. That's not ideal, but it might not matter at all. The captain will do the job. Just leave Dukes out of it. Nice double for Kerbani, and the retake looks pretty solid here. NAVI Jr. into the first round in overtime.
Spot on, though. Like, if Kaspersky takes down Kerbani there, he effectively Molotov'd his teammate and put him in prison in Con. So that could have been really awkward. Oh, well. You got it done anyway, so no harm, no foul, I guess. 13-12.
Damn. Heartbreaking for ENCE, though. Losing these T-side rounds, I mean, it's never fun, but in overtime, you know it counts a lot more. Grenade there, bouncing down. They're sitting inside of the flames, but they will still take down Kaspersky. They do receive a lot of damage on a couple of players there, and I think some early HE landing on Kerbani too, so it's technically obviously a 4-on-5, but there are maybe some easier fights coming up for ENCE if they can find the right position.
Big if, though. NAVI have still plenty of utility and enough healthy bodies that they can hold on to most of these angles. The flashbang through and a double wide swing again. But SDY was able to pivot out of the double doors, otherwise he would have been a dead man. This is going to put a lot more pressure on Makazi, though. Oh, they nearly lined up for a double. One may be good enough, though, because now the information comes through that it is going to be a B-sided hit. And although they've been smoked off for the time being, they will have the player advantage once it clears.
There is an incendiary picked up there from SDY. Gotta wonder if there's a way to put that into use. Double HE as well. ENCE have some interesting utility for the after part, but they do need to win some fights. Shot onto Kerbani is very low already, and Poddy just trying to stay alive in the corner. Duke's going to be going down at the same time. And this bomb is ticking already quite a bit. Nice shot onto Glaive, but it's not done yet. Poddy, nice shot at range. He just played it so safely against Kerbani, and those are the kind of moments where you really want to see him step up. It's also SDY, I think, hitting a quad kill in that round, up to 22 overall. What an important round for ENCE.
Yeah, when you consider that at one stage, Kaspersky was 20 kills and 9 deaths, and we were discussing how top-heavy it was when that comeback started. The fact that SDY now has kind of leapfrogged into the same position at 22 alongside Kaspersky really goes to show just how much he's shifted through the gears. And that could be a main difference maker. Both Orpers miss out on their shot. Ceasefire called, but it is the T's that are pushing up close into the smoke.
Oh.
I think that's Glaive.
Yeah, but look at this on the CT side as well. They want to go for it. Flash is devastating. Poddy had no chance to do anything about that. And now they're going to be walking through. This is a sick move from Glaive. I can't believe he's getting away with this. He does fire a bit early and gets traded out, unfortunately. But still, it's created a bit of a distraction. The bomb is in T-spawn, but there's also a CT player that's essentially flanking this forward push. It's all-out chaos. ENCE, they might end up losing this A position before they can even get the bomb there.
Oh, he's sneaking up on them. Does he just go B? I think B actually is the call here. He knows multiple players are going to be on the A side. That's why can SDY survive? And the answer is no. Will not survive or thrive. Instead, it's Demon that shuts him down with the USP, but enough time has elapsed. Then now Kaspersky can get the plant down. Oh. Yes, he's going to be against 3 players, but there's a lot of time that he can now utilize to fall back.
If he knows how he can Molotov this bomb from out here, he actually has the Molotov. It can be done. Now, I don't know if he's done that level of research, but it's not that hard. It really isn't. That would be a disgust. Oh, no, they've picked up a smoke in the meantime. I don't think they had one, but now they do. So whatever the play is, the Molotov is not going to be the most efficient way to do it. Now it becomes about the pure kills instead. Doesn't quite get the headshot there, and they'd already thrown the smoke just to be absolutely safe. Kaspersky's going to end up going down, and it will be another good round here for NAVI Junior. This is a strong start for them. 2 out of 3 rounds on the CT side. Not bad.
That's a very good return, considering they'll be moving through onto that T side. Yeah, I think Glaive's going to be kicking himself, though. He managed to make that really nice move, the cool move through the smoke, and it's like he snatched at the opportunity. I think if he plays that, it's very easy for us to say, right? Like, hindsight's always 20/20, and of course he's going to be on a razor's edge. But like, you saw it from his reaction afterwards. He's like, "God damn it! Like, I had that. I had that round. I had the play there. I could have been the difference maker."
Yeah, and the frustration comes from knowing that. I mean, it really was a great play. Right? You did all the hard work to get into the position, and you just, you miss it by a couple of bullets. SDY incredibly flashed, but none of that matters apparently. Makaz and Kerbani still both go down, trying to march their way through the smoke, and that is not what they were looking for here. NAVI Junior, a little bit worse for wear at the start of the second half of overtime. Duke's going to be taking down Potty, and swing comes in. SDY is just so aggressive. He's back to that fearless Counter-Strike that we saw earlier in the semifinal, and it's incredibly enjoyable. He does play like he has absolutely no respect for the people that he's up against.
Yeah, he's got that kind of personality, doesn't he, where it doesn't feel like he's really phased or gets knocked out of his comfort zone or his element at any point. Even when he's having rough games, you barely see it on his face or how he's reacting. In the meanwhile, though, NAVI Junior throwing down the smokes onto the key choke points of Heaven and the Cams. And so they don't really want to send anyone in here to try and deny the bomb plant because they have strength in numbers. The other side of that, though, is if Demon gets that entry back through into Nightsuit, there's a way forward. Cemetery picked up a bunch of clutches when he's on the CT side. Over on the B side, but A will not fare the same. He goes down without much of a fight, and we are even once again.
Yeah, tied game. And they've got to be a bit nervous here. So much on the line for them to win this map pick. But tying up the game is not a bad start. Natu, super important that he just falls back and stays alive. He did spot them early on, and there could have been a temptation. It's a 4 versus 2, so if you're Natu and you're thinking, you know what, I probably can just win one of these kills. Maybe there's a way. If you die, though, it does open up the chance for a 2v3 clutch for NAVI Junior. So love to see that he doesn't fall for it. Just play the numbers instead. Duke's out here. I wonder if he got spotted. It did almost look like Natu could have had a chance to see him, but now it's the AWP. They definitely didn't realize that. He just back turned to the AK, and a couple of kills to break open this A defense completely. SDY back here. Smoker's up as well. Does he really want to try and come through it? It's going to be Glaive on the one side, but they both get absolutely slapped out of the round. The Dukes again. He is a monster. 24 kills, a triple in this round. And that means NAVI Junior are going to have a chance here to win the map in the next round.
Indeed, they shall. It will be either the second OT, or it will indeed be NAVI Junior taking ENCE on their choice of map, and then moving across to Ancient, where they will definitely be the favorites. So, really a pretty terrifying prospect for ENCE into this next round. Kaspersky's looking for exit frags. Wants to hold on to the AK as well, of course. It's a massive bonus and benefit over either of the A4s. So if you can hold on to this, that is going to be a pretty nice bonus. But it doesn't stop the fact that NAVI Junior, against the odds, being taken into OT, being a massive deficit at one point at 10-6 behind, are on the brink of moving to Ancient, one map away from winning the grand finals. What can ENCE do about it here, though? Can they take us into second OT?
I'm going to find out right now. That forward position with Duke, you could see. I thought maybe he had, but instead he was playing anti-flash behind the AWP, and I mean that's not a bad idea. But when the T's have already crossed like that, all you're doing is showing your back, and you could see in that early kill there, just no idea that they were there. Disappointing way to go down. You kind of know as soon as it happens as well that, oh no, everything is going to fall apart from here on out. NKJ sat down. This is where they need to really summon every last bit of strength. For ENCE, it's about getting into double overtime and resetting the grand finals a little bit here. Navi Junior, strong opportunity. If they win the map pick events, then it's an open road. See if they can claim the first prize here, the first place. How incredible would that be for a team like Navi Junior? Again, like we said, not too many opportunities. Na2 shuffling around and AWP back there on the high ground, but it's a very slow start for Navi Junior. Flash out coming in. They are hearing that. Kaspersky, all right. Still eats Demon, no chance.
See a world there where he just double dink Glaive in the back of the head, but SDY, doesn't matter with his flash, doesn't matter if there's smokes in his eyes, he's still going to have his in mid. And it's looking like they will take us to second OT. It's up to a moment of individual brilliance, perhaps, as Dukes tries to get up close, does get the first frag, but he's heavily tagged in the process. 24 HP left. They've managed to brute force their way onto the site, though, for enough of the post plant. So maybe, just maybe, ENCE may fumble this yet.
They really wanted to find some utility there, I think, but there's none. They just have no grenades. It's down to good old-fashioned Counter-Strike. Mechanics with the AK. For ENCE, setting up a little bit here. Grenade will blow in Jukes. That doesn't make anything any easier. 2 versus 4, now into a 1 versus 4. The Cemetery, just too many people on the other side. Great work. NKJ definitely satisfied with that, and it will be double overtime as a result. ENCE, they keep it alive, they keep it going. And SDY, I mean, it was a great shot for the smoke there. He heard the footsteps, obviously. It's not like he's just guessing, but still, it looks a little bit easy when you see the X-ray on that. You think, oh yeah, sure, I understand how that works. But in the game, to hear footsteps and just say, oh, I'm just gonna time it perfectly like that, it's pretty sickening.
How many OTs have ENCE played for? Is this thing?
I think it might be something like that. I've lost count. My brain isn't, even at the best of times, Vince, not working fully. It's a lot, you know?
I hear you, man, I hear you. It's an age thing as well, I'm sure. I feel you for sure.
Age.
Yeah.
With the internet, you know. I've spent a lot of time on
yeah.
Instagram Reels, Vince. You know, it's rough out there.
A lot of brain rot. It's having effects now.
Yeah. Apparently, there is a quick little issue to be sorted out. So, I guess it's not a bad time to maybe have, again, just a little bit of a tech timeout to get everyone all fired up, you know, going into more overtime. What is the wire situation in the background there for? Was that Cemetery or somebody else? I can't remember, but that looked like it was out of control. It's like an electrical fire waiting to happen.
I didn't see it, but the way you're explaining it, I'm glad I didn't. I feel like it would play into a bit of OCD, perhaps. So we've had a cactus. We've had what's this?
I think he's being crowned at the moment. It's a coronation at this stage. It almost worked.
An attempt was made.
That hard. I'm surprised more people don't try to do this. A way to stand out, you know, get your own personal branding, stand out from the crowd. If I was a player, I would surely this is the kind of stuff I would focus on. Maybe this is why I never went pro Vince, but I'm just saying, you know, you've gotta find your own personal thing. Okay, they're back.
Well, we've already discussed that you're going to become a coach, right? So you can still do it, Anders, just from the NKJ position, I guess.
It would be sick to be a coach with like a big golden crown and a scepter in my hand. I feel like that there's something about that sort of speaks to me, Vince. You know, the first coach / king that's gonna the king of Counter-Strike. There's something there. I'm gonna build on it. Maybe like a huge robe, like a red and golden robe. You know, I might work on that. You know, just make it outrageous.
Yeah, well, workshop that.
Yeah.
Definitely could work.
Insist on the players carrying me onto the stage. Something like that.
Well, they're crawling, like you're just on their back. Exactly. It takes 15 minutes for you to enter the building, but it's worth it, of course.
Yeah. We'll workshop that some more. Oh, Kaspersky, he's so aggressive. We're out of that timeout into double OT, and he's like, you know what? They're not going to be ready for this, and they certainly weren't. What a wild play.
Yeah, I love that he utilized his spawn. Had the best spawn for the mid-push and used every single step to his advantage. SDY also helped him out. Picked up a kill of his own. A second as well in middle for SDY.
Look at the push out of B.
Really good performance again.
they've already pushed out a B this whole time while SDY was in the middle. Kaspersky a bit awkward. Maybe the grenade can't get the job done. Hunting him down. He's just barely alive, but they get Kaspersky. There's 7 and 4 health left here on the Navi juniors. They can't win this round. Not with 11 health combined. I'm not buying it. I don't believe it all.
And like you mentioned, there was a rotation already from Glaive, so I think he sat underneath the bridge, underneath the window, in case they tried to rotate back. Maybe it is.
No.
Maybe they'll make a believer out of you yet, Anders.
Stop. He's got a grenade, so if he gets the first one and throws it on the high ground, no! 11 health and a 2 versus 2 clutch. Navi Jr. They have no business, so they've used all their luck in this round. That is disturbing, to say the least. And ENCE, they might not even know how low they were. When they watch the demo, they are going to hate Counter-Strike for at least a couple of hours.
2v4. A 2v4 that you've lost. It's second OT at the grand finals. And you've allowed NAVI Jr. not to win on 11 HP, but to pick up a 2v4 and put you on the back foot instantly. Kaspersky, nade out, good damage done. And more importantly, it stops them from pushing in with the incendiary, but now they're going to be throwing in their own grenades. They're counteracting, counter-striking onto the site. Demon removes the header body, and now the floodgates open. The site is theirs.
Just relentless here. The madness continues. Nade 2. Nice pre-fires. The smoke was clearing up, but more grenades being thrown in and slow them down. The smoke should put a bit of an end to it, but actually way too much success for ENCE early on. They're powering through, blowing open the smoke. I can't believe they're so successful. Cemetery trying to clutch it again, but ENCE getting away with murder on this one. The fact is, Navi Jr. kept fighting at dark position way past the point where it could be justified. If they would have left it alone, they even had a smoke to set it up, but they lost like 2 or 3 players before that smoke lands. Look at this battle here. They just keep on fighting. If they just throw the smoke and leave it alone, I don't think ENCE even have a chance to get into the bomb site here. That's really rough.
Just one step forward and a couple steps backwards. It feels like for Navi Jr. that really should have been their round. After winning an audacious, ridiculous 2v4 that should never have even been close. We are starting to see that aggression is getting punished, and I'm glad that Cemetery showed us firsthand. It's maybe getting a bit obvious now. ENCE aren't really playing default. They're not really playing passive on the CT side. They're constantly pushing, and I can respect the hell out of it, but Navi Jr. have got to a point where they understand what's happening, and they're just picking apart ENCE.
Yeah, they're so locked in right now. Not worried about the double OT. Not worried about the fact that they're playing ENCE at all. They said as much in the interview earlier. SDY, nice kill. But unfortunately, the flash was a bit too much and he ends up going down. It's Makaz finding some good production in this round. 23 kills overall. It's a real team effort, though. Everyone's kind of here. A 2 versus 4. The Navi Jr., they should win every single time. Nade2 trying to get a bit of a peek in, but he unfortunately finds the AWP, so Poddy, the last one left, and it's just a question of going as a group and make sure you can find a way to trade out the kills. They even have smokes and everything else, so they can really nullify this AWP. We'll see if he's going to find it. I mean, he has to basically get 2 kills before they even know what's going on here, and from the looks of it, he might just almost get shot in the back again. The time to kill for some of these young Navi players, it's disgusting, isn't it?
Yeah, 16-year-old Lithuanian. Around the corner, instant headshot. Not much you can say about that one. And NAVI Jr. now 17-16 in the lead. That is a ridiculous shot at the end.
Lithuanian, more like Lithuanian Vince. I've crowbarred it right in there, and you can't stop me either.
Smooth, yeah. Smooth.
Some of my best work all day, really. 17 and 6. I did warn you. My mind melted already in, I think, the first semi-final. So now we're just running on whatever the Ghost of Anders is. Makaz going to be pushing down into this one. Pretty early incendiary. Almost wonder if that was designed to maybe stop, you know, a bit of a late smoke that could have been coming in. But none of that's happening at the moment. Trade comes through. Poddy escaping the flames. He's taken a bit of damage, perhaps. And they're still pushing out aggressively, trying to win this fight. How are they getting away with that? That should have been a bit of a shutdown. Now they're fighting Nate. They just don't care, Navi Jr. It is a 2 versus 2, and they just keep the battle happening. They've already been found out. ENCE, I'm almost furious on their behalf here. How do they have the guts, Navi Jr., to just keep pushing in spite of the fact that they're pushing into a choke point where the T's are on the other side waiting for them, and they know they're coming?
I love this instant rotation from Cemetery as well, though, but walk through the smoke, Kaspersky! Switching to the sidearm, P2000 doesn't get the kill, but Glaive down at 12, and Cemetery's already up close. But this is where that game sense comes in. Glaive realizes, right, I'm low HP. Chances are they've gone for a rotation. I need to just clear my back line and then potentially go over on the B site. If he continues to aggress over here, he will have a plant in, and at that point, anything is possible. This is such an important moment. If he loses this, it's 2 map points this time to NAVI Jr.
Really comes down to this, but you're absolutely right, though. Even the low health here, it might not really be that much of a difference at the moment. Cemetery has, I think, smartly picked up an AK at the same time. Gonna be rushing for it. Bomb does get planted. There is a smoke and a Molotov on either side, but I think Glaive has already used his, throwing them straight out there. We'll see if he can find a place to hide. Cemetery sneaking in, and Glaive in the smoke, holding his breath, trying to stay real silent. He's got the volume up at 200, hoping that Cemetery makes a mistake. It's going to be a tap on the bomb, and Glaive, ice cold, falls further back. He's not biting, he's actually countering it. He calls the bluff, and now the Molotov comes out. Glaive has to peek into it. There's no choice beyond that. If he had a bit more health, then maybe it could have worked, but it's another clutch, this time a 1 versus 1 for Cemetery.
I think that's his 3rd clutch he's picked off on the B site now. By himself, he's just running rampant on this half of the map. I love the idea from Glaive. I think he played that about as well as he could have.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it wasn't good enough because of his low HP. And you're completely spot on. He had to peek it. If he goes on the other side of the temple, it's just going to be a defuse, and the round's done anyway. So out into the open he comes, and Cemetery once again coming out clutch. 2 map points now for NAVI Jr. They just need to find success. They're 1 step closer to winning the grand finals.
What a struggle. What a way to begin finals after a long day of Counter-Strike, and then it's right back into the heat of things here. Cemetery repositioning, wondering if they're going to be peeking over that at some point. There are some sides that will try and boost over the smoke there to see if they can catch anyone, but it's not the case for the minute. Speaking of boosts, almost looked like they wanted to set up one for themselves here. They do have, at least for the minute, 3 people at the B-bomb site, but one of them is rotating back through the middle. Now would be a good time for ENCE to hit this. Remember, they're looking now for further overtime. Cemetery gets the first one in here. ENCE frozen out of the bomb site. This is actually a bit of a disaster for them.
They'd been properly stalled. Now there's going to be HEs where that came from. A bit more damage. Not really any significant HP lost on NAVI Jr., but they have rotated the bulk of their players over here with a bit of mid-presence. They don't actually have anyone on A site itself. They're now going to correct that decision. But ENCE only have 40 seconds and have very little of the map under their control.
Look at Makaz. The fact is, there's 2 people towards that dark position, or at least near it. I doubt if you're going to be ready for Makaz. Now, he's pushing a little bit further away, but there's a chance here that ENCE go into the bomb site. Even if they find the entries, Makaz is probably going to be there quickly to shoot them in the back. It's down to 23 seconds. They're still not... They don't have the read, NAVI Jr. They don't actually know ENCE are about to recommit into this one, but the incendiary to slow them down. What an insane timing. 13 seconds left. Cemetery again landing a shot. This should be enough to hold them back, and they do get a couple of headshots here. Makaz, like I said, showing up in the dark, and it's enough to slow them down. There's no time. He can't plant the bomb. Makaz to end it, and in double over to NAVI Jr. to steal away the map pick of ENCE.
Delight for NAVI Jr. and devastation for ENCE. They had the chance. A 10-6 lead that went into multiple overtimes. And NAVI Jr. have punished them. To Ancient we move next, Anders. I mean, the kryptonite, the curse continues. That is now going to be 7-1 over the last few months. NAVI with 7 wins over ENCE in multiple maps, multiple times over. They just can't seem to put them down for good.
A frustrating feeling when you're playing a team in a grand final and they somehow just have your number. They found a way to do it. I mean, I think Potty did say yesterday he knew that this was likely to happen. He kind of knew that they were going to be pretty good and that he wanted a chance to really beat them because they've been struggling so much against them. Well, fortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case right now. Early map, and it goes the way of NAVI Jr. Look at the team performance this is. Semifinal and Makaz, but then Dukes as well up there with 27 kills. They're so incredibly efficient. It must be kind of a frustrating feeling for a lot of the ENCE players here, because I've said it earlier, but I'll say it again. It feels like if the fight lasts more than, a second, they instantly fire back, and it's instant headshots. It's just amazing.
Yeah, the mechanical display on NAVI Jr. is genuinely terrifying. It's like being against multiple donks almost. Like, I'm not going to say they're on the same level as donk, but it feels like they're not too far off. So I don't know how you deal with that one, but they've got to try and recollect themselves and move into this next map and come back swinging.
That is exactly what's on the menu. Second map coming up off the grand finals after the break. Stay tuned.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions! YaLLa, let's go!
we're going to play a game now. It's called Counter-Strike Scrabble. So how this works is we put up a word and it's related to Counter-Strike. So it can be something you can do in the game, something you can use in the game. Maybe it's a team and you have to try and guess what the word is. Are you ready?
NAVI Junior.
Good job. Let's see what the second one is. This is a bit
Wow.
tougher.
I don't know the correct word, but it's Molotov for city.
Incendiary grenade.
Yes.
There we go. Good job. I'll give you a clue. It's a skin.
Dragon lore.
Good job. My clue helped. Let's try another one.
Full buy.
Correct.
Ninja defuse.
That's correct. Well done. I think we have one more, yeah.
Flick.
That's correct. Good job, guys. You got all of them. That's really impressive. Now we're going to play a game called Best in CS. So this is going to be like best team of all time and then best CS map. I'm going to let Demon choose. Do you want to do best teams or do you want to do best maps?
Let's go with maps.
So, Demon, Inferno or Cash?
Cash.
Cash or Overpass?
Cash.
Cash or Dust 2?
Dust 2.
Dust 2 or Mirage?
Dust 2.
Dust 2 or Nuke?
Nuke.
Nuke or Anubis?
Nuke.
Nuke or Ancients?
Ancient.
Ancients or Vertigo?
Vertigo.
Ew. Vertigo or Train?
Vertigo.
Vertigo or Cobblestone?
I started playing when there was Cobblestone, but I will choose Vertigo.
So best CS map according to Demon is Vertigo.
Yeah.
I'm judging you hard. Okay, Jukes, your turn. We're going to do best team, and this is best team of all time. Okay? Spirits or G2?
G2.
G2 or FaZe?
FaZe.
FaZe or SK Gaming?
FaZe.
FaZe or NIP?
FaZe.
FaZe or Virtus Pro?
FaZe.
FaZe or Cloud9?
FaZe.
FaZe or Vitality?
FaZe.
FaZe or Navi?
NAVI.
Navi or Astralis?
NAVI.
You wanted to say FaZe and you couldn't because you're with Navi Junior, right? Okay, now we're going to play a game called Guess the Player. So you need to try and guess who this is.
Okay. Huh?
What?
Bro, but this is me also. I know this is me.
It's you?
Yeah.
Okay.
This was easy actually.
Yeah, for you for sure.
For me, yeah, bro. I hope next one is you.
Good job. Let's see what the next one is.
Bro, I have no clue. Maybe it's me.
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's you.
No, yeah, it's me, I think.
Okay, now we cooked.
Now, yeah, you guys have done a really good job here. This is very impressive.
Ties is just jumping across, doesn't want to die to that AWP here. It's on NightU now to get the timing, and he lines them up, rolls a strike. It's a 4K spray down, and nobody's ready for it.
Out, got so many targets. And he's gonna try and expertly navigate it. He's spreading the needle. How is he doing this? That's 3, could be 4, and that shot down. BETBOOM south.
We had a very streaky start, but now it's tough to separate them. Zorta's going to find another opening
try, and that actually surprises him a little bit, but they're giving Zorta consistent pot shots. Smoke broken, and Zorta will even find that on a Robbo as well while he was in the midst of strafing away. Steady work from Zorta, and that is the Zorta I know and love. He has just aced them.
He's looking at the right direction. Oh, and the Pandas have just walked past him. And now Kraveni can walk up behind him for a second round consecutive. This was 9 Pandas by round, but it is certain to play a shot out of apartment. Kraveni makes quick work of round.
You're still going there.
What if a couple of these players get 2 players on the clock? Symmetry already doubles down, and now you don't know Jugs is here. Oh, Symmetry gets another come on. It was a 2v4. 9 Pandas choose to walk into the wrong site. Navi Jr. say that this A-site.
Here we go. It's a lot of overtime throughout the day, throughout the semis, and now into the grand final. We got a couple of overtimes there on the first map, and surprisingly, it was Navi Jr. that walked away with a victory on Anubis, and that is a bit shocking and a bit disturbing for ENCE, who picked the map. Second coming up is might be even more tricky for ENCE, to be honest. They need to win this one to extend the grand finals onto a third map. Navi Jr. a real powerhouse at the moment, but I'm excited. I think it's sick to see them play this well. They don't get many opportunities, but they're making the most out of this one. $300,000 tournament here at YaLLa Compass, and Navi, they're 1 map away right now.
Yeah, man, I totally agree with you. I think, like, ultimately, you're looking at this from the perspective of a very young team, unknown players for the most part. Like, people are watching a lot of Counter-Strike, maybe have heard them and seen them play in the past, but this is a gateway to become known kind of on like a global level if you win this event. This is going to turn some heads.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to put them on the map, and VRS points, money, the accolades, the potential invites to future tournaments as well. Like, all of this is huge, and they're 1 map away. They battle back from 10-6 deficit on Anubis, which is ENCE's choice of map on the harder side of CT side. That is incredibly impressive. And now when you look at the stats, they've beaten ENCE twice on Ancient 13-10. They've beaten a lot of very good teams on this map. They're definitely in the ascendancy right now. For me, the one caveat is this where the pressure, is this where the nerves start to creep in?
I think that is absolutely worth revisiting, because it's a very common pattern that we see for teams that make it, you know, onto bigger stages, even if in this case it's just, you know, playing for more money and more pressure. It makes a difference. Suddenly you doubt yourself a little bit more. At least that can happen the deeper in the tournament you go. So if it's going to show, then I feel like now is the time. But honestly, for some of these youngsters, again, we talked about Dukes as well. He's 16 years old. He's playing like he's just a veteran player. Like, I see him taking fights with everybody, and he is... It's not, again, like I said, it's not long fights. He's straight deleting people. If you don't shut him down immediately, then your head is going to be gone. And this guy is terrifying to watch, actually, and also kind of inspiring. Already seeing HLTV threads, we were saying for Navi, like plus Makaz, and they're talking about the main team. Obviously, they're ready to make roster changes. I kind of get it. Like, again, it is inspiring, and it's really cool that we still have this pipeline into you know, for new players to come in and play the game. And just quickly make it on to higher levels, which no doubt some of these guys will do. For ENCE, things have got a lot more serious. They need to win Ancient. This is where they have to make a bit of a stand. And I mean, again, it's all the same stuff is true. They need a hot start. They need to come out the gate swinging. It can't just be Kaspersky doing a lot of the work early on. They need everybody else here. Otherwise, ENCE, the chance to lose this whole tournament, and that would just be, it would be disappointing for them. Like we said, for Navi Jr., it's pretty cool to be here. For ENCE, probably a necessity to claim this first prize here.
Yeah, exactly. People of this roster deserve to stay together and deserves a little bit more. Done, and Kaspersky splattered by Symmetry, who was the top fragger on the side of Navi Jr. on Anubis. Makaz, though, dialing in with the Glock. And Veto and SDY both trying to scramble together, see if they can play as a united force here and get back onto the site. They've already picked off one, but in this post plant, Demon's already posting up close. And the other 2 players watching for the CT spawn, which is now going to have a smoke just dwindling away. I was thinking about fully investing and fully committing down on the ramp side, but Veto now is going to start to make moves in. SDY needs to pivot and play off him. And although he's had a couple of opportunities, he's not really fully grabbed on with both hands. Will be punished by both hands of Demon with those Julies, and Veto has to back off. Navi Jr. will take the first round of Ancient.
Very nicely played. Even in the afterplant, I think as soon as they realized, okay, SDY is going to be playing those angles, which he definitely was, he's waiting for somebody to peek into him, and he got 1 kill in that way, and then he didn't get anything more. The rest of NAVI Jr. got the message, leave him alone, he's got that USP, it's not worth it. And ENCE simply couldn't really reclaim the bomb site, so well done for NAVI Jr. They know, they can guess there's going to be some kind of a force up here. They only have 1 MAC-10, and that suggests to me that they're ready to fight here, NAVI Jr. They're not expecting just all USPs in this one. So good read, no question about that. Deep nades landing. Kribani going to be throwing in that Molotov. It's going to force that Deagle back, but it doesn't even matter. Okay, Kaspersky backpedaling out of the flames and still has time to land a headshot to take down Kribani.
3 players now making moves, throwing donut as well, so they're going to try and take a bit of middle for themselves. Timing though, just as SDY turns his back. Oh, it's a nightmare. They didn't have cat control, and so they get pincered from above and dice down to size. And although Kaspersky did nail the first shot down to 19 HP in Temple, he's only got a MAC-10 as well, so prospects of getting the kill quick are pretty low. And the one player that we didn't really talk too much about from ENCE's perspective was actually Some Die Young again. Had another amazing performance on Anubis. 1.4 rating over there with 30+ kills. And without him, it feels like that second OT would never have come to pass. So maybe another player to look out for to maybe have another big performance.
Yeah, he's been absolutely rock solid. Having his kind of input would be required once again. It can't just be up to a couple of players. They really need the whole... It kind of felt that way for ENCE even on the first map. It got into double OT, but still wasn't enough. NAVI Jr., second round is theirs. And a bit of a disappointing beginning for ENCE here. Fighting back on the second map, losing the pistol, and then the force-up doesn't really do a lot for you either. You get to save a little bit of armor and maybe a grenade there on Glaive, but that's about it. Not a lot of excitement to begin with. Not the first time that they've tried this. They actually buy another HE, so... and see if they can do some damage with it, but ultimately NAVI Jr. should be able to pick up this round without too much trouble.
It'd be pretty surprising if they ran into too many roadblocks. Feels like this is an open highway to cruise into. Up speed, get into that 3-0 bracket. Oh, there was a second that lined up for that 5-7. And I thought Glaive was going to double up. Demon was going to put a little bit of sanity back in on 1 HP. He picks up a 4th kill. HE looking pretty good for some damage. Does finish off Demon. They're unable to get their hands on any of these weapons. It is a 2v3, but considering that Nate's down to 4 HP, yeah, this round is pretty much a done deal. Nice attempts, though, from ENCE, though. They're keeping NAVI Jr. honest. They're not letting them get out of these rounds with all 5 players alive, at least.
I mean, you do something. At least a little bit of damage. We've talked about it before, but even a couple of kills, even if it's somewhat of a random round where you don't really stand a chance to win it, but it does set up the team to have more of a story for, you know, maybe something could be done. But they lost a little bit here. Come on, guys. We're going to get back into it. Nice cleanup for Kribani with the flashbang around the corner from a teammate. It's pretty flat at the start for the moment with 5 kills in total on ENCE going into round number 4 here. So yeah, just a quiet start. It's not the first time that we've seen it. It doesn't have to define them for the rest of the half, but obviously this next round is going to be pretty important if they want to get back into it early on, then this has to work out for them.
So, rifles. Ooh, Makaz straight off the rip. Just a matter of seconds and the round have elapsed, and already they've taken that rifle round and just thrown it straight in the face of ENCE. Taking aggressive maneuvers up on middle. Deja vu a little bit here. And it's from how NAVI Jr. just basically ran all over ECLOT on Ancient. It was super one-sided in a similar kind of form of just hyper-aggressive T rounds getting in the face of their adversaries. And ENCE so far have been able to do nothing about this.
Oh dear. Kribani gonna keep it going. Kaspersky blown up without a chance to reply. And look at how spread out they are. There's 3 people left on ENCE, but they are literally as far apart as they possibly could. No chance for anyone to avenge any kills, get any trade frags in there. Poddy's going to walk into another shot, and yeah, brutal. Talking to Ted in the group stage, and he did bring up this point that when you see CTs like this just walk into a bunch of shots or get shot in the back a lot, it's a very, very clear sign that something's gone horribly wrong on the defense, because that's obviously not supposed to be happening. SDY making a bit of a run for it here. Down to 11 health. They're hunting him. Good flash, but doesn't matter. They're gonna chase him down, and they should, even if they lose everything. It's so worth it to get that AK away. Yeah, claps coming up from Kabani. He knows the team is doing very well at the moment, and hence, where are they? They can't be found on this second map here.
I think what they were trying to set up for at the beginning of the round was like just pure mid control. And in doing so, they didn't really have anybody over on the B side, which I think is why Krabini was able to kind of sneak his way in and shut down them in the back. Obviously, we jumped into that round just a tad late, so I didn't see fully the setup that was in play. But the fact that it was an entry early on from Makaz, I think it was, from Elbow, just played havoc with the setup that ENCE had. And I mean, the rounds have been so rapid, so quick for this 4-0. Understandably, ENCE are probably reeling. They're probably dizzy off how crazy this second map has started. A map they desperately need to win.
All quiet here. Hence, how do you summon the team? They've got NKJ there. They're all in the same room. They can definitely use that to their advantage. Maybe a timeout and a little bit of a chance to rally the troops once again. Dualies are coming out here. A couple of MP9s, but it's just to have a couple of tickets to get back into this round. It's not likely they're going to be able to win it. Already a very aggressive push coming out. Makaze, Krabani as well opening up. It's a double. They just blow them up. Doesn't seem like ENCE even have a chance to really fire back. The bomb is already planted here, and once again, the best they could do right now, ENCE, is try and get a bit of a cleanup. Maybe save a rifle somewhere. I mean, that would be a bit of a luxury at this stage. A quick 5th round here for NAVI Jr., who just have no patience for ENCE and their shenanigans over at that B bomb site.
Honestly, I just love this calling. Jukes, by the way, 0-0 with 8 ADR. Just everyone's dead by the time he gets close. There's just nothing you can do in these rounds. Just getting destroyed. It's crazy. But I love this calling because, like, if an element of nerves comes in, which Krabeni even talked about himself in the interview that we had with him, I think one of the best counters to that is less thinking, more doing. Push fast. Let's play to our mechanical skill, our entry fragging capabilities, not think too much about rotations, not think too much about protocols. And so far it's worked so well for them. It's spit a blitzkrieg on the site one more time. This time it is the Lithuanian getting involved, and it's more of the same. Almost a carbon copy of the previous round, the same result. Maybe there's a way forward for SDY, who puts down 2 more bodies. A 3K for him. But NAVI Jr. still in with a shot in a 1-on-3. The bomb, though, is down to the deck.
He actually wanted to go for the wallbang, didn't he? What a bold play. They are pushing up in front of him. He's got 14 bullets left, and there maybe would have been a chance. It's Natu and SDY combining for that last kill. But you're right, SDY with the triple. That's great play for him, but it also does make me worried because, honestly, the start of that round is NAVI Jr. winning it. It takes SDY and a triple to bring it back, and how often can you rely on that is the big question. Look at the quick frags coming out to just clear the bomb site almost entirely.
Some really good kills, but it does beg the question, without SDY, how would that round have come to its conclusion? Probably more of the same. NAVI Jr., though, they're going to take the hint. Don't just run and gun it back onto the B site. They've been thwarted the first time they've tasted defeat on Ancient. Getting close. In amongst the smoke, Poddy. But they're not going to expect the second player to be here. Now the backstab comes in. Straight up to the AK, and Glave's going to do it himself. 2 kills, but that's where he falls down.
Still a 3-on-3. Not out of the woods yet on this one. Moving forward, Kaspersky. Defeated by the boost. It's Makaze again, lightning fast. He's 11-1. It's just so impressive. We knew it coming in. to the playoffs. Everyone's known, if you've been watching any of the NAVI Junior games, you know exactly what this guy is about, but seems to be hitting an all-time high level in the second map of the grand final. I mean, you can't think of a better time to really step it up. SDY deleted again. It's Makaz finding another headshot. Nade2 reveals his position. And Makaz, he's going to fight him. Why wouldn't he? He's going to go down eventually, but I don't even blame him for it. He's just so hot right now that you might as well try and see if you can bully Nade2 out of the clutch. And even then, he's got a smoke and a kit, so maybe you can try and get that onto the bomb and run in there, but they have a bit of a crossfire setup, but they're already going to shut it down. Krabani says absolutely not allowed. NAVI Junior back on top. This is sickening, Vince. They're kind of bullying ENCE on this map.
Yeah, exactly how they played against ECLOT. There's no real change. There's no respect being shown, and I love that. I love that mentality. As I said, you don't have to think too much. If you're just playing into the natural instinctive aggression of players like Makaz and Jigs as well, Symmetry's been having a lot of solid rounds on top of it. I guess we'll see if when they go on the CT side, if they start to come under the cosh a little bit and start to struggle, if that's where it starts to creep in, but setting themselves up for victory and success right now, and it's more of the same. It's another just straight up B hit. There's nothing that ENCE can do about this. They didn't even have the weapons to really justify stacking all on B, but this is so impressive, Anders. We are seeing a solid team in ENCE that have been playing well lately over the duration of this tournament, just being straight up bullied into submission by NAVI Junior. In some cases, these players are 10 or more years younger than some of these ENCE players, and they are making them look like an ordinary tier 2, tier 3 team. Like they're dismantling them.
There's no other way to put it, really. Could look at the kills here on the side. I mean, it's SDY with 7 kills, but you have to look really far down the list before you hit the rest of ENCE. SDY gonna get picked off, and Nade2, they're all coming for him. They can't even let him keep the MP9. That's how petty they are. They're like, all right, well, even if it costs us almost everything, we're gonna get the job done. It's Makaz up to 13 now. Like, the fact that they can't hold the B bomb site. What do you do? I mean, one problem is obviously the weapons. Fair enough. They don't really have a great economy for it, but it's not just the weapons. It's also the insane mechanics that are being brought out right now for NAVI. Crazy scenes unfolding in front of our eyes as they are leading a 7-1 charge here. And ENCE kind of said it. They knew they don't have an easy time. They can't really figure out how to defeat NAVI Junior. And even Krabani, I mean, he said in an interview earlier, he basically said, we don't really care if it's ENCE or BETBOOM. We've beat both. We could probably beat both again. Like, he's just completely unfazed by the prospect, which in itself is a little bit scary, isn't it?
Only 20 years of age for the IGL. Duke 16, Demon 17, Kazi 18. I think Symmetry's around 18 as well. So average age is incredibly low. To put that in perspective, some die young 28, and Glaive, of course, over 30.
Which is still young. I've got to say that, Vince.
It is still young by most metrics, right?
Incredibly
but,
young.
In CS terms, yeah, Coping.
Kaspersky got blown up and Makaz snuck through. It's absurd. It's absolutely disgusting. He got the entry with an HE, then he snuck through the smoke to just kept on punishing them. Now he's taking down Potty just to add to it. Another triple kill. He's 16-2. Glaive gets the 1. He was ready for Makaz to peek it. It's going to be maybe a little bit later. Setting up a flash on the 1. And actually, Glaive doing some work here to try and get his team back into it. A triple for the Danish captain, and he hits the headshot. All right, he shut it down. It's about time. It feels like, honestly, it's too late, but it isn't. In a way, if ENCE can get up to a 7-5 scoreline here, it's not too late. It's just that the mood, obviously, is at an all-time low right now in the ENCE camp, but someone has to change that.
And typically, you know, to have a bit of a vibe change, you're going to be looking to IGL. And if he can't rally the troops in terms of his speech, he can do it in terms of his performance. A 4K in the round single-handedly brings this into a second round on the side of ENCE. What is a concern for me, though, man, is Kaspersky, who has been the man on ENCE. Him and SDY probably have the lion's share of the big performances.
Right.
He's 1-9, Anders. He's been totally shut down this game.
I think it's just it's been so relentlessly quick, and when you're just getting bulldozed over at the B-bomb side. What do you do? SDY? Again, like I said, if the fight takes more than a second, then Duke's just going to shoot you in the face. I would love someone to check his time to kill across this series, like maybe across the grand final or maybe the semifinal too. I feel like it's just... I'm not seeing many sprays. He is just clicking people away. Glaive will take down Krabani here, but it's Natu following it up. Duke's finally going to be going down, but there is a bit of a flank coming in. Orp to take another kill. Poddy finally finding some success. Up to 4 as he drops Demon. And Symmetry known to bring in a clutch or 2, but this one would be very hard to do. Gonna go for the bomb plant just to make sure they get a bit of extra cash, and they're all on top of him. So a third round. It's the beginning of something for ENCE at any rate.
Nice shots from Poddy. Some really fast flicks. Exactly what his team were hoping for. And yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, man. Like, we've already seen Glaive come back from huge deficits with this ENCE team over this event. Like, they have brought back 5-6 round deficits multiple times. Maybe not an ancient, but you've got to keep the faith. You've got to believe. And if NAVI Junior do start to get in their own heads, as they get into double digits, they start realizing they're so close to winning this tournament. That's where a team like ENCE can punish. That's where they can bring themselves back into this. So you've got to keep the faith. You can't lose belief in your fellow players, in your IGL. You've got to back yourself. But it looks like it's going to be a straight-up A-hit with Tech 9s. And right now, no one's home.
Natu is so forward. Look at this play. He was run boosted in here. I don't think NAVI Junior are going to be able to see this one coming. He should be... You know, oh, he's actually gone the other way. The bomb is on this side, but who knows what's going to happen here. It's kind of hard to figure out who's going to be running into who. Symmetry, knife out, and a nasty surprise. Natu catching the bomb. All right. Really great work. That's the kind of play you could do in a round where even if they have rifles, they're probably not going to be quite ready for it. That run boost also is sick because... very commonly, the T side are going to be throwing down that elbow Molotovs to stop any CTs from pushing that close. So the run boost is a way to try and get over that Molotov and still play really close. It's a nice way to do it. By the way, the other reason why the CTs want to play close with the way that Natu was in the beginning is because the flashes that the Ts are throwing in from T spawn, they don't really flash you when you're that close. They land a little bit further back, so there's a lot of advantage if the CTs can get closer to the corner of mid and not play a little bit further back. So there's I mean, the meta game on this map is evolving quite literally week by week, and if you're a super ultra nerd, you can sit down and watch some of the demos and you'll get a sense of how much it changes pretty much all the time, which I think is absolutely worth it. A little bit close for comfort at the end here, but still, it's another round for ENCE. They're going to have the money. It's going to be decent here. If they can get a 5th round, I mean, there's a conversation once again. They've won 3 in a row.
Timeout. NAVI Junior almost hearing what you're saying and agreeing in their own way. I want to make sure that 5th round is not a possibility. You can see how crazy dominant it was at one stage. A 7-1 lead. The vibes were bleak, grim. You could see on the player cams, even when they won those first couple of rounds on the comeback trail, no one cheering, no one hyped up, no one pumped. I mean, understandably, they're probably exhausted, some of these players. They started the first game off in the semi-finals. It was a real slug, a real juggernaut of a game, marathon. And now playing for some of these guys, I think he said that they were in Helsinki, right? So it's 11:15 at night. It's late there.
Sounds about right, yes. Yeah, that would make sense if they were going for a bit of a boot camp up there. Beautiful city, Helsinki, if you've never been. Remember to bring a lot of money. It's expensive like all, I was about to say Scandinavian countries. That'll make the Finns angry, but Nordic countries, let's say. Demon goes down early. Natu started the warm-up. The Frenchman up to 12 kills at the moment, but Krabani's going to sneak in a shot there on Kaspersky. Very risky to take that peek without any real backup. And I feel like he must have known someone was there, because there was a smoke thrown down to block the Molotov, so maybe just didn't hear it, or occupied otherwise. Sneaking out, speaking of any shot at the back, it's Natu. What's happened to the defense, Vince? Why are they all getting shot at the back?
Yeah, not on the same wavelength at all. They're trying to desperately watch one angle, and it's just like NAVI Junior unrelenting. Just filling in all the gaps simultaneously. Even though they lost the first player, to have the ability to just bounce back and be so fluid in every single T-half is just honestly wild. SDY spots a bit of prey. Last round of the half, of course, they're going to go in for this one, but that smoke is not going to help his teammate. Rebeni from the back. 8-4 halftime lead. NAVI Junior find themselves a matter of rounds away from winning YaLLa Compass 2025. They are so very close. This pistol could seal it up. ENCE in real trouble.
It's remarkable, isn't it? Makaz finding 18 kills in the opening half here on the second map and just 5 deaths. How do you stop someone like that? It's the force of nature. Pissed around is going to be critical. They will have the smoke and a set of dualies there. Not seeing a kit picked up either. Doesn't have to make a big difference, but it's always worth keeping an eye on at the beginning of the rounds, just so that when you get down to it, it's a 2v2 or a 1v1 at the end. You know if there's going to be one on the ground or not somewhere. SDY jumping in his seat a little bit. The pressure is on right now. ENCE, it's a nice recovery at the end of the first half. I mean, they've got a bit of momentum coming into this one. If they can win the pistol in the second half, then it really is worth revisiting here. There is at least something to play for. I don't think ENCE need to completely fold, but man, without the pistol, that conversation becomes a lot more grim.
Additionally, it just frees up NAVI Junior to kind of be that aggressive, annoying, in-your-face CT side that we know they want to be as well. It allows them to escalate towards that position sooner, to take cat, to take mid, and just not allow ENCE to get settled in the game. It is such an impactful, integral moment in this series. But I don't want it to be like completely doom and gloom and like negative, because I mean, ENCE can get their way back in, but the downside for me is that the main heavy hitters, the pieces that you need to be in play, Kaspersky in particular has gone missing on this map. He has been an unbelievably impactful, massive part of this roster throughout today. He's one of the main reasons they beat BETBOOM in the first place, who were probably the favorites in most people's eyes, but he has not really arrived yet here on Ancient. 2-11. Yeah, and that is going to be criticized. It's going to feel so unfair if you watched all the rest of the playoffs, right? Because you're absolutely right. Because he is the engine that brought them here, but right now he's run out of gas a little bit. And speaking of which, Makaz just murdered him, trying to push through CT. Spawn, Demon's going to get a kill as well. They're all there. Every single member of NAVI Junior collapsing on that CT spawn position. And Poddy can't do it alone. 1 versus 5. He gets a kill. At least it was on Makaz just to try and slow him down. But NAVI Junior win the pistol 9-4. They are so close now. They can taste it. And you saw Demon's perspective there on his camera. A massive smile on his face because he knows that was the last lifeline, realistically, that ENCE could clamber on top of. And it was an absolute closed case again. Demon picking up multiple kills. Up to 12. ENCE with no plant to speak of either, so 10 rounds is almost guaranteed now for NAVI Junior. I do like they're not going too aggressive in this one, though, because that is where you can maybe put yourself into a bad spot. Yeah. So just playing more default positions, getting the smokes down, and forcing ENCE to move to you.
I totally agree. And you've got to respect, again, the leadership. I think I said this earlier on, but it was one of the things that caught my eye really early on with NAVI Junior, because a lot of the teams that they play in this tier of Counter-Strike and some of the online stuff, they make the mistake of going aggressive. They often give rounds back where they have the advantage, but I feel like NAVI Junior, they are so good at staying disciplined, and nice to see them follow through on this one here. Makaz picking up another couple of kills. Poddy locked in towards the red room, and there's no real saving him either. Duke's just holding the corner, just like he should. And Natu, he'd love the bomb plant, but unfortunately all he has is the Glock and on the ramp here. Gonna get the kill. Surprisingly on Kravani, doesn't change the round. NAVI Junior picking up one more round as they get to 10. And ENCE will have a buy round here, and it's got to be such a spectacular return. If they can make it back now, I mean, that would be... that'd be quite exciting.
Makaz, 21 kills. It's only 7 deaths alongside it, 6 multi-frags, 140 ADR. Just an absurd performance in the grand finals, no less. Now, admittedly, there's some nerves, there's some anxiety on these very young shoulders, and yet they're still doing such a great job. Kaspersky in first. allowing himself to get in amongst the frags, but Ramini is there to deal the fatal damage. It is good for ENCE. AK's in play. Finally something to get excited about. Finally something to get happy about on that side of things. It must be so bleak, and Makaz on his 21 kills will just be trying to hold on to this M4. ENCE will hit 5.
And you know, more than anything, it's got to feel like karmic justice that they were able to rush that B bomb side in a similar fashion as to what NAVI were doing when they were on the T side, because it was relentless. That B defense was getting blown up pretty much no matter what was going on. So I think ENCE just feel like, all right, you can get a taste. You know what it feels like. Here we go. And it is a real big problem. It's one of the challenges to the map at the moment. There are ways to try and deal with it, but to be honest, there are no surefire ways. Very often you'll see, if you go look at a team like NAVI, where you'll have YaLLa and Alexi playing that B bomb site, and they're going to be the main NAVI squad, I suppose. And what they do is, basically, Alexi, a lot of the time, he's going to throw an incendiary straight under the ramp to try and stop people from going through. But the fact is, a lot of T sides now, they just smoke out that incendiary and flash and run through anyway. So it's kind of tricky, because what you don't want to do also is end up in a position where you have to have 3 people at the B bomb site all the time to stop the rushes. And but right now, ENCE showing they know how that works. They can find a way through in the middle. Potential fight, brewing. Makaz playing that anti-flash position, but they're going to be going towards the A bomb side, and in a really quick fashion here. Smokes are going to be going down. NAVI Jr. struggling to get back into position. I mean, you're right. They had the timing. They had a bit of a lead on it. They had the early grenades down. It looked like all the right things were in motion for ENCE to, at a minimum, get a bomb plant, but it doesn't work out that way. Run boost up into the middle. They're going to go for it again. They want to try and see if they can put the pressure on Incendiary to try and slow them down. And Symmetry pushing in front. He can't see a thing, but he lands a stray shot through the smoke, and Duke shows up and sprays down the rest Glaive against the world, and it just can't be done. Symmetry, 3 kills in that round, and it couldn't have been any better. He saw what was coming. He heard the footsteps. He understood the danger. And ENCE revisiting that same plan, and the outcome is no better this time. Look at, he just can't see anything for a good 5 or 7 seconds here, but he still gets the job done.
Yeah, it's having full confidence in your teammates to be on the same page, to make sure they have your back covered. I think it's quite telling as well that ENCE have not called a timeout into this round, knowing they're going to have a bad eye. Maybe mentally just gone out of this finals now. Understandably so. Makaz, though, he wants to try and get closer to that 30 bomb. Double spray is good. Wants a third, and although he doesn't get it, it doesn't matter. NAVI Jr. on the brink of becoming the YaLLa Compass champions. Is down to Glaive, down to some Die Young to try and save the day.
They found the bomb out here as well. Demon, he knows. It's stuck behind him now. Peeks into it, takes down SDY, and it's all up to the captain. A legend by name, but this is too much to handle. Dukes will take him down, and the champions, it's going to be NAVI Jr. YaLLa Compass 2025. Look at the cams here. We've got a champions movie you guys to enjoy while you see...
And you know the winner already, so...
But you gotta say it, who wins?
NAVI Jr.
As well. Absolutely. On rate. So they really need to from the back twice tonight. A couple more live play. One now for Veto, and now putting to waste of time. This will talk goes back to the side of the round with Dynamo ECLOT potentially win after all of the years. They have the predictable to overcook it just a little bit, and that'll be the end of it.
An absolutely spectacular day for NAVI Junior. They fought hard in the world of online Counter-Strike, but this is the crowning achievement at the moment. First place in YaLLa Compass 2025, taking the lion's share of the $300,000 prize pool. I'm absolutely blown away. A young squad that plays just years above their levels.
Just incredible, man. Like, massive congratulations. Such a young team, so much promise, so much potential, and realizing it, stamping themselves on the global stage. Money, but also very important VRS points.
Yeah, such incredible play here. Makaz at the end, obviously he stole the show on that final map, but if you only tune in for that, you kind of missed out on all the rest of what is NAVI Junior. They are super sick. We do have an interview ready, so let's see if we can get somebody on the screen and just get a chance to catch up with our champions here. Kurbani, you've won. You're in the first place. How does it feel?
It feels good. I think in the last month we put a lot of work. We didn't have so much official. We were practicing like 8 hours every day, and I think hard work pays off, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it quite a bit. There are a lot of teams who are playing in sort of the crazy world of online Counter-Strike, where you're just playing so many games every day. I mean, it also feels like you're one of these teams. You're hard to break. Even if you fall behind a bit, you always find a way to come back. Is that just because of the amount of Counter-Strike being played?
Maybe it can be, but in some, I don't know. Yeah, I think, yeah, maybe because of that, because we play a lot. Yeah, it can be. I don't know really for this question.
What's the next step at this point? I'm sort of curious. This is a $300,000 tournament, and you guys end up taking down everyone. You guys surely going to get a chance to play on LAN at some point. You know, how's the team feeling about that? That has to be the next step for you.
Yeah, we were discussing before the final. We're discussing that probably after we win this tournament, we're gonna get maybe some invite for LAN. But I think it's gonna be still hard because NAVI, you know, if NAVI plays the tournaments, you know, we cannot compete there. So I hope we will get the chance in some tournaments because now we already broke the record. I think now we are top 23 in Valve ranking in world. Like with Academy, it was top 26. So I think it's something very good what we did.
That's incredible, man. Like, massive congratulations. That's got to feel amazing. I'm not going to take up much more of your time because I'm sure you want to go celebrate, enjoy this victory, a well-deserved victory. As you say, hard work does pay off, and the massive congratulations. Do you have anything to say to your friends or family or fans that are watching, you know, that you can say to those guys that have been supporting you through all of this journey?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for support, and I want to say one more thing is that I don't know, I see everywhere on Twitter and HLTV, everyone is hyping only Kyusuke, but no one kind of hyped Makaz. He's been like playing insanely, and I think people were not speaking too much about him. That's it, I don't have any more.
That's beautiful. Listen, we're not going to keep you any longer. I couldn't agree more, Makaz, but I mean, there's a lot of other players to highlight, I believe. Real Captain highlighting the other players. I appreciate that. Annie, thank you, and congratulations to you and the team. We won't keep you any longer. Hope to see you on LAN real soon. That would be a real treat. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, see ya. Bye-bye.
It's fantastic. He's not wrong though. Makaz is there, but I mean, take your pick. It's such a well-rounded team. In some sense, like it is a shame that they are potentially being capped by the fact that the main roster could end up playing as well. I can't believe that the academy team is now what, like you said, like 26th or 23rd in the world. That's just unbelievable. Oh, what an achievement.
It's honestly incredible, and this is exactly what we were kind of touching on coming into the pre-game segment of the importance of getting this W. It puts them into that bracket now. It's like a world record, like he says. And additionally, if he wants to point out Makaz, which is very fair to do, he's an incredible player, especially on Anubis, and Ancient, I should say. this is the perfect chance to do that. Like, you now have got yourself the champions of YaLLa Compass. You may get invites to LANs, as you mentioned. It depends on if NAVI, the main team, is involved or not. But if not, you could get to a LAN, like a significant LAN, and then show the world what you can do there as well. So I love that he also has, like, you know, shined the light on some of his teammates and giving them their props as they deserve. I think Symmetry's another player you could easily say is up there, like another... It's kind of crazy how many CIS region AWPers there are right now. It feels like there's just hundreds, and you can add him to the list. So, I mean, it's just really cool to see this young team now establish themselves that little bit more and show themselves to more people around the globe as, like, we're actually a team that you should be looking out for. I wouldn't be surprised in a year or two, Anders, if multiple of these players are in some tier 1 teams. It would not surprise me in the slightest.
Yeah, no question. And since we're just reading out, you know, the whole roster at this point, I mean, Duke said I think it's worth really repeating the fact that his time to kill is just so incredibly low. It has kind of a fear factor on its own, just kind of the frustration of knowing that you're not going to get many chances to repeat. It's not going to be some crazy spray fight against him. You either surprise him and get a better angle and maybe you win, but if it takes more than a couple of seconds, then he's a laser weapon right now. Really sick and really dangerous. And again, he's 16 years old, so there's a lot of room for improvement still. What a sick performance. At the end of it, NAVI Jr., I mean, how much more can we really praise them? I'm really impressed by what they showed here. And again, for ENCE, it is obviously a bit of frustration. Once they took down BETBOOM, I bet they wish that they could have powered on through and claimed the first place here, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, it's NAVI Jr. all the way. So, a lot of credit to them, and I bet the whole Counter-Strike scene at this point, I mean, already seeing the threads and the social media and everywhere else, people are, you know, they're sort of demanding to see them play more. They want to see them tested against high-level opposition, and I definitely want to see that too, because I think they're ready for it.
As do I, man. Like you say, I'm hoping we get to see them on LAN at some point in the near future, just to cut their teeth against, like, actual, you know, tier 1 opposition on LAN with all the different environment and experience that comes with that. I think on the other side of the coin, though, just to finish a little bit with ENCE, I feel like they needed to win this tournament, if I'm being honest. And I don't want to end on, like, a negative point, but realistically, I'm sure that's what their sights were set on, especially after the MRQs. I'm not sure where they go from here, because again, there's players that haven't really shown up when they really needed to in the grand finals. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point of criticism, and I'm sure it's something that they're going to be discussing quite a bit. It's a lot of footage to look over, so some hard work still ahead of them. But I want to give a quick shout out to the guys in the production room, and obviously to YaLLa Compass as well for putting all of this together. It's been a real treat. So thanks to all of you guys for tuning in, and we'll see you at the next YaLLa Compass. There's so much more coming up. I think they already announced some of it, and I bet they got even bigger plans into the future. So it will definitely be exciting. Tune in for more of Counter-Strike. It's going to be coming up. So yeah, just enjoy it. We're getting started. We're ramping up into the major as well. So everyone is getting kind of hyped. Shout out to you guys, and we'll see you soon again.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still good with
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions. YaLLa, let's go.